Chapter 1. The Cold-Blooded Assassin. Night enveloped the world in a profound silence, the moonlight cascading through the shadows of the trees, pure and chilling. Leaning against the trunk, blood trickled slowly from a wound on his chest. Yet Foxwin appeared oblivious, his eyes gently closed as if he had succumbed to slumber. A tumult of fragmented memories surged through his mind like a relentless tide, tormenting him to the brink of madness. To Foxwin's left, several guards formed a protective shield around a girl at the center. Though they were at the end of their strength, none of them faltered. The girl's pale silk gown was stained with splotches of blood. Her eyes seemingly devoid of life, yet her lips remained stubbornly pressed together, refusing to utter a word. "Miss, why must this be so? Master Fu has watched you grow since you were a child. It pains him to see you suffer," one of the guards implored. Raising a hand to halt the assault from the black-clad figures surrounding them, the elder at the forefront lifted his eyelids slightly, declaring, "I shall repeat myself. Surrender the item, and I will grant you a dignified death." Silence. "You vile beast, you owe your life to the master of the house, yet you repay kindness with betrayal. You are truly lower than a beast." The head of the guards reprimanded coldly, unflinching in the face of danger. "Beast." A hint of disdain creased Fu's lips as he slowly raised his gnarled hand. "I have been a servant to the Long family for a lifetime, though I am not livestock. There is little difference. I have long grown weary of being ordered about. It is far better to take destiny into one's own hands." With a slight bow, Fu's frail body suddenly radiated a formidable strength. "Miss, I shall say this one last time. Give me the item. Otherwise, while I may recognize you as my mistress, these assassins behind me do not. Dream on. Though Lang Xinling is a woman, she fears not the specter of death. How could she yield to your threats?" Clutching a slender booklet tightly, Lang Xinling spoke firmly. "The treasures of the Lang family, even if destroyed, shall never fall into the hands of a traitor like you." "Death." Fu shook his head slowly, seemingly unfazed by her defiance. "Miss, you may not realize that sometimes death is a luxury, especially for a woman. You shameless wretch." At his words, Lang Xinling's expression shifted dramatically, her body trembling involuntarily. As a scion of the Lang family, she feared not death, yet the thought of being humiliated by such beasts was unbearable. She could not die with her eyes closed. "Beasts, I will fight to the death." The guards of the Lang family glared fiercely, their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Had they not been tasked with protecting Lang Xinling, they would have rushed into fight already. "Miss, do not speak of death. Do not forget, I am still an apothecary. As long as I oppose it, you shall not perish," Fu declared with a cruel smile, throwing down his final card. "You." Despair surged within Lang Xinling, drowning her in hopelessness, rendering her unable to utter another word. "Forgive me for interrupting, but I wish to ask, who was it that just wounded me?" Foxwin inquired calmly, pressing his hand against the wound on his chest, a frown creasing his brow as he straightened his posture. In that instant, an impulse to spit blood surged through everyone present. At such a critical moment, he dared to ask such a nonsensical question. Had his mind been scorched? "Is no one going to answer me?" Without even lifting his eyelids, Foxwin suddenly moved his wrist, nonchalantly removing his armor. "I feel much more comfortable now." "You fool, are you courting death? Come protect the miss." The head guard shot a bewildered glance at Foxwin, his voice laced with anger. As his foot shifted slightly, in the next moment, a glint of the sword flashed, and a crimson line appeared across the head guard's face. "I despise being spoken to in such a manner." Casting a disgruntled look at his hands, clearly dissatisfied that his blade had not severed the man's head, Foxwin pouted. "You still haven't answered me. Who was it that just wounded me?" In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence, all present utterly confounded by Foxwin's actions. Whose side was this man truly on? "You ungrateful wretch, the miss has always treated you well, and yet you choose to be ungrateful. Had it been any other time, the head guard would have slain Foxwin for his insolence, but the sword strike just now had instilled an inexplicable fear within him. This once inconsequential youth seemed to have changed. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the chaos in his mind, Foxwin vaguely recalled that something had indeed transpired. After a moment's thought, he shrugged nonchalantly. "It seems there was such an incident, but I cannot remember." The memories were genuine, yet they belonged to the original owner of this body, not to Foxwin, the time traveler. Amnesia? In an instant, everyone grasped the situation. This man had sustained grave injuries and, for some reason, had lost his memory. "Nonsense. You are a guard of the Long family. In life, you are one of them, and in death, you are a ghost of the Long family. Given your severe injuries and amnesia, I shall forgive your recklessness. Now, will you not come protect the miss?" The head guard said, visibly relieved. Poof! Blood erupted suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, Foxwin held a severed head in his hands. "Fool, to lack even this modicum of situational awareness. And yet dare to bark orders. What a pathetic display. When serving as a mere servant, he had spouted such nonsense about life and death, yet here he was, at the end of his strength. Still audaciously arrogant, truly a fool. Casually discarding the head as if it were a mere twig, Fongsuan did not even blink. I said, I detest being spoken to in that tone. In his past life as a top-tier assassin, Fongsuan had always been a rebellious spirit. Who had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner? The way of the assassin is governed by the heart, and even in his current incarnation, Fongsuan's nature remained unchanged. However, his swift and ruthless methods left everyone present in stunned silence. Not only Lung Xinling and her guards, but even the assassins felt a chill run down their spines. This man was a veritable demon, killing without a flicker of hesitation. Well, young brother, your decisiveness in slaughter is admirable. Might I inquire if you have an interest in joining our assassin alliance? Fu chuckled heartily. Assassin alliance. A flicker of disdain crossed Fongsuan's eyes. But he chose to ignore the old man's proposition entirely. As a premier assassin, he had always looked down upon such foolish organizations. The essence of being an assassin lies in stealth and darkness, not in forming a clumsy alliance for the sake of camaraderie. I believe I was once a member of the Lung family, so it stands to reason that you were the ones who wounded me, Fongsuan remarked. Lightly flicking his fingers against his sword, his gaze fixed coldly on the black-clad assassins, devoid of any emotion. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Having witnessed the head guard being dispatched in a single strike, Fu was wary. He was eager to avoid further complications and quickly offered an explanation. Good. Fongsuan nodded slightly, adopting a disinterested demeanor in the blink of an eye. However, his sword shot forth like lightning, carving an eerie arc as it pierced the heart of one of the black-clad assassins. As swift as a flash, from the moment he struck to the completion of the act, it all transpired in less than a second. By the time anyone reacted, the assassin had already breathed his last. The assassin's strike is akin to an antelope's horn, untraceable as long as one can kill. Any means are valid, while others perceive the sword as Fongsuan's sole weapon. He effortlessly utilized it as a throwing dagger. An assassin's goal is to ensure a single, fatal blow. Engaging in a drawn-out battle bears no relation to the essence of an assassin. Clapping his hands with a smile, Fongsuan remarked nonchalantly, You struck me once. I take one life in return. Consider it even, and we shall let this matter rest. Madman. At that moment, whether it was the Lung family or the assassins, the thought flashed through their minds, yet they were equally astonished. Such ruthlessness was beyond imagination. You seek death. Seeing Fongsuan's apparent disregard for consequences, Fu's expression darkened, confronting him with blatant contempt. You are welcome to try. Without a hint of trepidation, Fongsuan maintained a faint smile on his lips. Had he shown even a hint of fear, Fu would have already struck. Yet it was precisely this brazen demeanor that made Fu hesitant to act. Their target was the golden spirit cleansing technique in Lung Xinling's possession. Should this young man be the cause of a failed mission, it would be a loss too great to bear. After scrutinizing Fongsuan for a moment, Fu finally huffed. Very well, you may leave. I shall treat this as if nothing happened. With a light chuckle, Fongsuan chose not to linger, turning away leisurely in his previous life. He would have long since dealt with this bothersome old man, but in this body, he was somewhat lacking. Having just killed 2 men, it seemed clean and swift, yet it was the limit of what Fongsuan could manage at present. Fu could not discern Fongsuan's true capabilities, just as Fongsuan could not gauge Fu's if they were to engage now. Fongsuan lacked absolute confidence. After all, there were no irreconcilable enmities at play. Slipping away was hardly a dire matter. For Fongsuan, the most pressing matter at hand is to methodically organize the memories that pertain to this world. According to these recollections, this realm is entirely distinct from Earth, even if one were to possess all the prowess of a past life. It seems unlikely to navigate this world with ease. Wait a moment. Just as Fongsuan was about to depart, the voice of Lung Xinling unexpectedly resonated from behind. Young Master Fong, this humble girl is in dire straits. I beseech you to lend your assistance, and the Lung family shall surely repay you handsomely in the future. Having reached a state of desperation, Fongsuan's appearance introduced a glimmer of hope. In this critical juncture, allowing Fongsuan to leave would mean certain death for her. However, if she could devise a means to solicit his aid, at least there would be a slender thread of survival. As for the trivial matter of eliminating the head guard, it hardly warranted consideration in comparison. Chapter 2. The Subtle Force, Instant Kill. Little girl, your calculations are rather astute. With a slight pause in his stride, Fongsuan offered a nonchalant smile without turning around. A promise of future rewards. Clearly, it was an empty ploy. It was my folly, young master. I implore you to save me. Long Xinling's response was remarkably swift. Her thoughts raced, and her demeanor became even more submissive as she expressed her pitiful apology. Even someone with a heart of stone would find it challenging to refuse her. They desire something from you, do they not? Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. With his back turned to Long Xinling, Fang Xuan spoke coolly. Compassion? What was that? For an assassin, sympathy is nothing short of a jest, and no matter how much Long Xinling feigned vulnerability, it would be of no avail. Upon hearing this, Long Xinling's expression shifted dramatically. The golden spirit cleansing technique is a secret art of my Long family, and I dare not divulge it if you would save me. I am willing to. Before she could finish her plea, Fang Xuan let out a cold laugh. To offer yourself in exchange. Apologies, but I am disinterested. Indeed. Lang Xinling was a beauty, rivaling even the illustrious stars of his former life, yet to Fang Xuan, risking his life for an unrelated woman was simply absurd. What are women, after all, with wealth and power? One could find any beauty one desires. Before her words could escape, Fang Xuan's unceremonious rejection left Lang Xinling blushing in embarrassment, a storm of frustration brewing within her, though she dared not reveal it. Since you seek death, then let us perish together. As he spoke, Uncle Fu suddenly broke into a cruel grin, his countenance twisted with malice. If he had previously wished to avoid complications, now that Fang Xuan was also eyeing the golden spirit cleansing technique, he could not afford to let him go. And you think you can stop me? Casually turning around, Fang Xuan regarded Uncle Fu with a sardonic smile, his hands clasped behind his back, his brow laden with mockery. Fool. Uncle Fu scoffed derisively. Perhaps I couldn't have captured you before. But now, you would do well to end your own life. As if to validate Uncle Fu's words, in an instant, the guards surrounding Lang Xinling began to collapse one by one, groaning in agony. It's poison. You poisoned them. Kneeling on the ground, Lang Xinling's face turned ashen. It felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, an unbearable itch surging through her, wishing only to perish immediately. In that moment, all hope shattered, leaving nothing but an abyss of darkness. Humph! A cold snort escaped Fang Xuan's nostrils. His body trembled slightly, yet he did not fall. If you wish to keep me here, you will need to exert a bit more effort. I told you. I am still an apothecary, Uncle Fu said, a smug expression etched on his wrinkled face, shaking his head as he sighed. The heart-eating powder is colorless and tasteless. Its only drawback is that it takes effect a bit slowly. My lady, are you satisfied? Kill them. Uncle Fu's command was chilling, yet his face remained eerily cheerful. Oh, and do be careful not to harm the young lady. It would be a grave loss if the daughter of the Lung family were to meet her end this way. Kill me. Uncle Fu, for the sake of having watched me grow, I beg you, end my life. Lang Xinling cried out in anguish, her eyes tightly shut, unable to fathom the horrors that awaited her at the hands of these assassins. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. With a sigh, Uncle Fu approached Fang Xuan. As for you, I fail to see how deeply you hide your capabilities at such a young age. Killing you would indeed be a pity. Fang Xuan regarded Uncle Fu with icy indifference, remaining silent, yet the slight tremor in his calves betrayed his current state. What a shame. You are far too ruthless, and with age, your courage has waned considerably. I cannot allow you to live thus. Let me send you on your way. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger slipped from his sleeve, glinting coldly under the moonlight, a sight that stung the eyes. Uncle Fu was utterly confident in his poison, unless one were a master of innate strength. No one could hope to muster any energy thereafter. As for innate masters, if such a level of expertise existed, they would have dispatched him countless times already. Gasping for breath, Fang Xuan's body swayed slightly, and he knelt to the ground, unable to suppress a sigh, closing his eyes in resignation. Bang! Bang! Uncle Fu's footsteps echoed like heavy drums, each thud weighing down on Fang Xuan's heart, suffocating him. The surrounding cries of despair were incessant, within mere moments. The Long family's guards had been nearly exterminated, the air thick with the stench of blood, nearly inducing nausea. In your next life, be a good person. Strutting over to Fang Xuan, Uncle Fu's dagger glided smoothly, precisely aimed at Fang Xuan's throat. Bang! Almost simultaneously, a dull thud rang out. Fang Xuan, who had been half kneeling, suddenly flashed a glint of cold steel in his eyes, dodging the dagger while delivering a powerful punch. Subtle force. A terrifying power erupted forth like a tidal wave, striking true. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Fu's body was sent hurtling through the air like a kite with its strings severed, blood spewing forth uncontrollably. A closer inspection would reveal bits of internal organs mingling with the crimson. Poison, as a top-tier assassin, the first lesson learned is mastery over toxins. Had one been so easily poisoned, Fang Xuan would have perished countless times over. In an average, fair confrontation, given Fang Xuan's current strength, he might not have been able to contend with Uncle Fu, let alone secure such a swift and decisive kill. However, all of this hinged upon the condition that Fang Xuan must not be allowed to close the distance. After an elaborate performance, Fang Xuan's true aim was to draw him close, seeking an opportunity to unleash his subtle force. The technique, capable of delivering tenfold critical strikes, was sufficient to eliminate any opponent within close range. Assassins dance upon the edge of blades. If they strike, it is for the kill. Though his current strength was far inferior to his past life, his skill in unleashing power remained unblemished, enabling him to unleash a tenfold attack that shattered Uncle Fu's inner organs with a single blow. Instant kill. Without a moment's pause, Fang Xuan surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Uncle Fu's lifeless body. Deftly snatching the dagger and pivoting to confront the remaining assassins, this sequence of movements was executed with such fluidity that it left no room for contemplation among the others. By the time anyone reacted, Fang Xuan had already dispatched two more with ghostly swiftness. With the dagger in hand, Fang Xuan moved like an ethereal feline, silently leaping through the shadows, coldly reaping lives as if he were the Grim Reaper himself. Run! It was unclear who shouted first, but the remaining assassins, already paralyzed with terror, scattered in all directions, none daring to engage Fang Xuan further. While others may have been oblivious, they understood well that Uncle Fu was at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, merely a step away from innate mastery. Now that even Uncle Fu had been dispatched in a single blow, who would dare to meet their demise? A smirk of derision played upon Fang Xuan's lips as he chose not to pursue the fleeing assassins, casually stowing away the dagger and striding towards Lang Xinling. After expending such effort to perform, it was time to collect his spoils. Chapter 3, An Unequal Exchange. Young master, save me. As she witnessed Fang Xuan's miraculous turnaround, a flicker of hope rekindled within Lang Xinling, her eyes pleadingly fixed upon him as she implored softly. This poison is not fatal. At most, it will take half a day for you to recover fully. Bending down, Fang Xuan retrieved a thin tome from Lang Xinling's grasp, responding with calm assurance. The golden spirit cleansing technique. Flipping through the pages, he paused, his gaze sharpening as he absorbed the content. Initially, he had merely skimmed through it, but at this moment, he began to truly appreciate the value of this freshly acquired manual. As a disciple of Fang Xuan Mountain, his perspective was not one that could be easily matched. With just a cursory glance, he could discern its significance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was an extreme method of body refinement, capable of inducing profound transformation within a short span of time when practiced according to its teachings. Such an extreme approach was unprecedented in Fang Xuan's experience. At first glance, it seemed ludicrous, yet upon careful examination, it appeared to be filled with wisdom. Simultaneously, memories belonging to this body surged forth in Fang Xuan's mind, gradually illuminating his understanding. It was only at this moment that Fang Xuan comprehended the nature of this world, a realm for warriors, where true strength could lead one to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, cleaving mountains and parting seas, feats that had previously existed only within the realms of novels and films from his past life. In an instant, a tempestuous wave surged within Fang Xuan's heart. In his previous life, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of the world, yet in this realm, he was merely an inconspicuous martial artist. According to the records of the golden spirit cleansing technique, mastering this art would enable one to step into the innate realm, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for combat, a power far beyond that of acquired martial artists. As he sifted through the memories in his mind, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration suddenly blossomed within Fang Xuan. Old man, you claimed I was born at the wrong time. What of now? Young master. Yes. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Lang Xinling, prompting Fang Xuan to raise an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his gaze as he cast a languid glance in her direction. In a life and death situation, Lang Xinling could hardly fail to notice the change in Fang Xuan's demeanor. Biting her lip, she spoke again. The Assassin's Alliance may pursue us at any moment. I am willing to offer the golden spirit cleansing technique as a reward. Please, save me. No one wishes for death. Previously, Lang Xinling had rejected Fu Bo simply because she understood that regardless of whether she surrendered the secret technique, death was inevitable. Yet Fang Xuan, without a doubt, had ignited a glimmer of hope within her. I have saved you once. A playful smile graced his lips. Yet Fang Xuan remained unmoved. Moreover, the item is already in my possession. Having acquired the golden spirit cleansing technique, Fang Xuan was not inclined to barter for a reward that was already his. That version is a counterfeit. As if anticipating Fang Xuan's intentions, Lang Xinling calmly revealed her final card, meeting his gaze without trepidation. Oh, With an arched brow, Fong Siyuan scrutinized Lung Xinling, seemingly weighing the credibility of her words. This version was deliberately forged by my family. On the surface, it appears flawless, yet there are numerous errors in the cultivation details. Following this version could lead to failure or, worse, a backlash resulting in a gruesome death. A glint of sharpness flickered in Fong Siyuan's eyes as he regarded Lung Xinling coldly. Miss Lung, do you truly believe that only the Assassin's Alliance employs brutal interrogation methods? Fong Siyuan had never been a paragon of virtue. As an assassin, the art of coercion was an essential skill. Lung Xinling could acutely sense Fong Siyuan's murderous intent and harbored no doubts about his words. Yet, at this moment, she had no choice but to press forward. Retreat equated to death, with her lips tightly pressed together. She spoke resolutely. If death is inevitable, should the young master not fear my offering another counterfeit, then feel free to interrogate me. This declaration momentarily caused Fong Siyuan to waver. Indeed, he could not discern the truth from the falsehood unless he resolutely abandoned the golden spirit cleansing technique. Otherwise, he would have to concede. Estimating that the time was ripe, Lung Xinling continued, if the young master can escort me out of the illusory forest, I vow to swear a lethal oath as proof. After a moment of silence, Fong Siyuan replied coolly, present me with the genuine manuscript now. Otherwise, this matter is concluded. Fong Siyuan's temperament was not one to be trifled with. He placed no trust in frivolous oaths. If necessary, he would rather forsake the golden spirit cleansing technique than place his hopes on her integrity or her so-called vow. Sensing Fong Siyuan's resolve, Lung Xinling's heart sank once more, and with a wry smile, she yielded. I can first provide the young master with the first half. He can discern the truth for himself. Her words remained uncompleted, yet Fong Siyuan understood this was her limit. This girl was not foolish if he did not trust her. She would not easily trust him either. It was, at its core, a transaction, and neither party seemed to possess any credibility. After pondering for a moment, a smile suddenly graced Fong Siyuan's lips as he gently pinched Lung Xinling's cheek. Grinning, very well, but I have another condition. I want your body. In that instant, Lung Xinling's face flushed crimson. Had she not been poisoned and utterly devoid of strength, had she not been cornered, she would have relished the chance to retaliate against this shameless rogue. Just moments ago, someone had boasted of having no interest in her, and now he brazenly leveraged her predicament to impose such an audacious condition. A manuscript that can elevate one to the innate realm, assuredly that cannot fail to satisfy the young master. Lung Xinling gritted her teeth as she questioned him. Shrugging, Fong Siyuan languidly placed his hands behind his back. You may choose to refuse. That is your right. If looks could kill, Fong Siyuan would have perished countless times over, and in a most gruesome fashion. It was indeed a transaction. However, regrettably, from the outset, the balance of power was not equal, for Lung Xinling could scarcely afford to lose. Fong Siyuan was not genuinely lecherous, but he was more than willing to apply a modicum of psychological pressure on this woman. The mind, after all, was also a subject of study for assassins. Casually rummaging through Fu Bo's corpse, he uncovered several vials and jars, glancing over them until he selected a jade bottle, pouring out a single pill and smiling at Lung Xinling, without any intention of offering it to her. I agree. Upon uttering those words, Lung Xinling felt as though all her strength had been sapped, leaving her devoid of any courage to resist, and she could scarcely lift her gaze. Fong Siyuan's smile grew ever more radiant. Chapter 4. Extreme Body Refinement. Crack. The sound of shattered blades resonated clearly in the air. Leaning against a tree, Lung Xinling was left utterly speechless, her heart filled with a profound sense of awe towards this once inconspicuous guard. As a young lady of the Lung family, she was well aware of the golden spirit cleansing technique's efficacy. Absorbing the spiritual essence from metals to refine the body was inherently excruciating. The true scions of the Lung family utilized specially selected metals, with each absorption meticulously quantified. Yet, Lung Xinling had revealed none of this to Fong Siyuan. The sharp spiritual essence contained within these forged weapons was excruciatingly intense, and to use them for body refinement was a torment beyond words. A slight misstep could result in severe injury. However, Fong Siyuan seemed to have shattered Lung Xinling's understanding entirely. For over 2 hours, he had not paused even for a moment, continually absorbing the spiritual essence from the weapons, causing them to shatter. Utilizing such a vast amount of spiritual essence for body refinement was akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Any other individual would have long since succumbed to mental collapse. Yet Fong Siyuan appeared utterly oblivious, sitting quietly as if he had not even furrowed a brow. In that moment, Lung Xinling began to regret her decision to enter into this transaction with Fong Siyuan. Poof! As Lung Xinling was lost in thought, A gleam of brilliance shot from Fong Siyuan's eyes, unleashing a surge of true energy that sliced through the air, and in the next moment, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his body. What is extreme body refinement? To Fong Siyuan, it was about challenging and breaking through one's limits. Otherwise, how could one achieve the transformative effects of body refinement? Exhilarating. Rising to his feet, Fong Siyuan stretched his body, laughing heartily. Freak. Witnessing Fong Siyuan's carefree demeanor, Lang Xinling felt an intense irritation gnawing at her. How could one declare such a sensation as exhilarating? Casually discarding his blood-soaked garments, he wiped the blood from his skin and donned a new outfit taken from the guard's corpse. Fong Siyuan paid no mind to Lang Xinling's status as a noblewoman. Changing his clothes in plain sight, which incited a furious blush across her cheeks and an involuntary exclamation of surprise, internally, she unleashed a torrent of curses at Fong Siyuan, with a faint smile. Fong Siyuan jested, "No need to sneak a peek. If you wish to observe, feel free. I'm not charging you. You are shameless." Infuriated to the point of near madness, Lang Xinling could no longer restrain her indignation. With a snap of his fingers, Fong Siyuan nonchalantly remarked, "May I take that as a compliment?" Wisely, Lang Xinling fell silent. Engaging in a verbal spar with such an incorrigible rogue was a foolish endeavor. And more critically, she dared not truly provoke Fong Siyuan. What if this freak attempted to exploit her vulnerability? Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking resonated, and Fong Siyuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Extreme body refinement indeed lived up to its name. The pain had reached its zenith, yet the results were astonishingly effective by Fong Siyuan's estimation. After this round of refinement, his physical prowess was now on par with that of his previous life. However, the disparity in true energy would not be reconciled in a short span. How shall we proceed? Lead the way. Having reaped the benefits, Fong Siyuan had no intention of retracting his agreement, urging her languidly. According to Lang Xinling, the first half was purely for body refinement, while the second half contained the crucial elements for refining true energy. To step into the innate realm, he needed to obtain the latter half for any hope of success. Continue eastward for approximately 200 miles. Beyond that lies Crescent Moon City. Momentarily taken aback, Lang Xinling remembered that Fong Siyuan seemed to have lost his memory. Regardless of its authenticity, she dared not question it at this moment. The illusory forest. This damned forest does not seem particularly safe either. The fragments of memory in Fong Siyuan's mind were still somewhat disjointed. He vaguely recalled that it was not as simple as it appeared. As long as we do not encounter spiritual beasts, there generally shouldn't be much danger. Observing that Fong Siyuan did not appear to be feigning, Lang Xinling patiently explained, "We are merely on the outskirts. The likelihood of encountering spiritual beasts is low. However, should we truly cross paths with one, it is best to flee without hesitation. Some formidable spirit beasts possess strength that can rival innate experts. Be cautious. Do not concern yourself with me. When danger arises, I will naturally take action." After discerning the direction, Fong Siyuan disregarded Lang Xinling and proceeded forward. "Wait, what do you mean?" Seeing Fong Siyuan showing signs of wanting to flee, Lang Xinling felt a surge of fear and shouted urgently, "Rest assured, I won't let you meet your end before I've received my reward." With a languid response, Fong Siyuan swiftly vanished from Lang Xinling's line of sight. "Hey, you can't abandon me, you bastard. I will kill you." With over 200 miles to go, Fong Siyuan had no interest in foolishly remaining beside Lang Xinling as a living target. After all, an assassin is not a bodyguard. Taking the initiative was Fong Siyuan's customary approach. It's merely a game of assassination, should anyone dare to come. Fong Siyuan was confident in eliminating them. An assassin concealed within the shadows possesses sufficient deterrent and offensive capabilities. As for what Lang Xinling thought, that was entirely beyond Fong Siyuan's consideration. This is the only path back to the city. As long as we guard it well, we need not fear them escaping to the heavens. Listening coldly to his subordinate's report, the black-clad leader spoke blandly. That old fool's demise is inconsequential, but the Jinling cleansing technique must be secured this time, that I do not wish to hear any explanations. Only results. Yes, Commander. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the backs of several assassins as they hurriedly bowed in response. Go forth. I do not wish for them to have the opportunity to appear before me. Watching the assassins depart, the black-clad leader rubbed his temples in irritation. Matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. This sudden emergence of a formidable expert, capable of annihilating pinnacle postnatal fighters in an instant, was likely only a step away from innate mastery. "My lord, the Leng family has begun to harbor suspicions. Our time is running short." What is the old ghost reaction? After a brief silence, the black-clad leader asked coldly. The old ghost is gravely injured and naturally dares not leave the Long family. However, it is said that the innate experts from the Long family are hastening back. The alliance leader has no intention of severing ties with the Lang family, so within one day, I will resolve this matter. Clenching his fists, the black-clad leader spoke solemnly, though the gap between innate and pinnacle postnatal may seem slight. It is, in reality, a chasm of profound difference. Once an innate expert appears, the situation becomes significantly more troublesome, especially considering he himself had only just stepped into the innate realm. Chapter 5. Visual Deception and Counter-Assassination. Creak. Stepping on a withered branch, a slight sound emerged, though faint. It could not escape the keen ears of these cold-blooded assassins. In an instant, several indistinct shadows cut through the air, silently landing upon the dead branches, their eyes flickering as they swiftly surveyed their surroundings. Be careful. Almost instantly, the leading black-clad assassin reacted, solemnly issuing a warning. As assassins, they would never doubt the possibility of auditory hallucinations. Hence, the only conclusion was that the opponent's concealment techniques were exceptionally advanced and quite troublesome. Unfortunately, his reaction was still a fraction too slow. Nearly simultaneously with his warning, a thin line of blood appeared at the throat of the last assassin, who fell lifelessly without even a chance to cry out in agony. Clang! In that instant, blades were drawn, and a flicker of fear shone in the eyes of several assassins. They had not even detected the presence of their assailant until their companion lay dead. Such a scene was utterly unimaginable. What kind of terrifying expert could kill so effortlessly without leaving a trace? They waited in place for nearly 5 minutes before the leading black-clad figure could no longer restrain himself and cautiously approached his fallen companion, bending down to carefully inspect the wound, hoping to find some clue. The throat. A clean cut was evident, resulting in instant death without any struggle or resistance, as if the victim had not sensed any abnormality until the very end. The mere thought of such an outcome was enough to send chills down one's spine. Go. After a moment of silence, the leading black-clad figure finally gritted his teeth and issued a stern command. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no turning back. Even if they were to kill, they must first eliminate the target. Otherwise, even if they returned alive, they could not escape the leader's punishment. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of numbness surged through him, and the leading black-clad figure suddenly felt that his body was entirely beyond his control. He could not even move a finger. Poisoned, in an instant. That thought flashed through his mind. He did not even need to verify it to confirm its truth. His hands began to show a faint purplish hue, rapidly spreading along his arms and visibly coursing throughout his body. Run. At that moment, the fear in the leading black-clad figure's heart was beyond description. Even after years in the Assassin Alliance, he had never encountered such a bizarre assassination. Of course, that was not to say there were no experts within the Alliance. Rather, those capable of such feats were far beyond the reach of someone like him. Flee as far as possible. That was the only thought occupying his mind at this moment. Engaging with such a terrifying opponent was tantamount to seeking death. There was no chance of victory whatsoever. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. A long sigh echoed around them, and a youth, covered in withered branches and leaves, silently appeared before them, a dagger glinting coldly in his hand, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Fixing their gaze, the assassins revealed a hint of horror. They could not fathom how such a substantial figure could have eluded their senses. Fong Xuan had no interest in explaining to them what visual deception entailed. With a gentle flick of his dagger, he unleashed a merciless slaughter, moving through the forest like a merciless spirit. The counter-assassination was far simpler than Fong Xuan had anticipated, although these individuals were indeed assassins. Their skills and stealth were woefully inadequate. If he were to compare them to a randomly selected special forces operative from his previous life, the latter would undoubtedly possess far superior skills in infiltration and counter-surveillance. Moreover, Fong Xuan himself was the pinnacle of assassins, with master-level disguising techniques. Given sufficient preparation, he could vanish in plain sight even indoors, as if he had become invisible, let alone in a forest, the most natural setting for concealment. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of manipulating light and the surrounding environment to deceive the eyes, akin to a chameleon. Of course, advanced disguising techniques necessitated the simultaneous concealment of one's aura, a far more intricate and elegant form of camouflage. Achoo! Sheathing his dagger, seemingly displeased by the heavy scent of blood in the air, Fong Xuan rubbed his nose and sneezed, then vanished once more among the trees. Not far ahead, Lung Xinling continued to angrily curse this good-for-nothing who only collected rewards without working, cautiously observing her surroundings as she moved forward. She had no idea that at that moment, Fongsuan had silently eliminated 3 waves of pursuing assassins. Poison, traps, ambushes. Fongsuan employed every tactic at his disposal. He was even unperturbed by disguising himself as a corpse, waiting for the enemy to inspect his wounds. Cold and ruthless, along this path, anyone who entered his attack range met their demise. During this time, Fongsuan even encountered a terrifying spirit beast. Had he not reacted swiftly and circumvented it, he might have been killed. Although it was merely a distant glance, Fongsuan could still distinctly sense the beast's formidable presence. It was no exaggeration to say that even at his peak in his previous life, he would have lacked absolute confidence against such a spirit beast. As for now, he had no more than a 1 in 10 chance, comparable to the strength of an innate expert. Unavoidably, in that moment, what surged within Fongsuan was not fear, but exhilaration. Suddenly, a warning signal flared within Fongsuan's heart. An inexplicable sense of crisis silently enveloping him. Without any reason, it was an instinctual intuition. Fongsuan had no doubt about this instinct's authenticity, as an assassin who danced on the brink of death daily. Without such sharp perception, one would hardly survive long. Stop! Appearing before Lang Xinling like a flash of lightning, Fongsuan's eyes suddenly radiated a terrifying killing intent, fixating intently on the trees ahead, his dagger silently slipping from his sleeve. What are you doing? Startled by Fongsuan's sudden appearance, Lang Xinling jumped, glaring at this elusive figure with exasperation. Just beyond this thicket lay the path to escape the illusory forest. Lang Xinling couldn't help but feel irritated that she had encountered no danger along the way. Had she known it would be this uneventful, she would not have gone to such great lengths to enlist this fellow's assistance. Chapter 6, Confrontation with the Innate. How intriguing, to sense my presence with mere postnatal strength. You have much to be proud of. A mocking voice drifted through the air, squeezing Lang Xinling's dissatisfaction into sheer terror. With his hands clasped behind his back, the black-clad leader stood upon the branches, coldly gazing down, resembling a deity of death. In an instant, Fongsuan's pupils constricted sharply, and the unease within him intensified. The frail branches could not possibly support a person's weight, let alone achieve such an effortless feat. This scene, which should only exist in films and novels, suddenly unfolded before him, leaving Fongsuan utterly shaken. A natural-born. The thought flashed through Fongsuan's mind almost instantaneously. A natural-born powerhouse. The bitter word escaped his lips. And a glimmer of despair flickered in Lang Xinling's eyes, as if she were a puppet stripped of its soul, utterly devoid of the courage to resist one last time. Being from the Long family, Lang Xinling inherently understood the chasm between natural-born powerhouses and those cultivated through effort. It was an insurmountable divide, not something that could be countered by mere numbers or petty tricks. End it yourself. I shall grant you a complete corpse. The black-clad leader coldly remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Fongsuan, as if bestowing a tremendous favor. Gripping the dagger tightly, Fongsuan's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of undeniable excitement danced in his brow. Danger, indeed. Fongsuan was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and his opponent. Under normal circumstances, he would have no chance to resist, and calling it a dead end would be no exaggeration. But so what? Let us not forget, he was an assassin. For an assassin, strength is not the sole determinant of life and death. Even in desperate straits, there lies an opportunity for survival. When has an assassin ever feared danger? In that moment, Fongsuan felt as if he had returned to the time just after departing from Fongsuan Mountain. He too had been so innocent then. Had he not, the title of the world's most fearsome assassin was not bestowed by the winds. It was forged through blood and corpses. The dangers encountered along the way were not few. The old man had said that he might never have the chance to advance further in this lifetime. Yet here he was, transported to this place, just as he had been when he first descended from Fongsuan Mountain. And even weaker than before. So, did he still possess that courage and audacity? Taking a step forward, the dagger in his hand glinted with cold light, aimed directly at the throat of the black-clad leader. Faster than lightning, a counterattack. This was Fongsuan's response. What did it matter if he was natural-born? Assassins have never lacked courage and decisiveness. Good bravado. A hint of barely perceptible astonishment flickered in the black-clad leader's eyes. And with a sudden push from his feet, he leaped from the tree like a great bird, reaching for Fongsuan with the force of thunder, regardless of victory or defeat. Daring to reach out to a natural-born powerhouse from the perspective of one who cultivated through effort was already a source of pride. The so-called natural-born powerhouses are not merely a title, they unconsciously carry an aura of heavenly might, and unless one is of equal caliber, they would never muster the courage to resist. Boom. A powerful force erupted suddenly, shattering the dagger in Fongsuan's hand into fragments that scattered in all directions, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth as he was thrown back over 10 meters. Yet astonishingly, at the same moment, the black-clad leader also let out a muffled grunt, evidently having suffered a minor setback. Although this setback was nothing compared to Fansuen's, one must not forget that he was a true natural-born powerhouse. When had a practitioner of acquired strength ever been able to contend with one of innate prowess? Though it was merely a brief clash, the shock it delivered to the black-clad leader was akin to a tremendous earthquake, had he not sensed that there was absolutely no trace of heavenly power in the opponent's strength. He might have thought Fansuen was a natural-born powerhouse disguised as an ordinary person. A natural-born powerhouse, merely that. Once back on the ground, Fansuen gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. Within Fansuen, there was no one who could rival him. In close combat, Fansuen had never feared anyone, and even when facing a natural-born powerhouse, the explosive force of his strikes testified to his own terror. Arrogant. Fansuen's casually uttered words instantly infuriated the black-clad leader. Since stepping into the realm of natural-born powerhouses, he had never encountered anyone who dared to so openly scorn them. Such humiliation must be washed away with blood. If previously, the black-clad leader's primary target had been Lung Xinling, with Fansuen merely an afterthought, now the situation had completely reversed. The black-clad leader would rather let Lung Xinling go than swear to slay this detestable brat. Fansuen, with a sneer. Fansuen immediately turned to flee in the direction from which he had come. The absolute disparity in power could not be negated by mere words. That last strike had been a test of the natural-born expert's strength, and he certainly would not foolishly engage in a head-on clash again. An assassin is a king hidden in the shadows. Unless there is absolute certainty, they would never recklessly confront their opponent directly. Stealth, assassination, and poison, these are the common tactics of an assassin. To engage openly? If assassins were to fight openly, they would likely have long met their demise. Thinking of escaping. Seeing Fansuen turn and flee, the black-clad leader was nearly driven to madness. This scoundrel had just arrogantly proclaimed that natural-born powerhouses were nothing to fear, only to turn around and flee in such a shameless manner. It was truly a mockery of himself. How foolish had he been to think that Fansuen genuinely had the courage to challenge a natural-born powerhouse. He was merely a coward. With a slight movement, the black-clad leader transformed into a shadow, swiftly pursuing Fansuen. Natural-born powerhouses are not merely strong in power, in terms of speed. They are not something an acquired practitioner can rival. If they could be so easily escaped, they would hardly be so feared. Just as he pursued, the black-clad leader suddenly discovered that Fansuen had inexplicably vanished. He had disappeared from sight without any warning. And even with his strength, he could not detect the slightest anomaly. Visual deception. In any other location, Fansuen would have had no chance to escape, but in the forest, a natural camouflage, it was an entirely different matter. Yet, Fansuen had evidently underestimated the strength of a natural-born powerhouse. After a brief pause, within mere seconds, the black-clad leader reacted, unleashing a terrifying intent that swept through the surrounding space inch by inch. The so-called art of disguise is merely a trick to deceive the eye, yet for a natural-born powerhouse, not seeing does not equate to having no means to deal with you. The powerful intent swept through, rendering all disguises utterly transparent. Trivial skills. With a sneer, the black-clad leader locked onto Fangsuen's position in less than half a minute, delivering a punch that forcibly drew Fansuen out of his concealment. In that moment, Fansuen truly felt the looming threat of death, the proximity of death's presence almost suffocating him. Chapter 7. Epiphany, the command of action. Puff. Once again, a collision devoid of any embellishment sent Fansuen flying. His head spun, and had it not been for years spent teetering on the brink of life and death, his remarkable willpower would have surely succumbed. Death. How long had it been since he had been pushed to such an extent? Fansuen could even feel 3 of his ribs had surely broken, and the intense pain surged like a tide, relentlessly battering against the limits of what his body could endure. This dual pressure of mind and body was enough to drive a person to madness. His fingers trembled slightly, yet Fansuen's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he were oblivious to the impending death. Still not giving up? Interesting. I shall see how many more moves you can endure. The black-clad leader watched Fansuen with amusement. I promise to shatter every bone in your body, turning you into a true puddle of meat. The sinister tone of his voice pierced deep into the soul, dripping with blood, and echoing with the sound of bones cracking. You are afraid, despite the blood still staining his lips. Fansuen's face was filled with disdain, creating psychological pressure. Such tactics might work on others, but for him, it was merely child's play. Was it just a game of psychological warfare? Then let us see whose mental fortitude prevails. A natural-born powerhouse. Yet you still rely on such tactics to intimidate me. No wonder your subordinates are so inept. he uttered scornfully while not pausing in his movements, skillfully dodging through the surrounding complex terrain. Showing no intention of continuing a head-on struggle, merely seeking to boast, the black-clad leader huffed, increasing his speed, and every tree in their path was shattered by his overwhelming force. Rest assured, that woman from the Lung family will accompany you as well, perhaps. In the afterlife, you can be a pair of doomed lovers. Why don't you go accompany her then? I still have not lived enough. The mockery deepened on Fang Xuan's face, but in his mind, he rapidly recalled the words of the old man about a power he might never have the chance to master. Between life and death, there is great fear, yet, once plunged into a dead end, it is also the easiest moment to break through. People often say, transform pressure into motivation, and that is precisely the case. As an assassin, Fang Xuan was no stranger to such experiences. Even as a child, the old man had already been using this method to help him enhance his strength, not the kind of fake trials, but a true rebirth through fire in the face of death. Perhaps it was cruel, but let us not forget that assassins themselves are indifferent to cruelty. An assassin who cannot perceive life and death can never dominate the lives of others. The ruthlessness of an assassin is not merely directed at others, they can be even harsher on themselves. In stark contrast to Fang Xuan, the black-clad leader found himself increasingly alarmed, beneath the terrifying intent to kill. There was a faint, indescribable sense of fear. Indeed, it was fear. As a congenital powerhouse, the notion of harboring fear towards an acquired martial artist is utterly preposterous. Such a statement would hardly be believed by anyone. Setting aside the bizarre explosive power demonstrated, the myriad of techniques exhibited by Fang Xuan in this fleeting moment is sufficient to chill one's heart. It is solely due to his terrifying innate strength that he is able to forcibly suppress his opponent. Otherwise, the dark-clad leader has no doubt that the one meeting death here would be himself. Such a person is exceedingly peculiar. Should he truly grow into his innate potential, the leader would find himself utterly incapable of even fleeing. In this moment, the dark-clad leader has completely forgotten everything else, his sole thought being to eradicate this prodigious youth in his cradle, regardless of the cost. Each direct confrontation only exacerbates Fang Xuan's injuries, and this accumulation will soon be enough to drag him to his demise. Yet, this is also the utmost limit of what the dark-clad leader can achieve. It is not that he does not wish to eliminate Fang Xuan in an instant, it is simply that. Within the forest, Fang Xuan is as slippery as an eel, providing no opportunity for a decisive kill. When evasion becomes impossible, that strange explosive power will once again bring Fang Xuan back from the brink of death. Most crucially, throughout this series of encounters, the dark-clad leader can distinctly sense Fang Xuan becoming increasingly formidable. Though the change is subtle, as an innate powerhouse, he undoubtedly perceives it clearly. Old man. What is the second level of Fang Xuan's realm? Speed. Ultimate speed. The moment you comprehend this, you will have found the threshold to the second level. Of course, crossing it is something you can forget for this lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the old man's words flashed through Fang Xuan's mind, and a wave of clarity washed over him. Ultimate speed. Previously, Fang Xuan had always believed his speed was sufficient, yet only at this moment does he begin to grasp what true ultimate speed entails. The old man had taught him many things. The techniques of Fang Xuan Mountain were far from limited to just one or two, but all of it ultimately hinges on a single word: understanding. The concise yet profound text of the Fang Xuan classic encompasses an abundance of knowledge. In his past life, Fang Xuan had grasped less than 1% of it and was already able to traverse the world. In this moment, amidst the peril of life and death, Fang Xuan finally begins to understand the essence of ultimate speed. Sudden enlightenment. The action character technique. A brief passage of text slowly surfaces in his mind, and a spark of brilliance ignites in his eyes. In a single step, his body suddenly leaves behind a residual shadow, darting 10 meters away in an ephemeral flash, escaping the dark-clad leader's mental lock for the first time. At this moment, the dark-clad leader is genuinely shaken. That instant speed has surpassed the limits of his perception. An unfathomable occurrence. It is well known that even innate masters find it exceedingly difficult to instantly break free from another's mental grasp. If you wish to kill me, your current strength is likely insufficient. With a hint of mockery in his gaze, Fang Xuan casually remarks, his demeanor unruffled. Yet, this does not imply that Fang Xuan can easily evade his opponent. After all, he has only just comprehended the action character technique. And while speed can be overwhelming, it is not without limitations. The explosive speed achieved over short distances cannot entirely allow one to escape the pursuit of an innate powerhouse. The understanding of the action character technique merely grants Fang Xuan the means to maneuver. The disparity in absolute strength cannot be erased by mere technique. Wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Fongsuan's mind races with countless thoughts, his fighting spirit surging. Chapter 8. From Despair to Rebirth, Part 1. Who exactly are you? Taking a deep breath to suppress his murderous intent, the dark-clad leader inquires in a low voice. The residual shadow, an enigma to acquired martial artists, is all too clear to an innate powerhouse. He comprehends the terror of such an existence. Even innate masters find it challenging to achieve this. He himself could never produce a residual shadow. This is undoubtedly a god-defying level of agility, and to claim there is no greed would be sheer nonsense. Yet, in this moment, an inexplicable fear wells up within the dark-clad leader. The terrifying explosive power, the abnormal residual shadow, and the bizarre techniques displayed previously. All of these connections prompt him to ponder deeply. After all, no one would believe that an ordinary acquired martial artist could casually learn such techniques, would they? Don't you think your question is somewhat redundant? Casting a nonchalant glance at the dark-clad leader, Fongsuan does not even bother to blink. It is not that Fongsuan does not wish to intimidate his opponent. Rather, at this juncture, it is evident that the leader has no option of retreat. A truth Fongsuan recognizes more clearly than anyone else. Then perish. In this brief moment, the dark-clad leader has already reacted, realizing that having injured Fongsuan to this extent, he would inevitably harbor resentment, regardless of who Fongsuan has backing him. Should he escape today, the one to die will undoubtedly be the leader himself. Conversely, if he silences both Fongsuan and Lung Xinling, there remains a glimmer of hope. Combat. The dagger has long been shattered. Yet for an assassin, any object can become a deadly weapon, and even bare hands pose no fear. Turning to counterattack, the dark-clad leader is completely unprepared for Fongsuan's audacity at such a critical juncture. Fongsuan dares to strike back. Bang! In a flurry, even the dark-clad leader fails to react in time as a residual shadow suddenly appears beside him, and Fongsuan's fist connects squarely with his abdomen. Inch force, striking unexpectedly. The tenfold explosive power sends the dark-clad leader stumbling back 3 steps. At the moment of impact, the dark-clad leader does not hesitate to retaliate, his hand striking like an eagle's claw towards Fongsuan's head. Should this claw grasp firmly, it would result in a catastrophic outcome, and not even innate masters would dare to allow such a grip. With his hand aimed at Fongsuan's head, the dark-clad leader watches as his fingers pass through the boy's skull. Yet he finds nothing but I in the next instant. The shattered figure suddenly disintegrates, a residual shadow, yet another residual shadow. The ultimate speed defies imagination before the blow lands. Even the dark-clad leader cannot react in time. Unable to suppress a groan, the dark-clad leader's body trembles imperceptibly, clearly injured. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword unsheathing resounds. The dark-clad leader finally draws his longsword from behind, recognizing that even though Fongsuan is merely an acquired martial artist, he must treat him as an equal now, abandoning any arrogance. With a swift motion, 3 arcs of sword energy are unleashed in an instant, targeting Fongsuan's vital points. The sword energy, harnessed from the power of heaven and earth by those who have reached the innate level, moves with an ungraspable speed. Puff! A gash opens on Fongsuan's shoulder, blood spurting forth as he suddenly collapses to the ground, rolling swiftly to evade the other 2 sword energies, desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest. The action character technique is not all-powerful. Although in terms of speed, Fongsuan under ultimate speed does not lag behind the sword energy. This advantage is nearly negligible. The principle is simple. For an ordinary person, is there much difference between 1/10 of a second and 1/5 of a second? The proximity between them is too close. At such a distance, even the action character technique cannot evade the sword energy. Furthermore, to unleash this ultimate speed, the consumption of true energy within Fongsuan's body is extraordinarily severe. He cannot continue to utilize the action character technique indefinitely. Give it up. You have no chance. The dark-clad leader sneers, taunting as he relentlessly pursues Fongsuan. With each application of the action character technique, Fongsuan's injuries worsen. Even he understands that he cannot hold out much longer. In a dire situation, with the emergence of sword energy, Fongsuan, having grasped the action character technique, finds himself once again cornered. His spirit is taut to the utmost. Under these circumstances, even the slightest misstep could cost him his life. Fongsuan must carefully control his rhythm, each execution of the action character technique becoming immensely precious. Yet, even so, Fongsuan remains utterly composed, as calm as stone. Should someone measure his heartbeat at this moment, they would find it astonishingly normal, unfathomable given the life-and-death crisis he faces. Suddenly, the dark-clad leader perceives a formidable aura emanating from the direction Foxuan is fleeing. Kid, are you seeking death? In an instant, the dark-clad leader deduces that a spirit beast of comparable strength to an innate powerhouse resides in that direction. Spirit beasts never adhere to reason. The moment one enters their territory, they are met with relentless aggression. In fact, within the forest, the threat posed by spirit beasts may surpass that of innate powerhouses. Foxuan plunging into the domain of a spirit beast is akin to courting death. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark-clad leader comprehends Foxuan's rationale, having been driven to this extent. It is merely a matter of death, whether by his hand or the spirit beast makes little difference. This is truly a gamble for one's life, even if one chooses to give up the pursuit. They would still find themselves in a perilous situation under the assault of the spirit beast, facing a near-certain death. After a moment's hesitation, the leader in black finally gritted his teeth and pursued like lightning. Was it not merely a question of ruthlessness? Could he truly be intimidated by this young man? The leader had long since resolved to eliminate Foxuan, and he would never abandon his quest until he witnessed Foxuan's demise with his own eyes. Luck? As an assassin, he had never placed his faith in such a fickle notion. Only by personally dispatching his target could he secure the most tangible assurance. Moreover, once Foxuan was slain, even if he were to confront the spirit beast and found himself outmatched, his innate strength would still afford him a chance to escape. Chapter 9. A Desperate Struggle for Survival. Part 2. Roar. The earth-shattering roar erupted like a thunderclap, sending birds scattering and creatures fleeing in all directions. As if the apocalypse had descended, the golden-haired ape, with its keen instincts, quickly detected the approach of Foxuan and the leader in black. While Foxuan might be insignificant, the presence of the innate powerhouse sent a wave of wariness through it, prompting an enraged roar to drive away the intruders. Though the intelligence of spirit beasts could not yet rival that of humans, they were certainly not akin to ordinary animals. Beings like the golden-haired ape were cunning and astute. Poof! Unable to suppress the flow of blood, a trace of coldness flickered across Foxuan's lips, but his speed only increased. The awareness of the spirit beast's domain was remarkably acute, and as an innate expert, the leader in black could not be oblivious to this fact. However, having reached this critical juncture, retreat was no longer an option. His expression shifted slightly as he gritted his teeth and pressed on, inwardly cursing Foxuan to no end. Roar. Perceiving that the leader in black showed no regard for its threat, the golden-haired ape was instantly infuriated and charged towards him with a furious roar. In less than 2 minutes, Foxuan found himself face to face with the golden-haired ape, unlike their previous brief encounter. This time they were mere feet apart. Although the golden-haired ape dismissed Foxuan, a postnatal warrior, as inconsequential, the palpable pressure it exuded was enough to leave Foxuan gasping for breath, compared to innate experts. The aura of the golden-haired ape was far more violent, far beyond the tolerance of an ordinary human. The golden-haired ape displayed no hesitation in its intent, barreling straight toward Foxuan. It had no interest in such a feeble human, having intruded upon its territory. It deemed him nothing more than an easy target to swat away. Execution of the word technique. Faced with the life-threatening crisis, Foxuan's spirit tightened like a drawn bowstring, and in an instant he reacted, unleashing the word technique once more, achieving peak velocity and creating an afterimage that appeared behind the golden-haired ape. How? The afterimage shattered upon impact, and for a moment, the golden-haired ape was caught off guard. Beating its chest with its fists, a burst of golden light erupting from its body as it launched itself toward the leader in black like a cannonball. Beast, you dare! A frenzied, killing intent erupted from the leader's eyes as he deftly pointed his sword, unleashing 3 streaks of sword energy that shot forth like lightning, colliding with the golden-haired ape. With the strike executed, the leader in black scarcely afforded himself a glance, his body swaying slightly as he resumed his pursuit of Foxuan. Having provoked the golden-haired ape, the leader's murderous intent intensified, and he dared not linger. With a slight lift of his hand, he harnessed the power of the heavens, sealing off the path with his aura and delivering a decisive blow. At this juncture, the leader was fighting with every ounce of his being, expending tremendous energy to escalate his speed to eliminate Foxuan, for if he delayed further, even if he succeeded in slaying Foxuan, escaping the golden-haired ape's clutches would prove a formidable challenge. The path ahead was already sealed by the opponent's aura. Should he force his way through, even employing the word technique, he would inevitably succumb to the impending thunderous strike. For innate experts, once their aura had been locked onto, Escape was a futile endeavor. Counterattack. Without a moment's hesitation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Fangsuan's eyes as he spun around, drawing out an afterimage that charged directly at the golden-haired ape. In this moment of desperate combat, the leader in black seemed to sense the fierce aura emanating from Fangsuan, as well as the despair in his heart. How? Upon seeing Fangsuan again, the golden-haired ape visibly hesitated for a moment before unleashing a furious roar, brandishing its massive fists and baring its teeth as it lunged toward him. In the ensuing chaos, Fangsuan seized the opportunity presented by the golden-haired ape's attack. Skillfully weaving between the two opponents, utilizing the rapidity of the word technique, he maneuvered like a fish, evading capture. Of course, such actions were akin to walking a tightrope. Neither the golden-haired ape nor the leader in black was an adversary Fangsuan could contend with, especially since he was gravely injured, barely clinging to life. Even without an attacker, he could succumb at any moment. Crack! A sharp sound of bones shattering echoed as Fangsuan's body was suddenly sent flying by the golden-haired ape's strike. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, staining his chest crimson as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any breath, dead. In that instant, the leader in black's gaze sharpened, disbelief mingling with confusion. Could this cursed boy truly have perished at the hands of a spirit beast? His consciousness quickly extended, reaching out to Fangsuan, and he distinctly sensed that Fangsuan had ceased to breathe. Even his heartbeat had stopped. Only at this moment did the leader release a slight sigh of relief, as an innate expert. He was absolutely confident in his judgment, certain that he had not erred. Under normal circumstances, adhering to his usual style, he would have struck again to ensure the kill, but with Fangsuan dead, the golden-haired ape erupted into a frenzy, launching a terrifying barrage of attacks that descended upon him like a tempest, leaving no room for further contemplation. While Fangsuan lived, he could risk everything to slay him, even at the cost of injury. However, now that Fangsuan was dead, he had no intention of grappling with the golden-haired ape for a mere corpse. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Having suffered significant losses in their previous skirmish, the golden-haired ape would not let such a favorable opportunity pass. With a roar, it pounded its chest and chased after the leader in black. Without Fangsuan's interference, the golden-haired ape quickly closed the distance, for in terms of speed, humans were ultimately inferior to spirit beasts. This was precisely why the leader had hesitated before pursuing earlier. Completely shedding the golden-haired ape was no easy feat. As the man and beast gradually receded from view, Fangsuan, who had appeared lifeless on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Rising from the earth, he wiped the blood from his lips and transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly vanishing into the nearby forest. Feigning death was one of the assassin's techniques. With adequate preparation, inducing a temporary cessation of the heartbeat is not an insurmountable challenge. After all, many patients have been successfully revived after their heart stopped. Have they not? Naturally, such knowledge was beyond the grasp of the leader in black, who lacked even the understanding of visual deception. From desperation springs life. Since comprehending the word technique, Fangsuan had already formulated an entire plan. Everything that followed was merely preparation for this moment. And this was far from the end. Chapter 10. Disguise and Slaughter. Miss Lung, I advise you not to move recklessly. Glancing at the flickering eyes of Lung Xinling, the assassin beside her furrowed his brow and warned. They had never doubted the leader's power. Now, all they could do was await his return. Clearly, there was no hope of escape for a target like Lung Xinling. Kill me, and I will immediately grant you the golden spirit cleansing technique, if you agree to end my life. After a moment of silence, Lung Xinling spoke to the assassin beside her, her words steeped in bitterness. With an innate expert personally intervening, she had entirely relinquished hope of escape. Her sole desire now was to seek death rather than fall into the hands of these assassins and suffer indignities. Sorry, you won't be dying before the leader returns. With a dismissive curl of his lips, the assassin replied nonchalantly, and a glimmer of greed danced in his eyes as he looked at Lung Xinling. The once unattainable young lady from the Long family had now become merely a woman to be manipulated at will. Do you wish to die? I can offer you that opportunity. In that moment, the voice of the leader in black suddenly rang out, and an invisible killing intent erupted, silencing everyone in unison. Leader, nodding slightly, the leader in black was bloodied and caked in dirt, his face scarcely recognizable. He bore visible injuries, his clothing disheveled and stained with mud and blood, emanating an indescribable sense of fatigue. His gaze toward Lung Xinling was rife with murderous intent. Ah, what a fine Lung family, to have attracted such a ruthless individual, leading me to dance on the edge of death within the spirit beast's domain. Miss Lang, tell me, How should I express my gratitude? Long Xinling's heart trembled violently, and the last flicker of hope extinguished, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Leader, you're injured? Upon hearing the leader's words, several assassins instantly reacted, realizing that the severe injuries he sustained were due to an encounter with a terrifying spirit beast. The so-called innate strongman, if it were anyone else, would likely have been torn to shreds by the spirit beast long ago. You few, strip her of her clothing. Soon everyone shall have a taste. A sinister grin crept upon the lips of the black-clad leader as he spoke viciously. Yes, Commander. Sensing the wrath of their leader, several assassins hurriedly approached Long Xinling. Clumsily beginning to tear at her garments, it was evident that this woman had become the outlet for the leader's fury. And it seemed inevitable that she would be toyed with until her demise. The thought of everyone having their turn only fueled their fervor. You fools, can't you even manage to remove a woman's clothing? Observing the ineptitude of his subordinates, the leader scoffed disdainfully and strode over. Beasts, may you meet a wretched end. Instantly subdued, with no chance for self-destruction, tears streamed down Long Xinling's face as she cursed in bitter resentment. We await the spectacle of your demise. Aha! Such feeble threats would hardly intimidate even an ordinary person, much less these ruthless assassins, who erupted into laughter. Splurt. Before the laughter could fade, a fountain of fresh blood erupted, splattering Long Xinling's face. Accompanied by a shriek. Several more spurts of blood followed, and in the blink of an eye, the assassins who had just been laughing found their heads severed, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. Grasping one of the severed heads, the black-clad leader coldly wiped the blood from his dagger before turning to Long Xinling. If you wish to die, first hand over the golden spirit cleansing technique, then you may die at your leisure. In that moment, Long Xinling was so stunned that she could hardly respond, her mind a chaotic mess as she stared blankly at him. She could not fathom why the black-clad leader had suddenly turned on his own subordinates. Foolish woman, do you intend to lie there exposed? With a haughty scoff, the leader's tone shifted abruptly to one of mocking derision. You are. A flicker of recognition struck Long Xinling. The leader's visage seemed vaguely familiar. And that voice, it could only belong to Fong Siyuan. Idiot. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Fong Siyuan showed no interest in her and casually ripped the clothing from one of the assassins, changing without a care. Only upon hearing Fong Siyuan's voice did Long Xinling finally come to her senses. Indeed, since his appearance, Fong Siyuan's face had been smeared with blood and dirt, rendering his true likeness unrecognizable. Preconceived notions had obscured her perception. But how could he have escaped the black-clad leader and even dared to impersonate him? Could it be? Staring in disbelief at Fong Siyuan, she stammered. You killed him? Heavens, he was an innate strongman. How could he have been so effortlessly eradicated? This was inconceivable. No matter how formidable Fong Siyuan might be, he was merely an acquired martial artist. How could he possibly slay an innate strongman? Not yet, Fong Siyuan replied lazily, methodically sorting through the assassin's belongings, pulling out various trinkets with an air of nonchalance. Is running about naked enjoyable? Without even glancing up, he spoke indifferently. Another screech pierced the air as Long Xinling scrambled to don the tattered remnants of her clothing. What shall we do now? Having finally managed to cover herself, her face flushed with embarrassment, she stuttered her inquiry. Smack. Once he had gathered his belongings, Fong Siyuan offered no reply, instead standing lazily before Long Xinling and delivering a sharp slap across her face. Before she could react, he followed up with several more strikes, leaving her cheeks swollen and bruised. What are you doing? Long Xinling exclaimed in outrage, her eyes blazing as she glared at Fong Siyuan. If you wish to live, it would be wise to refrain from further chatter. Fong Siyuan, however, showed no inclination to explain himself and, without hesitation, seized a sword, thrusting it into Long Xinling twice, though not aimed at any vital points. His strikes were merciless, devoid of any tenderness. Please, don't kill me. You haven't yet acquired the next part. You cannot kill me. The impression Fong Siyuan had made upon her was indelibly etched in her mind. He was capable of lethal violence at a moment's notice. And the mere thought sent chills down her spine. Now, in confusion over her supposed transgression, she feared he might eliminate her to silence her. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Fong Siyuan was tempted to put an end to this foolish woman. Did she truly think he would expend such effort if he intended to kill her? If I hear another word from you, I will slay you immediately. Go ahead, test me. Chapter 11, Absolute Kill. Though Long Xinling may not have been particularly clever, she was certainly attuned to the situation. Sensing Fong Siyuan's murderous intent, she promptly fell silent, enduring the pain of the sword piercing her flesh. suppressing her cries. Of course, this was also due to her realization that Fong Siyuan was deliberately avoiding her vital areas. After scrutinizing her wounds and disheveled attire, Lang Xinling finally nodded in satisfaction. Remember, stay still and do not move. Otherwise, I will personally end your life. Without waiting for her agreement, Fong Siyuan abruptly dragged over 2 corpses, drawing a long sword and plunging it into his own chest. Even with countless scenarios playing in her mind, Lang Xinling could not help but scream in shock at Fong Siyuan's sudden action. This strike was far more forceful than the previous ones aimed at her, and she could vividly see the blade piercing through. Blood trickling down the sword's edge. Casting a glance back at Lang Xinling, Fong Siyuan's expression remained icy, unperturbed, as if the sword had pierced another's body. Instead, he collapsed motionless on the ground, using the other 2 corpses to conceal himself. Feigning death. At that moment, Lang Xinling began to grasp Fong Siyuan's intentions. Even when viewed from the perspective of a companion, she couldn't help but gasp in awe. This was true ruthlessness. A cruelty directed even more fiercely at oneself than at others. Yet, the thought of Fong Siyuan's intended target sent shivers down her spine. He was indeed an innate strong man. Time ticked away. Yet for Lang Xinling, it felt as though each passing second stretched into eternity, suffocating her with dread. The pain from her wounds was relentless, and exhaustion washed over her, making her head spin. After an indeterminate period, a cold snort echoed in her ears, and in the next moment, the disheveled figure of the black-clad leader appeared beside her. His appearance was hardly better than when Fong Siyuan had first shown himself. Gripping her sword tightly, Lang Xinling instinctively stepped back, fearfully locking her gaze on him. I underestimated you a bit, he remarked, surveying the corpses strewn about. Frowning, he approached the nearest body, inspecting the wounds with a cold smirk. To achieve such a series of kills at close range, you possess quite the skill. Having merely cast a cursory glance, the black-clad leader had nearly deduced the situation. However, he had mistakenly assumed that Fong Siyuan had become Lang Xinling. Hand over the items. Casting a dispassionate glance at Lang Xinling, he spoke in a low, commanding tone, showing no concern for her feelings. The dead were inconsequential to him. After all, they were merely acquired martial artists, having slain Fong Siyuan and cornered Lang Xinling. This operation was considered a perfect success, with the remaining details being of little importance. If you promise to spare me, I will give it to you. Suppressing her rising panic, Lang Xinling cautiously ventured to negotiate, her grip on the sword trembling, lacking the courage to strike. You lack the standing to bargain with me. A hint of disdain appeared on the black-clad leader's lips as he coldly addressed her, as if she were a pitiful insect. I will count to 3. A flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes as he threatened ominously, having been entangled with the golden-haired ape for so long. The black-clad leader had sustained significant injuries. If he did not find a place to recuperate soon, it could severely impact his cultivation. In this state, he had no patience left to waste on Lang Xinling. Nor did he see the need to engage in idle banter. 1. A glint of lethal intent shone in his eyes as he coldly regarded Lang Xinling, dispensing with any superfluous words. 2. In that moment, Lang Xinling's mind was a chaotic tangle. She wanted to glance back at Fong Siyuan, yet feared that any sign of anxiety might expose her vulnerabilities, plunging her into a fatal predicament. Unbeknownst to the black-clad leader, Lang Xinling's turmoil was of no concern to him. With a swift motion, he seized her by the throat, lifting her as one would a chick. Now was the moment. Grabbing Lang Xinling, he inadvertently presented his back to Fong Siyuan, who, seizing the fleeting opportunity, sprang into action, his dagger glinting as it aimed directly for the black-clad leader's heart. Almost simultaneously with Fong Siyuan's assault, the black-clad leader sensed something amiss and attempted to evade. Yet, in such close quarters, there was no room for maneuvering. The unparalleled speed of Fong Siyuan abruptly manifested as a fleeting shadow, appearing directly behind the leader clad in black. With a burst of explosive force tenfold, he concentrated all his might into a single, devastating strike that crashed into the leader's back with tremendous impact. The dagger sank accurately into the heart, eliciting a spray of crimson, while that terrifying force sent the black-clad leader hurtling away, along with Lang Xinling, who was thrown nearly 10 meters back. After all, as a congenital master, even with the dagger piercing his heart, he did not immediately succumb to death but turned in horror to gaze at the blood-soaked Fong Siyuan, his face a mask of disbelief. The black-clad leader could not fathom how Fong Siyuan, who should have perished at the hands of the golden-haired ape, suddenly appeared here, evading his senses and delivering a fatal blow during his moment of negligence. As life rapidly ebbed away, the murderous intent within the leader surged ever more fervently. He could not rest until Fong Siyuan was dead, lest he himself meet an unsatisfactory end. A dignified congenital master could not die in such a humiliating manner. The horrific power sealed his vital energy, and the black-clad leader swiftly gathered the last remnants of his strength. Fixating his gaze on Fangsuan, intent on dragging him down into the abyss as well. Yet, in that instant, the leader suddenly felt his body stiffen, a tingling sensation coursing through him, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger exceedingly arduous. Poison. In an instant, the black-clad leader grasped the situation. But how had he been poisoned? Calmly regarding the leader, Fangsuan grunted as he withdrew a long sword from his own body. The poison was left behind by Fu Bo. And Fangsuan had merely conducted a brief study of its properties. As for the toxin, it had only been applied to the corpses when the black-clad leader returned to inspect the bodies. He had already been poisoned. However, at that time, his congenital strength was sufficient to easily repel the toxins, rendering them ineffective. Yet, Fangsuan's sudden, lethal strike had thrust him into a dire predicament, in such a grievously wounded state. His resistance to the poison had weakened considerably. Moreover, his desperate attempt to drag Fangsuan down with him, focusing all his remaining power, inadvertently triggered the toxin's effects. It is not an exaggeration to say that from the moment he returned to slay those assassins, Fangsuan had meticulously orchestrated every detail in his mind. Whether it was striking Lang Xinling, wounding himself, or letting the sword pierce through his chest, it was all to ensure that everything appeared as authentic as possible, leaving no trace of flaw. Though all of this might have been unnecessary, he still executed it flawlessly without hesitation, all for the sake of that moment of guaranteed kill, precise calculations, terrifying patience, and a maniacal ferocity. When all of these elements converged, it ultimately culminated in this astonishing assassination. An assassin is one who, through meticulous calculations, constantly accumulates advantages, striking decisively at the most opportune moment, and regardless of the preparations made prior. It is merely a prelude to that resplendent finishing blow. With eyes wide in agony, the black-clad leader coughed up a mouthful of blood, succumbing to an untimely demise, laden with endless resentment and hatred. Chapter 12. The Cold Old Ghost. Hand it over, Fangsuan said, regarding Lang Xinling with a gaze as indifferent as stone, as though slaying the black-clad leader, a congenital master, was merely a trivial affair. Young master, you are gravely injured. If left untreated, it could endanger your life. Let me take you back to the Lung family for healing. Lang Xinling urged, her concern evident as she observed Fangsuan's blood-soaked garments. No need. With a slight arch of his brow, Fangsuan suppressed the intense dizziness and coldly refused. Though he bore no ill will towards Lang Xinling, trust was a different matter altogether. To go to the Lang family while severely injured was akin to entrusting his life to her. Such a course of action was something Fangsuan would never entertain. An assassin can only ever trust oneself. Now, even if I were to tell you, young master, would you still be able to discern truth from falsehood? Lang Xinling remarked with a wry smile. Raising her hands in resignation. At this, Fangsuan paused slightly. Others might be unaware, but he was acutely aware of his current physical condition. The harrowing battles he had endured had been excessively brutal. Merely managing to hold on until now was a miracle. And there was no way he could discern the authenticity of techniques, as if nothing were amiss. Tio put it bluntly. Even if he were told, he would struggle to remember. After a moment's hesitation, Fangsuan gently pressed on his wound, using the pain to sharpen his awareness. 3 days hence, I shall come to the Lung family to find you. You had best not go back on your word. With a light push against the ground, Fangsuan darted into the forest with remarkable agility. The ability to assess a situation is a fundamental skill for an assassin. In the present circumstances, lingering would be futile, so he chose to depart decisively. As for everything else, he would find a way to resolve it once his body had recovered somewhat. In truth, Fangsuan was not oblivious. Allowing Lang Xinling to return to the Lang family would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Yet, Fangsuan's physical state left no room for further contemplation. Having resolved the pursuit of the assassins, the path ahead posed no obstacles for Lang Xinling, who hastily returned to Crescent Moon City overnight. So, you mean to say you have already divulged the upper portion of the golden spirit cleansing technique to him? Leaning against the headboard, the cold old ghost fixed a steady gaze upon Lang Xinling. Indeed. Ancestor. In that moment, there was no time for me to consider. I had no choice but to feign compliance in order to ensure my escape. Lang Xinling replied cautiously, a sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Although she was the legitimate granddaughter of the Lung family, standing before the patriarch who controlled everything instilled a sense of trepidation. A mere guard dares to covet my Lung family's ultimate techniques? Truly seeking death, the cold old ghost scoffed. Very well, he claims he will return, does he not? At that time, we shall see him off properly. Wait, ancestor, though he is merely an acquired martial artist, for some unknown reason, he was able to contend with a congenital master. While he employed certain tactics, he ultimately managed to slay the congenital master. This cannot be judged by common logic. Upon hearing this, Lung Xinling's heart trembled, and she quickly interjected. Although she had returned to the Lung family, merely thinking of Fang Xuan's terrifying capabilities sent chills down her spine. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to become his enemy. It was merely a surprise attack aided by a spirit beast. What is there to it? The cold old ghost replied dismissively. This is not something for you to concern yourself with. I shall handle it as I see fit. Yes. Xinling understands. Not daring to say more, Lung Xinling lowered her head and gradually exited the room, rubbing her temples with a sigh, ultimately returning to her own chamber. Ancestor, the actions of the Assassin Alliance this time have truly crossed the line. What do you think? After Lung Xinling departed, an old servant beside the cold old ghost inquired softly. Humph, they merely take advantage of my weakened state. The cold old ghost scoffed derisively, then calmly added. However, it is indeed embarrassing that such a traitor has emerged from the Lung family. Conduct a thorough investigation. See if there are any others with ulterior motives. There is no need to report to me. Simply deal with them directly. Understood. By the way, have we managed to summon the divine physician? The cold old ghost pressed a hand against his slightly aching chest, unable to suppress his curiosity. No news yet. The old servant shook his head with a wry smile. The divine physician is notoriously elusive. It may be quite difficult to find him at the moment. I fear for your health. Gently closing his eyes, a hint of fatigue surfaced in the cold old ghost's gaze as he sighed. Very well, life and death are fated. I have lived long enough. There is nothing to regret. Ancestor, you are blessed and destined for longevity. You will surely find a solution. Shaking his head, remaining silent, the cold old ghost calmly closed his eyes. Find a way to locate that Fang Xuan. The Lung family's ultimate techniques must not be leaked. We cannot always rely on him to deliver himself to our doorstep. I understand. Young man, you are a martial artist, are you not? Your physical prowess is indeed exceptional. Such severe injuries, and yet you can rise and move about in just 2 days. Truly astonishing. The old physician stroked his goatee, marveling with a smile. I've practiced for a few years, but it's hardly commendable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so easily injured by bandits. The young man replied with a wry smile, scratching his head. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for your saving grace. I feel quite embarrassed. No need for thanks. The heart of a healer is akin to that of a parent. I merely did what little I could, the old physician replied, pleased with the young man's demeanor. Now, rest. Given your physical condition, you should be back to normal within half a month. Thank you, sir. Nodding gratefully, the young man casually asked, by the way, sir, have there been any significant events in the city lately? Speaking of which, I have heard that the young lady of the Lung family was assassinated and barely escaped with her life. The head of the Lung family is furious. It seems we are in for another storm of bloodshed. The old physician sighed, shaking his head. Is the Lung family very powerful? The young man inquired with curiosity. Indeed. The Lung family is one of the 3 great powers in Crescent Moon City, and the head of the family is a congenital master, quite formidable. These matters are evidently common knowledge in Crescent Moon City, the old doctor explained without a hint of hesitation. The young man, deep in thought, nodded slightly, thanking the old doctor before reclining on the bed, a medicinal herb held delicately between his lips, revealing a barely perceptible chill point, one of the 3 great powers of Crescent Moon City. You say, they are known for their integrity. Otherwise, the matter of assassins is not to be taken lightly. Chapter 13. The Deadly Strike. Miss, someone is looking for you. The young maid suddenly entered from the outer courtyard, bringing the news that Lang Xingling had been awaiting with bated breath. Although the visitor claimed to be merely a friend, Lang Xingling knew better than anyone that it was inevitably Fang Xiyuan. Despite many in the household speculating that Fang Xiyuan lacked the courage to come and claim the half-completed cultivation method, that brief encounter had made it abundantly clear to Lang Xingling that Fang Xiyuan would not easily relinquish his claim, and that the Lung family could never compel him to submit. Taking a deep breath, Lang Xingling finally rose and made her way to the ancestral house. The decision was made by the ancestor, and she had no authority to alter it. Thus, her only course of action was to find a way to ensure Fang Xiyuan remained, for if he were to escape, her future would undoubtedly be fraught with unease. Is he here? The old ghost of Lung raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. Indeed, In the presence of this venerable ancestor, Lung Xingling dared not conceal the truth, bowing respectfully and answering succinctly without any superfluous words. Enough, I understand. Nodding, the old ghost of Lung tapped the table with satisfaction. He was pleased that Lung Xingling had come to fulfill her duty seriously. As for Fang Xiyuan, he dismissed him entirely, considering him merely a youth of insufficient strength to stir up much trouble. Send someone over. If he knows his place, incapacitate him and offer him wealth, lest others claim that the Lung family lacks compassion. Turning to a nearby old servant, the old ghost of Lung issued his orders nonchalantly. Though he appeared to be a mere servant, he was, in truth, a genuine innate master, holding a position of superiority within the Lung family, thus ensuring success in the old ghost's eyes. Seated in the parlor, the young man nonchalantly sipped tea and savored pastries, as if he were merely a guest. These pastries are delightful. Could you send me some later? He yawned lazily, smiling at the maid beside him in jest. Young master is jesting, she replied, her cheeks flushed. It must be said that the young man had an appealing demeanor. Clad in a blue robe, he exuded a certain carefree charm that naturally endeared him to others. The maid, unaware of the ancestor's attitude towards this young man, responded with a blush. The young master is a friend of our miss. How could we concern ourselves with such trifles? With a light chuckle, the young man chose not to elaborate further, merely raising his head slightly to gaze outside. At that moment, Lung Xingling had arrived, accompanied by several others. Young Master Fang. Upon entering the parlor, Lung Xingling regarded the young man with a complex expression, opening her mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. Miss Lung carries herself with great dignity. Even in her own home, she is accompanied by innate masters. Truly, she is worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Lung family, Fang Xiyuan remarked with a hint of mockery in his tone. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Young master, I feel deeply ashamed, Lung Xingling said, slightly bowing her head, sighing inwardly before stating earnestly. In a moment of crisis, I entrusted you with preserving our family's secret technique, the Golden Spirit cleansing method. Today, you have honored our agreement, and I feel profoundly indebted. With this inversion of truth, the atmosphere shifted entirely, leaving no opportunity for Fang Xiyuan to respond. Even standing on opposing sides, upon hearing Lung Xingling's words, Fang Xiyuan could not help but express admiration. Clap, clap, clap. Lightly applauding, Fang Xiyuan rose with a smile, though a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. So, it seems I owe your family a debt. Young master is jesting. You are the savior of my life. And now you return the technique as promised. You are naturally to be treated as an esteemed guest of the Lung family. Pausing for a moment, Lung Xingling continued. I previously stated that I would repay you handsomely. Now, I shall honor that promise. If you have any requests, please feel free to make them. Then I should thank you. A hint of derision crossed Fang Xiyuan's face as he replied coolly. If that is the case, I kindly request that Miss Lang present me with the Golden Spirit cleansing method. Humph. At this mention, a nearby guard could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, preposterous. The Golden Spirit cleansing method is a secret of our Lung family. How could it be passed to another? Slap. Almost instantaneously, as the guard finished speaking, Fang Xiyuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. I am conversing with your master. When did it become the turn of a dog to bark? His strike was as swift as lightning, leaving the guard no chance to react, nor did he intend to show any respect to the Lung family. Preposterous. A glimmer of sharpness shone in the eyes of the old servant who had been standing behind Lung Xingling. He finally sprang into action, mirroring Fang Xiyuan's assault on the guard with a swift slap of his own. Crack. The impact sent Fang Xiyuan's form shattering into fragments, only to reappear seated at the table. Is this the extent of the Lung family's generous repayment? Fang Xiyuan remarked with a hint of mockery. Lifting a teacup and taking a leisurely sip out a mere shadow, as the realization dawned, the previously impassive old servant's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Fang Xiyuan's form. What a remarkable technique. No wonder you dare to act so brazenly in my Lung family. Brazen, you say? Fang Xiyuan lazily scanned the old servant, replying coolly. I have no desire to beat around the bush, Lung Xingling. I have but one question. Will you honor the reward you promised me or not? His voice was soft, devoid of any menacing tone, as if he were making a casual remark. Yet, the chilling gaze from his eyes exerted immense pressure on Lung Xingling, even with an innate master by her side. She felt utterly devoid of safety. To give or not to give. It was merely a single phrase. However, the implications of that simple answer could lead to cataclysmic changes. As the saying goes, a single thought can lead to heaven or hell. If it were up to Lung Xingling's true inclination, she would never wish to forge a deadly enmity with Fang Xiyuan. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond her control. After a moment of silence, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Lung Xingling's eyes as she slowly raised her head. Young Master Fang, you jest. As long as you return the technique, our Lung family will surely repay you handsomely. Good. The moment the word good escaped his lips, Fang Xiyuan's body suddenly sprang into action, a chilling dagger appearing in his hand, aimed swiftly at Lung Xingling's throat. You dare. Having witnessed Fang Xiyuan's speed, the old servant, no longer daring to be careless, had already positioned himself in front of Lung Xingling the instant Fang Xiyuan made his move. Slap. Instinctively raising his hand, the fierce figure before him transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing entirely into thin air. Caught off guard, in an instant, the old servant grasped the situation. Fang Xiyuan had no intention of killing Lung Xingling. He merely seized the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiyuan had already slipped away, his voice carrying a murderous intent as it wafted through the air, echoing with a tone of wild determination. What a splendid Lung family. I shall remember this day. Should I survive, I will enact my vengeance. A deadly vow. Those three simple words resonated with an unwavering resolve for retribution. Others may not fully comprehend the gravity of the threat, but Lung Xingling, having witnessed Fang Xiyuan's prowess firsthand, understood all too well that this was no hollow threat. Such a formidable adversary was truly terrifying, even if his current strength did not pose a threat to the Lung family. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a life-and-death enemy. He bears wounds. Do not allow him to escape. At all costs, kill him. A glint of terror flickered in Lung Xingling's eyes as she issued her chilling command. A death sentence. Chapter 14. The Escape. Let them pursue. With a hint of mockery gracing his lips, Fang Xiyuan vanished in a flash, propelling himself to the limits of his speed, effortlessly escaping the courtyard. Having dared to come, Fang Xiyuan was well prepared. Otherwise, would he not be courting death? Assassins tread the fine line between life and death, possessing a keen awareness of mortality, but this does not imply that they fear death any less than ordinary individuals. In truth, assassins are far more vigilant regarding their own lives. The adage of seeing through fame and fortune, treating wealth as worthless, does not mean they squander it heedlessly. Rather, it conveys a willingness to spend when necessary. Of course, Lung Xingling was not entirely mistaken about Fang Xiyuan's injuries. Within the mere span of 3 days, even with a physician's care, his wounds could not fully heal. Thus, he was bound by the necessity to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Otherwise, with the twist of truth she had spun earlier, it would have been enough to allow Fang Xiyuan to swiftly claim her head. At such close quarters, had Fang Xiyuan been willing to pay a price. Even an innate master would find it impossible to withstand his devastating strike. Kill. With a single command from Lung Xingling, the entire Lung family sprang into action, guards and family members alike converging to join the pursuit. Yet, to Fang Xiyuan, these pursuers were hardly a concern. Among those who had given chase, only the old servant with innate strength truly posed a threat. The remaining postnatal warriors were nothing but a joke in his eyes. The comprehension of the Xing Ziju goes beyond merely the explosive manifestation of extreme speed. The enhancement of agility and velocity is equally significant, as the elder once articulated. The Xing Ziju signifies that the second threshold of the innate realm has unfurled before Fang Xiyuan. Though the endeavor to push through the door remains far from sufficient, the repercussions it brings forth are not to be underestimated. Which way? With a cold grunt, the old servant of the Lung family conjured a long sword. Swooping down like a hawk, his assault is swift as the wind. The might of an innate warrior is not something an ordinary person can rival. With this initial strike, the entire situation shifted dramatically. The overwhelming power of heaven and earth descended like thunder, as if intent on sealing the entire space. Merely this strike suffices to demonstrate that the old servant of the Lung family possesses strength that surpasses even that of the black-clad commander. Without a hint of hesitation, the ultimate speed was unleashed in an instant, creating an illusion that allowed Fang Xiyuan to evade the opponent's mental lock in the nick of time. Yet, this was still far from adequate. Under such circumstances, Fang Xiyuan dared not hold back in the slightest, even disregarding the intense exhaustion from his severe injuries. Without a moment's pause, he invoked the Xing Ziju once more, hastily making his escape. Fortunately, The distance from the living room to the main gate of the Long residence was not overly extensive. After executing the Xing Ziju 4 times in quick succession, Fang Xuan successfully fled the Long estate. The continuous use of the Xing Ziju imposed a tremendous burden on Fang Xuan's body, causing his wounds to burst open and blood to stain his azure robe. Moreover, this was far from the conclusion. The explosive force of extreme speed made Fang Xuan swifter than innate warriors. However, it did not imply that long-distance running could outpace an innate warrior, mere moments after escaping the Lang residence. The old servant of the Lung family pursued him relentlessly, exhibiting no sign of panic. Fang Xuan's face even bore a hint of disdain as he swiftly turned into a side alley. For Fang Xuan, all of this had been meticulously planned in advance. Until now, everything remained within his control. While the city was not as conducive to concealment as the forest terrain, for an assassin, the crowd itself served as the best cover. Moreover, prior to this, Fang Xuan had made ample preparations, even going so far as to deliberately draw many individuals into his path, without the Xing Ziju, under the mental lock of an innate warrior. No number of people could obscure his presence. However, the explosive speed of the Xing Ziju shattered this deadlock, creating residual shadows allowed him to briefly escape the mental lock of the innate warrior, thus granting Fang Xuan the possibility of survival. Although the momentary escape was fleeting, if utilized effectively, it could suffice for Fang Xuan to evade capture. The instant he darted into the alley, the old servant of the Leng family discovered that Fang Xuan had already blended into the bustling crowd. No matter how he attempted to lock onto Fang Xuan's presence, he could find not a trace. On the ground lay a blood-stained azure robe. Aside from that, only the surrounding crowd remained, cowering in fear. Too terrified to meet his gaze, showing no sign of abnormality that in that moment, the old servant of the Lung family was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably, almost compelling him to slaughter everyone in the alley. However, the sheer multitude of individuals posed a significant challenge. Although the Lung family was powerful, committing mass murder in broad daylight would undoubtedly be difficult to justify to the city lord. In Xinyue City, the true rulers were not the Lung family, especially considering the severe injuries sustained by the head of the Lung family, Cold Old Ghost. This potential cause for trouble could not be carelessly allowed to transpire. Cousin Long, have you captured him? At that moment, Lung Xinling had also led her men in pursuit, hesitating briefly before finally inquiring. With a disdainful snort, the old servant of the Lung family stomped his foot in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, he irritably waved his hand and turned back toward the Lang residence. Having lost the strength to explain to her if previously Lung Xinling had expressed skepticism regarding Fang Xuan's prowess in slaying innate warriors with the aid of spirit beasts in the illusory forest. The fact that Fang Xuan had now escaped from under his grasp was undeniably humiliating, leaving him with a profound sense of embarrassment. The memory of Fang Xuan's departure, accompanied by a chilling declaration of intent, only heightened his agitation. Failing to eliminate the opponent entirely had left the Lung family with a significant dilemma. Perhaps Fang Xuan could not yet threaten the Lung family, but let us not forget that young man was merely in his 20s. Should he ever ascend to the innate realm, the troubles for the Leng family would become genuinely formidable. Of course, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The first challenge he must confront was the wrath of Cold Old Ghost. If this matter were to be mishandled, that esteemed figure would undoubtedly prove difficult to appease. Chapter 15, The Master of Silver Needles. Bang, bang. Who is it? Setting aside his medical practice, the old doctor spoke with displeasure. The knocking sounded as urgent as a death summons. Open the door quickly. We're here to conduct an inspection. After impatiently knocking a few more times, the soldier bellowed. Glancing at the bright moon hanging in the sky, the old doctor, somewhat helpless, rose to open the door. What inspection could possibly warrant such a late visit? The moon hung high, torchlight illuminating the scene. Such a commotion had not been encountered in many years. Have you seen this person? Raising a hand, he unfurled a portrait, pointing at the young man depicted within, urging the doctor to scrutinize it closely. If you can provide any clues, there will be rewards. Focusing intently, the old doctor couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The person in the portrait appeared familiar. Do you recognize him? The doctor's reaction immediately invigorated the soldiers, who pressed him for answers. This person is named Fang Xuan. After hesitating, the old doctor scrutinized the portrait once more, albeit with uncertainty. That's right, old man. Quickly tell us where you've seen this person. A soldier seized the doctor's arm, breathless with anticipation. The Lung family had invested heavily in capturing this individual. not only enlisting the city lord to issue a wanted notice, but also offering a substantial bounty privately. Anyone who could provide effective information would receive a handsome reward. If the old doctor could supply valuable news. By the rules, they too would be entitled to a share of the bounty. Yes, I have seen him. A few days ago, 3 days ago, I encountered him while practicing medicine. He was covered in injuries. And I nearly thought he wouldn't survive. Mentioning this, a look of pride crossed the old doctor's face. In the end, I exerted considerable effort and managed to save him. Where is he now? The soldiers had no patience to listen to his boasting about medical skills and seized the old man's collar. I don't know. The old doctor forced a bitter smile, expressing his helplessness. This morning, he stubbornly walked away, and I have no idea where he went. Damn it, are you messing with me? Upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted in anger, drawing their blades to the old man's throat. Old fool, think fast, or I swear I'll stab you. Spare me, military gentleman. I truly do not know. With a bright blade at his neck, the old doctor trembled uncontrollably. Outrageous. You ruffians dare to disrespect a healer. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out from behind the soldiers, its tone not loud but brimming with authority. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? The soldiers immediately bristled, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to confront the intruder. How dare you? The elder's eyes glinted with an indescribable severity as he sternly rebuked. Even the city lord of Xinyue City must greet me with respect. What makes you think you can threaten me? Who are you? Such grand claims stunned the soldiers, who realized the implications of his words. If he disregarded the city lord, his stature must be immense. I am the master of silver needles. Zhang Yixian. The elder calmly stroked his beard, speaking with a hint of pride. Master of silver needles. The soldiers blinked in confusion, unable to recall such a figure among the renowned physicians of the age. However, their ignorance did not imply a lack of respect. At least, they, as common thugs, dared not easily offend him. And you, while it is true that a healer's heart is compassionate, you must not forsake the dignity and respect of a healer. Stand tall and do not bow. Thank you for the guidance, sir. The old doctor bowed slightly, a hint of shame evident in his eyes. Will you not take your leave, old man? Turning away, the elder cast a cold glance at the soldiers, sarcastically urging them. Yes. Drenched in sweat, the soldiers quickly retreated, feeling immense pressure despite the elder's apparent status as merely a physician. It was hard to breathe in his presence. Forgive my ignorance. Elder, may I ask why I have not heard of your esteemed name before? Typically, such inquiries would be deemed inappropriate, yet the old doctor's straightforward nature compelled him to voice his thoughts. The one who referred to himself as the master of silver needles, Zhang Yixian, bore an imposing aura that instinctively connected him with the legendary healers. What is your name? Casting a dismissive glance at the old doctor, the elder inquired with a condescending tone. I am Wang Yu, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The old doctor answered respectfully. A mere common name, why fuss over it? The elder sighed, seemingly disappointed as he regarded the old doctor. A healer seeks nothing more than to alleviate suffering and benefit all of humanity. If you cannot pierce through the veils of fame and fortune, do not expect to grasp the true essence of the art of healing in this lifetime. This statement instantaneously caused the elderly physician to break into a cold sweat, rendering him utterly speechless. Do you possess any silver needles? The elder, ignoring the prior conversation, furrowed his brow upon hearing the moans of several patients from the back courtyard. Silver needles. The old physician was momentarily taken aback. What purpose does the gentleman have for silver needles? Needless to say, they're for healing. With an irritable huff, the elder cast a glance at him. Disinterested in further discourse, he reached for a knife from the table beside him, then retrieved a piece of silver from his pocket. Weighing it briefly before deftly flipping his wrist. In a flash of glimmering steel, he had fashioned over a dozen silver needles of varying lengths, neatly arranged upon the table. This display was nothing short of spectacular. Even the old physician, who had spent a lifetime in the practice of medicine, was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the connection between these silver needles and healing. Throughout the world, he had never heard of anyone employing silver needles for medical treatment, unless, perhaps, it was the legendary divine healer. Just then, a thought struck him. He recalled the title the stranger had claimed, Master of Silver Needles. Could this indeed be the origin of such a name? The mere contemplation sent a thrill of excitement coursing through the old physician's heart. It appeared that the stranger was about to unveil a remarkable skill, a rare opportunity indeed. Just the thought of it was enough to stir one's passions if all of this were true. Then the stranger's medical prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Even if he were not a divine healer, he surely could not be far behind at AS for deceit. The old physician had not a shred of doubt. Just the words he had spoken moments ago were far beyond the capabilities of a charlatan. Chapter 16. The transformation into a renowned healer. Ouch! Moaning in agony upon the bed, the middle-aged man had his brow tightly knitted, as the wound on his leg festered and emitted a foul stench. "Doctor, I apologize. The pain is unbearable, and I could not contain myself. I assure you, I shall not disturb you again." Upon seeing the old physician arrive in the dead of night, the man hurriedly expressed his remorse, gritting his teeth to stifle further sounds. "It is of no consequence. It was my oversight. Allow me to examine your wound once more." Hearing this, the old physician felt an overwhelming sense of shame before the elder. Thank you, doctor." The middle-aged man was nearly in tears with gratitude. "Is this your heart as a healer?" The elder cast a cold glance at the old physician, mercilessly mocking him. "Nay, this esteemed elder, it is not I. Dr. Wong has been exceedingly kind to me, to be candid. I am merely a hunter who broke his leg during a hunt. My family is impoverished, and we cannot afford treatment in this city. No other physician would deign to assist me, save for Dr. Wong, who, without disdain, is willing to treat me for free. You must not misjudge him." Though somewhat dull-witted, the man was filled with heartfelt gratitude towards Wang Yu. Sensing the elder's disapproving tone, and hastily endeavored to clarify. "Well, the painkillers are limited. I simply did not think to administer them at the time." The old physician's face flushed crimson as he hung his head in explanation. "Painkillers do not affect the treatment's efficacy. With a little endurance, it would pass." The old physician, accustomed to being frugal due to his meager income and often treating the impoverished for free, had never felt the need for excess. However, with the presence of this master of silver needles, he could not help but feel a twinge of shame. Casting a deep gaze at the old physician, the elder ultimately chose not to say more. He gently lifted the man's garments, his wrist a blur as he swiftly inserted several silver needles into the man's acupoints, just as the old physician had intended to fetch the painkillers. He was momentarily stunned by this display, unable to process it for several moments. "Ah, elder, what on earth are you doing?" The man was startled by the gleaming silver needles piercing his body, although he felt no pain. His instinctive fear nearly propelled him to leap up, had his leg not been immobile. No need for concern. The elder, stroking his beard, smiled and waved his hand. "Do you feel any alleviation of pain?" At this inquiry, the man was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy moments later. In that fleeting instant, he sensed the pain within him had significantly diminished, no longer unbearable as before. Even the slowest of thinkers would grasp the implications of the silver needle's effects. Leaving him speechless, the old physician, meanwhile, stood in a state of shock, his mouth agape as he stared at the silver needles, his mind utterly blank. The astonishment was profound. It was simply incredible that such simple needlework could bring about such relief. Even the most potent painkillers could hardly rival this effect. Ignoring the old physician, the elder gently flicked the tips of the silver needles, sending a tingling sensation coursing through the man's body, causing his pain to nearly vanish entirely. With a slight smile, the elder surveyed the room's condition, then proceeded to prepare saline solution, meticulously cleaning the man's wound, scraping away necrotic tissue with the small knife, applying fresh herbs, and rewrapping the injury. Each motion flowed as smoothly as a stream, executed with an ease that left no room for clumsiness. The impact of these techniques on the old physician was nothing short of staggering. In stark contrast, his usual methods of treating wounds seemed laughably inadequate. Even more astonishing was that, while cutting away the dead flesh, the man felt not a trace of pain, an unfathomable phenomenon. Such agony could not even be dulled by the finest painkillers. Having completed the procedure, the elder gently withdrew the silver needles, rinsed them in saline, and turned to attend to the next patient. "Are you not coming over? Observe closely. In the future, these minor tasks shall fall to you," he chided when he noticed the old physician still in a daze. How could I possibly learn? This is your..." The old physician stammered, flabbergasted and waving his hands in refusal. These techniques were utterly foreign to him, yet astonishingly effective. Surely, they were secrets not meant to be shared. How could he dare to replicate them? Absurd. The elder snorted dismissively, scornfully retorting, "Is your perspective so limited? Does the phrase, 'a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent,' exist merely as a platitude? A deception?" Without waiting for a response, the elder continued, "In my lifetime as a physician, I have never harbored any biases. The advent of any medical skill exists solely to save lives to the best of one's ability. How could I allow selfishness to hinder the preservation of life? This statement, though casually uttered, struck the old physician like a thunderbolt, leaving him speechless for a long while. Moments later, he hastily bowed deeply to the elder, his face alight with reverence. Your words, esteemed sir, are like a refreshing rain upon a parched land. I am deeply enlightened. Biases do not exist solely among martial practitioners. They are also prevalent among physicians. Aside from their own disciples, few would willingly impart their knowledge to others. That a person like the elder, who bore no such biases, was indeed a rarity. Choosing not to elaborate further, the elder continued onward, swiftly treating each patient left in the old physician's clinic. In a remarkably brief period, the elder's astonishing medical skills had completely won over the old physician, who now regarded him with the utmost respect. A slight sweetness filled the elder's throat, and he stifled a groan as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, forcibly swallowing the blood that threatened to escape. He gestured to the old physician. I am weary. Do you have a place for me to rest? Yes. Yes, please, esteemed sir. The old physician nodded fervently, leading the elder to the cleanest room available. Very well, you may leave now. The elder nodded slightly, contemplating before speaking. Tomorrow, place a sign at the entrance announcing my name, stating that I shall provide free consultations for all ailments, without charge. Sir. The old physician was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape as he stared at the elder. He opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself unable to articulate a single word. Offering free consultations was a noble endeavor. However, the clinic's medicinal supplies were woefully insufficient to sustain such an initiative. As if perceiving the old physician's concerns, the elder casually produced a pouch of coins from his garments and tossed it to him. Purchase any needed supplies, since I am here. It is fate, and I shall do my utmost to aid the common folk. Yes. Upon hearing this, the old physician felt a surge of respect, refraining from further interruption as he hurriedly exited. Almost the instant the old physician departed, the elder could no longer restrain himself and spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as death. Furrowing his brow, he loosened his garments, revealing a wound on his chest that had split open once more, silently seeping blood, sending chills down his spine. The Lung family, huh? We shall meet again soon, he remarked with a hint of derision, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes before he slowly closed them. Chapter 17. Just 2 words, no cure. Hey, have you heard? A renowned healer has come to our city, offering free consultations. Are you referring to that master of silver needles? Incredible. My old man has been bedridden for nearly a decade, and this healer managed to cure him. Exactly, just a few silver needles, and he can heal you. Truly miraculous. Such conversations, so remarkably close, have almost permeated every corner of the Crescent Moon City. In no time, the name Zhang Yixian, the master of miraculous silver needles, has become a household name, known to all. For a full fortnight, from dawn till dusk, the queue of patients at the clinic has been an unending sea of people. Without a moment's respite, not only common folk, but also many prominent families have taken heed, eager to summon this esteemed physician for consultations. Yet, this renowned healer possesses a most peculiar temperament, disregarding all forms of flattery or offers. Remaining utterly unmoved by any conditions presented to him, such news swiftly reached the Cold family. Initially, they held it in disdain, for they had never heard of this so-called master of miraculous silver needles. However, with the family patriarch gravely injured and desperately seeking this elusive miracle worker, they approached the matter with newfound caution. Is this so-called master of miraculous silver needles truly as formidable as rumored? Cold Xinling pondered for a moment before finally inquiring. He must be an authentic physician, after all. In just the past fortnight, he has treated no fewer than several hundred patients. If it were a deception, it would be an impossible feat, a nearby maid thoughtfully explained. Moreover, his diagnoses are offered without charge, and even the medicinal herbs are provided free of cost, which certainly does not suggest a charlatan. Let us pay a visit to this esteemed physician, Cold Xinling declared, rising gracefully from her chair with a raised brow. Thank you. Sir, thank you. A few elderly individuals knelt on the ground, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they expressed their immense appreciation to the physician, their fervor suggesting that even facing death would not cause them to waver. Please rise. Healing the sick is the physician's duty, and there is no need for such reverence, the old man said, calmly assisting the elderly to their feet with a gentle smile. If you wish to show your gratitude, perhaps consider performing acts of kindness in your daily lives. That would indeed be a noble tale. Make way. Make way, the young lady of the Cold family has arrived. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as Cold family guards brusquely parted the crowd, escorting Cold Xinling into the clinic. The very mention of the Cold family seemed to wield an enchanting power, silencing the previously disgruntled crowd in an instant. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he regarded the approaching Cold Xinling with cold scrutiny. What an audacious display, he scoffed inwardly. Placing his hand on the wrist of the patient before him, he paid no heed to the presence of the Cold family, hardly raising an eyelid. Stand up, do you not see that my young lady has arrived? One of the guards barked, kicking the chair from under the trembling patient, causing the legs to splinter. Grasping the patient's wrist with a firm yet gentle hand to prevent a fall, the old man finally stood, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. I apologize, but you are not welcome here. His stance was unmistakable, and he met the Cold family's gaze with an unyielding glare. How dare you, old man? Do you even know with whom you are speaking? In Crescent Moon City, few dared to address a member of the Cold family in such a manner, especially when accompanied by Cold Xinling. What difference does it make? The old man replied calmly. In my eyes, there are only the sick and the healthy. Withdraw. Before any guard could respond, Cold Xinling stepped forward, her voice icy and commanding. Yes, miss. Though they could behave arrogantly towards others, none dared to defy Cold Xinling, the esteemed daughter of the Cold family. Old sir. With a slight bow, Cold Xinling respectfully greeted the old man before continuing. It is my failure to supervise. My subordinates have offended you. And for that, I seek your forgiveness. No need for that, the old man replied dismissively, rolling his eyes in derision. Given the prominence of the Cold family, it is only natural to look down upon us mere mortals. The old man's words left Cold Xinling momentarily speechless, her thoughts racing. After a brief pause, she raised her hand, calmly instructing, someone, take these two fools who offended the esteemed sir and deal with them severely. Yes. No one dared to question Cold Xinling's authority in an instant. Other guards dragged the two offenders away, and the sounds of their punishment echoed throughout the clinic, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Sir, are you satisfied with this resolution? Cold Xinling turned back, bowing once more to the old man, her voice soft and respectful. At this juncture, the old man found it unwise to press the matter further. Otherwise, he might appear unreasonable. Although he cared little for such trivialities, he had no desire to linger over them. Miss Cold, what brings you here? He inquired, resuming his seat at the table, his expression calm yet imbued with a hint of detachment. To be candid, my family patriarch is gravely injured, and despite our extensive search for an esteemed physician, we have found none. Fortunately, you have graced Crescent Moon City with your presence, and I humbly beseech you to lend your assistance. The Cold family would be eternally grateful. A glimmer of tears sparkled in her eyes as Cold Xinling bowed once more. Grateful? Huh. I would not dare accept the Cold family's generous recompense. The old man reiterated. If you wish to seek my services, he must queue like everyone else. He did not even raise an eyebrow as he flatly declined. My family patriarch is too frail to come in person due to his severe condition. I kindly ask for your understanding in this matter. Cold Xinling bowed again, her expression pleading as she gazed at the old man. That is his predicament. The old man remained unmoved, his tone indifferent. I have many patients waiting. How can I neglect them all for the sake of one? The Cold family is willing to pay for other doctors to treat you. Cold Xinling was quick to respond, without a moment's hesitation. In that case, I suggest your family seek out another capable physician to attend to your patriarch. The old man's demeanor was unyielding, a mocking smile playing on his lips. All other physicians are at a loss. Aside from esteemed physicians like yourself, there is likely no one else capable of saving my family patriarch. Ah, you do indeed hold me in high regard. I implore you, sir, to consider my filial piety and extend your helping hand. Pure filial piety. The old man scoffed, his tone scathing. I suspect it is more about ingratiating yourself with someone to elevate your status within your family. Is it not? You misunderstand my intentions, sir. Cold Xinling pouted slightly, her eyes cast down as she spoke softly. There is no need for further words. My answer is 2 words. No treatment. Chapter 18. 3 conditions. No treatment. Cold Xinling's eyelids twitched violently. Yet rather than despair, she felt a flicker of hope. The old man had said no treatment. not incurable. The implications of this were profound. He had not even inquired about the nature of the injury, nor expressed any reaction to the claims of other physicians, instead outright refusing with such arrogance. Viewed from another angle, it suggested that he did not regard the ailment as particularly grave, but simply did not wish to intervene. Today, my subordinates have offended you, and I feel deeply remorseful. I shall certainly bring a generous gift to your doorstep to atone for this. Cold Xinling acknowledged the old man's displeasure, opting not to press further, and gracefully took her leave. The Cold family had never feared peculiar demands. For as long as healing was possible, they would surely find a way to persuade the physician to assist. Miss, shall we simply take him by force? Upon exiting the clinic, one guard suggested to Cold Xinling, clearly incensed by the old man's haughty demeanor. Fool. Cold Xinling shot him a cold glance, lacking any interest in explaining herself, forcefully abducting him. What nonsense! Such esteemed physicians are often headstrong individuals. Should we attempt to coerce him? If he fails to heal, could we not be risking his life? Even if he were not to directly cause harm, what if he merely stood by and did nothing? At that moment, within the clinic, several patients and the old physician voiced their concerns, advising the old man against offending the Cold family, lest he invite disaster. The Cold family held a deeply entrenched position within Crescent Moon City, instilling a sense of helplessness in those who might oppose them. No need to fret. I am well aware of my limits, the old man calmly replied, shaking his head, showing no sign of disturbance. No treatment? Impossible. If not for the need to treat patients, why would he engage in free consultations? He merely sought to delay matters and elevate his standing in the eyes of the Cold family. Facilitating future dealings. With a cold smirk in his heart, the old man resumed his diagnoses, appearing as if the Cold family had never graced his presence. Master of miraculous silver needles, Zhang Yixin. After a moment of contemplation, the old ghost of the Cold family could not recall such a renowned physician. Since his injury, he had scoured the realm for illustrious healers, memorizing the names of those truly remarkable. Could it be that he is not from the northern region? A nearby old servant suddenly ventured. Not from the northern region? This revelation struck the old ghost like a bolt of lightning. The world was vast. His so-called search for renowned physicians had largely been confined to the northern region. With the Cold family's influence, their reach could scarcely extend beyond it. If this esteemed physician truly hailed from elsewhere, it would be entirely understandable that he remained unknown to them. I heard that Xinling went to seek him out. Cold Lao Gui raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly. Indeed, however, due to the insolence of several servants, the other party categorically rejected the offer. The old servant was exceedingly attentive to this news, promptly recounting the circumstances to the cold, old ghost with meticulous detail, even relaying the dialogue verbatim. Absurd. Cold old ghost furrowed his brows tightly and said with a chilling tone, "It appears these ruffians have grown accustomed to their arrogance, failing to recognize who they are dealing with. Daring to act so brazenly, It is indeed time to intervene." Nodding slightly, the old servant murmured, yet inwardly he could not help but sigh. Was not the Cold family's domineering nature a result of this very master? Were it not for his indulgence, how could such a situation have arisen? Enough. Devise a way to meticulously report every move of this skilled needle practitioner once he arrives in Crescent City. With a calm command, the cold old ghost continued. In this world, every human possesses vulnerabilities, and there will always be a method to persuade them. Remember, force must not be employed. It is imperative that the other party willingly agrees to treat me. In this regard, the cold old ghost was more astute than anyone else, exhibiting an extreme level of composure. Yes, I understand, my old servant. Nodding, the old servant slowly withdrew. 3 days later, the Cold family's old servant and Cold Xinling once again visited the medical clinic. Yet this time they did not instruct the guards to disperse the crowd, instead carefully squeezing their way through. Naturally, many of these individuals were acquaintances of the Cold family, and none dared to show disrespect. It has been a few days. The esteemed doctor remains as impressive as ever. Approaching with a respectful bow, Cold Xinling smiled and gestured for several large chests to be brought forward, a token of appreciation, meant as compensation for the previous incident involving the servants. I hope you can forgive us. Humph. No need for compensation. I have little interest in such things. The elder lifted his head and glanced over, dismissing the gesture with an indifferent air, eyes filled with disdain. You misunderstand, esteemed doctor. These are not precious items. Merely some rare medicinal herbs. Cold Xinling smiled as she personally opened the chest to explain. Knowing your benevolence and tireless efforts to treat the citizens of Crescent City, I specifically had these herbs collected. Believing they will enable you to save even more lives, that I kindly ask you to accept them for the sake of the people. These gifts had cost Cold Xinling considerable thought, based on the other party's actions since arriving in Crescent City. It was evident he was a compassionate and renowned physician. Wealth would hardly sway him, but if they aligned with his inclination to aid the common folk, it would likely be challenging for him to refuse. Moreover, Cold Xinling surmised that the grandiosity of his charitable consultations was merely a means to gain fame, thus providing them with more avenues to negotiate. Indeed, upon seeing the chest of medicinal herbs, the elder's expression softened somewhat, yet he still did not respond. Cold Xinling remained unfazed and continued. Additionally, our Cold family is willing to fund your medical practice throughout the entire northern region, covering all medicinal expenses. Gaining fame. This was undoubtedly the finest opportunity for renown. With the Cold family's assistance, the name of this skilled needle practitioner would soon resonate throughout the northern region, establishing him as a genuine medical luminary. Having surmised that the other party was likely not a local, these arrangements were perfectly tailored to strike at the heart of his motivations. After a moment of contemplation, stroking his beard, the elder finally spoke slowly. I understand your intentions. But if you wish for me to assist your ancestor, there are 3 conditions. If you agree, I shall render my aid. Otherwise, no matter your efforts, I will remain resolute in my refusal to treat. Witnessing the elder's evident interest, Cold Xinling was overjoyed and hastily replied, Please, esteemed doctor, feel free to state your conditions. I assure you, I will comply without hesitation. Do not rejoice too soon. My 3 conditions are not so simple. With a cold snort, the elder extended a single finger. First, I have established a rule. Throughout my life as a physician, I charge not a single coin from commoners, while for the wealthy and noble, I will not treat unless they offer a fortune. Cold Xinling's eyelids twitched slightly, yet she promptly agreed. That is easily arranged. As long as you can cure our family's ailment, no amount of wealth shall be deemed excessive. Hold on, I did not say I could guarantee a cure. With a wry smile, the elder replied, I am merely a physician, not a deity. Should the illness be deeply rooted, I too would be powerless. Let us be clear from the outset, should you wish for my assistance. Regardless of the outcome, the payment of 100,000 gold pieces must be made in advance. 100,000 gold pieces was no trivial sum. Even the Cold family felt a pang of reluctance. However, at this juncture, they had little choice. As you say, esteemed doctor. With swift deliberation, Cold Xinling readily acquiesced. If the ailment were cured, all would be well. 100,000 gold pieces would be inconsequential. But if it were not, well, regardless of how renowned he was, leaving the Cold family would not be so simple. Ignoring Cold Xinling's small musings, the elder slowly raised his second finger. Second, I require the Cold family to fund all doctors in Crescent City to provide free medical consultations on my behalf. Without a moment's negligence. Compared to the previous condition, this seemed rather trivial. Cold Xinling exhibited no hesitation and immediately agreed. Wait, I did not specify a few days, but rather a year. Free consultations for an entire year. Cold Xinling nearly fainted from anger. This old coot was indeed merciless. However, she could not afford to be disheartened. As you wish, esteemed doctor. Nodding slightly, the elder then calmly articulated his final stipulation. Third, while I am treating patients, there must be no third party present. During my time at the Cold residence, there must be no one monitoring me. Should I discover any such surveillance, I shall immediately take my leave without a second thought. Esteemed doctor, rest assured, at the Cold residence, there will be no one monitoring you. However, during your diagnosis, might you allow for a little flexibility? We are not versed in medicine and would not let your exquisite skills be divulged. There is no room for negotiation. With a cold snort, the elder replied, These are the conditions for my services. Agree and I shall assist. Refuse, and do I truly covet that 100,000 gold pieces? Chapter 19. Into the Trap. Forgive my candor, esteemed family head, but you have been ensnared by a nefarious hidden weapon, have you not? After taking a careful pulse for a while, the elder stroked his beard and spoke nonchalantly. The worst part is that when it was removed, it was done improperly, and the vile poison was not adequately dealt with, leading to the corruption of your vital energy and exacerbating the injury. Am I correct? A glimmer of realization sparked in the cold, old ghost's calm demeanor. This was remarkable. He had not even seen the wound, yet was able to make such a judgment. This was no ordinary feat. Realizing this, the cold, old ghost's respect for the skilled needle practitioner deepened considerably. To speak candidly, I found myself in a scuffle. In a moment of carelessness, I stumbled into an ambush. While I managed to slay my adversaries, I was struck by two soul-severing nails. In the heat of battle, I dared not hesitate and forcibly expelled them, which left behind hidden dangers. There was no need for concealment. In fact, that battle was the pinnacle of the cold, old ghost's life, where he valiantly faced 3 innate strongmen, slaying 3 of them despite being gravely injured, thus earning his formidable reputation. I beg you, esteemed doctor, save me. The cold family shall reward you handsomely. The elder rolled his eyes in exasperation, dismissively waving his hand. A physician's compassion is paramount. My treatment of you is not for any so-called reward. Were it not for your somewhat agreeable demeanor, even if you piled mountains of gold before me, I would not spare you a glance. I misspoke. Please forgive me, esteemed doctor. Under the circumstances, the cold, old ghost dared not retort, offering a light laugh as he directly apologized to diffuse the situation. Since you can identify the root cause, you must have a remedy in mind, correct? Standing beside him, Cold Xinling could not help but inquire again. It is merely a case of poisoning. The family head's strength is formidable, and the toxin has yet to penetrate deeply, so there is still hope for salvation. Rising with pride, the elder spoke, brimming with confidence. If that is the case, please proceed with your miraculous methods at once. Upon hearing this, Cold Xinling's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly bowed. Now is not the time. Casting a stern glance at Cold Xinling, the elder replied gravely, your family head's poisoning is severe. It is no longer a matter that can be resolved solely with silver needles. It must be complemented with quality medicinal herbs for a chance at healing. Whatever herbs you require, please name them. The Cold family will ensure their availability. The Cold family's old servant interjected, as long as it can cure the cold old ghost. What are a few rare herbs? You are overly confident. However, the ingredients for my prescription will not be gathered in a short time. Just the Millennium Blood Pattern grass alone is something your Cold family likely cannot procure at this moment. The elder scoffed, saying little else, picking up a pen and positioning himself at the table, his hand moving swiftly as he wrote out the prescription in no time. Take this and prepare it. Remember, not a single ingredient can be mistaken, otherwise it will not only be ineffective but could also cause great harm. Understood, esteemed doctor. Receiving the prescription with utmost seriousness, the Cold family's old servant promptly withdrew to instruct others to prepare without needing further clarification. The elder shook his head and then turned to say, from this day forth, the family head's diet must be primarily light. No alcohol shall touch his lips whenever the herbs are gathered. I will utilize silver needles to aid in treatment, and the illness will certainly be cured. Thank you, esteemed doctor. With the heavy burden lifted from his heart, the cold old ghost's mood brightened considerably, a beaming smile appearing as he instructed, Xinling, for these days, you shall personally oversee the esteemed doctor's daily needs. Do not let any detail slip. Understood, Xinling. Upon perceiving the warmth in the eyes of the venerable cold old ghost, Lung Xinling could not help but feel a surge of excitement within her heart. The considerable risks she had taken and the intricate schemes she had devised were all aimed at pleasing the family head. Were they not? It now appeared that all her efforts had not been in vain after all. Indeed, it seemed a sudden thought struck him, and the old man furrowed his brow as he turned back, saying, the prescription I possess must not be disclosed. Otherwise, I suggest you seek someone more capable. Furthermore, my conditions must be strictly adhered to, especially during my acupuncture, where even the slightest error is intolerable. There must not be a third party present. If this cannot be ensured, do not blame me for my indifference. Rest assured, sir, everything shall proceed as you wish, and we shall not dare to contravene your wishes. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded in satisfaction and departed the room. Family head, I have inquired, and most of these medicinal ingredients are highly toxic. Do you think there might be a deception involved? Shortly thereafter, the old servant of the Lung family returned to the room after arranging everything. After a brief moment of hesitation, cold old ghost slowly shook his head and replied, it is unlikely. I have heard that divine doctors have sometimes employed toxic prescriptions as a means of counteracting poison with poison. Although Zhang Yixian may not be as skilled as a divine doctor, He certainly cannot be merely a name without substance. Should we discreetly find someone to examine this prescription? The old servant of the Lang family inquired softly, still feeling somewhat uneasy. No need. Cold old ghost shook his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Unless we can find a divine doctor, those so-called eminent physicians are nothing but charlatans, unworthy of trust if we were to offend him. It would only lead to trouble. Zhang Yixian is likely not from our northern region. He merely seeks a reputation and would not tarnish his name, so there is no need for excessive worry. Contemplating the conditions the old man had proposed, along with his seemingly genuine arrogance, cold old ghost made a decisive resolution at this juncture. He could not afford to ponder further. His body grew weaker by the day, and the mere agony of his daily afflictions had already rendered him nearly despondent. Now that he had finally encountered someone who claimed they could cure him, and who appeared to possess genuine skill, he naturally placed all his hopes in this individual. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Sir, the medicinal ingredients have been gathered. Please make your way. Lung Xinling's voice resonated gently from outside the room. In an instant, the old man's eyes, which had been slightly closed, suddenly opened wide, revealing a piercing brilliance, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent. His fingertips glided lightly over the silver needles, the cold sensation calming his fervent heart somewhat. After more than half a month of preparation, he had finally lured the other party into his trap. Only he could comprehend the difficulties involved. The numerous conditions he had laid out, along with his deliberately challenging demeanor, had all been aimed at lowering the other's guard. Though it had been somewhat troublesome, it must be said that this was the safest approach. The head of the Lung family, despite being gravely injured, remained an indomitable presence. Under normal circumstances, even 100 of him would struggle to inflict any harm. However, there were far more methods for an assassin to kill than simply confronting an enemy head-on. Indeed, the so-called skilled physician, Zhang Yixian, was merely a guise created through clever disguise. As an assassin, one was inherently proficient in the art of medicine. And given that this world lacked the concept of silver needles, impersonating a renowned physician was no difficult feat. Of course, the exquisite art of disguise was the most critical aspect. Otherwise, should any flaw be revealed, he would be swiftly killed, leaving no opportunity to masquerade as a physician. From gathering information on the Lung family to masquerading as a physician offering free consultations throughout the city, all these efforts were solely to earn the trust of the Lung family. On that day, Fang Xuan had boldly declared within the Lung household that he would surely kill. This was no idle boast, but a solemn vow belonging to a true assassin. Even though the Lung family had already accorded Fang Xuan considerable attention, they still underestimated his cunning and audacity. This moment was the time finally at hand. Chapter 20. A quack physician kills without a knife. Do you still recall my rules? Taking measured steps to the outside of cold, old ghost's chamber, Fang Xuan momentarily paused, speaking in a subdued tone. Rest assured, sir, Xinling would never dare to defy your words. At this point, cold Xinling naturally could not entertain any other thoughts. She slightly bowed and solemnly stated, everything is entrusted to you. Sir, nodding slightly, Fang Xuan said no more and proceeded into the room. The medicinal ingredients had already been prepared according to his specifications and were placed upon the table, still emitting steam, clearly indicating that the timing had been meticulously calculated. Please rest assured, I have dismissed all the servants. Without my instructions, no one shall disturb you, sir. Please feel free to proceed. Leaning against the head of the bed, cold old ghost explained softly, although his expression remained calm and composed. Deep within, he was already in a state of anxious turmoil. One is without fear of death. Once hope arises, it is naturally impossible to discuss life and death with nonchalance, at least for him. Cold old ghost had not yet reached that level of detachment. I must forewarn you, this prescription contains numerous toxic substances, intended for the effect of counteracting poison with poison. While I am confident there will be no mistakes, I cannot guarantee that unforeseen events will not occur. If you regret your decision now, it is still not too late to seek another physician. Lifting the bowl of medicine from the table, Fang Xuan cast a glance at cold old ghost and gently reminded him. Playing with psychology was an assassin's specialty. The closer one got to the end, the more cautious Fang Xuan became, striving for perfection and leaving no room for flaws. Cold old ghost's inner tension could be concealed from others, but it was utterly transparent to him that in such circumstances, the more he deliberately highlighted the existing risks, the more it bolstered cold, old ghost's confidence. Of course, one must strike a balance. If the dangers were overstated, it could backfire. In terms of understanding human nature, Fang Xuan was undoubtedly a master. Please proceed without reservation, regardless of success or failure. I shall not utter a word of complaint. With a carefree smile, cold old ghost spoke with pride. As for the credibility of this statement, that was a matter of perspective. With a flick of his wrist, several silver needles appeared in Fang Xuan's hand. Then drink this. Remember, consume it in one gulp, and then maintain your internal energy without allowing it to leak. I shall naturally use the silver needles to open the meridians and assist in the medicine's efficacy. If all goes well, it will take but the time of an incense stick to take effect. After repeating this process 9 times, your injuries shall be fully restored. I entrust everything to you, sir. Nodding, cold old ghost tilted his head back and down the entire bowl of medicine in one go. Almost the moment cold old ghost swallowed the medicine, Fang Xuan's silver needles shot forth like cold stars piercing the night, swiftly embedding themselves into the major acupoints of cold old ghost's body. Be cautious. When the medicinal effects begin to manifest, there will be intense pain. You must endure it. Do not lose consciousness. Fang Xuan's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on cold old ghost, his little finger flicking a few silver needles while simultaneously explaining. Pain, excruciating and searing to that moment, cold old ghost felt as though his entire body was engulfed in flames, a burning sensation that threatened to tear him apart. And as time passed, this agony only intensified. What is it to be heartbroken? When the warm medicinal liquid flowed through his intestines, cold old ghost could distinctly feel the maddening pain. Had he not already entered the innate realm with extraordinary willpower, he might have fainted long ago. Good. Very good. A strange smile crept onto Fang Xuan's lips as he flicked his fingers, inserting 2 more silver needles directly into cold old ghost's temples. Pain? Indeed, this bowl of toxic medicine was gradually corroding his internal organs, causing immense suffering. Under normal circumstances, with cold old ghost strength, even if he ingested such poison, he could rely on his formidable power to resist it or even expel the toxins directly. However, now that he believed he was receiving treatment, he had instinctively relinquished his resistance, allowing the poison to rapidly invade his body. Moreover, Fang Xuan's silver needles hastening the medicinal effects only exacerbated the situation. In mere minutes, the toxins had infiltrated his internal organs, becoming irretrievable. It was only at this moment that Fang Xuan let out a slight breath of relief. After half a month of meticulous preparation and careful planning, was it not for this fleeting moment of absolute kill? With a slight upward curl of his lips, Fang Xuan held the last silver needle and smiled as he looked down at cold old ghost. Everything is progressing smoothly. Rest assured, once this final needle is administered, all shall come to an end, and the pain shall dissipate. Under the excruciating torment, cold old ghost was left with the faintest flicker of awareness, unable to discern the underlying meaning of Fang Xuan's words. Unconsciously, the tautness of his nerves experienced a moment of relaxation. However, in that instant of mental easing, Fang Xuan's silver needle glinted coldly and effortlessly pierced through cold old ghost's heart. A single needle penetrated the heart. Hiss. Hiss. A final agonizing groan escaped his lips, and in the next moment, cold old ghost had completely lost the last vestiges of life. His dying breath, he had not even sensed a hint of danger. Rather, his heart brimmed with excitement and hope, passing away in an instant. Gently brushing his fingers over cold old ghost's eyelids, Fang Xuan finally revealed a faint smile. As his fingertips moved, the old skin on his face peeled away like soil, quickly restoring to its original appearance. What a pity. Has no one ever told you this? A quack physician kills without a knife. Murmuring to himself, he casually seated himself beside cold old ghost, nonchalantly shedding the latter's clothing and donning it himself, before retrieving a small contraption he had long prepared, using a small knife to slice open cold old ghost's facial skin and soaking it in a medicinal solution. In the brief span of mere minutes, a figure strikingly identical to the old ghost of Lung appeared by his bedside, an exquisite imitation devoid of any discernible flaw. Cough, cough. After a few hushed coughs, Fang Xuan draped a quilt over the old ghost's form, his pallid complexion revealing that he had risen, pushing open the door to step outside. Summon someone, he commanded in a deep voice, and astonishingly, Fang Xuan's tone mirrored that of the old ghost so perfectly that even the most familiar acquaintance would find it impossible to detect the slightest anomaly. An impeccable disguise.as an assassin, this was Feng Xuan's signature technique, executed with seamless precision. Ancestor. Soon, Lang Xinling rushed over with several guards, her voice laced with excitement as she inquired, "How are you?" "No trouble at all." The old gentleman truly possesses miraculous skills. In my estimation, his medical expertise rivals that of any renowned healer. "I am nearly restored, and within half a month, I shall be fully healed," Feng Xuan replied with a nod. His demeanor serene. "Congratulations, ancestor." In an instant, Lang Xinling bowed deeply, her exhilaration palpable. "Enough of that, I have matters to attend to outside. You all must guard this place well. Without my presence, no one is to disturb the old gentleman." Waving his hand dismissively, Feng Xuan instructed, "You have performed admirably this time. I shall remember it." "Thank you, ancestor. No one is permitted to follow. Ensure you guard the old gentleman." "Yes, ancestor." With a slight nod, Feng Xuan flicked his sleeve and strode outward with purpose. Chapter 21. The Graceful Young Master. "Young master, why are we not returning to the royal city? What purpose do we have in this desolate backwater?" The young servant in green attire scoffed, peering out at the nearby Xinhua city. Retracting his head back into the carriage. "Mind your tongue." With a flick of his wrist, Feng Xuan rapped the servant on the head with his folding fan, shaking his head in triumph. "You know nothing. In the royal city, one must tread carefully. A mere misstep invites reprimand from the old man. Here, I can roam freely." Slap. With a deft flick of his wrist, the fan opened effortlessly, striking a pose of an indulgent young aristocrat, inciting an irresistible urge in others to administer a well-deserved thrashing. "Young master, the guards you've hired this time are rather lackluster. Should an ill-advised sycophant offend you, they may not suffice." The servant cast a glance at the soldiers stationed at the city gate, who were preparing to inspect the carriage, his smirk barely concealed. "Xiaohai, this is your oversight, is it not?" The leading guard remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Though we may lack prowess against innate experts, dealing with a mere sycophant is child's play. We guarantee no one will dare offend the young master. Moreover, had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, a person of the young master's stature would not require our servitude. Indeed, to be in the young master's company is our fortune." The banter between the two guards left the gate soldiers sufficiently intimidated, leading them to forego their inspection, allowing the carriage to pass through the city gate unimpeded. Selecting the most opulent tavern they could find, the carriage came to a slow halt. The young servant hopped down eagerly, assisting Feng Xuan as he disembarked. "Young master, I have heard that this is the finest tavern in Xinhua City. Though it pales in comparison to the royal city, do allow yourself to make do." Nodding slightly, Feng Xuan snapped open his fan with a crisp sound, gently waving it as he replied, "Enough. It is merely a meal. There is no need for extravagance. Esteemed young master, please ascend to the upper floor. I shall prepare the finest private room for you." Those engaged in this profession were certainly not lacking in discernment. Upon witnessing Feng Xuan's demeanor, the attendant dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Bowing deeply with a beaming smile, "No need for that. Simply find me a seat by the window upstairs that I suspect your private rooms lack any real significance." The attendant's heart sank upon hearing this. Initially believing a remarkable figure had arrived, only to realize the young master could not even spare the expense for a private room, acting as if he were a grand personage. However, before his dark thoughts could fully form, he was momentarily blinded by the glimmer of gold thrust before him. "Bring forth the finest wine and dishes. Do not dawdle. This is a reward for you." Instinctively reaching out to grasp the gilded offering, the attendant's breath caught in his throat as he recognized it. Golden melon seeds. Golden melon seeds. What a concept. Pure gold. It was said that only the most prominent figures in the royal city would keep such treasures for rewarding others. In an instant, the flicker of disdain that had previously crossed his mind evaporated, replaced by an ingrained trepidation and eagerness to please. "Of course, esteemed young master, I shall arrange everything for you immediately," he beamed. Leading Feng Xuan to the best position on the second floor. 10 or so guards seated themselves nearby, assuming their watchful posts, while the young servant meticulously wiped down the table and chairs before inviting Feng Xuan to sit. With the golden seeds paving the way, it was but moments before a cascade of fine food and wine arrived. "Esteemed young master, a few signature dishes are still being prepared. Please bear with us," the attendant chimed, his tone obsequious. "No rush. Come here. I have a few inquiries for you," Feng Xuan commanded haughtily, exuding an air of entitlement, yet blending seamlessly with the persona of a wealthy young scion. Of course. What would you like to know? I have heard that your Xinhua city harbors a certain Lung family with some influence. Enlighten me about them. With his fan idly swaying, Fangsuan sipped his tea as he casually inquired. Oh, esteemed young master, this matter is indeed quite significant. The attendant lowered his voice, casting wary glances around as if to ensure they were not overheard. You see, not long ago, the head of the Lung family was murdered. Reportedly by assassination, the entire Lung family is in disarray, and the innate experts from outside have returned, causing quite the uproar. The head of the Lung family was assassinated? Fangsuan exclaimed in astonishment. What folly! Those who ascend to such positions are typically formidable individuals. How could they be so easily slain? Indeed, the Lung family head was an innate expert, yet one cannot fathom how such a feat was accomplished. Frankly, it serves the Lung family right. They have made many enemies, and with their patriarch's demise, their days are likely to become quite difficult. An innate expert? Fangsuan scoffed dismissively, shaking his head. I see now. He was merely an innate expert. And I had overestimated him. Merely an innate expert, the attendant gasped. Who was this individual to speak so audaciously? Indeed, esteemed young master, you must consider that families in this region cannot be compared to those in the royal city, the young servant interjected. An innate expert here is already a remarkable force. Fangsuan curled his lip in disdain, responding, Enough. I am merely here for leisure, seeking enjoyment. I have no intention of meddling. As long as no trouble comes my way, let them continue their antics. With that, he set aside his fan and began dining leisurely, exuding an air of sophistication that unmistakably marked him as a scion of privilege. The attendant, recognizing the gravity of the situation, retreated, but the word of this encounter inevitably spread in a tavern that served as a melting pot of all walks of life. It would not take long for the news of a noble from the royal city to circulate throughout Xinhua city. A faint smile graced Fangsuan's lips as he cast a cold glance toward the direction of the Lung family. His resolve intensifying. A mere old ghost of Lang was far from sufficient. Patience, for this game of chess had only just begun. The debts of an assassin are not easily settled. One must ensure that the payment is made in full. With interest, Chapter 22. A Guest at the Lord's Table, Part 1. Pacing slowly within the room, a middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Occupying a high position had long shielded him from such formidable dilemmas. The sudden demise of the old ghost of Long had sent shockwaves through Xinhua city, akin to a great earthquake. The Long family, already of tenuous standing among the three great powers, found their foundation further shaken by the old ghost's passing. Inviting the covetous gazes of the other two families, had it not been for his own intervention, they might have already taken action against the Lung family. The usual power struggles among these great forces, where victories and defeats were of little concern to him as long as he remained in his position as the lord of Xinhua city, no longer seemed as secure. News from the royal capital indicated that the core heirs of several prominent families had completed their coming-of-age ceremonies and sought to seize control of their domains. The higher authorities had signaled a desire to unsettle some city lords from the northern regions who lacked substantial backing. Regrettably, hailing from an ordinary noble family in the royal city, his background is hardly profound. His ascent to the position of Lord of New Moon City can be attributed to both his inherent strength and cunning, as well as a fair measure of fortune, during such precarious times. Even the slightest pretext could suffice to incite trouble against him. At this juncture, the unexpected death of the old ghost, Cold, has arisen. Should chaos ensue in New Moon City as a result, news of it reaching the royal capital would undoubtedly lead to his immediate downfall as Lord. Lord, we have just received word that a young gentleman from the royal city has arrived in New Moon City. Suddenly, a subordinate pushed open the door and spoke softly. What did you say? With a slight furrow of his brow, the tone of the New Moon City lord grew heavier, as he almost doubted his own hearing. My lord, today a young man entered the city accompanied by a servant and guards, claiming to be from the royal city. He carries himself with considerable arrogance that I had someone investigate, and it seems he possesses an extraordinary presence. He is likely not an impostor. Noble offspring from the royal city. After a moment's contemplation, a hint of amusement appeared on the lord's face. This was indeed a stroke of serendipity. He had been fretting over the shifts in the royal capital, and now, unexpectedly, someone from there had arrived. How splendid. Send someone to deliver my invitation. I wish to meet this young gentleman from the royal capital. Lifting his teacup, he took a delicate sip, resolutely deciding, My lord, There is a woman outside, claiming to be from the Cold family, who wishes to see you. Struggling to find a moment of clarity amid a throng of fluttering admirers. The young servant in blue whispered in his ear. Oh, with a slight arch of his brow, a smile crept onto Fang Xuan's face as he playfully slapped the backside of a girl beside him, mockingly inquiring, "So, how does she look?" "Naturally, she is quite beautiful. Knowing your discerning eye, I wouldn't dare disturb you if she were not." The young servant replied with playful winks. "My lord, you are insufferable." The nearby girls immediately protested with feigned indignation, some even pinching Fang Xuan in playful reprimand. "Ha. All right. I know you are the most obedient that I shall return shortly." Pushing aside the girls, Fang Xuan nonchalantly followed the young servant outside that a woman from the Cold family. It must be that esteemed young lady from the Cold clan. How intriguing. This time, he had neither disguised himself nor changed his name. Her reaction upon seeing him might be quite the shock. Xinling has met the young master. Far off. As Fang Xuan stepped into the parlor, Cold Xinling quickly bowed in greeting. Indeed, she possesses some charm. With a tone laced with mockery, Fang Xuan appraised Xinling from head to toe before leisurely stating, "Please, take a seat." Yes. Although his words were evidently laced with teasing, Cold Xinling dared not display any displeasure. According to reports, he was indeed a genuine noble from the royal city, far beyond the Cold family's capacity to offend. Besides, her visit was motivated by a request. However, upon lifting her gaze to fully discern Fang Xuan, she couldn't help but pale, nearly losing her balance. Fang Xuan, the celadon-colored robe, undoubtedly crafted by a master, and the 9-patterned dragon jade pendant at his waist, such items could not merely be purchased with wealth. Most importantly, he exuded the true air of an elevated individual, haughty and aloof. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence of the matter was that his face bore an uncanny resemblance to Fang Xuan's. Presumptuous. How dare you utter my lord's name so casually? Upon hearing Cold Xinling call him by his name, the young servant in blue instantly sneered, unceremoniously reprimanding her. Interesting. What is your name again? Xinling, was it? How did you come to know of my name? With newfound interest, Fang Xuan began to scrutinize Cold Xinling leisurely. At this point, the young servant recalled that Fang Xuan had never mentioned his name since arriving in New Moon City. How could this woman possibly know? Could it be that she was acquainted with the young master? Realizing this, he refrained from further admonition and retreated to the side. He himself had only recently been saved by Fang Xuan, knowing only that his master hailed from the royal capital. With little understanding of specifics, let alone previous acquaintances. You are Fang Xuan. Cold Xinling's complexion shifted dramatically as she gazed at Fang Xuan in disbelief. How? How did you end up here? Presumptuous. With a sudden arch of his brow, Fang Xuan's expression soured slightly, and he replied coolly, "Regardless of how you learn my name, should you dare to disrespect me again, do not blame me for being impolite." With a hint of impatience, Fang Xuan fixed his gaze on Cold Xinling, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled young master, cold and domineering. This statement left Cold Xinling utterly confused. Could it be that she had indeed mistaken him for someone else? Cautiously scrutinizing him once more, she realized that, despite the striking resemblance, he seemed somewhat different from her recollections of Fang Xuan. Particularly, his current demeanor and status bore no resemblance to the Fang Xuan she had known, as even his bearing and temperament were markedly distinct. While one might alter their appearance, the essence of one's character and aura is far more challenging to disguise. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Cold Xinling forced a smile, stating, "I apologize. It appears I have mistaken you for someone else. I hope you will forgive me, young master." Mistaken. Hearing this, Fang Xuan's interest peaked as he regarded Cold Xinling curiously. How amusing. Are you suggesting that there exists another who can rival my handsome and debonair charm? This remark nearly left Cold Xinling speechless, thinking, could there be such shameless individuals in this world? Recalling Fang Xuan's previous cold and unyielding demeanor, her doubts began to dissipate. The man who had once been so reticent, cold-hearted, and stingy with words could hardly be the same as this brazenly flirtatious young master. Regaining her composure, Cold Xinling declared earnestly, "Young master, I have come on behalf of the Cold family to invite you to our residence for a discussion. Given your long journey, it is only right that the Cold family extends its hospitality." Chapter 23, Guest of Honor at the Lord's Seat, Part 2, I have no interest. Fang Xuan flatly refused, as if suddenly recalling something. He cautiously glanced at Cold Xinling and, with a serious demeanor, said, "Tell me, beautiful, are you not perhaps infatuated with me?" I assure you, I am not someone to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, cold Xinling nearly spat blood in frustration. Were it not for the mysterious identity of Fangsuan, she would have relished the opportunity to slay him on the spot. How absurd! Who would ever fall for such a dim-witted scion? The most disheartening part was that this shameless rogue dared to proclaim that he was not an easy target. Was she to be considered one? No, this insufferable fool reeked of perfume, clearly having just cavorted with those shameless women. He was utterly shameless. Nevertheless, no matter how much she cursed inwardly, she could not afford to reveal a hint of her disdain outwardly. Forcing a smile, cold Xinling replied, "You jest, young master. I am merely here to extend an invitation on behalf of my family. You needn't take it to heart. Not interested in me? Then I certainly shan't go." A flicker of disappointment crossed Fangsuan's features as he pouted, expressing his displeasure. Cold Xinling gritted her teeth in frustration, wishing to smite him. Wasn't he the one who claimed he was not someone to be trifled with? It seemed he remembered something, as he casually remarked, "Forget it. You can put the invitation aside for now. There have been many who have come to deliver invitations in recent days. If I find myself bored in a few days, I shall randomly choose one to visit." Many had already come to deliver invitations. Cold Xinling's heart sank slightly, growing increasingly anxious. Although the demise of the old ghost had been orchestrated by that so-called Silver Needle Master, as the introducer, she too was embroiled in the fallout. And her standing within the Cold family had diminished considerably. Most critically, two other families were poised to strike. Should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly set their sights on the Cold family, leading to utter catastrophe. Currently, Fangsuan was undeniably a pivotal figure. Gaining his support would prove invaluable in navigating the present crisis. Conversely, failing to secure his favor could spell doom for the Cold family. I implore you to consider this matter carefully. Xinling eagerly awaits your response. Clenching her teeth, Cold Xinling donned a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Fangsuan. When it comes to the survival of her family, she would not hesitate to employ any means necessary, with a hint of flirtation in his gaze. Fangsuan cheekily accepted the invitation, seizing the opportunity to caress Cold Xinling's delicate hand before letting the matter rest. Once Cold Xinling departed, Fangsuan's smile vanished instantly. He tossed the invitation to the ground and commanded, "Dispose of it. Should anyone from the Cold family come again, do not inform me. I shall not see them." Given the current circumstances, it was not prudent to visit the Cold family, at least not for the time being. I knew it. She is merely the daughter of a small family, daring to reach for higher branches. What a delusion! Observing Fangsuan's indifference towards Cold Xinling, the young servant in blue quickly chimed in to add fuel to the fire. Disregarding him, Fangsuan gently tapped his fingers on the table, closing his eyes slightly as he rapidly assessed the current situation. In truth, the landscape appeared far simpler than Fangsuan had initially envisioned. It had taken an enormous expenditure and various stratagems to fabricate this dubious identity. To avoid revealing flaws, he even lingered in inns and teahouses for an entire week, gathering intelligence about the royal capital, which ultimately led him to recruit these subordinates, ensuring they were all complicit in the deception. Originally, I believed that upon returning, it would require considerable effort to find an opportunity. However, it now appears that the predicament faced by the Lung family is seemingly worse than I had anticipated. Although this identity seems impeccably crafted, it is, in reality, fraught with numerous issues. Given sufficient time, it is entirely possible for others to see through it. Thus, for Fangsuan, time is indeed of the essence. "Young master, someone from the city lord's mansion has arrived. Are you saying he bears a striking resemblance to Fangsuan?" The old servant of the Lung family furrowed his brow slightly and inquired in a low voice. "Yes, but his identity, demeanor, character, and mannerisms differ greatly, which is why I cannot be certain," Lung Xinling explained softly, nodding. "After all, he is merely an inconsequential pawn. A meeting will suffice to discern the truth." With a dismissive snort, the old servant of the Lung family contemplated for a moment before speaking. "The city lord has already sent an invitation. There will be a banquet in 3 days that it is likely to be for this Fangsuan. If he is indeed an impostor, revealing his true identity at that time will undoubtedly lead to his downfall." Pausing for a moment, the old servant continued, "If he truly is a noble scion from the royal city, my suggestion is that the young lady should consider a marriage alliance with him, as that would solidify the position of the Lung family beyond challenge. However, there is no need to rush. I will ensure that inquiries are made about his identity in the royal city." A slight tremor coursed through her heart. And Lung Xinling managed a bitter smile, realizing that within the Lung family, her marriage was not hers to decide that as long as it benefited the family, it was entirely possible that she could be married off as a concubine to another. This was fate, one she could neither resist nor wish to. Nonetheless, Lang Xinling understood that given the strength of the Lung family, their reach likely did not extend to the royal city, at most. They could only probe indirectly. Discovering the true identity of the other party was not something that could be achieved in a short time. Thinking of Fang Xiyuan, Lung Xinling's heart involuntarily quivered. If this enigmatic noble truly was not him, then where was that individual who had escaped the Lung family? The memory of that ghostly hand and ruthless skills sent a shiver down her spine. The chilling intent behind his words, "I will kill you," continued to echo in her ears, rendering her restless. "I have met the city lord." Slightly cupping his hands in greeting, Fang Xiyuan's face bore no trace of fear or anxiety, his demeanor suggesting he regarded the other as no significant figure. With a slight narrowing of his pupils, the city lord of Xinyue subconsciously regarded Fang Xiyuan with elevated esteem. After all, demeanor is not something that can be feigned. Were he not a person of high standing or noble birth, one would inevitably reveal a hint of trepidation when facing a local lord. Yet, Fang Xiyuan, in confronting him, exuded a subtle confidence and pride that could not merely be pretended. "It is rather embarrassing, but I must admit that I do not yet know how to address you." "Young master," the city lord remarked with a smile, shaking his head. "Forgive my lack of manners. City lord my surname is Fang, and my given name is Xiyuan." Fang Xiyuan replied with a smile, omitting any mention of the identity issue that the city lord seemed so concerned about, as if he had not grasped the underlying meaning at all. Making a gesture of invitation, the city lord did not press further. "Please, young Master Fang." Chapter 24. Testing the waters, formulating plans. From the moment he stepped into the city lord's mansion, Fang Xiyuan's every gesture radiated elegance. Every detail was impeccable, whether appreciating renowned paintings or the manner of serving and tasting tea. He unmistakably conveyed to the city lord of Xinyue that he was undoubtedly a scion of a prestigious family. "Please, young Master Fang." Seated at the dining table, the city lord casually placed a chopstick of food onto Fang Xiyuan's plate. However, this gesture of goodwill seemed to fail to elicit Fang Xiyuan's delight. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he subtly pushed the small dish before him aside and turned to the serving maid, saying, "Could you kindly fetch me a pair of communal chopsticks?" "Ah, I sincerely apologize for my oversight," the city lord quickly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I am accustomed to dining with my daughter and momentarily forgot to instruct the servants to prepare communal chopsticks. My apologies, my apologies." "Oversight? Are you trying to deceive me? You may forget, but do you think these servants would dare to? Had it not been for your deliberate instructions to test me, they would have likely been dealt with severely." That a cold laugh echoed in his heart. Yet on the surface, Fang Xiyuan revealed no hint of it. Lightly raising his wine cup and downing its contents, Fang Xiyuan understood the city lord's intentions. It was merely a test of his identity. If he could not navigate such trivialities, he would have perished long ago. These customs and small habits are not something one can feign. They are ingrained behaviors. A son of a poor family, no matter how much he learned, would inevitably reveal his discomfort in such situations. Unable to maintain the same effortless grace and composure, if previously the city lord had harbored some doubts about Fang Xiyuan due to the absence of definite information from the royal city, this brief interaction had undoubtedly diminished those suspicions to a minimum. After a dinner filled with inconsequential dialogue, the city lord suddenly posed to Fang Xiyuan, "Young Master Fang, I wonder how proficient you are in the art of chess." "I possess a modest understanding. Merely a pastime after meals," Fang Xiyuan replied with a light chuckle, having noted the presence of Go boards in the city lord's mansion, identical to those of his previous life, thus instilling him with confidence. "Then, shall we engage in a game?" the city lord suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Fang Xiyuan. How could I refuse? Once again entering the study, setting up the pieces, and instructing the servants to depart. The city lord finally broached the main topic. "Young Master Fang, what brings you to Xinyue City this time?" With a smile, Fang Xiyuan picked up a white piece to make the first move. Responding, "There is nothing of significance. I merely seek a little respite. After returning, I shall be embarking on my coming-of-age ceremony, and I fear that such freedom will soon be a luxury." With a slight narrowing of his gaze, the city lord nodded inwardly, Realizing that it indeed pertained to the coming-of-age ceremony, that it seemed the other party was genuinely of noble birth, merely scouting for a suitable city to prepare for taking over. However, this was not necessarily advantageous. If the other party set their sights on Shinue City, returning to claim it, it could spell trouble for him. Oh, might I inquire if you find the environment of Shinue City to your liking? As if seeing through the city lord's thoughts. A faint smile graced Fong Siyuan's lips. Since departing from the royal city, I have encountered several unique cities along the way, and now I have added Shinue City to the list. However, determining my favorite among them remains a challenge. This statement was quite intriguing. On one hand, it indicated that he had no intention of claiming the position of city lord, while on the other, it served as a warning. Should he be displeased, seizing Shinue City would not be out of the question. Of course, it also carried an element of probing, as Fong Siyuan had only gleaned this information through indirect inquiries, without certainty. Though I am the city lord of Shinue, I must humbly say that in our northern region, Shinue City hardly stands out, the city lord remarked casually, dropping a piece onto the board. You are too modest, city lord. Let us not dwell on such matters. With a smile, the city lord shifted the conversation, saying, Young Master Fong, as a guest, should there be any dissatisfaction, please feel free to tell me that I cannot allow you, as a guest, to feel wronged. The emphasis on the word guest was deliberate, its implications unmistakable. Then I thank you. City Lord, Fong Siyuan replied, inwardly amused, maintaining a smile as he placed his piece. I am a bit older than you. Henceforth, I shall take the liberty of calling you little brother, if you do not mind. You may call me older brother in return, so we do not seem so formal. Haha, little brother obeys. Opening his fan, Fong Siyuan replied with a smile. By the way, I have already sent out invitations for a banquet in 3 days, where the nobility of Shinue City will gather. If you have no other engagements, you might as well join us for the festivities. It will also provide me the opportunity to introduce you, to prevent any unseeing individuals from offending you. How does that sound? Casting a deep glance at the city lord, Fong Siyuan pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. If so, I shall trouble you. Older brother. On the surface, Fong Siyuan displayed no signs of unease, yet internally, a tempest surged within him. This opportunity was simply too fortuitous. All the nobility of the city would be present, and significant figures from the Lung family would undoubtedly attend. If he could employ certain tactics, would this not be the perfect chance? For now, it seemed he had successfully navigated the city lord's scrutiny, at least until he received definite news from the royal city. The city lord would harbor no doubts about his identity. This would afford him numerous opportunities to act. In an instant, Fong Siyuan's mind began to calculate, his gaze still fixed on the chessboard. Yet his thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. That Fong Siyuan went to the city lord's mansion? Upon receiving this news, Lung Xinling could not help but furrow her brow, a wave of inexplicable annoyance washing over her, as if some ominous event were about to unfold. Indeed, I spent over 2 hours with the city lord and have only just departed. It seems we had quite an enjoyable conversation. Oh, upon hearing this, Lang Xinling felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that Fong Siyuan was not the cold-hearted individual she had initially presumed. However, the pressing question remained. What should she do now? It was nearly predictable that the other two families would be relentless in their attempts to approach Fong Siyuan from this moment forth. If she did not devise a strategy soon, the Lung family would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. What was most vexing was that, following the demise of the ancestor, the members of their clan were still preoccupied with vying for power, exhibiting not a shred of crisis awareness, which was truly infuriating. Chapter 25. A clumsy performance. Crack. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the metal nearby was reduced to dust that a faint metallic sheen glimmered on Fong Siyuan's skin, exuding an aura of sharpness. This moment, had Lung Xinling been present, she would have instantly recognized Fong Siyuan's true identity, for such a manifestation was a clear sign of having mastered the golden spirit bone cleansing technique. Of course, if the Lung family were to learn of this outcome, they would likely be terrified. In just over a month, Fong Siyuan had achieved such prowess solely through half of the golden spirit bone cleansing technique. Such an accomplishment could hardly be described as anything less than monstrous. After stretching his body and gradually retracting his aura, Fong Siyuan pushed open the door and stepped outside, having reached this level of cultivation. The first half of the golden spirit bone cleansing technique was no longer of any assistance. Not only had his chi strength reached its peak, but his physical body had also surpassed the innate pinnacle, even exceeding his previous life. With the complete golden spirit bone cleansing technique in his possession, Fang Xuan was confident he could break through to the innate realm in a short period. Upon contemplating this, a glint of cold light flashed in Fang Xuan's eyes, and he let out a sneer as he made his way outward. Young master, the carriage is ready and can depart at any moment. Though there was still some time before the banquet began, the young attendant in blue had already prepared everything, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. See to it, I require a bath and a change of clothes, Fang Xuan instructed, nodding slightly, having just finished his cultivation. The sharp aura had yet to dissipate, necessitating a brief transition period, and he could not afford to appear in public with metal dust clinging to him at the cold residence. Young master, remember, you must find a way to establish a good rapport with Fang Xuan. At this critical juncture, if you can leverage him to resolve the family's crisis, you will undoubtedly be the rightful heir. Nodding arrogantly, Lung Wushang patted the servant beside him. Fear not, I understand. However, be cautious of my sister. Although there has never been a woman in our family to assume the role of head, we cannot afford to be too lax. Coming from such a family, genuine familial bonds were hard to come by, and Lung Wushang's inherently cold nature left him indifferent to such matters if given the chance. He would not hesitate to eliminate any potential obstacle to his ascension as the family head, his sister. Moreover, keep an eye on the other two families. They surely harbor ill intentions now that our ancestor has passed. I know. With an impatient wave of his hand, Lung Wushang exited towards the carriage. Hurry, we must not be late for today's gathering. Haha, my brother, I have been waiting for you. Come, allow me to make an introduction. As soon as Fang Xuan arrived, someone alerted the city lord of New Moon City, who immediately came out to greet him with enthusiasm that stirred envy among onlookers. Fortunately, during his time in New Moon City, Fang Xuan had gained a certain level of notoriety. And after a moment's consideration, those present deduced his identity, refraining from any attempts to provoke him. This is Lin Yuzhong, the head of the Lin family, a formidable innate powerhouse in New Moon City. The city lord led Fang Xuan to a middle-aged man with a gloomy countenance, emphasizing the introduction. Upon hearing this, Fang Xuan realized that the man was indeed the head of the Lin family, one of the three major forces in New Moon City, and someone he needed to pay close attention to. Offering a slight salute as a gesture of greeting, Fang Xuan chose to remain nonchalant, even too lazy to utter a word of admiration. And this is Zhang Ao, the head of the Zhang family, my brother. You should also take a moment to acquaint yourself with him. Of course, his demeanor remained unchanged, but such an attitude elicited no dissatisfaction, as Fang Xuan's status warranted such treatment. True nobility did not require excessive deference. Any display of undue reverence would merely raise suspicions. By the way, the Cold family members have also arrived. Spotting Lung Wushang and Lung Xinling approaching from a distance, the city lord laughed heartily. This young lady is Lung Xinling, the eldest daughter of the Cold family. And this is the second young master, Lung Wushang. Fang Xuan raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What is this? Am I not qualified? Or are you, my brother, not qualified enough that the Cold family would send merely these two youngsters? My brother has misunderstood. The head of the Cold family recently passed away, which is truly lamentable. With a disdainful snort, Fang Xuan cast a cursory glance at Lung Xinling's figure. This young lady appears rather intriguing. Perhaps we should consider making her the head of the Cold family. Though this statement seemed casual, it dripped with sarcasm, showing no regard for the feelings of the Cold family members. You jest, Master Fang. Xinling is but a young woman. How could she possibly assume the role of head? Lung Xinling returned a subtle, yet meaningful glance at Fang Xuan before bowing respectfully. Ignoring her, Fang Xuan smiled and turned to follow the city lord, who guided him to the side. The gathering comprised more than just the three major families. Others were present as well, and the city lord made a symbolic effort to introduce various individuals. However, these newcomers did not receive the same courtesy. Fang Xuan was too indifferent to even acknowledge them, treating them as if they were inconsequential. With some time remaining before the banquet officially commenced, the city lord found an excuse to leave, deliberately providing the others an opportunity to engage with Fang Xuan. In truth, the so-called banquet served merely as a pretext for the families to mingle and forge connections. Master Fang, may I have a moment of your time to speak? As soon as the city lord departed, Lung Wushang eagerly approached. Raising an eyebrow, Fang Xuan appeared somewhat impatient, casting a glance at Lung Wushang with a hint of mockery. Yet remained silent. Noticing Fang Xuan's disdain, Lang Wushang cautiously averted his gaze, offering a playful smile as he extended another invitation. Very well, since I have nothing else to do, let us walk for a bit. Casting a glance at Long Xinling, Fang Xuan languidly followed Long Wushang a few steps away. Once they had distanced themselves from the crowd, Long Wushang leaned in to whisper, Master Fang, are you interested in my sister? Even though Fang Xuan had already sensed that the other party lacked intellect, he couldn't help but find amusement in the bluntness of the question. He chose not to reply, merely gazing at him coldly in silence. With this fool's intellect, he fancied himself capable of contending with Long Xinling? It was laughable. However, such dim-wits seemed to serve his purpose. Chapter 26. Borrowing a blade. Master Fang is a perceptive individual. I shall not beat around the bush. Noticing Fang Xuan's apparent lack of reaction, Lang Wushang pressed on, the situation within the Cold family is as you may have heard. I require your support. With a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, Fang Xuan replied nonchalantly, I have no time to meddle in your affairs. Is it true that Master Fang has no interest in my sister at all? Long Wushang, unfazed, peered at Fang Xuan with a hint of lewdness, lowering his voice. Even if I were interested, should it not be her who approaches me? Fang Xuan maintained his aloof demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the implications behind Lang Wushang's words. Master Fang, you jest. As long as you support me in ascending to the position of head, what is merely a woman? Can she truly alter the course of fate? Once he had broached the subject, Lang Wushang cast aside any semblance of restraint, stating boldly, Master Fang, consider this. My sister is ultimately just a woman. If you were to support her, the effort required would be significantly greater. Conversely, if you merely lend me your support, I can provide you with what she can. Though this fellow was indeed shameless and somewhat foolish, Fang Xuan couldn't deny that if he were truly the type to covet beauty, this proposition held considerable allure. Raising an eyebrow, he appeared genuinely intrigued, finally lifting his head to appraise the second young master of the Cold family anew. Now, this is interesting, he mused, narrowing his eyes slightly, but I require more weight behind your offer. It was imperative to agree, as this connection would prove invaluable, yet he could not appear too eager, lest he reveal any vulnerabilities. Pausing briefly, Long Wushang exhibited no hesitation, revealing his trump card. Master Fang, you are likely not the sole heir within your family. Are you? Should you extend your hand, the Cold family will undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly in the future, whether you require wealth or personnel, without question. This was akin to selling one's soul, and he did so without so much as a blink. Even Fang Xuan must concede to this individual's decisiveness. Such terms are utterly impossible to refuse. Empty words. With arms crossed and fingers gently drumming against his arm, Fang Xuan finally spoke in a low voice after a considerable pause. Young Master Fang, how can I trust you? Long Wushang casually shrugged. Why not swear an oath? I do not place any faith in oaths, Fang Xuan replied, raising an eyebrow with a slight smirk. If you are sincere, then send your sister to me first. I shall keep her, and the rest can be discussed thereafter. The implication was unmistakable. Long Xinling, as one of the bargaining chips in this transaction, would serve to exert a certain level of control, should Long Wushang have second thoughts. Long Xinling's status would allow her to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Instinctively, Long Wushang hesitated to leave any leverage in the opponent's hands. However, the meaning of Fang Xuan's words was clear. He intended to keep her as a means of threat. After a moment of silence, Long Wushang slowly nodded. Very well. After we depart today, I shall send someone to bring her to young Master Fang's residence. A promise made, Fang Xuan said, casting a glance at Long Xinling in the distance. A playful smile gracing his lips as he gently clasped hands with Lang Wushang. Since someone was willing to act as the blade, why should he refuse? Longbow, have you discerned anything? Standing beside the old servant of the Long family, Long Xinling inquired softly. It is difficult to ascertain, but this person's demeanor is vastly different from the Fang Xuan of old. The old servant mused. I observed closely. He displayed no signs of abnormality upon encountering the young lady and young master. Logically, if he were feigning, he should not have been able to maintain such impeccable composure. As a congenital expert, the old servant was confident that no subtle movement or even a quickened heartbeat could escape his perception. Yet, everything appeared strikingly normal, devoid of any flaws. The young master has been gone for quite some time. I wonder if he has achieved anything. Furrowing his brow, the old servant ultimately refrained from probing further. This was the banquet of the new Moon City Lord. To say nothing of the City Lord, the heads of the other two great families were also congenital experts, making it impossible to conceal anything in their presence. Should any inappropriate actions occur in such a setting, it would not be easily glossed over. Lung Xinling's brow tightened, a vague sense of crisis swelling within her. Following Lung Wushang, the other two family heads, and Lung Xinling also sought excuses to engage with Fangsuan. However, these interactions were merely superficial probes, lacking any substantial content, merely scheduling a time for a future meeting. Afterward, the unfruitful dialogues and the banquet proceedings need not be elaborated upon, as the moon reached its zenith. Fangsuan finally engaged in some pleasantries with the New Moon City Lord before taking his leave. Though unspoken, the City Lord's intentions were clear. He deliberately facilitated the Lung family's initial contact with Fangsuan, hoping for his assistance in stabilizing the situation in the New Moon City. As long as this principle was not violated, Fangsuan would receive unwavering support, and at opportune moments, pressure could be applied to the Lung family to further benefit Fangsuan. Conversely, even out of consideration for Fangsuan's identity, it would not be surprising if some troubles were created for him. Long Bo, I have something to discuss with you. Upon leaving the City Lord's residence, Lung Wushang hurriedly approached. I just had a conversation with young Master Fang, and I believe we need to consult on a few matters. Although officially, the old servant of the Lung family was merely a subordinate, his proximity to the old patriarch afforded him a somewhat elevated status, particularly during such a contention for the family head position. Oh, without suspicion, the old servant considered for a moment before agreeing. He was acutely aware of the crisis the Lung family faced and was naturally curious about the discussion between Lung Wushang and Fangsuan. Whether it was Lung Xinling or Lung Wushang, or even other members of the Lung family taking over the family head position made little difference to him. His slight favoritism towards Lung Xinling was insufficient to compel him to fully support her. A glimmer of pride appeared in Lung Wushang's eyes as he assisted the old servant into the carriage. With a flicker of disdain, Lung Xinling waved her hand, falling a few steps behind, allowing the carriage to proceed slowly. Lost in thought, Lung Wushang failed to realize the impending crisis should he indeed have reached some accord with Fangsuan. Clip-clop. The sudden sound of hooves echoed as dozens of guards from the Lung residence swiftly intercepted Lung Xinling's carriage. It was only at this moment that Lung Xinling jolted to awareness, her heart sinking to the depths. Miss, the young master requests your presence to meet someone. Chapter 27, The Complete Golden Spirit Cleansing Mantra. Young master, someone from the Lung family has come to deliver something to you. Having returned not long ago, Fangsuan had yet to change his clothes when a servant presented the news. This level of efficiency momentarily startled even Fangsuan, who then found it somewhat amusing that it seemed that sometimes one could not rely solely on their assumptions. Just moments ago, he had believed that the young master of the Lung family would surely be unable to outmaneuver Lung Xinling. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had sent her to him. This blade was indeed sharper than he had imagined. Young master, it is a box. The Lung family instructed that you should open it personally. The young servant, running eagerly, expressed some indignation. Everyone around Fangsuan regarded him highly, yet the Lung family's members seemed coldly indifferent, brushing him off with a single remark. Interesting. Instruct someone to bring the box inside, but remember, no one is to open it without my permission. With a languid command, Fangsuan shrugged playfully and walked outside. Yes. Hey, young master, where are you going? To take a bath and change. With a playful smile tugging at his lips, Fangsuan waved dismissively, lacking even the interest to meet the Lung family members. Are you saying that the Lung family sent a gift to meet him, and the item was accepted? Slowly opening his eyes, the New Moon City Lord confirmed once more. Yes, my lord. I personally witnessed the box being brought to young Master Fang's quarters, though I do not know what lies within. All right, you may leave, the City Lord said with satisfaction, nodding and signaling for a reward before dismissing the servant. As the New Moon City Lord, it was exceedingly simple to place a few spies around Fangsuan. In truth, anything that transpired there would not escape his notice. Of course, the current developments were proceeding far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Having accepted the Lung family's gift, it seemed that Fangsuan understood his intentions. Now, all that remained was to confirm the identity of the other party. Only by establishing their true power could he decide how much to wager. Ugh! With a soft moan, Lung Xinling gradually regained consciousness, acutely aware of her weakened limbs as she lay on the bed, as though all her strength had been siphoned away. In a flash, she recalled the scene of those guards ruthlessly knocking her unconscious. And a wave of bitterness washed over her, and no matter how hard she tried, in the eyes of those in her family, she would always be merely a woman, her status far inferior to that of Long Wushang. Awake. Are you? A smile gracing his lips, Fang Xuan was seated at the table, savoring tea as he casually spoke. Young Master Fang. The moment she recognized him, Leng Xinling immediately understood that Long Wushang had essentially sold her to Fang Xuan in exchange for support. Fresh air tips. Would you like to try some, Miss Lang? Shrugging, Fang Xuan gestured to the seat beside him, speaking in a relaxed manner. Gritting her teeth, Leng Xinling struggled to sit up, looking at Fang Xuan, her heart surprisingly calming. Young Master Fang. What conditions did my brother agree to? If you release me, I can offer you double. Oh. With genuine interest, Fang Xuan surveyed Leng Xinling, leisurely inquiring, your people have already been sent to me. Is there truly anything else that could entice me more? As he spoke, the mocking glint in Fang Xuan's eyes was unmistakable. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Xinling slowly shook her head, raising her gaze to fixate on Fang Xuan. Xinling is naturally yours, young master, but if you would be willing to let me return, I could offer you more, say, the entire Leng family. The entirety of the Leng family. Her words struck a chord, even causing Fang Xuan to regard her with renewed attention. What do you think, young Master Fang? As long as you agree, Xinling is willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Shaking his head with a smile, Fang Xuan's expression gradually turned cold as he regarded Leng Xinling with indifference. The entire Leng family is unnecessary. Miss Lang, let us first settle the debt you owe me. At this point, Fang Xuan's voice shifted, his demeanor transforming as he reverted to the image of the cold, ruthless assassin. It's you. In that instant, Leng Xinling's complexion paled dramatically. Nearly gasping in shock, unable to maintain her calm facade any longer. It is no exaggeration to say that it was only at this moment that Leng Xinling truly realized everything had slipped entirely from her grasp. An unrelenting chill enveloped her, and the August heat felt more frigid than the depths of winter, sending shivers coursing through her body. Miss Leng, it seems your memory is rather poor. With a cold sneer, Fang Xuan looked at her with indifference and said, Can Miss Lang now recall what it is that she owes me? Would you like me to assist you in recollecting it once more? The folding fan in his hand had transformed into a chilling dagger, its menacing intent unmistakable. After a brief silence, Leng Xinling finally forced a bitter smile. I can give you the Jin Ling Shisueju, but you must promise to let me go back. You are in no position to negotiate terms with me. Rising slowly, he lightly placed his fingers under Leng Xinling's chin and calmly inquired, I will ask you one last time. Will you give it or not? In that instant, Leng Xinling clearly perceived the chilling murderous intent in Fang Xuan's eyes, instilling in her a profound sense of dread, as if her life would be forfeit the moment she declined. Despite knowing that he sought the Jin Ling Shisueju, she found herself unable to entertain even a flicker of hope in the face of Fang Xuan's icy gaze, nor dare to gamble on the slightest chance of survival. I agree to your terms. With a face full of bitterness, Leng Xinling slumped into the chair. Devoid of any will to resist, Fang Xuan's domineering demeanor had utterly shattered the last remnants of her defiance. This was not merely the result of a few words or glances, but rather the culmination of the oppressive force stemming from Fang Xuan's series of cold and ruthless actions since their acquaintance. As Fang Xuan would put it, it was a silent psychological assault, systematically dismantling her resistance until it crushed all her illusions. Such a confrontation was the hallmark of true cunning. Its efficacy far surpassed the clumsy methods of torture. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Fang Xuan's lips as the murderous aura around him dissipated, seemingly reverting to that harmless young nobleman, lazily provoking a desire to strike him. Chapter 28. Woman, this is what you owe me. Suddenly, a jarring metallic screech erupted from within Fang Xuan, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan, sending shivers down the spine. However, familiar with it all, Leng Xinling gazed at the blade-like aura emanating from Fang Xuan. A bitter pang stirring in her heart. The Jin Ling Shiseju lay within the Leng family. Yet over the years, how many among them could withstand such excruciating pain and comprehend its profundities? How much time had passed? An hour or two. Astonishingly, Fang Xuan had already grasped its essence and successfully completed his initial cultivation. Such speed was simply extraordinary. It was no wonder Leng Xinling felt this way. She had no inkling that as a disciple of Fang Xuan Mountain, he was endowed with unparalleled comprehension, and his mental fortitude was far beyond her imagination. After being reborn into this world, he felt like a bird breaking free from its cage, soaring directly into the heavens. As for the so-called pain, what assassin fears it? That would be laughable. Exhaling a breath of stale air, A glimmer of delight flickered in Fang Xuan's eyes as he concentrated, ensuring he had memorized the entire Jinling Shisueju. Only then did he reach out to obliterate the words Lung Xinling had silently recited. Young Master Fang. A complex expression flitted across Lung Xinling's face as she regarded him, opening her mouth, but ultimately finding herself at a loss for words. All her cards had been laid bare. She was now devoid of any qualifications to negotiate with him. The metaphorical knife rested in his hands, while she was but fish upon the chopping block. This moment was the most accurate portrayal of her reality. Do not be anxious. I presently have no interest in killing you to silence you. Noticing Lung Xinling's unease, he chuckled lightly, saying, "What do you intend to do?" After a moment of silence, she forced herself to regain composure and looked up at Fang Xuan. "It seems Miss Lang's memory is indeed rather poor. Have you forgotten the purpose for which your brother sent you here?" With a hint of mockery, Fang Xuan spoke languidly. Her pupils contracted slightly, and Lung Xinling was left speechless. How could she not be aware that Lang Wushang, that scoundrel, had essentially delivered her to someone for amusement? But could it be that this scoundrel truly intended to possess her? Young Master Fang, you are not even from the capital. You have already acquired what you desire, so why concern yourself with a mere woman like me? However, I find this situation quite amusing. Do you not agree? Fang Xuan remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he shrugged his shoulders. That it was only at this moment that Lung Xinling realized. Indeed, aside from herself, no one was privy to Fang Xuan's true identity. Whatever mischief he wished to enact, no one could thwart him. A chill crept into her heart as she recalled Fang Xuan's words from that day at the Lung estate, resonating ominously in her ears. A lethal intent. Have you remembered? Fang Xuan shrugged, smiling as he nodded. I apologize. Your family has a habit of going back on their word. However, I have always kept my promises. Though he bore a smile the instant those words left his lips. Lung Xinling distinctly sensed a chilling aura of death, cold and merciless. You still intend to act against the Lung family? Even though betrayed by Lang Wushang, Lung Xinling harbored a strong sense of belonging. Her thoughts were solely focused on how to reclaim the Lung family rather than destroy it. Thus, hearing Fang Xuan's words, how could her heart not chill? From the moment you wavered and sought to kill me, you should have anticipated this outcome. A faint smile graced Fang Xuan's lips as he spoke softly. There is no reason to allow you to commit murder while denying me the opportunity for revenge. Is there? Reflecting on the actions of the Lung family, Lung Xinling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Logically speaking, it was indeed the Lung family that had been heartless first. Was this merely a case of brewing one's own bitter wine? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her, and she fearfully inquired, "What is your connection to Zhang Yixian, the master of silver needles?" Given these circumstances, if she still failed to recognize the suspicious appearance of the master of silver needles, she would be utterly foolish. Of course, she had yet to connect Fang Xuan and Zhang Yixian, as the disparity between the two was simply too vast. Do you not think you are asking too many questions? Fang Xuan cast a cold glance at Lung Xinling, speaking in a detached tone as he raised a finger, which struck like lightning against her forehead. In an instant, Lung Xinling lost consciousness once more. Looking down at her with indifference, Fang Xuan gently tapped his little finger against the table. A flicker of sharp murderous intent unconsciously revealing itself in his eyes. Yet, this woman could not be killed just yet. The game was far from over. Woman, this is what you owe me. Young master, why do you require so many bronze and iron implements? The young servant in green looked perplexedly at the crates filled with various copper and iron items, even some random metallic contraptions. To smash for fun, is that a problem? Fang Xuan replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Although the effects of the Jinling Shisueju were apparent, the metal consumed was no insignificant amount, especially as he approached a critical breakthrough. To avoid attracting the Lung family's attention, Fang Xuan refrained from directly purchasing the metals and instead opted for an assortment of random metallic items. While the cost was somewhat elevated, having that 10,000 taels of gold swindled from the Lung family provided ample resources to be generous. From now on, have all my meals delivered to my room, and make it double portions. The young servant in green was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this new development. What do you mean, Stop wasting time and hurry up with the preparations. I have matters to attend to. With a huff, Fang Xuan had a crate brought into his room. Dismissing everyone before slowly opening the box to glance at Lung Xinling, who lay unconscious on the bed, and began to cultivate on his own. For an entire week, Fang Xuan hardly ventured outside, instead receiving crate after crate of metallic items while immersing himself in ceaseless cultivation. Even amidst this constant proximity, he showed no interest in Lung Xinling. When mealtime came, he would awaken her only to knock her unconscious again, showing no inclination for tenderness, ensuring she was neither starved nor released, driving her to the brink of despair while remaining resolute in his stance. Regardless of whether Lung Xinling raged, pleaded, or feigned innocence, no changes occurred. To Fang Xuan, the answer remained constant. Woman, this is what you owe me. Given that Lung Xinling had personally ordered his assassination, such betrayal was not something Fang Xuan would easily forget. Although he had no particular interest in her body and could not kill her for the time being, he felt it necessary to collect some interest. He could not allow her to live too comfortably. Naturally, under such rigorous training, the true energy within Fang Xuan also underwent daily transformation, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. At the Lung estate, young master, that Fang Xuan has been continuously acquiring metallic items. I suspect there is something amiss. Oh, raising an eyebrow, Lung Wushang inquired curiously. What has he been up to lately? Nothing at all. I heard he even has his meals delivered to his room. Upon hearing this, Lung Wushang couldn't help but laugh. It was as he suspected. It appeared that this fellow was truly enjoying himself. As for those metallic items, Lung Wushang did not give them much thought, assuming it was likely Lung Xinling attempting to persuade Fang Xuan to procure them for her training with the Jin Ling Shisueju. What did it matter? The Jin Ling Shisueju was not so easily mastered, and besides, she was already a plaything in his hands. What did it matter how strong she became? This cold family ultimately must be under my own control. Someone, send my name card to young Master Fang and inform him that I have matters to discuss, and hope he can spare some time to visit. Yes, young master. Chapter 29, The Opportunity. A name card. Observing the solemnity with which Lung Wushang dispatched someone to deliver the name card, Fang Xiyuan couldn't help but chuckle. This fool genuinely believed himself to be of some significance, resorting to such theatrics with him. However, upon further reflection, Fang Xiyuan discerned Lung Wushang's ulterior motives. He aimed to project an image, signaling to the other two prominent families, or rather, to the Lung family, that their relationship was exceptional. The intention was rather clever. If he truly made such a visit, the other families would likely refrain from rash actions for the time being, thereby silencing any dissent against the Lung family. Not that he had any intention of assisting him. Even if he did, such an approach was somewhat excessive. Ultimately, a fool is a fool, overly eager for immediate results and lacking in foresight. Shaking his head slightly, he raised his hand and tossed the name card to the ground. Do not concern yourself with him. Let him come to me in person 3 times or more before reporting back. Indeed. That's how it should be. What is the Lung family? To warrant a visit from young master. The young servant, filled with indignation, nodded vigorously, fully grasping the meaning of the phrase, when the master is humiliated, the servant perishes. Waving his hand dismissively, Fang Xiyuan ignored his servant and returned to his chamber. Damn the Lung family, one cannot fathom what sort of woman they sent to young master. That it has left him so lethargic as to not even bother leaving his room. Truly infuriating. These days, Fang Xiyuan had been receiving meals in his quarters, and he had not gone to great lengths to conceal his circumstances, leading to some speculation. However, such thoughts were not dared to be spread around. After some time had passed, Lung Xinling gradually awoke, only to find that, unlike before, she did not see Fang Xiyuan's impenetrable face. Cautiously surveying her surroundings, she soon realized that Fang Xiyuan was seated cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by an array of metallic items, evidently engrossed in cultivating the golden spirit cleansing technique. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Xinling carefully assessed the time. It was already dimming, clearly indicating that Fang Xiyuan had lost track of time in his fervent practice at that moment. Lung Xinling's heart raced. These days, Fang Xiyuan had tormented her relentlessly, knocking her unconscious thrice in a single day, leaving her with little more than eating and sleeping, which was far more aggravating than merely taking her body. This opportunity was simply too good, if she could seize the moment to eliminate Fang Xiyuan. That thought, fleeting as it was quickly dismissed by Lung Xinling. The psychological trauma Fang Xiyuan had inflicted upon her was far too profound. The moment she recalled his ruthless methods, the courage she had mustered evaporated entirely. If she were to attempt an escape unnoticed, she might only face a beating or a knockout. However, if she were caught in the act of plotting his demise, that would spell her certain doom. It was better to flee. Cautiously eyeing Fang Xiyuan, she angrily gestured in a manner incomprehensible to anyone else. confirming that Fong Siyuan showed no signs of waking before stealthily making her way outside. Creak. The door swung open with a piercing sound, startling Lang Xinling's heart into a frenzy as she nearly fainted. After a prolonged period without any reaction from Fong Siyuan, she finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief, cautiously patting her chest before securing the door and stepping outside. Who goes there? Not far from her position. A guard stationed in the courtyard immediately spotted Lang Xinling and barked, "Identify yourself. I am the young master's woman. The young master has commanded me to go out on an errand. Will you not step aside?" Digging her nails deeply into her palm to regain her composure, Lang Xinling spoke with feigned bravado, adopting the demeanor of a mistress. Upon recognizing Lang Xinling, the guards hesitated. For while others might not know, they, as Fong Siyuan's close aides, were well aware that the young master had been sequestered within for days, solely due to a woman. Faced with her presence, they dared not obstruct her. After a moment's indecision, the guards ultimately sheathed their weapons and parted to grant her passage. With her heart racing, Lang Xinling swiftly seized a horse and galloped toward the Lang family. The influence of Fong Siyuan's status was simply too immense. If she did not promptly inform her family, the Lang family might truly be in peril. "Young master, did you allow that woman from the Lang family to leave?" Soon after, the young servant entered Fong Siyuan's quarters, inquiring, "Has she departed?" A wicked smile played at the corners of Fong Siyuan's mouth as he leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip. Before responding slowly, tea must steep to reveal its flavor. Haste cannot yield the finest brew. If the young servant had merely been curious moments ago, he was now thoroughly bewildered by the young master's words. What does this mean? Half an hour from now. Accompany me to the Lang family. Staring agape at Fong Siyuan, the young servant grew increasingly perplexed. Leave now. Ask nothing, speak nothing. I have my own plans, Fong Siyuan instructed, lifting his teacup once more, nonchalantly sipping tea. Offering no further explanation. Unaware? How could that be? A true assassin must possess a keen sense of awareness and an acute sense of impending danger. Otherwise, they would have met their demise countless times over. With Fong Siyuan's capabilities and intellect, how could he allow Lang Xinling to escape his grasp? The reason he had been consistently knocking her unconscious was precisely for this moment, if he did not provide her a chance to flee. How could he advance his strategy? The intent of the Lord of Xinyue City was already quite clear. At this juncture, even Fong Siyuan could not afford to act against the Lang family directly. Nor did he possess the strength to do so. With the Lord of Xinyue City exerting pressure, the other two prominent families would not dare to act against the Lang family lightly. All of this required a pivotal opportunity. A reason compelling the Lord of Xinyue City to abandon the Lang family. Without a doubt, Fong Siyuan now sought to engineer such an opportunity. Run, and I shall grant you the chance for retaliation. Let us see if your Lang family possesses the strength to keep me here. A cold smile graced Fong Siyuan's lips as a glimmer of sharpness flickered at his fingertips. Vanishing without a trace, after countless days and nights of relentless cultivation, Fong Siyuan had fully mastered the golden spirit cleansing technique. Now merely a step away from entering the innate realm. In simpler terms, the chasm separating the acquired from the innate had been crossed. Once he completed the final cycle of energy circulation, he would transform his acquired true energy into the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the aura of murder silently spread. Chapter 30, Pursuit, Part 1. Who goes there, miss? The eldest daughter has returned. The eldest daughter has returned. The servants of the Lang family, unaware of Lang Wushang's sordid affairs, hurriedly reported upon seeing Lang Xinling return late at night. What did you say? This news nearly sent Lang Wushang into a faint. How could Lang Xinling have returned? This was impossible. Had Fong Siyuan perhaps drugged her? Remembering the silence following his delivery of the name card, and the closed doors he faced when he personally visited, Lang Wushang felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, Fong Siyuan had not changed his mind and decided to support his sister instead. The mere thought of this caused cold sweat to bead upon Lang Wushang's brow. When he had initially sent Lang Xinling to Fong Siyuan, it had caused quite an uproar within the family. Though no one had explicitly stated it, everyone was acutely aware of the underlying tensions. It was merely the pressure from the two prominent families that had kept anyone from openly opposing it. However, now that Lang Xinling had returned, regardless of the turmoil in his heart, maintaining appearances was essential. Straightening his clothing, Lang Wushang adopted a nonchalant demeanor, stepping outside with a swagger as he called out, "Sister, where have you been all this time? Your little brother has missed you dearly. Get lost." Long Xinling's eyes glinted with malice, offering not a shred of kindness in return. Sister, that's not fair. Lang Wushang attempted to argue further. But at this moment, Long Xinling could hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with him. Someone, gather all the key members of the family, and also summon Uncle Long. It must be swift. The thought of how Fong Siyuan might react upon discovering her escape sent shivers down her spine, leaving no room for delay. Humph, who knows how many times I've been played by them, yet you still dare to return and show off. Lung Wushang muttered darkly, casting a venomous glare at Long Xinling, his mind racing with malicious schemes. Despite having been thoroughly outsmarted by Long Wushang, Long Xinling's position within the Lung family remained formidable. The urgency of her summons resulted in the gathering of family members in less than the time it would take to enjoy a meal. Even at this late hour. Lung girl, what on earth is happening? Why have you summoned us old fellows at such an hour? With a cold smile, Lung Xinling retorted, I believe everyone is well aware of where I've been these past few days. Without allowing anyone to interject, Lung Xinling interrupted. Rest assured, I have no time to engage in disputes over this. I have returned in haste. I have but one thing to declare. This so-called noble heir from Wanqing is none other than Fong Siyuan, the one whom our Lung family failed to eliminate previously. Well, at her revelation, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment, hardly daring to believe their ears. What had Fong Siyuan's status been back then? How unflattering. He is merely a treacherous guard who has betrayed the Lung family. How could such a person possibly be a noble scion of the royal city? Nonsense. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? One misstep in your utterance could bring ruin upon the entire Lung family. A shiver ran through Long Wushang, but he steeled himself to speak up. If this were indeed true, the implications would be dire, not to mention the fact that he had betrayed Lang Xinling would be inescapable. When the reckoning arrived, he would be the first to face annihilation. Fool, at such a critical juncture, you still dare to dream of being the head of the family. A glint of cold malice flickered in Long Xinling's eyes as she reprimanded him sharply. Have you not considered that if the Long family were to perish, what would you be? Her words silenced Lung Wushang, and Lung Xinling continued. You need not doubt the veracity of my statement. He has already confessed, and under my interrogation, he divulged the golden spirit cleansing technique. Even I, reckless as I may be, would never jest with the life and death of my family. How can this be possible? There is no time for such discussions. I have escaped, and he will soon realize my absence. At that moment, he will undoubtedly hasten his assault on the Lung family. Raising an eyebrow, Lung Xinling added, we all know what we have done. He has no intention of sparing the Lung family. The deadly promise made back then could be fulfilled at any moment. The Lung family is already at the brink of extinction, and I beseech you all to cast aside your selfish desires and assist me in overcoming this crisis. Nonsense. If he truly is that Fong Siyuan, he is merely a minor postnatal warrior. How could he threaten the Lung family? Lung Wushang retorted defiantly. Fool, who knows his true identity at this moment? This time, Lung Xinling was nearly at a loss for words. I do not even know what means he employed to deceive even the city lord. If he leverages this identity to unite with the two great families against us, do you believe you can secure your safety? Upon hearing this, a chill ran through everyone's hearts, and a sense of impending crisis loomed. Indeed, the three great families of Xinhua City were of comparable strength, and the innate experts at their disposal were few. However, with the demise of the old ghost of the Lung family, that balance was shattered. If the other two families were to join forces, annihilating the Lung family would be a trivial matter. Most importantly, they would not need to verify Fong Siyuan's identity with a mere word from him. Even the city lord would find it difficult to rebuke. When the time comes, regardless of the chaos that ensues, the Lung family would be exterminated first, and once the spoils were divided, what would it matter if Fong Siyuan's identity were revealed as a fabrication? Few in attendance were fools, and with that thought, they sprang into action. We must capture him before he realizes, and expose his ruse before the city lord and the two great families. Indeed, the longer we delay, the more perilous our situation becomes. We must act now. Once the matter concerned their personal interests, the assembly swiftly coalesced into a unified front. Lung Wushang, surrender my maidservant, or I shall raze your estate to the ground. Just as the members of the Lung family were poised to act, a brash and arrogant voice echoed from outside. In an instant, Lang Xinling's gaze sharpened, and a sense of foreboding began to stir within her. Fong Siyuan's reaction was utterly unexpected. Rather than seeking out the two great families or fleeing, He had the audacity to demand someone from the Lung family. How audacious! Did he truly believe that with just himself and his guards, he could contend with the Lung family, setting aside the elder Lung? The other two innate experts of the Lung family had already returned. In that moment, all eyes turned back to Lung Xinling. Though Fang Xuan had not explicitly stated whom he referred to, everyone understood who his maidservant was. Consequently, the gaze directed at Lung Xinling was laden with pity. If he were truly a noble from the royal capital, it would be one thing. But he was merely a poverty-stricken wretch who had the audacity to toy with the eldest daughter of the Lung family. Even going so far as to refer to her as a maidservant, such disgrace was monumental. A surge of resentment welled within her, yet the words of explanation remained lodged in Lung Xinling's throat. Besides, it was likely that no one would believe her. Having been confined for over a week, sharing a room with him and nothing transpiring, were it not happening to her, she would not have believed it either. Seize him. I shall personally slay this scoundrel. Chapter 31. A Deadly Confrontation, Part 2. Stepping onto the cobbled stones, clad in a flowing blue robe, Fang Xuan surveyed the crowd with an air of pride. His sword hung at his waist, exuding an aura of nonchalance and defiance. At first glance, one would discern him as a noble scion, though his expression was darkened, lacking the ferocity one would expect. Dozens of guards followed closely behind him, their palpable killing intent silencing all. Of course, this number paled in comparison to the Lung family, yet due to Fang Xuan's identity, the Lung family appeared to wane in stature. Lung Wushang, do you truly wish to compel me to annihilate your family? What an arrogant brat! I shall see how you intend to destroy the Lung family. In the midst of this exchange, the innate experts of the Lung family finally arrived, their eyes gleaming with cold malice. With a single step, a tide of overwhelming killing intent surged forth, forcing the guards beside Fang Xuan to falter. Joining his palms together, a smirk of disdain played upon Fang Xuan's lips. Truly a small family from a backwater. You know nothing of decorum. I am here to converse with your family head, and you presume to interrupt? This statement nearly angered the innate expert of the Lung family to the point of apoplexy. He was not a mere servant like Lung Bo. He was a genuine elder of the Lung family. And even in the presence of the old ghost, he would never be spoken to with such disrespect. I am Elder Lang of the Lung family. Struggling to contain his fury, the elder intended to assert his identity. But Fang Xuan had no intention of allowing him to prattle on. Stop. Who do you think you are? Whether I call you a cat or a dog is of no consequence. Summon your family head to speak with me. You seek death. Ordinarily, even if Fang Xuan was arrogant, he would not dare to act rashly. However, now that he knew Fang Xuan's identity was a sham, he held no hesitation in striking, with a flick of his palm. A devastating surge of spiritual power erupted, crashing forth like rolling thunder. An innate expert's wrath was not to be trifled with. A single strike was enough to obliterate any postnatal warrior. Utterly audacious, a glint of cold light flashed in Fang Xuan's eyes as he unsheathed his sword, striking without a moment's hesitation. Crack! In an instant, the clash bore no uncertainty. Fang Xuan's sword was shattered, and he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Huffed, spitting out blood. A fierce glint ignited in Fang Xuan's eyes, yet he remained undaunted. Well, the Lung family dares to strike at this young master. How delightful. Young master, my foot. Fang Xuan, you are merely a guard who has betrayed the Lung family. How dare you masquerade as a noble of the royal city? I spit. I was nearly deceived by you, and now you still dare to swindle. Moments later, Lung Wushang emerged, seething with indignation at having been duped by Fang Xuan previously, unleashing a torrent of curses upon hearing this. Fang Xuan could not help but burst into laughter. I thought the Lung family was formidable, but it seems you have begun to doubt my identity. Ha! Such audacity. I must have been too lenient with you. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Once I capture you, I shall see if you dare to continue this farce. You are but a dog of mine. How dare you bark at me based on mere rumors? Who granted you the audacity? Stepping forward and wiping the blood from his mouth, Fang Xuan wore an expression of defiance, a cold smile curling his lips. His words were exceedingly brazen, rendering Lung Wushang momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had only taken Lung Xinling's word at face value. But what if everything she said was a fabrication? Or what if Lung Xinling herself had been deceived? If he offended Fang Xuan, would he not be jeopardizing the precarious situation he had labored to establish? At that point, he would likely invite his own demise. Selfish by nature, Lung Wuxiang was not as astute as Lung Xinling. As Fang Xuan had aptly put it, he was nothing more than a fool. In that instant, he reflected upon his betrayal of Lung Xinling to Fang Xuan. If he were in her position, he might well set a trap to eliminate him first. If he could not have her, then destroying her would matter little. Furthermore, having allied himself with Fang Xuan, a noble of the royal city, he felt it would pose no great issue to lose the protection of the Lung family. With this thought, Lung Wuxiang hesitated to utter another insult. Having already spoken, he found himself in a precarious position, unsure of how to proceed. There is no time for idle chatter. We must capture him first. Some among the Lung family understood the gravity of the situation. It had reached a point where mere words could not resolve matters. It was better to forge ahead without retreat. As long as they could seize Fang Xuan, there remained a glimmer of hope. Stop, Lung Yuntian. Do you dare to treat young Master Fang with disrespect? In this fleeting moment, the members of the other two prominent families had already received the news and hastened their arrival. Everyone, he is not a noble of the royal capital. He is merely a guard expelled from the Lung family. As the chaos intensified, Lung Xinling finally subdued her fear of Fang Xuan and boldly exclaimed, "False." This time, even the members of the two families could not help but show a hint of astonishment, hesitating in their judgment. Ha! What a formidable woman! Is it not true that I, this young master, merely declined to grant you the position of head of the Lung family? Yet you dare escape and slander me. With a disdainful glance at Lung Xinling, Fang Xuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. You foolish woman, do you truly believe that serving me could be compared to the mere Lung family? This statement was impeccable, not only elucidating why the Lung family harbored suspicion towards him, but also indirectly reminding others of his status, which far surpassed that of the insignificant Lung family. You interrogate me about the golden spirit cleansing technique. Now, do you dare to demonstrate it for all to see, to ascertain whether it is indeed an exclusive skill of the Lung family? Sensing the situation deteriorating, Lung Xinling promptly revealed her trump card. This was the source of Lung Xinling's confidence. As the Lung family's secret art, the golden spirit cleansing technique held its own significance. Once executed, the sharp aura emanating from her body would be impossible to conceal from others. A jest. Do you think that the pitiful skills of the Lung family are worthy of my attention? Fang Xuan retorted with a touch of derision. Very well, let me put you at ease in your demise, and witness my methods, which are beyond anything your so-called technique could compare to. The moment these words fell, Fang Xuan's body abruptly sprang into motion, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Lung Xinling, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack. The sharp crack of the slap rendered Lung Xinling unconscious, yet the old servant of the Lung family reacted swiftly, launching a strike towards Fang Xuan's back, forcing him to refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Nonetheless, that sudden flash had already left all present in a state of shock, especially the members of the two prominent families, who now regarded Fang Xuan with renewed admiration. Their doubts dissipating entirely, it should be noted that even innate experts could not necessarily achieve such terrifying speed. What more could be said for a postnatal martial artist? What extraordinary skill was this? It had to be at least an Xian-level secret technique. In comparison, the Lung family's so-called golden spirit cleansing technique seemed utterly trivial. Such techniques, if not from the prominent families of the royal capital, who could possibly wield them? Witnessing Fang Xuan's display of prowess, the old servant of the Lung family inwardly cursed his luck, no longer daring to hesitate. With a swift motion, he seized the long sword from a nearby Lung family disciple and lunged towards Fang Xuan's vital points with lightning speed. Having witnessed the terror of the Xing character technique, he knew that had it not been for that very technique, Fang Xuan would have perished at his hands long ago. Now, as it was unleashed, it only further confirmed Fang Xuan's identity. However, the others were oblivious. The members of the two families had never seen Fang Xuan in action before. With this display, coupled with the fabricated identity Fang Xuan had concocted, how could they possibly maintain their skepticism? The only course of action was to capture Fang Xuan and force him to reveal the truth before the experts from the other two families and the Lord of New Moon City arrived. With this thought racing through his mind, the old servant of the Lung family wasted no time in unleashing his full fury, wielding his weapon with deadly intent, locking onto Fang Xuan with murderous intent. Chapter 32, Assassination, Part 3. Is it just you? Fang Xuan smirked, his expression filled with disdain as he lightly propelled himself forward. The Xing character technique unfurled, his speed reaching its zenith. Even innate experts would find it challenging to lock onto his chi. Previously, in the illusory forest, Fong Suan had managed to contend with the black-clad commander using the Xing character technique. Now, having cultivated the golden spirit cleansing technique, his power had surged, faced with a single innate expert. It was inconceivable that he could be killed in such a short time. Without a word, the old servant of the Leng family transformed his longsword into a blur of light, abandoning precise strikes to launch a sweeping assault, compelling Fong Suan to endure. "Hey, Leng family, are you not ashamed?" Before Fong Suan could respond, some members of the two families jumped in, their voices filled with disbelief. Had they possessed greater strength, they would have surely intervened sooner. It was utterly humiliating for a dignified innate expert to resort to such underhanded tactics against a postnatal martial artist. "I am merely a servant of the Leng family. What shame is there in that?" Unmoved, the old servant of the Leng family scoffed dismissively and continued his pursuit. "Even if we were to clash head-on, do you truly think I would fear you?" With a glint of killing intent in his eyes, he advanced boldly, charging directly into the sword's trajectory. Hiss. This audacious action startled those around them. It was absurd. Even if the area attacked eluded the force, it remained the strike of an innate expert. Relying on speed to evade was one thing, but to charge into the path of such an attack? Was he out of his mind? Boom. The impact was explosive. The sheer force of the collision knocked down several nearby guards of the Leng family. Pooh! A mouthful of blood surged forth, bitterness filling his throat as the old servant of the Leng family struggled to maintain his grip on the longsword. This straightforward clash had left him at a disadvantage. The outcome was one that no one had anticipated. Kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from his lips, Fong Suan wore an expression of indescribable pride. How does it feel? Impossible. In that moment, the old servant of the Leng family forgot to attack, staring blankly at Fong Suan. Disbelief etched across his face. His entire perception had been shattered. How could a postnatal martial artist withstand an innate expert? Could it be? Could he truly possess another identity, wielding secret techniques of Xian level, or even above? During their last confrontation, Fong Suan had not utilized the inch strength technique, and the only one aware of such a capability was Leng Xinling, who was now unconscious. The old servant, amidst the chaos, began to harbor doubts. Let alone the others. At this juncture, nearly everyone had come to believe in Fong Suan's identity, possessing such a terrifying secret technique, unless he were a core disciple of a prominent family from the royal capital. Who would dare to challenge that notion? Listen to what the Leng family claims. They say he is a guard expelled from their family. Absurd. If the Leng family could produce such terrifying techniques, even in their guards, it would not only be possible for them to dominate New Moon City, but perhaps even the royal capital itself. The barely perceptible smile crept onto Fong Suan's lips as he surveyed the crowd, his demeanor indifferent. "I, as a young master, have never faced such humiliation. The Leng family. Oh, how delightful." Although he did not explicitly threaten retaliation, the insinuation was palpable, discernible to anyone with even an ounce of sense. At this point, even the members of the Leng family felt a chill run down their spines. This affair had escalated too far. If the other party truly were a noble from the royal capital, how could they insult him so brazenly without risking the annihilation of the Leng family? Perhaps we should simply apologize and offer up that girl Xinling to him. It was unclear who muttered this first, but it quickly gained traction among many, revealing the basest instincts of humanity as self-interest took precedence. To these individuals, it mattered little who became the head of the family. Sacrificing Leng Xinling seemed a small price to pay to resolve the issue. Nonsense. Silence at once. Hearing these whispers, Lang Yutian could no longer contain his anger and barked sharply. This group, sheltered by the family, had grown utterly foolish, their minds clouded. At this juncture, to even entertain the notion of sacrificing Lang Xinling to smooth things over was a laughable proposition. The arrow was drawn, and it must be released. At this point, the only option was to fight to the bitter end. Capturing Fong Suan was their only bargaining chip for negotiation, and they had to act swiftly. Given the commotion they had caused, the other two prominent families in the city lord were undoubtedly on their way, likely to arrive at any moment. Once they did, the opportunity to act against Fong Suan would vanish. "Join me in subduing this troublesome brat." With a fierce command, Long Yutian cast aside any pretense of status and joined the fray against Fong Siyuan. As an innate expert, he was no fool. Upon seeing Lang Yutian spring into action, another innate expert from the Long family understood his intent and wasted no time in joining the assault. In the blink of an eye, 3 innate experts surrounded Fong Suan, a spectacle that left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What a farce. These were innate experts, once aloof and seemingly untouched by the world, now shamelessly besieging a postnatal martial artist like common thugs. If word of this spread, the Lung family would surely become the laughingstock of all. Frowning, it was only at this moment that Fangsuan truly felt the weight of life and death pressing upon him. Having mastered the golden spirit cleansing technique, Fangsuan's strength had already reached the pinnacle of postnatal martial artists, on the verge of breaking into the innate realm. Facing a single innate expert, his self-preservation was assured. But contending with three, that was an entirely different matter. Nonetheless, even in the face of such a seemingly insurmountable predicament, Fangsuan remained unyielding, devoid of any fear. From the moment the cold-hearted Ling was intentionally released, everything has been meticulously orchestrated by Fangsuan, including the initial bloodshed that resulted in his vomiting blood. It was all deliberate. Now, the unyielding alliance of three innate powerhouses, disregarding their dignity, is indeed somewhat unexpected. However, it does not reach a point that would plunge Fangsuan into despair. This situation, which he himself has crafted, should not compel the Lung family to turn against him. Only by solidifying this pretext can he force the Lord of Xinyue City to abandon the Lung family. This is precisely the scenario Fangsuan aims to create. Of course, the brilliance of this strategic game lies in the necessity for him to suffer significant losses, yet he must absolutely avoid capture or death. Calculating the time in his mind, Fangsuan's figure morphed into a series of afterimages, directly infiltrating the ranks of the Lung family's guards to in a direct confrontation, even with his mastery of the wordless technique. It is impossible to contend with three innate powerhouses simultaneously. However, once he merges into the ranks of the Lung family guards and stirs chaos, perhaps there may be a glimmer of hope. What a fine Lung family! You are dragging the entire Xinyue City to its demise. If I perish here, within half a month, Xinyue City will surely be reduced to scorched earth. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes as Fangsuan laughed maniacally. Amidst his frenzy, still exuding an indescribable pride and arrogance. Even when cornered with no way out, the air of defiance around him showed no sign of waning. Damn it, where is the family head? This person's identity is certainly not ordinary. If something truly happens, I fear we may have to accompany the Lung family to the grave. They should be arriving soon. As soon as we receive the news. We came here with this lord. The family head must have set out upon receiving the message. It won't be long before they arrive. Damn the Lung family. They brought this upon themselves and insist on dragging us down with them. They truly deserve 1,000 cuts. We can't wait any longer. Let's take action. As long as we delay for a while until the family head arrives, the Ling family will surely be razed to the ground. With such calculations below, the members of the two families could no longer remain idle. Shouting as they charged towards the Ling family, a chaotic battle ensued. Fangsuan had already endured countless blows. Although some were intentionally inflicted by him, the cumulative effect left him feeling a wave of weakness. Nearly on the brink of collapse, life and death hinge on a mere thread. Chapter 33. The Lung family. Expunged. Kill. Seizing a long sword from an unknown source, he plunged into the crowd, relying on the rapidity of the wordless technique. Akin to a tiger among sheep, with none able to withstand his blade. His garments were drenched in blood. The blue robe, once pristine, was now unrecognizable beneath the crimson stains. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, Fangsuan's consciousness began to blur, were it not for his years of training as an assassin. Accustomed to maintaining absolute calm, he might have forgotten all strategy and unleashed his full power in desperation. Stop! Everyone cease immediately. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of the Lord of Xinyue erupted from afar, and in an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, halting breath even from hundreds of meters away. Having presided over Xinyue City for many years, the strength of the Lord of Xinyue is certainly beyond the comparison of ordinary innate powerhouses. Now, unleashing his full power in anger, he is an unstoppable force, instinctively invoking a sense of submission. Do not hold back. It is better to kill him than to let him escape. The appearance of the Lord of Xinyue shattered the last glimmer of hope for the Lung family. At this moment, they had burned their boats, caring for nothing else. Rather than allowing Fangsuan to leave alive, it would be better to eliminate him outright, thereby dragging everyone into the depths of the abyss, compelling them to aid the Lung family in concealing the truth. Longitian. How dare you? Having locked onto this side, upon discovering the odd reactions of the Lung family's innate experts, the Lord of Xinyue was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Were these fools seeking death? Previously, they had aimed to capture Fangsuan alive, Yet he always managed to evade, skillfully maneuvering within the crowd, making it difficult to apprehend him. However, now that they were resolute in their intent to kill, with no reservations, the three innate powerhouses unleashed their full might simultaneously, sealing off the entire space around Fangsuan. Facing a life-and-death crisis, Fangsuan suddenly sensed the chilling breath of death. He could no longer afford to hold back. With a single step, he created a circular fissure radiating outwards for 5 or 6 meters from his position. The strength of his attack exploded forth without reservation, colliding forcefully with the old servant of the Lung family. With one punch, he sent the old servant flying, using the recoil to evade critical damage. Yet, he could not completely escape, receiving 2 heavy blows in succession, sending Fangsuan soaring through the air. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly in everyone's ears, mid-air. He spat out a mouthful of blood, as if his very organs had shifted, collapsing weakly to the ground. Following the strike, the 2 other innate experts of the Lung family moved in unison, ready to deliver another blow. You seek death. This time, the Lord of Xinyue was truly enraged. Fangsuan had already become a life-and-death matter, and should these 2 succeed in their follow-up attack, he would certainly perish. Did these fools not realize the terrifying consequences if Fangsuan were to die in Xinyue City? With a flick of his wrist, a tremendous force surged forth like a whirlpool, violently tearing the 2 away, leaving them no chance to retaliate. This was still due to the Lord of Xinyue's concern for Fangsuan's life, neglecting to settle accounts with them in the next moment. Fangsuan was embraced by the Lord of Xinyue, who swiftly sealed Fangsuan's wounds, staunching the flow of blood. After sustaining such a devastating blow, Fangsuan's breath had grown exceedingly faint, as if he might perish at any moment. Brother, how are you? The Lord of Xinyue anxiously scrutinized Fangsuan's pale countenance, calling out repeatedly. Cough. A violent cough expelled a mouthful of blood, and a flicker of spirit returned to Fangsuan's eyes, though his lips curled with coldness. What a fine Lung family, what a splendid Xinyue city. Attempting to push away the Lord of Xinyue, he ultimately found himself powerless, softly uttering. Step aside. Do they not wish to kill me? I shall stand here and await my fate. If I fall, I will ensure that Xinyue City becomes a wasteland. Even in his grievous state, the murderous intent in Fangsuan's eyes showed no sign of abating, his face alight with madness. Brother, quell your anger. It is my fault as your elder. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Nodding vigorously, the Lord of Xinyue entrusted Fangsuan to those beside him and rose abruptly, a tide of overwhelming killing intent surging forth, locking onto the members of the Lung family. Lord of the city, he is not a noble from the royal capital. He is merely a guard expelled from my Lung family. Although fully aware that his words held little sway, Lang Yutian was compelled to press on with his explanation. Nonsense. This time, without waiting for the Lord of Xinyue to respond, the members of the 2 families immediately retorted, Lord of the city, we witnessed it ourselves. It was merely a woman from the Lung family who escaped from young Master Fang, deliberately slandering him. The Lung family, without discernment, insisted on accusing him of stealing their family's secret technique, the Golden Spirit cleansing method. With his post-heaven strength, he was able to contend against 3 innate powerhouses. Such prowess could hardly be matched by the Lung family's meager skills. With this statement, the surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of voices, overwhelmingly supporting Fangsuan. After all, this was a matter of their own interests. The terrifying abilities Fangsuan displayed left no room for doubt about his identity at this moment. Who could still care for the fate of the Lung family? In the midst of the discourse, the heads of the other 2 families simultaneously arrived. Lord of the city, though we have only just met young Master Fang, we feel as if we have known him for ages. It is utterly unacceptable for such an incident to occur in Xinyue City. Indeed. You need not act, Lord of the city. We shall provide young Master Fang with an explanation. In an instant, an aura of terrifying killing intent emanated from the 2 family heads, casting cold glances at the Lung family members. Lord of the city, everything we say is the truth. This time, the Lung family was genuinely frightened and hastened to clarify. Enough of this nonsense. Come, flatten the Lung family and provide young Master Fang with justice. Paying no heed to the Lung family's further protestations, the 2 family heads issued simultaneous orders to annihilate the Lung family. They had no faith in the Leng family's words. Even if they knew Fangsuan's identity was fabricated, this was the opportune moment to eliminate the Lung family. The Lord of Xinyue slightly parted his lips, but ultimately chose not to intervene. Although Fangsuan's identity had yet to be verified, he could not afford to take that risk. if there was even a sliver of truth in Fang Xuan's identity. Sheltering the Lung family would lead to his own demise. In comparison to the so-called truth of the Lung family, he placed more trust in his own judgment. With this thought, the Lord of Xinyue's expression grew somber. And he calmly commanded, "The Ling family has brought about its own destruction. I shall certainly provide my brother with an explanation. From this day forth, the Ling family is expunged." The Lung family, expunged, though merely 4 simple words. To the members of the Lung family, it felt like a death sentence. At this moment, some among the Lung family still could not comprehend how the situation had spiraled into such an irretrievable state. "Flee! Everyone, escape as far as you can." Breathing heavily, Lang Yutian bellowed. The downfall of the Ling family was now irreversible. All that remained was to preserve a shred of their lineage, and nothing more. Casting a fleeting glance at the members of the Lung family, the Lord of New Moon City had grown weary of uttering another word, despite the situation being firmly under control and evolving favorably. It had been utterly ruined by this group of fools, which was truly infuriating. "Bring forth young Master Fang. Assist him to my residence for rest." "No need." Suddenly, Fang Xiyuan's eyes snapped open, laced with a hint of sarcasm as he coldly declared, "The members of the Fang family have yet to reach the point of requiring others' protection. Brother, alas. Thank you, but we shall take our leave." With a disdainful scoff, Fang Xiyuan casually instructed the bodyguards beside him. "Yes, young master." Unbeknownst to these guards, who believed Fang Xiyuan to be an impressive noble of the royal capital, they would not deign to offer any courtesy to others as they hoisted Fang Xiyuan and turned to depart. "Ensure that young Master Fang's residence is well guarded, should there be even the slightest mishap. You shall present your heads to me." As they gradually moved away, no one noticed the originally gravely injured and unconscious Fang Xiyuan revealing a silent, cold smile. Simultaneously, a faint golden spiritual energy began to circulate. Indeed, it was not true energy, but spiritual power. Transforming chi into spirit signifies the innate realm. Should there be an innate expert present, they would immediately realize that Fang Xiyuan was currently striving to break into the innate realm. The performance had concluded, and it was time to take matters into his own hands. Relying solely on the 2 prominent families would not guarantee the retention of all innate experts from the Lung family. Moreover, there was Lung Xinling. Should she escape, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Thus it was essential to resolve this personally. This game of chess must come to an end. Does the Lung family still remember that deadly promise? Chapter 34. Within Fang Xiyuan, I am invincible. "Master Lin, you cannot keep me." Gripping his sword tightly, the old servant of the Lung family gazed calmly at Master Lin Yuzhong, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "If you cease to protect these individuals from fleeing, I assure you, I cannot keep you." Lin Yuzhong remained unperturbed, speaking leisurely as if he were in no rush to eliminate his adversary. Given the circumstances, the Lung family can no longer maintain a foothold in New Moon City. Why must the Lin family pursue total annihilation? A hint of familial affection may serve us well in the future, no? The old servant of the Lung family understood his opponent's intentions in a clash between innate experts. If one party is resolutely intent on fleeing, eliminating the other is nearly an impossible task. However, if they are detained and too fearful to escape, the situation changes entirely. Should Master Lin genuinely wish to eradicate my Lung family, I, lacking in strength, would naturally not dare to linger. However, I am deeply indebted to the Lung family, and as long as this old body draws breath, I shall strive to repay that debt. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yuzhong's expression shifted dramatically, his murderous intent palpable as it bore down on the old servant of the Lung family. "Are you threatening me?" The old servant's meaning was clear. If Lin Yuzhong continued his pursuit, should he escape, he could certainly retaliate against the Lin family's offspring, that a formidable innate expert. Should he disregard his pride and seek revenge, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. The Lung family has unexpectedly fallen into such dire straits, I venture to say. Master Lin was unprepared, was he not? Unfazed by Lin Yuzhong's murderous intent, the old servant of the Lung family continued. Had the 2 families been adequately prepared, recalling all innate experts, I would naturally have no opportunity to threaten you. However, at present, I implore Master Lin to weigh whether to preserve a sliver of familial connection. There was no need to elaborate further. The pros and cons would surely be assessed by the other party. The balance of gains and losses rests upon a single thought, nothing more. Casting a glance at the fleeing offspring of the Leng family, Lin Yuzhong finally fell silent, offering no response, yet the sword in his hand had silently lowered. Observing this attitude, the old servant of the Lung family rejoiced. "Thank you, Master Lin, for your magnanimity. As long as the Lin family draws breath, we shall repay this kindness." As his words fell, the old servant turned to assist elsewhere, striving to buy time for the survival of the Lung family's descendants. However, at the moment of turning, his gaze froze in place. "Apologies, but it seems you won't be leaving." A young man clad in black stood with his back to the old servant of the Lung family, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of arrogance. "Who are you?" A glimmer of sharpness flickered in the old servant's eyes as he inquired coldly. "My young master is on a journey of self-cultivation. I cannot intervene in his affairs, but I will certainly settle this score." The youth remained unperturbed, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "The Fong family." In an instant, Lin Yuzhong's gaze sharpened. With his strength, he could discern that this unfamiliar youth was undoubtedly an innate expert. If he was indeed the protector of Fong Siyuan, then Fong Siyuan's identity was all the more enigmatic at this moment. Even the old servant of the Lung family found himself questioning whether Fong Siyuan's identity truly held complications. Of course, this was not the time for such concerns. As a fellow innate expert, should I wish to depart, you, no matter how strong, cannot possibly hinder me. With a scoff, the old servant of the Lung family continued. "If your young master is gravely injured and on the brink of death, yet you stand idly by, brazenly threatening me, is that not a farce?" When mentioning the young master, the old servant of the Lung family deliberately allowed a hint of murderous intent to shine through, subtly reminding the other that should he escape, he too could pose a threat to Fong Siyuan. Stubbornly obstinate, with a slight sigh, the moment the youth spoke, his form suddenly sprang into motion. The moonlight, like flowing water, cast a serene yet chilling aura, silently conveying a sense of impending doom. The word formula. Upon entering the innate realm, the terrifying speed of the word formula was truly manifested, swift, to the utmost degree. In the blink of an eye, the youth returned to his original position as if he had never moved. Even the outline of his figure in the moonlight remained unchanged. Crack! In a moment of haste, the old servant of the Lung family could hardly discern the point of the youth's attack, relying solely on instinct to raise his hand in defense. With a single strike, the bones in the old servant's arm shattered, producing a crisp sound of bone cracking. A shattering fracture. The bones at the point of contact had already splintered into several pieces, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. "My young master has suffered 7 broken bones. Spat blood thrice, and his internal organs have slightly shifted. Naturally, I shall seek to recover this debt tenfold." The youth turned indifferently, speaking as if he were merely discussing trivial matters. Such prowess, not only the old servant of the Lung family, but even Lin Yuzhong could not help but break into a cold sweat. Terrifying, too terrifying. Merely with a single strike, he had so easily incapacitated the opponent's arm. Such power could not merely be described as a slight advantage. The most alarming aspect was the speed of the attack. Even he could barely catch a glimpse of the youth's movements, only vaguely sensing a nearly invisible shadow, and in the next moment, the youth had already returned to his original place. Such an assault, he mused, even he would likely struggle to endure. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. With one successful strike, the youth's body moved once more, conjuring 6 or 7 afterimages beneath the moonlight, launching into a tempestuous assault against the old servant of the Lung family. This time, with mental preparation, the old servant unleashed all his strength. Yet he was not without the ability to retaliate. However, amidst the rapid transitions of attack and defense, he found himself entirely at a disadvantage. Having lost an arm, his combat prowess had diminished by at least 30%, and how could he withstand such a torrential onslaught? The most dire aspect was that within this storm of attacks, some strikes contained explosive force tenfold, far beyond what the old servant of the Lung family could withstand. It is no exaggeration to say that these explosive blows, interspersed among ordinary attacks, were the true fatal strikes. Inch force, an explosive force tenfold. Though it could not be sustained with every strike, once unleashed, it became a guaranteed kill, utterly unresistible. Close combat was inherently the domain of the youth. The old servant of the Lung family sought countless times to create distance, yet he found himself with no opportunity to retreat. In close quarters, the youth loomed like an insurmountable peak, instilling a sense of despair. In a mere few minutes, amidst the tempestuous barrage, the youth struck the old servant of the Leng family 14 times, each blow shattering a bone, yet remarkably avoiding any fatal points, ensuring he would not die immediately. A mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, mixed with fragments of internal organs, clearly indicating that even his internal organs had been shattered. With his limbs broken, the old servant of the Lung family could no longer rise. Collapsing like a puddle of flesh upon the ground, his eyes filled with terror and agony. Nonchalantly retrieving a handkerchief, the youth gently wiped the blood from his hands and tossed it onto the face of the old servant of the Lung family. Softly sighing, a summer insect cannot speak of ice. Merely such a wretch, yet unaware of where they found the audacity to lay hands upon my young master. Had it not been for the desire to leverage the two families to utterly annihilate the Lung family, why bother expending such effort in planning? With a slight exertion of his foot, he crushed the heart meridian of the old servant of the Lung family, and the youth cast one last disinterested glance at Lin Yuzhong before vanishing beneath the moonlight. Chapter 35. Once the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. 47. The dagger glinted coldly as it swept through the air. Yet another descendant of the Lung family fell in response, the youth's footsteps unceasing as he continued his pursuit. In his relentless chase, the number of Lung family descendants who had perished at Fang Siyuan's hands had already reached 47, yet Fang Siyuan bore no semblance of pride upon his visage, nor any guilt for the multitude of lives taken. Only a faint and detached indifference remained. Young master, you cannot abandon the young lady. Once we leave the city, there will be an opportunity to escape the pursuit of the two great families. Allowing my Lung family to rise again, the young lady has been exceptionally wise since childhood. She is the hope for the resurgence of the Lung clan. Several loyal retainers stubbornly blocked Lang Wushang and others from exiting the city, pleading earnestly. Bah! If it weren't for this wretched girl, would the Lung family have fallen to such a state? How can you still have the face to protect her? Are you my Lang family's guards or her lackeys? Lang Wushang glared at the retainers with a livid face. Venting his anger with harsh words at this point, he had placed the entire blame for the downfall of the Lung family squarely on Lung Xinling, abandoning any pretense of civility and incessantly berating her with derogatory terms. Enough. You may leave, Lung Xinling said, her spirit dampened, showing no desire to continue arguing with Lung Wushang. With a sigh, she gestured for the guards to step aside. Others might be oblivious, but Lung Xinling was acutely aware that Fang Siyuan's identity was undoubtedly fabricated, even without today's excuse. Fang Siyuan would have found other reasons to strike against the Lung family. The seeds of disaster were sown long ago when the old ghost of Lung ordered Fang Siyuan's eradication. Though at that time, no one could have anticipated that a mere postnatal martial artist could threaten the safety of the Lung family. At least you possess some self-awareness, Lung Wushang scoffed, casting a sidelong glance filled with contempt. I see no need for you to flee. Just return and plead with your precious young Master Fang. Perhaps you can still go back to being his maid. You shameless scoundrel. Lung Xinling's face flushed crimson at such mockery, and she spat in indignation. Some people can commit unspeakable acts. Why should I be silent? In that moment, Lung Wushang conveniently forgot how he had betrayed Lung Xinling, shamelessly continuing his taunts. Get lost. You get out of my sight. 48. Just as Lung Xinling erupted in fury at Lung Wushang, a cold and clear voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Who goes there? In an instant, the Lung family's guards noticed the sudden appearance of a young man in black, tightly encircling Lung Wushang, while inadvertently neglecting Lung Xinling. Having seen a few innate experts from the Lung family, it seems you possess some capabilities to have made it this far, the young man lazily remarked, casting a casual glance at them. Upon hearing that voice again, Lang Xinling's heart tightened, as though it had been gripped by an iron hand, rendering her speechless. Although the unfamiliar young man bore no resemblance to Fang Siyuan on the surface, she felt an almost instinctual certainty that this was indeed Fang Siyuan, remembering Fang Siyuan's terrifying methods. Any thought of resistance fled her mind. She stood frozen, her face a mask of bitterness and despair. Ignoring Lung Xinling, the young man wiped the blood off the dagger that had just claimed the life of a Lung family guard. 17 in total. Traveling together should alleviate the solitude. Shouldn't it? No. Please, spare me. If you let me go, I can offer you anything. The Lung family has assets in other cities. If you release me, I can give you everything. Being part of the Lung family. Lung Wushang immediately recognized the young man as an innate expert, and in his panic, he pleaded desperately, nearly begging on his knees. Having been raised in luxury and never faced hardship, Lung Wushang was utterly shattered by this sudden turn of events. leaving no trace of his former arrogance. In a flash, the young man moved like a specter through the guard's encirclement, seizing Lung Wushang and swiftly severing his head. Blood sprayed from the neck, drenching the ground in crimson until his last breath. Lung Wushang could utter not a single word. 49. The cold and indifferent voice flowed from the young man's lips. To him, the young master of the Lung family was no more than a mere number. Young master. Avenge him. Kill him for young master's sake. The loyal followers who had fled with Lang Wushang, blinded by rage, forgot their fear and drew their weapons, charging recklessly at Fong Siyuan. There are indeed some reckless warriors. What a pity, the young man observed. Sighing softly at the guard's response, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blur, the dagger in his hand flashing with a brilliant cold light, as graceful as a startled swan, to an innate expert. Even a multitude of postnatal martial artists were but a jest. Harnessing the power of the heavens and earth for his own use, he had no need to fear exhaustion. The so-called battle was merely a one-sided slaughter. Blood dripped steadily. In less than a minute, more than a dozen guards lay lifeless, each wound precisely to the throat, ending their lives with a single stroke. Fong Siyuan, you are Fong Siyuan. Everything has been part of your scheme, hasn't it? As she witnessed those around her fall, a flicker of realization sparked in Lung Xinling's eyes, her gaze fixed on Fong Siyuan, demanding an answer. After a tense silence of several seconds, the young man finally sighed. And now? Does this still hold any significance? Fong Siyuan understood that the woman before him had ultimately grasped the entire situation, yet it was far too late. The Lang family had already been obliterated. Even if there were a few stragglers outside of Xinyue City, they would no longer stir any ripples. Lang Xinling, too, could not escape the fate of death. The master of miraculous silver needles was also orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Lang Xinling bit her lip, voicing her greatest doubt. Had the old ghost of Lang not perished, even with his peak innate strength, the other two great families would not have dared to oppose the Lang family lightly. And everything would have had a chance of turning around. However, the old ghost was dead, slain by the suddenly appearing master of miraculous silver needles, Zhang Yixian. The coincidences were simply too many. If Lang Xinling could not see the underlying machinations by now, she would truly be foolish beyond measure. I am the master of miraculous silver needles. In an instant, Fong Siyuan's voice took on a distinctly somber tone. He offered no further explanation but conveyed the answer to Lang Xinling with unambiguous clarity. Everything was understood. From the day he had allowed Fong Siyuan to escape, this outcome had been sealed. Even recalling the details now sent chills down one's spine. Indeed, everything was your design. You deliberately allowed me to escape. It was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Fong Siyuan simply watched Lang Xinling in silence, offering no response. Such a woman was not truly despicable. She simply should not have provoked him. That was all. You are leaving, aren't you? The Lung family has perished, and you will depart as if you had never existed, correct? At this moment, Lang Xinling suddenly became exceptionally perceptive, seeing through Fong Siyuan's intentions. Indeed, the Lung family was no more. He had completed all that needed to be done to at this point. Pretending to be the so-called noble young master of the capital held no further meaning. The remnants of the mess would naturally be dealt with by the lord of Xinyue City, having no connection to Fong Siyuan henceforth. Even those guards and servants he had summoned would forever be severed from his life. If I were to say that I sincerely wish to be your woman, to follow you, would you take me with you? Lang Xinling asked, clinging to her last glimmer of hope. In that instant, even Fong Siyuan could detect no hint of deception in her gaze. The wind whispered softly by her ear, stirring the fabric of her garments with a gentle rustle. After a full minute of silence, Fong Siyuan sighed softly once more. The dagger in his hand silently plunged into Lang Xinling's heart, blooming into a vivid crimson rose. I apologize. I am an assassin. Under the cover of night, Fong Siyuan slipped away quietly, leaving no trace behind. In the distance, Xinyue City had shrunk into a faint shadow. Assassins are solitary. They harbor no attachments and do not reveal their identities to anyone. This is the fate of an assassin, and it is the only rationale Fong Siyuan could provide. Once the deed is done, he would brush off his garments and conceal himself along with his name. Ultimately, he remained an assassin, and nothing more. Chapter 36. Raise the wine. White as snow, the youth rode a chestnut steed, adorned with a decorative sword at his waist, with his hair tied in a topknot. He held a scroll in one hand and a flask of wine in the other, swaying and muttering verses as he strolled along the official road into the capital, utterly at ease. Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river come from the sky, rushing into the sea, never to return. After taking a hearty swig from the flask, the youth proudly declared, Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall laments white hair. Morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. Hey, scholar, what is that you are reciting? A luxurious carriage passed by the youth, and suddenly a little girl poked her head out of the window, giggling as she inquired. I enjoy drinking. And on this lonely journey, I compose a little poetry for amusement. I hope I do not offend the lady. Fong Cun replied with a slight bow, his cheeks tinged with a blush as he chuckled lightly. Oh, reciting poetry? Scholar, recite it for me to hear, the little girl said, her curiosity piqued, regarding Fong Cun with the utmost sweetness. As you wish. Smiling, the youth nodded, raising the flask for another sip before continuing his recitation. One must revel in life's joys. Let not the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven gave me talent. It must have purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return, 5 colored steeds and costly furs. Call the boys out to trade for fine wine, to share with you the ancient sorrows. Having recited this in one breath, Fong Cun took another swig of wine, then beamed at the little girl. Don't stare at me, I don't understand. And whether it is good or not is for the young lady to decide. Rolling her eyes, the little girl muttered, retracting her head back into the carriage, seemingly to consult with the lady. After a brief moment, the young girl once again poked her head out, asking, Is that poem truly your creation, scholar? Yes. Does it please your ears? Wow, it really is your work. The young lady is quite astonished. It seems I have underestimated you. If you can earn such praise from her, in my opinion, you are far more talented than those chaotic literati in the capital. You flatter me, miss. The young man smiled and shook his head, offering a slight bow towards the carriage. Scholar. What is your name? The girl inquired playfully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Are you headed to the capital? My surname is Fong, with the single character Cun. The young man replied with a smile, bowing slightly. This road is an official route that leads directly to the capital, naturally. I am bound for the capital. Fong Cun. I shall remember you. We shall meet again in the capital. With a playful mimicry of Fong Cun's gesture, the girl retreated into the carriage the next moment. The carriage gradually accelerated, leaving Fong Cun behind. Princess, was that poem truly remarkable? The curious girl blinked and asked the lady in court attire beside her, chattering eagerly for answers. The pale yellow gown highlighted the lady's crescent-like beauty. Exuding an air of elegance, the lady, though merely in her teens, bore a hint of childishness on her face, yet her graceful and noble demeanor concealed her youthfulness, making it difficult for the ordinary eye to perceive. Xiaoyi, I have long said you ought to study diligently. Such a fine poem, and you couldn't even recognize it. Truly, how foolish. The princess teased, playfully tapping the girl's forehead. Miss, you are bullying me. The girl pouted in discontent, tugging at the princess's sleeve. Please explain it to me. If you do, I will understand. You are truly incorrigible. The princess shook her head in mild exasperation, contemplating for a moment before she began to explain. This is a poem that encourages drinking. It conveys that throughout history, the wise and virtuous have often been lonely, and only those who drink leave their names behind, suggesting that even the ancient sages pale in comparison to him. That is rather arrogant, isn't it? Besides, wine is not a good thing. That fellow cannot be a good person. I thought he was impressive. The girl scrunched her adorable nose in displeasure. Not quite. There have been many poems encouraging drinking throughout history, but few can compare to this one. You may not understand this, but heaven has endowed me with talent for a purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it will return. Do you not grasp the profound confidence and flair in those lines? The girl tilted her head in contemplation and, upon realization, nodded excitedly. Hearing you say that, it truly is so. Well then, since that fellow is headed to the capital, there will surely be another opportunity to meet. The individual who had plagiarized the poem of the immortal poet continued on his merry way towards the capital, unburdened by a shred of shame, riding with great satisfaction. The distance from Crescent Moon City to the capital was not short, and along the way, Fong Cun's injuries had long since healed, and he had concocted the identity of a scholar. Leisurely enjoying the journey, it was not that Fong Cun relished the scholar's identity, but in this world, without a noble status, if one wished to avoid being looked down upon without bowing and scraping to everyone, then the identity of a scholar was the most convenient option. Furthermore, if one wished to gain a noble title, being a scholar was also the most advantageous path. Once one achieved success in the imperial examination, one could leap into prominence. Upon entering the innate realm, Fong Siyuan felt as if he had broken free from the long-standing chains that had bound him, diligently cultivating each day, his strength growing by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, he seemed to have gained a new insight into the previously elusive Fong Siyuan classic. In the words of the old man, Fong Siyuan was now hovering at the threshold of the second realm. Having pushed the door ajar, it was uncertain when he might fully enter. However, in this world, such strength was still far from remarkable. Over these days, Fong Siyuan had naturally grown far more discerning than when he had first traversed here. Beyond the innate realm lay the mysterious tier, where it was said that a master of this level could rival an entire army single-handedly. Were Fong Siyuan to possess mysterious tier strength, he would not need to expend any effort in scheming against a family like the Lung family. One man with a sword would suffice to wipe them out completely. As a disciple of Fong Siyuan Mountain, he harbored an unwavering thirst for power, for the old man had declared that disciples of Fong Siyuan Mountain would always be the strongest, no matter where they went. In his previous life, Fong Siyuan had achieved this, yet in this life, he was still far from it. Moreover, since reaching the pinnacle of the first realm in his previous life, he had lost the direction to continue his cultivation. Now, having finally found a path forward in this world, how could he not be filled with ambition? Deep within Fong Siyuan's being lay a pride and arrogance belonging to Fong Siyuan Mountain. How could he casually hide away in some small city and waste away his time? Merely by pretending to be a noble youth from the capital, he could elicit the Crescent Moon City's lord to treat him as a distinguished guest. Surely, there was no reason not to venture to the capital. Before long, Fong Siyuan truly beheld the magnificence of the capital. Although he had never witnessed what an ancient imperial capital looked like, in terms of sheer visual impact, the splendor of this capital was undoubtedly on par with any famed city. This world was far more exciting than he had ever imagined. Chapter 37, The Wine and Sword Immortal. This young master, I must apologize, but today, the Emerald Bamboo Garden has been temporarily reserved by Princess Hong Wan for a poetry gathering, and it is not open to the public. I hope you will understand, a maid stationed at the entrance of the garden said gently, bowing slightly. Taken aback for a moment, Fong Siyuan felt a surge of admiration for this yet-to-be-met Princess Hong Wan. Despite her noble status, she had left a maid to offer an apology rather than having a cold guard forcefully obstruct him, which spoke to her kindness. Miss, I have come from afar, and today happens to be such a grand event. I cannot help but feel a sense of longing. Might I request an opportunity to glimpse the esteemed scholars? Fong Siyuan said, putting away his book and adopting a scholarly demeanor as he bowed respectfully. The maid hesitated for a moment before replying softly. It is not that I wish to make things difficult for you, but the princess has decreed that entry cannot be granted at will. However, since this is a poetry gathering, why not compose a poem? I shall present it to the princess on your behalf, and if it is well crafted, she will surely invite you in. Writing a poem? A smile crept onto Fong Siyuan's face as he nodded. That would be splendid. I appreciate your efforts, miss. Dismounting his horse, he retrieved his writing box, unfurled the paper, and, after a moment's contemplation, penned the poem, Toasting Wine, handing it to the maid. Upon taking a careful look, the maid could not help but be moved, exclaiming, You possess remarkable talent, young master. I shall present this to the princess at once. Please wait here. Unfazed by the thought of flaunting a timeless masterpiece, Fong Siyuan felt no anxiety. As long as the princess was not a pretentious fool, she would not reject him. Leisurely, he took out a wine flask from his waist and indulged in a hearty drink. Appearing utterly at ease, devoid of the nervousness typical of an ordinary scholar, before long, the maid returned, just as Fong Siyuan had anticipated, bowing as she announced, Young master, please. Princess, it is that fellow from the road. He, it seems we are destined to meet again, the girl remarked, gazing at the poem on the table, beaming as she took the princess's hand. Enough of that. The scholar has arrived. Let us go welcome him, the princess said. Though she felt a flicker of joy at Fong Siyuan's arrival, it paled in comparison to the presence of her esteemed guest, who was renowned throughout the northern region. By the way, the scholar enjoys wine. Bring this poem along. He will surely appreciate it. Suddenly recalling something, the girl snatched up the poem from the table and hurriedly followed Princess Hong Wan outside. Ah, Hong Wan, I have heard you possess fine wine, and as an old wine enthusiast, I come unbidden. I hope you have no objections. A disheveled Taoist approached, carrying a wine flask, striding boldly towards Princess Hongwan. You jest, sir. Regardless of when you arrive, there will always be ample wine, she replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. The scruffy Taoist continued, Aren't you hosting a poetry gathering? Pay me no mind. Let us begin. As long as I have my wine, I am content. Xiao Yi, prepare some wine for the scholar. I shall head over first, the princess instructed after a slight bow. Disregarding the girl's furtive whispers to the disheveled Taoist as she made her way into the assembly of scholars, announcing the start of the poetry gathering, grasping his wine flask, Fong Siyuan entered with an air of nonchalance, resembling a casual visitor rather than a struggling scholar, swaying as he walked. Get away, you stinky Taoist. You reek of alcohol. Stay far from us. A few scholars, deep in contemplation of the princess's recent topic, suddenly spotted the scruffy Taoist approaching and scolded him with disdain. The Taoist, unperturbed, chuckled as he held his wine flask and retorted, Nonsense. The aroma emanating from me is that of fine wine, not stench. This is the princess's Jialanzue. Do you dare to say it is inferior? Naturally, no one could deny the quality of the wine, as Jialanzue was the exquisite brew prepared by Princess Hongwan for the scholars. Who would dare claim it was not good? Away with you. Who knows where you crawled in from? Do not disturb our poetry. Dismissed by the disdainful scholars, the scruffy Taoist remained cheerful, seemingly unaffected. Oh, that lad over there. What wine is he holding? Suddenly noticing Fong Siyuan not far off, drinking heartily from his flask, the Taoist's eyes lit up, and he hastily approached. Just some ordinary wine from a local tavern. It cannot compare to the princess's brew. Slightly taken aback, Fong Siyuan smiled and shook his head in response. In the previous life, Fong Siyuan had encountered countless extraordinary individuals, and with just a glance, he discerned that this disheveled Taoist's identity was likely anything but ordinary. Naturally, he concealed any trace of surprise, smiling as he remarked, Since you know it is not good, why not switch to fine wine? Observing Fong Siyuan with keen interest, the disheveled Taoist inquired, nodding his head with a certain rhythm. Your words are fallacious, a lover of wine drinks for the sake of a state of mind. Not the quality of the wine itself. If one encounters a kindred spirit, even plain water would suffice to raise a toast. If discourse does not resonate, what benefit would exquisite wines bring to me? The disheveled Taoist's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he nodded in deep agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, I, a lifelong drinker, have yet to see through things as clearly as you, young lad. Come, let us raise a toast. Ignoring the gazes of the other scholars, Fong Siyuan and the disheveled Taoist sat upon the ground, engaging in an endless exchange of drinks, completely indifferent to the so-called poetry gathering taking place nearby. The Red Lawn Princess, reciting poetry, might as well have been invisible to them. Hey, that fellow, you too are a scholar. Yet at this poetry gathering, you foolishly associate with that disheveled Taoist. Aren't you ashamed? The disdainful words of a scholar in blue, clearly irked by a previous critique of his poetry, were directed at Fong Siyuan, unleashing his frustrations upon him. Oh, we are merely enjoying our wine. What business is it of yours to chatter? The disheveled Taoist raised his eyebrows in displeasure as their revelry was interrupted. Bah! Today's poetry gathering is for us to discuss poetry, not to drink. You cannot even compose poetry and only know how to drink. Are you not just here to swindle wine? The blue-clad scholar's sharp tongue swiftly labeled Fong Siyuan and his companion as charlatans. And if the old Taoist is indeed here to swindle wine, what of it? Rolling his eyes, the disheveled Taoist responded nonchalantly, unbothered by the opinions of others. Shameless, utterly shameless. Hold on. Shaking his head, Fong Siyuan revealed a hint of a smile, addressing the Taoist. Brother, with fine wine and kindred spirits, how could there be no poetry? Gently placing his hand on the ground, Fong Siyuan slowly rose, stating, Do you look down on my brother? Very well, I shall compose a small poem for him, so you may witness his brilliance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fong Siyuan began to pace, and a poem that had long been nestled in his heart suddenly flowed forth. Riding the winds with my sword, banishing demons across the land, with wine, I revel in freedom. Without it, I am still mad that a single drink drains rivers and lakes, another swallows sun and moon. 1,000 cups won't inebriate me. I am but a wine sword immortal. Chapter 38. If one cannot compete, does one resort to fighting? Wine sword immortal. What a splendid title. Young lad, I never expected the one who understands the old Taoist the best would be you, a first-time acquaintance. Excellent. Let us raise a toast. Savoring each word, The disheveled Taoist's eyes sparkled with delight as he lifted his wine jug and drank deeply. I shall accompany you. Brother, paying no heed to the reactions of others, Fongsuan seized the wine jug and drank it down as well, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance. Miss, look at that fellow. He truly possesses the gift of gab. Although the young maid could not discern the quality of the poem, she keenly observed the Taoist's reaction. Could it be that he knows the gentleman? This poem may not be exceptional, but it is remarkably apt when describing him, the Red Wand Princess softly remarked. Nodding in agreement, however, the exchange between the princess and her maid went unheard, or else there would likely have been more dissenters. Bah, just a filthy Taoist, and he dares to call himself a wine-sword immortal. What arrogance! It was unclear who uttered the first insult, but it quickly garnered much agreement. What's this? Do I not meet your approval? A glint of coldness flashed in the Taoist's eyes as he addressed the crowd. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. While some were oblivious, the perceptive among them began to surmise the Taoist's true identity, causing them to break into a cold sweat, nearly shouting in fright. Enough! Today is a poetry gathering, focused on poetry, not a platform for mockery. This gentleman is my guest. Does anyone dare to voice discontent? Seeing the Taoist's displeasure, the Red Wand Princess hastily intervened. She understood his temperament well. If he were to become enraged, even the Northern Domain King could not quell his fury. Indeed, the topic of our poetry today is bamboo, not wine, and certainly not the character of others. With the princess's words, none dared to press further, yet the blue-clad scholar, unwilling to let the matter rest, quickly devised a plan. Do you think I cannot compose poetry? With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, Fongsuan disdainfully retorted, Pray tell. What kind of fine poetry have you composed? Why not share it for us to hear? Momentarily caught off guard, the blue-clad scholar hesitated. Having just received harsh criticism for his own poem, he felt too embarrassed to present it again. My poetry has already been judged by all present. What of you? Have you composed anything? With a hint of mockery, Fongsuan languidly replied, Very well, it would be prudent for you to realize that you likely have nothing worthy of our attention. You are too much. His face flushed red. The blue-clad scholar tossed his sleeve in anger, glaring fiercely. I shall see what kind of astonishing work you can produce. Fongsuan remained unfazed, casually handing the wine jug to a nearby maid for refilling. Pondering for a moment as he strolled back and forth, there were simply too many poems about bamboo. Even an ordinary person could recite a couple, not to mention Fongsuan's solid literary foundation. He was merely seeking the most fitting expression. Could it be that you are at a loss for words? Observing Fongsuan's pacing, the blue-clad scholar could not resist another taunt. I've got it. A flash of inspiration brought a smile to Fongsuan's lips. This poem might indeed be somewhat cunning. But who cared? Better to be without meat than to live without bamboo. Slowly articulating these two lines, he deliberately paused to feign deep thought. Haha, is this even poetry? With the wine-sword immortal's verse preceding it. The blue-clad scholar had felt a twinge of concern over what else Fongsuan might produce. But now, hearing these lines, his worries dissolved. This was a clear example of doggerel. He surmised that the previous poem was likely stolen from somewhere. Revealing the truth of the matter, laughter erupted around him. The young maid could not help but tug at the Red Wand Princess's sleeve. Miss, is it truly that bad? Frowning slightly, the princess pondered but could not arrive at a conclusion. Yet, could someone capable of composing a masterpiece like toasting wine truly produce such a trivial piece of doggerel? Let us wait and see. The disheveled Taoist, indifferent, sat on the ground, observing Fongsuan with keen interest, clearly unconcerned about whether Fongsuan could produce a good poem. Wine. Wine. Upon seeing the maid return with the wine jug, the disheveled Taoist exclaimed, How can one compose poetry without wine? Quickly, bring some to my young brother. Indeed, wine is essential. Grinning as he received the jug, Fongsuan took a hearty swig before continuing. Without meat, one grows thin. Ha, young lad. How do you have the audacity to utter that? You do not feel ashamed, but we are too embarrassed to hear it. Precisely. What sort of poetry is this? Whether it is poetry or not, that shall be determined by the princess. Chuckling, Fongsuan continued. You claim that this is not poetry, yet I assert it to be an exquisite piece. Do any of you believe me? Exquisite? Are you hoping it will endure through the ages? Haha, such a masterpiece is one we could never create. Does no one believe? With a hint of mockery, Fongsuan inquired. I believe. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. It was the young maid beside the Red Wand Princess, lending her support. She not grasping the intricacies of poetry, simply found Fangsuan much more endearing than those annoying scholars. "Thank you, young lady." Fangsuan had recognized the maid long ago, but chose not to elaborate, smiling lightly as he recited the last 3 lines. "Without bamboo, one is mundane. One may be thin but can still thrive. A scholar's commonness is beyond cure." Gasp, as the final 3 lines fell. It was as if all mockery had lodged in the throats of the onlookers, rendering them speechless. "Excellent. Ha. Truly an exquisite poem. Young brother, I raise my glass to you." "Indeed, brother, let us drink." Ignoring the crowd, Fangsuan tilted his head back and drained the wine jug once more, exclaiming, "What a delight! Brother, let us find another place to revel, far from these common folk, lest we tarnish the elegance of this bamboo grove." This was unmistakably a blatant insult, and in an instant, the surrounding scholars erupted in fury. "You insolent lad! Who do you deem common? Whoever jumps out, I shall name them." Fangsuan replied lazily, unperturbed. "Presumptuous, just a penniless wretch, and you dare to speak so boldly? Someone, seize him. I shall teach him a lesson on humility." Although it was a gathering where guards were generally not permitted, some attendees of notable status had brought their attendants in disguise. With this command, several individuals sprang forth, encircling Fangsuan and the disheveled Taoist. "What's this? If one cannot compete, do they resort to violence?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the surrounding guards. Fangsuan sneered derisively. These guards were merely postnatal warriors, hardly worthy of Fangsuan's regard. Chapter 39, The Elegant Sword Dance. To be inferior is to fight. This statement may come across as somewhat unreasonable. Yet for the nobles of the royal capital, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Even when Fangsuan discerned their intentions with a single glance, they showed no signs of shame, defiantly glaring at him and saying, "You are allowed to humiliate us. Yet we are not permitted to teach you a lesson. What kind of rule is that? Indeed, what status do we hold that we should squabble with you over mere words? A brash individual like you ought to learn how to conduct oneself in the royal capital." "Miss, how can they behave this way? Why aren't you doing something about it?" Seeing Fangsuan seemingly at a disadvantage, the young girl hastily pulled on the sleeves of Princess Hongwan. "Foolish girl, don't you see who he is with? He won't be the one to suffer." Rolling her eyes at the young girl, Princess Hongwan couldn't help but smile bitterly within. It wasn't that she wished to intervene, but she had just received a warning from the disheveled Taoist not to interfere. She understood the nature of that master better than anyone. Once he issued an order, who would dare defy it? Casting a sympathetic glance at the nobles who continued to shout, Hongwan shook her head slightly, ultimately remaining silent. Unbeknownst to her, those who had jumped into the fray were carefully observing her expression, and now that Hongwan had chosen to remain quiet, it inadvertently conveyed a misleading signal to them. Their confidence surged, and they brazenly joined in the chorus denouncing Fangsuan. In the blink of an eye, the guards encircling Fangsuan and the disheveled Taoist numbered over 20. "Brother, are you afraid?" Surrounded, Fangsuan maintained a faint smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with the disheveled Taoist. "If the young brother is unafraid, what is there for this old bone of mine to fear?" With one hand behind his head, the disheveled Taoist casually reclined on the ground, crossing his legs and leaving all matters to Fangsuan. "Brother, you certainly hold me in high regard." Fangsuan chuckled wryly, fully aware that the other party had seen through his facade. The technique of concealing one's aura might work on the average person, but it was utterly ineffective against such skilled individuals. However, Fangsuan's patience was running thin with the others. "Very well, it is necessary for you to be convinced." Gently patting the sword at his waist, Fangsuan boldly declared, "As scholars, we must not neglect swordsmanship alongside our studies." "Haha, you practice swordsmanship." At this, laughter erupted from the crowd. While it was customary for scholars to learn swordplay for self-defense, in reality, very few actually practiced it. After all, if one had the talent for cultivation, who would waste time on books? Although the northern domain's king valued literati, this was still a martial world where absolute strength ultimately determined everything. As it turned out, these scholarly noble youths were merely those forced into academia due to their lack of talent for cultivation. "Is that ornamental sword of yours sharpened?" Clang. As the sword was drawn, a flash of brilliance gleamed forth, only to elicit even more derisive laughter. I just bought it recently and forgot to have it sharpened." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Fangsuan's face as he sheepishly scratched his head and muttered, This is too funny. Quickly, capture him. Come at me. I was just about to show you my swordsmanship." With a hearty laugh and a smile, Fangsuan lightly sprang into action, his sword pointing forth. While it lacked any lethal intent, It was undeniably elegant and graceful. Like a startled swan, the sword danced like a dragon. A mouthful of wine spewed forth as the disheveled Taoist's expression shifted from indifference to one of astonishment. His lips trembling as he attempted to speak, but ultimately just shook his head with a smile. This lad was truly a whirlwind, possessing innate strength, yet choosing to engage in such flamboyant swordplay with these adversaries was sheer folly. This was not a fight, but rather a display of sword dancing. Every step he took perfectly measured and identical. "How beautiful is this a dance?" the young girl exclaimed excitedly, after observing for a moment. Princess Hongwan slowly spoke. "This is a sword dance, not meant for killing, but for performance." Upon hearing this, the young girl was momentarily stunned. Sword dance. But this hardly seemed like a performance, watching as Fang Xuan single-handedly forced the guards into a flurry of confusion. It was evident they could be defeated at any moment, leaving no trace of a jest in their demeanor. "Brother, do you have any wine?" Fang Xuan inquired with a smile. "Of course, here it is." With a flick of his wrist, the disheveled Taoist tossed a wine flask through the air, gracefully landing in Fang Xuan's hands without spilling a single drop. "Excellent wine." Grasping the flask in one hand and wielding his sword in the other, Fang Xuan found himself becoming increasingly adept, darting about with such agility that it left others struggling to keep up. "Your sword dance is truly remarkable. I am utterly captivated. Brother, you really have no regard for my dignity." With a wry smile, Fang Xuan's sword transformed into a flurry of light, moving as swiftly as the wind, toppling the 20 or so guards in mere moments. "Let me teach you a lesson. Do not underestimate scholars. Even a dull blade can slay." Clang! The sword resonated like a dragon's roar, transforming into a streak of silver lightning aimed at the leading noble youths. Ouch! Everything transpired far too swiftly, from Fang Xuan's sudden surge of power to the swift dispatching of all the guards. The entire process lasted only a few seconds, so rapid that the pampered youths had no time to react before it was all over. "Help! Murder! Murder!" One unfortunate fellow, struck by the blade, nearly fainted from fear, screaming in a frenzy. Yet he failed to remember that the sword was, in fact, not sharpened. "Your poetry is lacking, but your swordplay is even worse." With a carefree laugh, Fang Xuan languidly finished the last of the wine from the flask before exclaiming, "Brother, let us depart." "Presumptuous! My young master is not someone you can harm at will. Pay with your life." Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from the crowd, and an old man emerged silently from the void. His eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent, locking onto Fang Xuan with deadly focused eye in an instant. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated Fang Xuan, and had his resolve not been steadfast, he might have lost the courage to resist. Until that moment, he had not sensed the presence of the other party. That feeling of being out of control was truly the most terrifying. The royal capital was ultimately not as simple as one might imagine. Standing on the edge of life and death, a glimmer of determination flashed in Fang Xuan's eyes, and he increasingly loathed this sense of helplessness. The murderous intent flickered momentarily. Chapter 40. The Wine God. The carefree one. Boom. A palm struck out, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, as if the very fabric of space were about to shatter. This was no longer merely an individual's power, but rather a formidable strike harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Unstoppable and unyielding, compared to innate masters who could only barely manipulate the power of heaven and earth with their internal energy. This technique was undoubtedly far superior. Tio put it simply, if one were to picture a forest. The innate master's strike would be akin to igniting a dry branch with a match, leading to a fire. Meanwhile, the old man's attack was akin to a bomb exploding suddenly within the woods. Such a blow was far beyond what a newly initiated Fang Xuan could withstand, even with the terrifying explosive force of his inching power. Yet, even in the face of imminent death, Fang Xuan exhibited no trace of fear, not even invoking his incantations. This identity was one Fang Xuan intended to keep in the open. Should he reveal too much ability, the likelihood of being recognized when he wished to appear as an assassin would significantly increase. Unless absolutely necessary, Fang Xuan would never unveil his trump card. Although the opponent's power was exceedingly formidable, Fang Xuan still believed that the disheveled Taoist reclining lazily on the ground with a flask of wine could surely counter it. "You seek death." A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as the disheveled Taoist lightly tapped the wine flask with his left hand, causing a spray of wine to shoot forth. Without allowing the liquid to disperse, he swiftly formed a sword gesture with his right hand, and the wine transformed into a 3-inch-long wine sword. Go. With a slow utterance of the word, the wine sword accelerated through the air, seemingly disregarding the constraints of space, and in an instant, it appeared before the old man. This was no trivial matter. The old man was a master of the profound realm. Yet he felt an unavoidable sense of crisis upon facing this diminutive wine sword. Explode. A lethal threat compelled the old man to alter his approach mid-attack, retracting the hand aimed at Confronting end. With a thunderous shout, focused all his strength into a single point, directing a finger toward the wine sword. If the earlier palm strike aimed at Confronting had been a casual attack, this finger was now a concentrated and powerful strike of his full strength. The old man's wine sword is not something you can dispel. With a cold chuckle, the scruffy old Taoist did not even lift his head, preoccupied with drinking from his wine jug. Before his words could settle, the old man's fingers suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist beneath the wine sword. Amidst his anguished cries, the 3-foot-long wine sword continued its relentless advance, slicing cleanly through the old man's side and dispersing a spray of blood mist into the air. Considering your arduous cultivation, I shall spare your life. Now be gone. With a casual glance at the old man, the scruffy Taoist lazily rose to his feet, speaking with an air of nonchalance. In that instant, the entire bamboo grove fell into a profound silence. So quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. This display instantly stunned all present, transforming wine into a sword and, with a single strike, severely injuring a Xian-level master. What a terrifying feat. Surely, there were few in the entire northern region capable of such a thing. Please, sir, temper your anger. At this juncture, the princess of Hongwan could no longer remain seated. With a wry smile, she stood to mediate. Given your esteemed status, why bother to quibble with these youngsters? Youngsters, indeed, the scruffy Taoist retorted. Even that old man is but a mere junior in my presence. When power reaches a certain level, the only standard for measuring seniority is strength. Might I inquire your esteemed name? The old man struggled to steady himself, speaking in a grave tone. What? Do you still seek revenge? A glint of cold light flashed in the scruffy Taoist's eyes as he scoffed. Seeing your moves, you must be from Lingyun Pavilion. Even if your pavilion master were to visit, he would have to pay his respects to this old Taoist. What makes you think you are worthy of knowing my identity? Upon hearing this, the old man was drenched in cold sweat. No longer daring to entertain even the slightest thought of disrespect, the pavilion master of Lingyun was a transcendent powerhouse of the celestial level, a figure who could stride across the northern region without a care. Even so, this scruffy Taoist dared to speak in such a derisive tone. One could easily surmise that he was not someone to be trifled with. I apologize, I was unaware of your esteemed identity. And I was rude. Bowing in deference, Confronting offered an awkward smile. Casting aside his previous languid demeanor, the old Taoist status was indeed intimidating. That address of Tao brother was now difficult to utter. I observe that you, young brother, do not strike me as one prone to such narrow mindedness. Is it possible I have misjudged you? Raising an eyebrow, the scruffy Taoist sighed. Could it be that I have misread the situation? You flatter me. Tao brother. Confronting's face flushed slightly, then he replied with a newfound ease. I indeed underestimated you. Upon hearing this, those around them could not help but wipe a bead of cold sweat from their brows. Murmuring inwardly, this young man truly had audacity, daring to utter such words. To their surprise, however, the scruffy Taoist was overjoyed by the remark, clapping his hands in laughter. What a delightful underestimation of this old Taoist. Such daring deserves punishment. I willingly accept the punishment. Receiving the wine jug from the hand of a maid, Confronting gestured slightly to the scruffy Taoist, raised his head, and drank it all in one go. Haha. Excellent. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to encounter you today, young brother. Remember this, my true name has long been forgotten. My Tao name is Zaiyozi. With this declaration, the entire gathering erupted into a clamor. Many scholars revealing an undeniable glimmer of admiration in their eyes. The wine god Zaiyozi, he was the pinnacle of power in the northern region, unyielding even in the face of the northern region's king. It was said that during the battle with the northern frontier, he single-handedly slew over 10 celestial-level masters with but a sword, earning a reputation that resounded across the land. Who would have thought that today? He appeared merely as a scruffy Taoist, reflecting on their earlier impertinence towards such a formidable figure. Many felt a chill run down their spines, grateful for their narrow escape, casting a cold glance at the crowd. The scruffy Taoist chuckled. Enough? Now that my identity is revealed, I suppose I must pay a visit to that old fellow, the king of the northern region. Young brother, should fate allow, let us indulge in fine wine once more. With that, the scruffy Taoist lightly tapped his finger, causing the dark gray long sword behind him to leap forth, and in a single step, he mounted the sword and soared away, riding the sword with the wind, vanquishing demons across the realm. With wine, I revel in freedom. Without wine, I still dance madly that I drain rivers in one gulp and swallow the sun and moon in another. 1,000 cups will not bring me down, for I am the immortal wine swordsman. Ha ha. Thank you for your poetry, young brother. I take my leave. Young master, please be cautious in the days to come. As Fongsuan bid farewell to Princess Hongwan, a little maid hesitated before finally speaking up softly. You lost face to those people today, though the lingering power of the Sir may deter the Xian-level masters from acting openly. It is difficult to guard against the schemes of petty individuals. With a sigh, Princess Hongwan reiterated her warning. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Miss. Fongsuan bowed slightly, smiling nonchalantly. Though I am but a scholar, I am not without the means of self-protection. Young master, the little maid wanted to say more, but was stopped by Princess Hongwan. Thank you for your hospitality, Princess. I bid you farewell. In a secluded corner of the royal capital, Fongsuan purchased a small courtyard but did not take in any servants or attendants, instead opting to stack dozens of fine wine barrels within the courtyard. The moonlight cascaded down gently, imbuing the cool night with a touch of warmth. Seated at a stone table in the courtyard, he arranged a few small dishes, a delicate wine cup, and 2 barrels of exquisite wine. Clad in a white robe, he exuded an aura of tranquility under the moonlight. What joy it is to have friends come from afar. With a faint smile playing at his lips, Fongsuan suddenly called out, reciting cheerfully, with the bright moon overhead, why not sit down and share a drink? Shaking his head slightly, Fongsuan leisurely stretched, speaking in a languid tone. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you are also a congenital master. Upon having his identity exposed, the leader of the group let out a cold snort and slowly stepped out from the shadows. With his emergence, dozens of others followed suit, making the once spacious courtyard feel rather cramped. Do you all bring fine wine? Glancing at the crowd, Fongsuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he inquired leisurely. Do not play the fool. You know well our intentions. Kneel and admit your wrongs, and perhaps we will spare your life. The leader's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the air. Do not mistake my reluctance to share for stinginess. Alas, my fine wine is limited, and I fear it may not be enough for all of you. With a sigh, Fongsuan acted as if he had not heard the other's words, shaking his head in lament. I see you truly seek death. A glint of malice flashed in the leader's eyes as he unsheathed his battle knife, pointing it menacingly at Fongsuan, his intent to kill evident. It was not arrogance. The disparity in strength was too vast, and he believed Fongsuan had no means of resistance. Among this group, there were no less than 5 congenital masters, and he himself had stepped into the congenital realm over a decade ago, far beyond what ordinary congenital masters could hope to rival. What if I surrender? Would you allow me to leave? A smile played on Fongsuan's lips, his expression laced with mockery. In an instant, the leader faltered. His previous words were merely a tactic to undermine Fongsuan's confidence. Even if Fongsuan truly knelt in surrender, he lacked the authority to command a retreat. Kill. With verbal assaults failing, the leader's voice turned icy as he issued the command for execution. What a splendid night, yet you choose to commit murder. It truly is a disgrace to such a beautiful evening. Fongsuan feigned deep sorrow, cradling a wine jug in one hand, while the other deftly drew his sword from his waist. Ascending the lotus mountain, gazing upon the stars, he murmured, holding the wine jug with one hand, his eyes glimmering with a dreamy light as he effortlessly recited poetry. As he moved with the sword, he took a step to the left, lightly thrusting his blade, and a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Though the sword bore no edge, it effortlessly claimed lives. Having cultivated the golden spirit cleansing technique, Fongsuan's innate spiritual energy exuded a sharpness that was formidable. Infusing his energy into the sword, even a blade without a sharp edge could prove as effective as any treasured sword. Moreover, as an assassin, even a mere twig could become a lethal weapon in his hands. With delicate hands, I cradled the hibiscus, stepping softly in the realm of the ethereal, casually tossing the wine jug. Fongsuan deftly evaded an attack from one of the congenital masters, continuing to murmur his verses without the slightest pause. Clang! With a swift counter, he struck the sword tip of another congenital master, using the recoil to palm another, causing the man's skull to burst upon impact. That moment, the wine jug fell gracefully, once again cradled in Fansuin's arms. Do not give him a chance, everyone. Attack together and behead him. The leader's pupils constricted slightly as he issued another command. The colorful garments sway like a flowing river, ascending to the heavens. Taking another sip of wine, Fansuin suddenly pushed off the ground. Activating his movement technique, he seemed to glide like a gentle breeze, evading the onslaught of attacks and leaving behind a mere afterimage, which was promptly shattered by the crowd's strikes. Be careful. He is trying to escape. Such speed instilled a sense of foreboding among the crowd. With such terrifying swiftness, who could possibly hinder his escape, with a hint of disdain in his eyes? Fansuin flipped his hand and took another swig of wine, continuing to recite, inviting me to ascend the cloud platform. I raised my cup to Wei Shuqing. In a flash, Fansuin's speed surged once more, swiftly eliminating 2 more adversaries and plunging back into the fray. Good wine, excellent wine. Arrogant brat, I shall make you wish you were never born. Infuriated by Fansuin's blatant disregard, the leader bellowed as he swung his battle knife towards him once again. The dark red blade, stained with the blood of countless victims, exuded an aura of chilling malevolence, reminiscent of a mournful wail in the dead of night, sending shivers down the spine. With a fleeting glance, he departed, riding the ethereal winds into the violet abyss. Ignoring him entirely, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind but a shadow, and reappeared before several postnatal warriors, unleashing a brutal massacre. A series of evasions left the innate experts lamenting in despair. This fellow's speed was simply astonishing. Nearly impossible to grasp. Throughout the encounter, he showed no intention of engaging earnestly. His sole purpose seemed to be the slaughter of those postnatal warriors that in less than 2 minutes. The number of lives taken by his hand had already exceeded 10. This won't do. All postnatal warriors, retreat from the courtyard. Realizing he could not halt the carnage inflicted by Fansuin, the leader hastily commanded, follow me, and at all costs, delay him. Raising his head and downing another gulp of wine, Fansuin languidly remarked, since you have come, why the haste to leave? As he spoke, he executed his movement technique to the utmost limit, his ghostly figure eluding the perception of these postnatal warriors. Even the innate experts found themselves at a loss against such swiftness. Overlooking Liangchuan, a vast expanse of soldiers, with the sword dancing like dragons and snakes, in an instant, 6 or 7 shadows erupted forth, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 10 more fell, with his intoxication deepening. The murderous intent intensified. Fansuin half tumbled to the ground, dodging the surrounding blades, and with a slight exertion of his palm, he struck the earth fiercely, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball that in midair, his sword struck repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, resulting in boundless slaughter. Blood paints the wild grass, wolves don their crowns. As the ancient verse concluded, the small courtyard was strewn with corpses. Only a few innate experts remained standing within the courtyard. Leaning back, he raised his left hand, tipping the wine jar slightly, and a deluge of wine gushed into his throat like a spring. What splendid poetry, what fine wine, what a glorious night, truly marvelous. At this moment, the hearts of the remaining innate experts began to quiver. This man was akin to a madman, reciting poetry and drinking while slaughtering mercilessly. Who could witness such a scene without feeling fear? The only thing preventing their retreat was the fact that, thus far, Fansuin had not unleashed any horrifying combat power. He had merely relied on his agility to evade them while pursuing the postnatal warriors. The deaths of those postnatal warriors were of little consequence. Now, 5 of them joined forces without the slightest hesitation. Did they truly fear failing to eliminate a mere innate warrior? Chapter 42. The Intent of the Sword. Boy, do you dare to engage in a fair battle with us? The 5 surrounded Fansuin at the core, yet wary of his potential escape. They taunted him. Achoo! With the effects of the wine surging. Fansuin lazily replied, very well, but I wonder who among you will step forward to meet your demise first? In an instant, the carefully prepared words of the 5 faded into silence, their faces turning crimson with embarrassment. What a joke. 5 of them had united, yet each felt a chill of fear at the thought of a one-on-one confrontation. Wasn't he that courting death? Before even engaging in combat, the momentum of the 5 had already been suppressed by Fansuin, diminishing their battle prowess by at least 20%. yet they remained oblivious. With a grin, Fang Xuan lightly shook his sword and coldly declared, "No need for such trouble. Come at me all at once and embrace your end." The 3-foot azure edge unfolded abruptly, enveloping the 5 simultaneously like a flood of mercury. Kill. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in their hearts, Fang Xuan's audacity was simply overwhelming. After all, they were innate experts, their realms comparable. How dared he act so recklessly? With blades drawn, the 5 innate experts were not to be trifled with. Once freed from the burden of the postnatal warriors, they unleashed their full strength, effectively sealing off the entire area around Fang Xuan. Even with his movement technique, it would be incredibly difficult for him to escape unscathed. What a thrill! Sensing the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, Fang Xuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Since stepping into the innate realm, his power had grown steadily, yet he had never experienced such exhilarating combat. When he had first entered the innate realm and slain the cold family's old servant, he had been injured and was still unaccustomed to harnessing the powers of heaven and earth. But now, everything was entirely different. Facing 5 innate experts pushed him to his limits, where even a slight misstep could spell his doom. Yet, remarkably, Fang Xuan had not even unleashed his true strength, but merely relied on his inherent capabilities to contend with the 5 innate warriors. Fang Xuan was no novice with a sword. As an assassin, he was well versed with all manner of weapons. However, as the old man once said, Fang Xuan's sword always lacked a certain elegance, unworthy of the grand stage. In his previous life, Fang Xuan had never understood this. But upon witnessing the slovenly Taoist condensing wine into a sword, it was as if a bolt of lightning split through the chaos, awakening in him an indescribable allure, the intent of the sword. The slovenly Taoist's ability to condense wine into a sword to pierce the void and injure others did not stem from an immense force of heaven and earth. In fact, when he struck, one could hardly perceive any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Yet this 3-inch wine sword could severely wound an expert, relying solely on the intent of the sword, solidified into a tangible form. It embodied the very essence of the rules of heaven and earth. In the hands of such a powerful being, the distinction between wielding a sword or not became inconsequential, whether it was a wine sword, a wooden sword, or even the leaves and flowers could serve as a blade, for he himself was the mightiest, unparalleled divine sword. Fang Xuan gradually recalled that battle, piecing together the old man's explanations of the sword path, and thus began to comprehend that it seemed he had been drinking. Yet in truth, since returning to this courtyard, Fang Xuan had been immersed in the enlightenment of the sword. It was only at this moment, besieged by 5 foes, that he barely brushed the edges of understanding the intent of the sword. That it was precisely because he had grasped the existence of the sword intent that he finally comprehended the terror of the slovenly Taoist strike. With this realization, Fang Xuan could not help but feel a sense of longing. Once one reached such a level, it was truly deserving of the title of sword. From his initial confusion to a gradual epiphany, Fang Xuan's sword unconsciously acquired an indescribable quality. Damn, this kid is uncanny. The more they fought, the more alarmed they became if they had begun with confidence in their ability to cut Fang Xuan down. That pitiful assurance had long since evaporated. Under the radiance of the sword light, the 5 began to feel their movements involuntarily stagnate, completely unable to control the flow of battle. The scene of the slovenly Taoist transforming wine into a sword resurfaced in their minds, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in Fang Xuan's eyes as he couldn't restrain a long, joyous laugh. "Wine, come forth." With a flick of his hand, a swirling force erupted, sending the wine jar from the stone table flying into Fang Xuan's embrace. With a dismissive glance, he tilted his head back and downed a shot of strong liquor, splashes of wine staining his attire, yet he paid it no mind. The shadows of the sword split the light. Although he had only barely grasped a hint of sword intent, once unleashed, it was an entirely different realm. With a gentle point of his sword, several beams of sword light flashed forth. Fierce sword energy surged towards them, instantly suppressing the 5. In drunkenness, I light the lamp to gaze upon my sword. Dreams return to the sound of horns on the battlefield. One-handedly wielding the sword, Fang Xuan's intoxication deepened as he embraced the wine jar, plucking the strings of his sword with a light tune. Upon hearing Fang Xuan recite poetry again, the 5 could not help but reveal a bitter expression, their fear now impossible to conceal. Just moments ago, he had killed, and with the recitation of a single verse, dozens of postnatal warriors had been slaughtered. Now, as he began to chant once more, could he possibly be intending to leave them all behind? It was no wonder they were filled with such apprehension. Indeed, with the utterance of this line of poetry, Fangsuan's aura surged even further, the terrifying sword shadows crashing like waves, pressing down upon them until they could barely breathe. 800 miles divide the banners. 50 strings resonate with the sounds beyond the fortress. Autumn on the battlefield, soldiers are summoned. With a mighty roar, seizing the moment when one among them faltered, Fangsuan swung his arm, sending the wine jar hurtling towards that person's head. Splashing wine everywhere. In that fleeting moment, Fangsuan left behind a shadow and thrust his sword into that man's chest, drawing forth a spray of crimson, decisively wounding one. This strike truly terrified them. This man was a genuine killer. Even united, the five could not withstand his sword slicing through the air. It seemed that the poetry had yet to conclude. Should he unleash another wave of power, would they all meet their end? With this thought, their fighting spirit evaporated, and they hastily seized their injured comrade, attempting to flee the courtyard. Do you not think it too late to consider leaving now? With a cold smile, Fangsuan twirled his sword and suddenly surged forth, bringing forth another shadow, striking at the one fleeing the fastest. The horse galloped swiftly, the bowstrings snapped like thunder. Clang! Barely managing to parry Fangsuan's strike, the leader was immediately jolted, his blood surging, nearly losing grip of his weapon. Run! Suppressing the shock within. The leader dared not hesitate, turning to leap over the courtyard wall, fleeing into the shadows with all his might. Resolving the king's affairs, earning fame in life and death, poor white-haired man. Witnessing the others about to scale the wall. A faint smile crept across Fangsuan's lips. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, which shot forth like a beam of light. As the final words of the poem fell, the sword plunged into the back of the injured man's heart. Piercing through, lazily retrieving another jar of wine from the corner, Fangsuan shook his head, sighed, and returned to his seat at the table, as if nothing had transpired. Tonight was intended to establish his prestige, not to take lives. Otherwise, with Fangsuan's capabilities, had he truly harbored murderous intent, these frightened souls would never have escaped his pursuit. In the bamboo garden, such a commotion erupted that the prowess of those at the innate realm could hardly be concealed. If one did not showcase some means, how could they hope to intimidate a band of rogues? Tonight, allowing these individuals to escape would surely lead to the morrow's rumors of once poetic musings and drunken rampages spreading throughout the royal capital. Revealing strength while retaining a hidden card. That is precisely what Fangsuan desires. This identity is one that Fangsuan intends to maintain under the sun for the long term. Every detail must be considered with utmost caution. To persist solely in concealing one's capabilities, feigning incompetence, would inevitably result in revealing vulnerabilities over time. Conversely, by orchestrating a grand entrance such as this and utilizing this battle to allow discerning eyes to gauge one's strength, a mental framework would form. Thus, when one later appears as an assassin, unleashing powers far beyond what is apparent, the inertia of thought would preclude any suspicion. An assassin, to walk in the light, must ensure that everyone obstinately believes they are anything but an assassin. Chapter 43, Meeting the King Without Bowing. Overnight, one's name resounded throughout the capital. Who could have anticipated that a mere down-and-out scholar, having entered the royal city for but a day, would achieve such renown? Indeed, fortune played a significant role. The appearance of the wine god, Xiaozi, in the bamboo garden was an explosive piece of news in itself, not to mention that for the sake of a nameless individual like Fangsuan. The wine god engaged in a fierce battle, nearly dispatching a profound expert from Lingyun Pavilion in a single strike. It would be no small feat for such news not to spread overnight. Coinciding with this, Fangsuan had also composed a poem for the wine god, titled The Drunken Sword Immortal, which garnered acknowledgement, thus his fame grew unsurprisingly. Consequently, after the verses celebrating bamboo and the call to drink were propagated by the Princess Hongwan, Fangsuan's literary reputation was firmly established. Most astonishingly, at the break of dawn, reports emerged of soldiers discovering dozens of corpses in Fangsuan's modest courtyard, alongside the inebriated Fangsuan, still sprawled atop the stone table. Lost in a drunken stupor. In an instant, the phrase poetic musings, drunken revelry, and murderous rampages echoed throughout the royal city, and unexpectedly, Fangsuan became an idol in the hearts of many young people. A turn of events unforeseen. The slaughter of so many in a single night naturally constituted a major case. To hold him accountable under the law would be a challenge, especially considering his connection to the wine god Xiaozi and the self-defense nature of the incident. Who would dare to provoke him without cause? Yet, To simply dismiss a case involving dozens of deaths would be equally untenable, fortunately, just as matters hung in the balance. The news reached the ears of Princess Hongwan, ultimately prompting the Northern Domain King to summon Fangsuan to the palace, thus freeing those unfortunate soldiers. Princess, what could compel His Majesty to suddenly wish to see that fellow? In following Princess Hongwan into the palace, a young attendant asked, somewhat anxiously, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to that fellow, have you? Halting her steps, Princess Hongwan regarded the young girl with a bemused expression. Nay, I have not. The young girl's face flushed a bright red as she stamped her foot and retorted, Miss, you are teasing or truly not. With a playful smile, Princess Hongwan reached out to tap the young girl's forehead in jest. Of course not. Very well. If that is the case, I shall return to my father and have this audacious fellow executed. Princess Hongwan nodded earnestly, her expression serious. Miss, how can you be so indiscriminate? Those people sought to kill him first. Hearing this, the young girl jumped up, tugging at Princess Hongwan and pouting, I cannot concern myself with that. Our little does not harbor any fondness for him. He is merely an unrelated individual, and I shall not waste my efforts inquiring about him. Miss? At such a juncture, the young girl could hardly miss the playful tone in the princess's words. Her face reddened with embarrassment, wishing only to find a hole to hide in. Rest assured, your young Master Fong will come to no harm. Princess Hongwan smiled as she patted the young girl's head, clarifying, he met with my father just yesterday. It is likely that my father heard of him from the gentleman. Thus taking this opportunity to meet him it should not be a matter of ill intent. This reasoning was not difficult to grasp. It was simply that the young girl had developed a modicum of affection for Fangsuan, which led to her flustered concern. Very well, when I return to my father, I shall promise you to him, Princess Hongwan said with a gentle laugh, shaking her head. Miss, little is but a servant. How could she be deserving of him? The young girl's expression dimmed as she gently shook her head. Little only wishes to accompany the princess for a lifetime, to care for the princess. Nonsense. My little is more than worthy of him. He is merely a poor scholar. How could he dare to look down upon you? Miss, you need not comfort me. I understand. He is destined for greatness in the future. Someone who can earn the admiration of both the gentleman and the miss cannot possibly be an ordinary poor scholar. At this, Princess Hongwan fell silent, letting out a soft sigh, and continued towards the palace without further words. In the royal palace's main hall, the Northern Domain King sat high upon his throne, surveying the world with an air of authority. The Northern Domain King appeared to be just over 40, with a complexion as fair as jade and eyes that shone with brilliance, exuding an aura of majesty. His black royal robe trailed on the ground, and though he uttered not a word, there lingered an instinctive urge for submission among those present. Why does the subject not kneel before His Highness? Suddenly, an inner attendant stepped forward, glaring at Fangsuan as he chastised him. Though merely a lowly inner attendant, his proximity to the Northern Domain King had endowed him with profound strength, and his furious shout inadvertently carried a hint of mental pressure that pierced Fangsuan's mind. Suddenly besieged by this mental coercion, Fangsuan could not help but emit a muffled groan, his complexion paling as he struggled to maintain composure. Yet even so, a trace of pride lingered on Fangsuan's face. Showing no inclination to kneel, he merely clasped his hands and bowed slightly, then spoke with conviction. I study the teachings of sages, nurturing a noble spirit. I honor heaven but do not kneel to it. I respect the king, yet see no need to prostrate myself before him. How dare you? You are but a mere scholar, with neither title nor rank. How can you dare to stand before the king without bowing? Another step forward, the overwhelming mental pressure intensified, causing Fangsuan's head to throb painfully, as if he might faint at any moment. I respect the Northern Domain King as a hero of our time. Gritting his teeth and struggling to remain lucid, Fangsuan revealed no hint of fear, boldly retorting, though I am insignificant, I understand that the strong must possess a broad heart, unafraid and undaunted. Should I kneel today, I fear I shall forever be unable to catch up to your majesty. Such words were, of course, mere pretense. In truth, while the mental pressure from a profound expert was formidable, it was by no means sufficient to render Fangsuan in such a state. It is essential to note that Fangsuan's greatest strength lies in his mental fortitude. As an assassin, should it become necessary, even feigning submission is of little consequence. Obstinately clinging to pride would be the true folly. Yet now, Fangsuan presented himself to the world as an arrogant scholar, embodying the essence of ancient wisdom, his heart pure and righteous, with an unyielding spirit. How could he easily bow down? Moreover, Fangsuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. The disheveled Taoist must have mentioned him to the Northern Domain King. And based on that alone, even if his words were somewhat brash, it was unlikely that he would be put in a difficult position. Furthermore, it seemed the Northern Domain King was observing him. Exhibiting excessive timidity would only diminish his standing in the king's eyes. Chapter 44. The Heroic Journey. Quite intriguing. I shall temporarily set this aside. Lifting his gaze to Fangsuan, the pressure brought by the inner attendant abruptly dissipated like melting ice, leaving no trace behind. Exhaling a long breath, a stream of cold sweat trickled down Fangsuan's forehead as he bowed once more to the Northern Domain King. Thank you, Your Majesty. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Overnight, 37 lives were taken. Should you not provide me with a reason, by law, you are to be executed. The Northern Domain King regarded Fangsuan with a detached gaze, entirely devoid of jest, occupying such a high position. The Northern Domain King indeed possessed the authority to disregard the lives of others. Fangsuan bore no doubt that a poor response could lead to his execution, while the disheveled Taoist harbored favorable feelings towards Fangsuan. Their relationship lacked substantial depth, insufficient to sway the Northern Domain King's judgment. After a moment's contemplation, Fangsuan slowly spoke. May I inquire, Your Majesty, do you know what it means to be a hero? Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed the Northern Domain King's eyes as he regarded Fangsuan with interest, yet he remained silent. We, as scholars, seek to stabilize the nation and bring peace to the people. When we venture forth, we act as heroes, standing against injustice. After a brief pause, Fangsuan continued, although I am unremarkable, I cannot stabilize the nation, yet I can wield my sword to uphold justice and clarify the truth. Thus, you claim that your actions in slaying them were not only justifiable but noble? The Northern Domain King's tone carried no trace of warmth, yet it bore an immense weight, rendering Fangsuan hesitant to speak further. The grand hall fell into a heavy silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. With matters having escalated to this point, Fangsuan would not waver due to the Northern Domain King's words. Shrugging his shoulders, he confidently nodded. Might I ask, Your Majesty, where exactly did these killings take place? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Though not forceful, it succinctly clarified Fangsuan's innocence. The Northern Domain King, of course, would not respond, and Fangsuan would not be foolish enough to wait for an answer. May I inquire, Your Majesty, in the dead of night, would virtuous individuals intrude upon another's courtyard? Such thievery, should it not be met with death, though he is but a humble figure clad in white? He dares to claim the title of a chivalrous man. How could he refrain from slaying such ruffians? There is indeed a semblance of fallacy in that sentiment. A faint smile graced the lips of the Northern Domain King as he spoke softly. To defeat 5 innate fighters with but a single sword is no small feat, my dear friend. You have not misjudged him. Upon hearing the mention of the disheveled Taoist, Fangsuan finally exhaled a breath of relief. The peril had seemingly passed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have heard of your considerable talent. Your poem, The Wine Sword Immortal, has brought great joy to my heart. Hong Wan also speaks highly of your abilities. How about this? Today, you shall compose a poem within these grand halls. If it pleases, we shall consider the matter closed. If it does not, I shall not only punish you, but also hold Hong Wan accountable. With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, the Northern Domain King spoke softly, mentioning punishment but refraining from the subject of execution. The most daunting challenge had been surmounted, yet Fangsuan had no intention of surrendering. Having resolved to assume this identity and boldly integrate himself into the capital, he was determined to establish his reputation. I humbly request a topic from Your Majesty. With a graceful smile, Fangsuan spoke with pride, nodding slightly, evidently pleased with Fangsuan's demeanor. The Northern Domain King pondered briefly before articulating. Since you mentioned chivalry, let it be the theme. Chivalry, a somewhat unconventional subject. Yet the Northern Domain King had no intention of making things difficult for Fangsuan. As long as the outcome was not utterly absurd, he would not impose further penalties. However, in the haste of the moment, he did not truly expect Fangsuan to produce a remarkable poem. Even the most erudite scholars in the court would likely struggle to compose satisfactory verses in such a short time. Yet, the Northern Domain King underestimated Fangsuan, or rather, his capacity for plagiarism. Chivalry, indeed. A silent chuckle arose within Fangsuan, while outwardly he maintained an appearance of deep contemplation, slowly pacing within the grand hall, with the Northern Domain King present. None dared to urge Fangsuan. Even if they felt disdain, they would not dare to express it. I've got it. Moments later, a glint of excitement lit up Fangsuan's eyes as he exclaimed, Where are the paper and brush? Eh? Observing Fangsuan's exuberance, The Northern Domain King was somewhat taken aback. Could this fellow truly craft something worthy? Before he could voice his thoughts, an attendant promptly presented paper and brush before Fangsuan, grasping the brush. Fangsuan paused for a brief moment in contemplation. Then with a flick of his wrist, the brush danced across the paper, moving like a dragon, inscribing swiftly. Zhao Ku with his tassels and his sword gleaming like frost and snow. A silver saddle atop a white steed, dashing like a shooting star. With every 10 steps, one is slain. In 1,000 miles, none remains. Once the matter is settled, I shall don my robe and vanish. Hiding my name and my being. Casually sipping wine at the residence of Xinling, I lay my sword across my knee. I feast upon roasted meat with Zhu Hai, raising my cup to toast the illustrious Hoang. 3 cups and a promise made. The 5 mountains weigh lightly. After the haze of wine, my spirit soars like a rainbow. To save Zhao, I wield a golden hammer. In Handan, I struck first point 2 heroes throughout the ages, their fame resounding in Daliang City. Though the bones of a chivalrous man may perish, his essence shall not fade from the world. Who can pen beneath your eaves the profound text of the Tao Te Ching? As he wrote, he recited, and when the final stroke was penned, the hall fell into a profound silence. The gazes of all present shifted towards Fangsuan, their expressions transformed. Though some of the references within the poem were unknown to the crowd, the grandeur and magnificence that resonated within the lines were unmistakable. What a line! With every 10 steps, one is slain. In 1,000 miles, none remains. Had you known such an exquisite poem would emerge, dear friend, you would have regretted your hasty departure yesterday. A splendid poem indeed. Let us raise a toast. Bring forth the wine. The Northern Domain King rose in excitement, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. In his youth, he had traversed a similar path alongside the wine god, slaying numerous foes and ascending through a sea of corpses. And now this poem stirred memories. How could he not be pleased? The poem is remarkable, yet, who are Xinling, Zhu Hai, and Hoang? As an aficionado of history, I am perplexed as to whom these refer. In an instant, Fangsuan found himself momentarily at a loss, nearly delivering a slap to his own face. How foolish of him to forget that this was a different realm, where no one would recognize these figures. With a wry smile in his heart, Fangsuan hastily feigned scholarly references, explaining the allusions within the verses, barely managing to appease the elder gentleman. The Northern Domain King, however, was entirely unconcerned, calling for exquisite wine to be served as they drank heartily. Lords, let us share this cup. Chapter 45. Roasted over the fire, drinking with the king. The Northern Domain King's pride was such that even his trusted ministers rarely shared a drink with him. Now, in the grand hall, he broke bread with many, bestowing honor upon them all. Who would have thought you could possess such talent at such a young age? Indeed, in my view, among the younger generation in the capital, you are unrivaled. Nodding, the Northern Domain King spoke a thought-provoking statement, the implications lingering in the air. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature nor second in martial prowess. Such a title could prove detrimental. Even if he were merely the foremost among the youth, it would undoubtedly attract countless troubles for Fangsuan. In an instant, Fangsuan's mind raced, yet he could not fathom the Northern Domain King's intentions. Just as he was about to speak, a mere glance from the Northern Domain King silenced him, forcing all words back down his throat. Regardless of the king's true motives, it was evident he would not welcome any defiance. With that thought, Fangsuan gradually calmed, observing with a cool detachment. Sure enough, within moments, the hall erupted in uproar, envy and animosity directed towards Fangsuan, as if they wished to consume him whole. The Northern Domain King cast a knowing glance at Fangsuan, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fangsuan, you claim to be but a commoner. I hereby grant you the title of Viscount, allowing you to meet the king without bowing. To meet the king without bowing. Such a privilege was immense. It must be noted that Fangsuan had withstood the pressure, and although the Northern Domain King was in good spirits and refrained from punishment, should he resist again, the king's attitude might change. Yet now, this benevolent decree completely exempted him from the obligation of bowing. Few among the younger generation, let alone the elder ministers, could hope to enjoy such favor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Though perplexed by the Northern Domain King's intent to place him in such a precarious position, gratitude was certainly in order. Radiant joy illuminated Fangsuan's face as he bowed deeply in gratitude. I have always been clear with rewards and punishments. This is what you deserve. The Northern Domain King waved his hand dismissively. However, remember this. If you become arrogant due to my favor, I can reward you, but I can also punish you. I understand, your majesty. You are the foremost among the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Princess Hongwan furrowed her brow tightly. As her intellect grasped the implications, today, while Fongsuan appeared to have gained both fame and fortune, in reality, he had been placed upon a precarious pedestal by the Northern Domain King. Thereafter, life in the capital would be fraught with peril. Though he had garnered attention, the lack of a solid foundation raised the crucial question: could he survive the storm? Princess, the king requests your presence. Before Princess Hongwan could ponder further, an attendant quietly instructed her. As a princess, she could not participate in formal court discussions and would have to wait for the Northern Domain King's return to meet him. After the court session concluded, the Northern Domain King changed into a simple dark robe, shedding all semblance of authority, appearing as an ordinary father. Father, she bowed gently before taking a seat beside the Northern Domain King. Is it true that you two have come for Fongsuan? A smile graced the king's lips as he affectionately patted Hongwan's head. I suppose so. After a moment's hesitation, Hongwan nodded. You must have seen the poems he crafted. It would not be an exaggeration to call them breathtakingly talented. I simply cannot bear to see such a gifted individual perish prematurely. This young man's poetry is indeed remarkable. It has not only impressed the Taoist, but even compelled me to acknowledge his prowess. Shaking his head, the Northern Domain King chuckled softly. The poem he composed in the hall today, you have yet to see. I shall have it brought to you shortly. I believe you will find it very much to your liking. Casting a knowing glance at Hongwan, the Northern Domain King lifted a cup of tea to his lips, his face alight with mirth. If that is the case, why then do you place him upon such a precarious pedestal? After a moment's hesitation, Hongwan could not help but ask. With a slight shake of his head, the Northern Domain King replied softly, were he merely somewhat talented, I would not act thus. To compose poetry, drink wine, and slay foes, one man against 5 innate fighters. If you claim his aspirations lie solely within poetry, would you truly believe that? Without honing jade, it cannot take shape. The Taoist has high hopes for him. Having seen him today, I too feel a flicker of compassion for his talent. If he wishes to become a formidable figure, how can he shy away from adversity? Gazing steadily at Hongwan, the Northern Domain King spoke calmly. If he can truly establish himself in the capital, then he shall not disappoint the Taoist's expectations. But what if he cannot bear the pressure? A tremor of worry coursed through Hongwan as she voiced her concern. Then he shall perish. The king's voice remained devoid of emotion, chilling in its tranquility. The capital is teeming with hidden talents. He is but an outsider, lacking roots. This trial not too daunting. Fear not. The Taoist has warned those old codgers. The elders lack the courage to act against him lightly. Having made this decision, the Northern Domain King had clearly considered all the implications. As the Northern Domain King resolved his decision, Hongwan found herself at a loss for words, momentarily struck by a pang of sympathy for the little girl. What? Is our little princess feeling heartache? A hint of a smile graced the king's lips as he spoke softly. Fear not. Should he manage to endure this trial, I shall take it upon myself to betroth you to him. The mere utterance of those words startled Princess Hongwan, leaving her bewildered as to how she had become entangled in this conversation. Father, Hongwan did not. Before she could explain, the Northern Domain King interrupted with a chuckle. Enough. My dear, I know that our little Hongwan has matured, and it is indeed time for marriage. However, he is not yet worthy of you. Let us wait and see. If he is not a remarkable figure, how could he possibly deserve the daughter of this king? Without waiting for further explanation from Princess Hongwan, the Northern Domain King laughed lightly and waved his hand. Very well, you may leave now. Your father has matters to attend to. Yes, father. Dazed, Princess Hongwan stumbled out of the study, struggling to comprehend the situation. Her thoughts drifted to Fongsuan, whose calm demeanor in the bamboo garden resurfaced in her mind, instantly disturbing the tranquility of her heart. Although she harbored a vague admiration for Fongsuan, she had never considered marrying him. In her mind, there had never been a possibility of them being together. Yet now, the king's words had suddenly thrown everything into disarray. It was only at this moment that Hongwan realized, compared to the likes of the wine god and the Northern Domain King, she had indeed underestimated the seemingly inconspicuous Fongsuan. Chapter 46. The Sleeping Flower Pavilion. Fine wine is but the celestial brew, and the finest entertainment is none other than the Sleeping Flower Pavilion. The celestial brew is a treasure sought after at great cost. Even the nobility of the royal capital seldom indulge in it. As for the Sleeping Flower Pavilion, It stands as the most renowned establishment of its kind in the capital, unlike ordinary pleasure houses. The Sleeping Flower Pavilion boasts a high threshold for entry, frequented only by scions of prominent families, lords, and renowned scholars. Ordinary folk, no matter how wealthy, cannot hope to set foot inside, naturally. Such elevated standards ensure that the experiences within the pavilion far exceed those of common entertainment venues. It is said that even a mere serving maid at the Sleeping Flower Pavilion is a top-tier beauty elsewhere. Rumor has it that the current star of the pavilion was once a countess's daughter, who fell from grace and found herself here, possessing innate talents of her own. Innate talent. What a concept. Outside the royal capital, such a woman would be a celebrated figure. The mere thought of being in the company of a girl with innate prowess is enough to stir one's blood. This young master is visiting our Sleeping Flower Pavilion for the first time. Is he not? May I inquire your name, young master? Upon arriving at the entrance of the pavilion, a beautiful maid approached with a charming smile. Of course, if one lacked the appropriate status, the welcome might quickly turn to dismissal. Gently flicking his folding fan, the young man smiled slightly. What? Are you concerned I may not meet the qualifications to enter these grand doors? Young master jests. One glance at you reveals an extraordinary lineage. We are more than eager to welcome you. The maid, with a flirtatious smile, took his arm and continued, however, as you appear unfamiliar, it would be best to share your identity with me, so I may make the necessary arrangements. This was also a customary practice at the Sleeping Flower Pavilion, as those who frequented it were of varying ranks. To treat everyone equally would be inappropriate. For instance, the Tianzi room was strictly off-limits to lesser nobles. I have only just arrived in the royal capital a few days ago. I doubt the young lady would have heard of me. With a light chuckle, the young man waved his fan. Upon hearing this, the maid's enthusiasm waned significantly, yet being accustomed to such situations, she concealed her disappointment. Does the young master hold any noble title? I suppose I am a viscount. Shrugging, the young man replied nonchalantly. A viscount? Indeed, that is quite impressive. Since it is your first visit, would you prefer to be seated in the hall to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? A viscount may be esteemed in other contexts, but at the Sleeping Flower Pavilion, it was merely sufficient for entry. With a slight smirk, the young man leisurely added, My name is Feng Xiyuan. Upon hearing this name, the maid paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she eagerly asked, Might you be the esteemed Feng Xiyuan, the one who composed the Xiaku Xing, which even the king praises highly? Merely a small fame, hardly worth mentioning. With a smile, Feng Xiyuan nodded slightly. Young Master Feng, you jest. Leaning closer, the beautiful maid playfully scolded. What brings you here? Although he was merely a viscount, Feng Xiyuan's name had already reverberated throughout the royal capital. The northern domain king himself had commended him as the foremost of the younger generation, granting him the honor of not having to bow before the king. What a distinction. Yet, she had not anticipated that such a talented individual would visit the Sleeping Flower Pavilion. Yet I am but an ordinary man. Why should I not come? Feng Xiyuan replied with a carefree smile. Realizing that he was merely a young man, the maid dismissed any notions of impropriety. The Tianzi room number 3 is still available. Please, young Master Feng. Now that she knew Feng Xiyuan's identity, it was impossible to seat him in the hall. Though the Tianzi rooms were in high demand, she might be able to arrange one for him. After settling Feng Xiyuan into a private room, the maid pondered and asked, As it is your first visit, you likely do not have an acquaintance among our ladies. Shall I arrange one for you? I have long heard of the young lady Ruo Shui. Might I be so fortunate as to meet her? With a casual snap of his fan, Feng Xiyuan smiled and inquired softly. Ruo Shui, the headliner of the Sleeping Flower Pavilion, a legendary woman with innate talents. Young Master Feng may not be aware, but recently, the young master of the Chun family visits daily, requesting Ruo Shui's company. I fear, the Chun family, one of the most prestigious clans in the royal capital. Though this young master was not the heir, the Chun family's illustrious reputation was no laughing matter. Even the sons of other prominent families would hesitate to provoke him. Feng Xiyuan's choice to request Ruo Shui might lead to an inevitable clash. Of course, she could not voice this directly and could only hint that Feng Xiyuan consider another lady. Young Master Feng may not know, but our Sleeping Flower Pavilion boasts 4 other top-tier beauties, each possessing extraordinary talents, sure to satisfy you. Shall I summon one for your company? Is that young Master Chin expected to arrive soon? Feng Xiyuan asked lazily. Looking up, if we calculate the time, young Master Chin should be arriving shortly. Shortly means he has not yet arrived. With a hint of sarcasm, Feng Xiyuan replied, In that case, let us first invite Miss Ruoxue for a drink. But the beautiful maid attempted to dissuade him, only to be gently interrupted by Fong Siyuan. Do you believe I am not worthy of that young Master Chen? Such words were weighty, and the maid dared not respond further, obediently acknowledging his request before silently retreating. Once she had left, she recalled that this individual was notorious for his fearlessness. He had crossed paths with many in the bamboo garden without ever bowing his head to anyone. While the Chun family's young master was indeed formidable, this young man was not to be trifled with. The Northern Domain king himself had hailed him as the foremost of the younger generation. Surely no jest. However, to provoke the young master of the Qin family over a girl he had never even met seemed rather foolish. Of course, the maid, lamenting Fong Siyuan's apparent lack of prudence, could not fathom that his very intent in visiting the Sleeping Flower Pavilion was to stir trouble. Since the Northern Domain king sought to place him in a precarious position, there was no way to avoid the provocations of those with ill intentions. Given Fong Siyuan's character, avoiding confrontation was simply not an option. Rather, he would welcome it. Why not take the initiative and confront them head-on? Before they could devise a plan against him, he would deliver a decisive blow to these scoundrels, potentially averting considerable trouble. In the lexicon of an assassin, there was never a notion of passively enduring. To strike first and quell danger in its infancy was the true essence of an assassin's style. Chapter 47. To oppress by authority? As the final notes faded into silence, even Fong Siyuan could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment, lingering for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. The grand strings clash like a torrential rain, while the smaller strings whisper softly. The sounds intertwine, a cacophony of music, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Shaking his head slightly, Fong Siyuan reflected, I once thought it merely an exaggeration of poetry. Little did I know such a marvelous melody truly exists, capable of enchanting one's very soul. You flatter me, young master. Upon hearing Fong Siyuan's spontaneous recitation, Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with delight as she set down her pipa and curtsied. There is no need for such formalities. Ruoxue, a discerning ear, recognizes the elegance and sound. You are indeed a remarkable person, so why the humility? Shaking his head slightly, Fong Siyuan proceeded to fill Ruoxue's cup, smiling as he said, though this wine may not be the celestial brew, the melody is surely of heavenly origin. I raise this cup in honor of Ruoxue. As he drained his cup, Ruoxue felt a tremor in her heart. Having spent years in the Sleeping Flower Pavilion, she had encountered countless nobles and scholars, yet few possessed such clear and sincere eyes. If Ruoxue could perceive, she would discern that within that gaze lay only a subtle appreciation, devoid of any hint of lewd intent. In that moment, Ruoxue even experienced a fleeting illusion, as if she were not amidst such revelry, but rather sharing a jovial camaraderie with Fong Siyuan as equals, exchanging laughter and toasts. Young master, it grows late. Would it please you if Ruoxue were to find 2 companions for your company? Dispelling the distracting thoughts from her mind, Ruoxue gently inclined her body and spoke slowly. That a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. And after a moment's contemplation, Fong Siyuan chuckled lightly. I find myself increasingly intrigued. Is the Qin family's young master truly so formidable? Fong Siyuan, possessing extraordinary insight, instantly discerned Ruoxue's thoughts and refilled his wine cup, draining it in one gulp. Ruoxue knows the young master possesses remarkable skills. Yet you have come alone. While the Chun family wields considerable power as a mere courtesan, why should you be so concerned? A hint of anguish crossed Ruoxue's features, her eyes reddening slightly as she spoke softly. It is my fate to endure this, and I cannot bear to be a burden to you. However, before Ruoxue could finish her sentence, a brash and arrogant voice suddenly erupted from outside. What nonsense, Fong Gongzi, just a penniless scholar. I shall see who dares to be so audacious before me, clearly seeking confrontation. The young master of the Chun family bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the entire Mianhua Tower. Upon hearing this, Ruoxue's expression instantly changed, and she rose to open the door, only to be grasped by Fong Siyuan's hand. Young master, with a faint smile playing upon his lips, Fong Siyuan gently shook his head. Pour the wine. There was no hint of confrontation in his tone, nor even a trace of interest in responding. Yet those simple words instantly quelled Ruoxue's previously tense and agitated heart, as if, in his presence, there was no need to ponder any other matters. Silently returning to Fong Siyuan's side, Ruoxue extended her delicate hand, gently grasping the wine jug. Listening to the approaching footsteps, her hand trembled slightly as she poured the wine, yet remained resolute. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Fong Xuan's eyes as he narrowed them slightly. Still remaining silent. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open with a resounding crash, and 5 or 6 individuals surged in like fish leaping from water. The leading young master, clad in a dark yellow robe adorned with a qilin embroidered on his chest, wore a gloomy expression tinged with mockery, as if merely glancing at Fong Xuan were an extraordinary favor. Lifting a beautifully crafted wine cup from the table, he took a sip, yet Fong Xuan appeared utterly oblivious to their presence. Leisurely remarking, "A fine wine. I only now begin to appreciate its flavor. Roche, pour the wine." Impudence. Upon seeing my master, do you not kneel and bow? Seeing their master being disregarded, the young master's attendants could no longer contain themselves. Pointing at Fong Xuan and cursing him vehemently. Ruoshui's hand trembled slightly as she held the wine jug, but she ultimately remained silent, lowering her head to refill Fong Xuan's cup. "Even the king allows me to meet him without bowing. What are you that I should pay you any heed?" With a raised brow, Fong Xuan spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Chun family's face turned pale, and he swiftly slapped one of his attendants. "Silence. The Northern Domain King is a figure of immense stature, one to whom one dare not speak lightly. Since he could come here, he was well aware of Fong Xuan's identity. It was a fact that the Northern Domain King had granted Fong Xuan the privilege of meeting him without bowing. If he were to demand that Fong Xuan kneel, would that not place him above the Northern Domain King? Such an act, in the ears of those with ulterior motives, could easily lead to accusations of treason. Though the young master of the Qin family was a rake, he understood the gravity of such words. However, with that slap, the momentum he had painstakingly built up faltered, and he lost the previous air of arrogance. Again draining his cup of wine, Fong Xuan remained silent, merely casting a cold smile at the young master of the Qin family. "Ruoshui, at this moment, it is time for you to sing for me. Why do you not come forth?" With a raised brow, the young master of the Qin family directed a mocking smile at Ruoshui. Having been thwarted, he naturally sought to regain his standing, and in such a setting, what better tactic than to claim the lady beside his adversary? "Are you not arrogant? With a single command, I shall have your lady come over, leaving you with nothing to be proud of." Ruoshui's body trembled slightly, and she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Despite being the leading courtesan of Mianhua Tower, renowned for her claim of selling art rather than herself, ultimately, she was still but a woman of the world. In the eyes of the Qin family's young master, there was no standing to speak of. It was almost certain that should she offend the young master of the Qin family, she would encounter grave trouble. What a grand reputation the young master of the Qin family boasts. Only to bully women to assert his status. Fong Xuan remarked with a cold laugh. He understood Ruoshui's predicament and would not wait for her to make a choice. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, he cast a glance at the young master of the Qin family. "The rules of Mianhua Tower are well known to you, young Master Qin. Ruoshui is under my selection, and if I do not nod my approval, who dares to give her the audacity to leave?" The mention of Mianhua Tower's rules nearly caused the young master of the Qin family to choke on his fury. Mianhua Tower held a tremendous reputation in the capital, undoubtedly backed by a formidable influence. Otherwise, Ruoshui would not be able to play the game of selling art without selling herself. Privately, one could leverage their status to circumvent certain rules, but if done openly, it would be a slap to the face of the powerful figure behind Mianhua Tower. Such actions were utterly beyond the scope of a mere young master of the Qin family. Having failed to pressure Fong Xuan twice with ease, the young master of the Qin family felt his blood boil, his face turning icy as he spoke coldly. "Bring people. Surround this place. The rules of Mianhua Tower state that you are not one of their courtesans. Are you not? I demand that you hand over the lady Ruoshui to me without question." As his words fell, more than a dozen individuals surged in from outside, and this was still due to the limited size of the private room. As many could not fit inside. Setting aside the ordinary warriors, there were nearly 10 innate experts present. Such power was sufficient to compel any innate expert to submit, oppressed by force. That was the young master of the Qin family's approach. No need for flashy tactics. His identity alone granted him the power and confidence to impose his will, pressing through sheer force. The young master of the capital's top aristocracy, even if not an heir, was not someone of ordinary standing. Chapter 48, Close Enough to Reach Out. A nation's worth of enemies. The tide of events, not only Fong Xuan, but nearly everyone in Mianhua Tower had turned their attention toward this scene. The overwhelming pressure from nearly 10 innate masters was such that even a peak innate expert would have to think twice. let alone the fearsome status of the young master of the Qin family. Under such a show of strength, did anyone dare to stand firm? No one held out hope for Fangsuan. Even if he had previously held the upper hand, it could not alter the undeniable gap in absolute strength. Given the young master of the Chun family's arrogance, no one doubted that if Fangsuan resisted, the outcome would be dire. Even considering the favor of the god of wine, Xiaozi, sparing Fangsuan was one thing. Incapacitating him and humiliating him thoroughly was utterly without doubt. Should he retreat or stand firm? All eyes were fixed upon Fangsuan. A simple answer could unleash a cataclysmic reaction, one that could turn the tables entirely. The reputation of the foremost figure of the younger generation was not easily borne. Seated at the table, Fangsuan's expression remained inscrutable, even as he held his wine cup with unwavering steadiness, without so much as a tremor. The wine has grown cold. Gently setting down his cup, Fangsuan seemed utterly unaffected by the threats. His attention solely on that small wine cup. The wine has grown cold? Hearing this simple statement, everyone felt a sense of collapse wash over them. What kind of remark was that? Had this fellow truly been frightened into a stupor? You seek death. With yet another dismissal. The young master of the Qin family finally erupted in rage. Grasping the sword of a nearby bodyguard, he strode towards Fangsuan, the gleaming blade aimed at Fangsuan's head. Do you believe I will slay you? Not even blinking. Fangsuan glanced at Ruoshui and calmly stated, warm the wine. Bang. Ignoring him once more, the young master of the Qin family lost all restraint, disregarding Fangsuan's identity or the appropriateness of killing within Minhua Tower, and struck down with his sword. Despite being at the peak of the postnatal realm, the young master's furious strike carried considerable force, creating a gust of wind as it descended, in the blink of an eye. That wrathful blade was effortlessly caught between Fangsuan's fingers that a mere postnatal peak expert did not even qualify to threaten Fangsuan. With a mere flick of his fingers, he easily neutralized the opponent's attack. With the sword pinched between his fingers, Fangsuan slowly rose, languidly stating, Are you relying on your influence to bully others? Young Master Qin, what great authority you wield. Now do you hear me? I demand that you relinquish the Lady Ruoshui to me. Do you have any objections? Even with the blade caught between Fangsuan's fingers, the young master of the Qin family showed no sign of fear, maintaining his arrogant gaze fixed upon Fangsuan, with nearly 10 innate experts standing behind him, all of whom had locked on to Fangsuan. The young master believed that with a single command, Fangsuan would become a casualty, rendering him unthreatened. Fool. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes, yet suddenly, Fangsuan's demeanor transformed, and a faint aura of murderous intent erupted forth. Young Master Qin. Have you ever heard a certain saying? Without waiting for the young master of the Qin family to respond, Fangsuan applied slight pressure with his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the blade at his fingertip was effortlessly snapped in two. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of killing intent surged forth. Young master, retreat quickly. Almost instantaneously, the innate masters behind sensed the anomaly and shouted warnings, swiftly launching themselves towards Fangsuan. Who dares to move again? Without even a flicker of his eyelids, Fangsuan deftly twisted his wrist, a glimmer of cold light flashing suddenly. In the next moment, all the innate warriors halted in their tracks, their gazes fixated on Fangsuan. Yet none dared to advance another step. The reason was simple. The severed blade was delicately pinched between Fangsuan's fingertips, lightly resting against the neck of the young master of the Qin family. Impudent! If you dare to touch even a single hair on my head, I shall reduce you to mere pulp. The icy blade pressed against his throat momentarily stifled the young master's momentum, only to ignite a deeper fury within him, as he bellowed in desperation. Indeed, should you harm the young master, I will ensure you find no means to live nor die. In an instant, those behind could not help but join in the furious denunciation. Release him. The two fastest innate masters also positioned their blades at Fangsuan's vital points, ready to strike him down with the slightest exertion. Yet, even so, none dared to act rashly. Although united, they could slay Fangsuan, they could not guarantee that they would be quicker than him. At this moment, regret washed over them. How had they allowed the young master to get so close to this man? Should anything happen to the young master, none of them would survive. Of course, they were unaware that, given Fangsuan's speed and reflexes, it mattered little whether the young master approached or not. The room was too small for any real escape. Ruoshu, is the wine not warmed yet? Showing no inclination to acknowledge the others, Fangsuan lazily turned to Ruoshu. In an instant, those outside watching the commotion nearly spat out their drinks. This fellow was truly audacious. Even at such a moment, he still had the gall to request warmed wine. Utterly devoid of sense, the young master of the Qin family was livid, his face turning an ashen shade, nearly spitting blood. He was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers. How had he ever endured such humiliation? This scoundrel treated him as though he were an inconsequential passerby. Young Master Qin, it would be wise not to move recklessly. Otherwise, if my hand were to tremble, it would not bode well. A hint of a smile graced Fang Xuan's lips as he applied slight pressure with his fingertips, leaving a faint mark of blood upon the young master's neck. You dare. The two innate masters behind him were nearly driven to madness, yet ultimately, they dared not imitate Fang Xuan, fearing that an impulsive action might cost the young master's life. Yawning languidly, Fang Xuan spoke nonchalantly. Young Master Qin, with your profound background, you are not one I, a mere commoner, could ever hope to rival. However, I believe you have not heard a certain saying. What? The young master instinctively inquired, almost slapping himself for his folly. Was he not merely feeding Fang Xuan's arrogance? Paying no heed to the gazes of others, Fang Xuan smiled lightly and replied, Close at hand, enemies abound. Chapter 49, We Shall See. Close at hand, enemies abound. No matter how immense your power, within this tiny space, you are as fragile as a paper doll. These 8 brief words seem to wield an inexhaustible enchantment, instantly tightening around the throats of all present, plunging the venue into silence, save for the muffled breaths of the young master of the Qin family, who was overtaken by anxiety. Young Master Qin, what did you just say? My ears are a bit dull. I did not quite catch that. Nothing at all. He desired to shake his head in denial, but with the blade pressed against him, he dared not move an inch. Cold sweat poured from his brow, and he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Let us not fight. How about we become friends instead? Observing that Fang Xuan was not jesting, the young master of the Qin family instantly wilted, his face shifting like a stage performer. I am unworthy. What status does young Master Qin possess? I am merely a poor scholar, unworthy of such association. Fang Xuan disdainfully shrugged, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Fang, what do you truly desire? Speak, and I shall comply. Ah, now you are showing some semblance of respect. Fang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, casually remarking, Fear not, I am a reasonable individual. After a brief pause, Fang Xuan leisurely continued, Having kicked down my door and caused me such humiliation before so many, young Master Qin ought to provide some form of compensation. No? Humiliated before the crowd. Surely he was mistaken. It seemed he was the one who had lost face. However, this was a thought the young master of the Qin family kept to himself. What do you suggest for compensation? As funds are currently tight, how about young Master Qin generously provide me with a mere 10,000 taels of gold? Fang Xuan displayed no shred of embarrassment, boldly requesting a vast sum as if it were mere pocket change, entirely dismissing the gravity of the situation. That is easily arranged. Without raising an eyebrow, the young master commanded, Did you not hear? Hurry and bring it to young Master Fang. 10,000 taels of gold may have been a substantial amount for the Long family of Xinyue City, but for the premier family of the capital, the Qin family, it was utterly trivial. Even the young master could casually toss it away. Without a moment's hesitation, a servant promptly produced a stack of gold notes from his bosom and placed it gently upon the table before Fang Xuan. Indeed, young Master Qin truly lives up to his reputation. It seems this is but a trifling sum. Fang Xuan paid no heed to the gold notes, continuing with, Miss Ruoshu plays beautifully. I cannot help but return to listen. It appears young Master Qin also has a fondness for Miss Ruoshu, does he not? From this day forth, as long as young Master Fang is present, I shall refrain from disturbing Miss Ruoshu. Gritting his teeth, the young master of the Qin family uttered this sentence, nearly spitting blood in frustration, cursing Fang Xuan repeatedly in his mind as he plotted his revenge. Yet, Fang Xuan seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, and without missing a beat, he continued, Young Master Qin is indeed forthright. However, you are a man of means who easily forgets. I fear you may forget your words as soon as you step outside. That would be unfortunate. How about a vow instead? I trust, given your status, you would not stoop to breaking your promises. Fang Xuan, do not push your luck. At this, the young master's eyes nearly erupted with fury, gritting his teeth as he retorted, I do not believe you would truly dare to kill me. In private, spoken words could be disregarded, but a vow represented the very face of the Qin family. Should he renege, the family would be ridiculed, and the family law would not spare him. His agreement to Fang Xuan's demands without a moment's hesitation had been predicated on the hope of reneging once he left. However, Fang Xuan's words had effectively trapped him, inciting his anger. Fang Xuan offered no response, merely letting the severed blade in his hand flash swiftly, delivering a cut across the young master's body, drawing forth a brilliant crimson stain. You, though not a fatal blow, The lightning-quick strike painfully reminded him of his predicament. He was the prey, and Fangsuan was the predator. This sudden action left all around him stunned. This man truly dared to act. Slicing at the young master of the Qin family without the slightest hesitation. Very well, I accept. I agree to everything. In the throes of pain, the young master quickly recognized his reality and acquiesced. True, Fangsuan might lack the courage to kill him, as slaying the young master of the Qin family would undoubtedly bring dire consequences, likely resulting in his own demise. However, if this scoundrel continued to inflict cuts upon him without delivering a fatal blow, would that not be worse? This was the epitome of suffering. Who could endure such torment? What? Young Master Qin, I cannot hear you. Fangsuan feigned ignorance, casually slashing down again. Ah, I swear. I, Qin Yunqi, vow to never seek revenge against young Master Fang for today's incident, should I violate this oath. May I suffer a disgraceful fate. With a hasty vow pronounced, the young master of the Qin family finally breathed a sigh of relief. This man was a complete lunatic. Whoever tangled with him would surely meet misfortune. Smack. With a flick of his wrist, Fangsuan lightly struck the young master's chest, sending him flying backward. Thank you, young Master Qin, he said lazily. Young master, young master. Several servants scrambled to catch the fallen young master, glaring at Fangsuan with fury, with a single word from the young master. They would leap at the chance to avenge him. Ruoshu, has the wine been warmed? Fangsuan did not even lift his eyelids, speaking as if he were entirely unconcerned, once again leaving everyone in stunned silence. Let us depart. Taking a deep breath, and recalling the venomous vow he had just uttered, the young master of the Qin family finally let out a disgruntled hum, flinging his sleeve aside as he forcefully pushed through the crowd. Striding out of the private room. Bang, bang. It was unclear which unfortunate soul had been too close, but he was unceremoniously shoved down the stairs, while the objects nearby had long been smashed to smithereens. Relying on the illustrious reputation of the Qin family, he had not suffered such a significant loss in the capital for many years. The slap he had received was simply deafening. It was evident that before the night was over, this humiliating news would spread throughout the capital. There was no doubt that he, young Master Qin, would become the laughingstock of others. However, the most disheartening aspect was that he could not retaliate at this moment. He was not afraid of any vow. It was merely the merciless family rules that troubled him. Losing face for himself was one thing, but if the Qin family's reputation were tarnished, it would not be a matter that could be resolved with a mere beating or a little embarrassment. Silently swearing vengeance, young Master Qin's face darkened as he departed from the Mianhua Tower. Thinking, what is a mere vow? If I cannot take action myself, can I not seek revenge through my friends? Fangsuan, just you wait and see. Chapter 50, Actions Unforeseen, Part 1. Young Master Qin, fear not, I shall restore your honor. With a resounding slap on the thigh, several young masters sprang to their feet, each filled with indignation, itching to slice Fangsuan into numerous pieces. Indeed, is it not merely a few pathetic verses he can compose, were it not for his sheer luck in winning the favor of the god of wine? How could he dare to be so audacious? To put it plainly, he is but a worthless life, seizing the opportunity to cause young Master Qin such a significant loss, if he has no shame. Can we not learn from him? Rest assured, young Master Qin, this matter has nothing to do with you. You may have vowed, but we brothers have not. Let us head to Mianhua Tower immediately, fueled by the effects of the alcohol. These young masters were quick to ignite, not truly considering any deep friendship with young Master Qin. It was merely a matter of pride and a favor among friends, nothing to be concerned about. Everyone was well aware of Fangsuan's background and felt no pressure whatsoever. Moreover, they were exceedingly envious of the title of the so-called number one of the younger generation, leaving no room for hesitation. That fellow possesses innate strength. We must not underestimate him, one of the young masters stated as he stood to express his gratitude. Young Master Qin could not help but add, fear not, we are not without our own strength. With a mere casual gathering, we can muster over a dozen innate experts to confront him. While lacking in personal prowess, those who could befriend young Master Qin were certainly not ordinary individuals. They would have at least some innate guardians in their ranks. Thank you. I shall treat you all to drinks another day. As young Master Qin observed these young masters, accompanied by their guards, marching towards Mianhua Tower with great enthusiasm, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. What did they think? That a mere vow could hinder him? He would see how they would cope in the end, and who would ultimately be left with a bruised ego. Return to the estate. He huffed coldly, finally boarding the carriage, giving a resentful command. What a delightful mood he had, only to have it spoiled by that wretched individual. Truly infuriating. Damn it, which one of you is Fangsuan? Come out here. With an imposing demeanor, the group stormed into Mianhua Tower, and immediately, someone could not contain their anger, showing no regard for Fang Xuan's dignity. Stepping on someone, after all, was only satisfying if it became widely known, if no one knew. There was little enjoyment in it. Was Fang Xuan not arrogant, slapping young Master Chen in front of so many? Well then, right here at Mianhua Tower, in front of all these witnesses, they would give young Master Chen his retribution. And the matter would be concluded. My lords, what is the meaning of this commotion? Realizing the situation was amiss, the staff of Mianhua Tower quickly emerged, smiling as they attempted to interject. It just so happens that 2 of our top 4 ladies are free. Shall I summon them to entertain you? My lords, Lu Mama, there is no need for diversion. We know full well why we are here. Rest assured, we are aware of Mianhua Tower's rules and will not make it difficult for you. A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the foremost young master as he disdainfully spoke. Fang Xuan. What, do we need to personally invite you out? Seeing that Fang Xuan's room remained unresponsive, the group of young masters began to sneer, creak. Amidst the jeers, the door to room 3, marked with the character for heaven, finally creaked open. However, to everyone's surprise, it was not Fang Xuan who emerged, but a helpless-looking Ruo Shui. Ruo Shui, where is that scoundrel Fang Xuan? Momentarily taken aback, one could not help but question. Ruo Shui forced a smile and bowed slightly before speaking. My lords, young Master Fang has already left. What, he ran away? Upon hearing this, the group of young masters immediately erupted in fury. What was the meaning of this? They had come here brimming with pent-up anger, only to discover that the main culprit had fled. Was this a joke? Wait, when did he leave? How did we not see him? Having caused such a commotion at Mianhua Tower, the staff had certainly kept a close watch on room 3. Now, upon hearing Ruo Shui's words, they began to chatter amongst themselves. Search. A glint of determination flashed in one young master's eyes as he could not resist leading the charge. No one had seen Fang Xuan leave. Could Ruo Shui be attempting to deceive them? In the blink of an eye, the door to room 3 was once again kicked open, and several innate experts rushed inside. The empty room was left with only a table of leftover dishes, with no sign of life. Young master, no one is here. After confidently scanning the room with their spiritual senses and confirming the absence of anyone, the innate experts stepped back to report. Receiving this news, all eyes turned back to Ruo Shui. Without waiting for questions, Ruo Shui wisely began to explain. I do not know either. Young Master Fang instructed me to fetch some wine, and by the time I returned, he had already vanished. As she spoke, Ruo Shui pointed to the table, where lay a square note for 500 taels of gold. At this revelation, everyone fell silent, and in an instant, they could not help but erupt in curses. How shameless could that individual be, to send someone away and then slip away? What kind of trick was this? Well, he was an innate expert. If he wished to sneak away, it was hardly a challenge. As Mianhua Tower was not a place where entry was prohibited, and no one would obstruct him. Yet, how cowardly was it to simply flee in fear? Did he plan to return to Mianhua Tower in the future? Besides, one could avoid the first day, but could he evade the 15th? As the night breeze blew gently, the autumn air had grown slightly chilly, and the sky was overcast, with only a faint silhouette of the moon visible, casting a somber shadow. Although there was no curfew, in reality, few ordinary citizens ventured out at night, the sound of hooves echoed softly through the streets, adding to the sense of desolation. After crossing this street, it would take just 10 more minutes to return home. Reflecting on this, Qingyun felt a surge of annoyance. While he appeared to be thriving outside, his lack of cultivation talent doomed him to a lowly status within the family. In comparison to his brother, who had stepped into the innate realm at the tender age of 16, he had never received any attention. Today's incident had caused such a significant loss of face that if word reached home, he could only imagine the gossip it would incite. Damn it, all because of that wretched Fang Xuan. By now, that fellow should have been beaten to a pulp, right? Humph, do not worry. This is far from over. He would slowly trample this impoverished wretch beneath his feet. Whoa, suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, jolting Chunyun's body as he struggled to maintain his balance and nearly collided with the carriage wall. What is going on? He barked angrily, his temper flaring as he poked his head out of the carriage. In an instant, his pupils constricted, fixating intently on the front. Approximately 10 meters ahead of the carriage stood a figure clad in black, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ominous aura of killing intent. The tight-fitting black attire accentuated a chilling air, sharp as a finely honed sword. The blade was stained with blood. Chapter 51. Actions Unforeseen. Part 2. Who are you? Several innate experts quickly shielded the carriage, their voices grave as they inquired. With a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, a dagger slid into the hand of the man in black, who then slowly turned to face them. What a profoundly indifferent visage he bore. His dark eyes glinted with a lifeless hue, sending shivers down one's spine. A faint scar traced his right cheek, adding an element of ferocity to his demeanor. Who exactly are you? Do you intend to oppose the Qin family? Despite being surrounded by nearly 10 innate experts, Qin Yun still felt no sense of security. Under the gaze of those cold, indifferent eyes, it was as if he alone inhabited the entire realm, devoid of anything that could offer him reassurance. Almost instinctively, he invoked the name of the Qin family, attempting to intimidate the stranger. Enough of your prattle. A hoarse voice emerged from the man in black, and in the next moment, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, and without hesitation, he sprang into action. Bang! 10 innate masters launched a simultaneous effort to intercept. Yet beneath the blades and swords, what was severed was merely a fleeting shadow. The speed was unparalleled. With an ethereal grace akin to a specter, a mere flicker of movement enabled the figure to traverse through the encirclement of nearly 10 innate masters. Leave him. The innate master closest to Qin Yun fixed his gaze intently upon Fang Xiyan. Having refrained from intervening during the previous blockade, only when he sensed a terrifying killing intent approaching did he suddenly strike, unleashing all his might towards the space before Qin Yun. This was a keen sensitivity honed between life and death, relying not on sight nor spiritual consciousness, but solely on instinct. In a clash devoid of any embellishment, just as he desired, it precisely intercepted the position of the black-clad assailant's attack. However, the outcome of this confrontation utterly defied the expectations of all present. A mouthful of reverse blood was spewed forth, leaving him no chance to resist, as he was directly blasted away, along with the unyielding Qin Yun. Bang! The opulent carriage was shattered to pieces with this impact. Pierced through without allowing the assailant a moment's pause, the black-clad figure's attack had already struck out again like a lightning bolt. Ding! In a moment of haste, relying on instinct, he managed to block the assailant's strike with his sword. Yet, the overwhelming force was far beyond his capacity to withstand, and his already unsteady form was sent flying once more. Yet this time, Qin Yun remained firmly in place, without even lifting an eyelid. The black-clad figure seemed utterly oblivious to the innate master who had been sent hurtling away, his gaze coldly fixating upon Qin Yun, having just been thrown through the carriage and onto the ground. Qin Yun was in a disheveled state, a faint trace of blood evident at the corner of his mouth, clearly having sustained considerable injury from the recent impact. He opened his mouth, yet before he could utter a word, a dazzling arc of blade light gracefully swept past. The black-clad figure deftly grasped Qin Yun's head in hand, watching as the headless corpse gushed forth blood and fell back, before coldly glancing at the Qin family's guards. I shall only kill one. The voice was soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if one had suddenly returned to the depths of winter. Casually tossing aside the severed head, as if discarding refuse, the black-clad figure spoke no further, his feet lightly pressing down as he vanished into the night. Only at this moment did the oppressive terror that weighed upon everyone begin to slowly dissipate, each person exhaling deeply as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. It was horrifying, too horrifying. Although there was only one person, it felt as if he had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, commanding life and death. Unable to restrain himself, the innate master who had been blasted away twice by the black-clad figure spat out another mouthful of blood, his face contorted with despair, pallid as death. Just a moment prior, he had been brimming with confidence, believing that even when facing a peak innate master, he could delay and ensure the safety of the young master. Yet, in that fleeting instant, all his confidence had been shattered to pieces, even though they were both innate masters. Before the black-clad figure, he found himself devoid of even the qualifications to struggle. Whether it was that ghostly speed or the instantaneous explosive power, it was far beyond what he could rival. 20 years of arduous cultivation, reduced to mere bubbles in the presence of the other. Had the assailant been a profound-level master, it might have been understandable, but the fact that he was merely an innate master like himself was unfathomable. Do not move a muscle. Immediately notify the family head. The young master has been attacked. Lying languidly upon the bed, Fang Xiyan had long since resumed his original appearance, setting ablaze the black attire and erasing all potential traces left behind. After expending such great effort, forcing Qin Yun to swear an oath and demanding benefits, his true aim had merely been to indirectly absolve himself of suspicion. Even during the disguise, he had deliberately scarred his right cheek, intentionally guiding others to pursue him through such minor clues. Assassins strike when least expected. Everyone assumed that attacking at this moment would inevitably raise Qin family's suspicions, yet Fang Xiyan resolutely obliterated that notion. Such a stark contrast, coupled with differences in identity and strength, would instead divert attention away from his own culpability. Of course, to completely erase Qin family's suspicions was impossible. No one was a fool. And in such circumstances, a prominent family would certainly prefer to mistakenly kill than to let any threat slip by. But what did it matter? Even the Qin family themselves probably did not truly believe they were behind this, let alone others. Moreover, he was not a powerless novice without the means to resist, who could not feign grievance. Now that the matter involved him, it was not out of the question to turn this to his advantage. Thrusting himself into the limelight, thereby intimidating others, naturally, waiting a few days to act would allow him to extricate himself even more cleanly. But that was not the effect Feng Xiyuan desired. It was akin to a game of chess, where a truly skilled player considers not just the next move, but the broader strategy. A perfect layout does not entail completely extricating oneself, but rather retaining a thread of connection while ensuring that everyone believes in one's absolute innocence. This, indeed, was the purpose of Feng Xiyuan's actions today. As for whether the target was young Master Qin, young Master Li, or young Master Wang, it was of little importance. The curtain had only just been lifted. The true spectacle was yet to come. Qin family, I await your response. Chapter 52, Lu Family Feiyu. The culprit is an exceptionally experienced assassin. After cautiously examining the scene, the investigator from the Qin family pondered momentarily before softly speaking. The wounds are precise, clearly inflicted in a single strike. Given the length of the dagger, achieving this necessitates an exceptionally accurate judgment of impact. Otherwise, even a profound-level master would find it impossible. A top assassin at the peak of innate mastery? A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Lingfeng's eyes as he turned to the guards responsible for protecting Qin Yun. Sneering, can any of you tell me how he managed to provoke such an assassin? In an instant, the ground was littered with kneeling figures. Even the innate masters among them were no exception. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Lingfeng's words carried tremendous weight. Under such scrutiny, even a single incorrect response could lead to dire consequences. Family head, the young master has had no contact with any assassins. It is likely that someone has hired an assassin to target him. Oh. In recent days, whom have you offended? A glint of murderous intent shone in Qin Lingfeng's eyes as he spoke slowly. Although he did not particularly value this son, he was nonetheless his flesh and blood. Having been attacked in such a manner was nothing short of a slap to the face of the Qin family, a direct affront to Qin Lingfeng himself. This might be a bit too many. With a wry smile, several guards replied helplessly, to report to the family head, the young master. The young master has been frequenting the Mianhua building these days, and has been seeing the top courtesan, Miss Rishui. Thus, at this point, no further words were necessary. The top courtesan of Mianhua building was not easily monopolized. Patrons were prohibited from touching Ruoshui's card, and defending the wealthy young masters could lead to dire consequences. Although no one dared to confront the Qin family openly due to their status, secretly resorting to underhanded tactics was hardly an issue. Are you implying that it is impossible to investigate? With a cold gaze fixed upon the guard, Qin Lingfeng lightly pointed a finger, and a stream of sword energy shot forth, instantly slaying the innate guard. Since that is the case, what use do I have for you? Family head, tonight, the young master had a conflict with Feng Xiyuan and suffered a loss. As Qin Lingfeng's expression darkened, the remaining guards hastily explained. At this point, they could hardly concern themselves with whether Feng Xiyuan bore any suspicion. Their immediate priority was to navigate this crisis. Feng Xiyuan, raising an eyebrow slightly, Qin Lingfeng pondered for a moment before inquiring. The one bestowed the title of the foremost among the younger generation by the king of the northern region. Indeed, the guards nodded vigorously, recounting the entire sequence of events regarding the conflict with Feng Xiyuan without omitting a single detail. Had Qin Yun not perished, certain details would have been withheld, but now that he was dead, no one was inclined to shield him. Everything was aimed at maintaining the truth as much as possible. Useless fools. Let us go and confront this Feng Xiyuan. Gripping the reins with one hand, a faint smile played on the young man's lips as he pointed ahead, speaking nonchalantly. Captain, why should we concern ourselves with the Qin family's matters? Why rush to assist them in their investigation so early in the morning? No matter, the head of the Qin family must be furious. It is our duty, and we need not further provoke his ire. After a pause, the young man added, furthermore, I have a considerable interest in this foremost figure of the younger generation. Haha, Captain, we understand. Ugh, who does he think he is to claim the title of first? Let us show him what we are made of. With a flick of the reins, dozens of individuals followed behind the young man, laughing as they galloped away. Young Master Feng, you have quite the enthusiasm. Bursting through the door, dozens of arrogant soldiers stared mockingly at Feng Xiyuan, who was seated in the courtyard with a book in hand. Gently placing down the tome, Fang Xiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied coolly, "Have you gentlemen barged in unannounced? Does that not constitute an invasion of private property? Haha, you think you can talk back to us? Hey, kid, you know very well what you have done. Just come along quietly with us." One of the guards arrogantly brandished his whip, pointing at Fang Xiyuan with a sneer. Without a trace of anger, Fang Xiyuan rose gracefully and spoke calmly. "The errors of a gentleman are as evident as the sun and the moon. When they occur, all can see them. When they are corrected, all can admire them." After a brief pause, Fang Xiyuan inclined his body slightly and continued, "No one is perfect. Who among us is without fault? If I have erred in any way, please feel free to point it out, should it indeed be my mistake. It is against my principles to remain unrepentant." Quite interesting. The young man, a smile playing on his lips, rested his left hand on the sword at his waist and stepped forward slowly. "Young Master Fang, do you really think a few words can absolve you of suspicion? It seems you underestimate us. You jest. My lord. I act with integrity and believe I am blameless. What suspicion is there to speak of? Perhaps not." The young man fixed his gaze firmly on Fang Xiyuan. His tone flat. "Men, search the premises. At once." Without sparing Fang Xiyuan a glance, the soldiers beside the young man swiftly invaded Fang Xiyuan's quarters, rampaging through as if they were bandits. Fang Xiyuan's eyelids flickered slightly, yet he chuckled lightly. "My lord, it seems you have come deliberately to trouble me. If that is the case, why not discuss the charges? Let me see if they hold any weight." Fang Xiyuan's nonchalant dismissal of the search caused a flicker of surprise to cross the young man's face. "I indeed underestimated you. This is quite amusing." With a faint smile, Fang Xiyuan remained silent, patiently awaiting the other party's explanation. "Young Master Qin had a confrontation with you at the Sleepy Blossom Pavilion yesterday, did he not?" With a carefree laugh, Fang Xiyuan shook his head. "Could it be that you were here to avenge young Master Qin?" "Indeed, he suffered a slight setback yesterday. However, to go to such lengths over this seems rather excessive, does it not? Do they wish to force me to reveal the news of Qin Yun's demise? That would be a gross underestimation of my wits. You are quite adept at evasion." The young man chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Qin Yun was assassinated last night. You cannot escape suspicion." "Oh." With a raised eyebrow, a look of surprise crossed Fang Xiyuan's face before he chuckled and shook his head. "It seems that evil begets evil. Young Master Qin's actions were too overbearing, and thus the consequences are not unexpected. Ha! You seem to take delight in his misfortune." A hint of a smile appeared at the young man's lips, but it quickly turned cold. "Young Master Fang, you are suspected of murdering young Master Qin Yun. Please accompany me." "My lord is jesting." Fang Xiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied coolly, "A gentleman may be deceived by virtue." "Indeed, but not all gentlemen are fools. If you cannot produce evidence, I fear I will not be accompanying you." After a pause, Fang Xiyuan continued, "We both know that some charges cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, it is not easy to cleanse oneself of them. Evidence?" A hint of disdain flickered in the young man's eyes as he replied indifferently, "I fear young Master Fang has misunderstood. For me, whether or not there is evidence is of little importance." The grip on his sword tightened slightly, an invisible aura of menace emanating from him as the young man whispered, "What truly matters is, I declare you guilty." In an instant, a flash of brilliance sparked in Fang Xiyuan's eyes, intensely focused on the young man's hand resting on his sword. "May I ask your name?" "My lord." A smile graced the young man's face as he calmly replied, "Lu Feiyu, of the Lu family." Chapter 53. Terrifying Sword Technique. Clang. The sword sang like a dragon, its energy surging like a rainbow. From the moment he gripped the sword to the instant it was drawn, the speed was so swift that one barely had time to blink. As the words fell, the sword was already aimed at Fang Xiyuan's throat. In a devious angle, the chilling sword intent was infused with a touch of righteousness, giving the strike an aura of malevolence. Most importantly, Lu Feiyu wielded his sword with his left hand. Smack! Almost instantaneously, as the sword was drawn, Fang Xiyuan reacted, slapping his palm onto the stone table beside him. Using that force, he propelled himself backward, mid-air, his right hand grasping forward, summoning the sword from the table into his grasp with lightning speed. The blade was now a mere 3 inches away. Lu Feiyu's sword, akin to a venomous snake, latched onto Fang Xiyuan's throat, and no matter how Fang Xiyuan leveraged his retreat or attempted to evade mid-air, he could not escape the sword's lock. A flash of brilliance crossed Fang Xiyuan's eyes as he, suspended in the air, was left with no time to unsheath his sword. Instead, he merely pointed at Lu Feiyu's sword tip with a raised hand. Clang! The swords collided perfectly. An instant exchange that sent both combatants reeling back a few steps, neither achieving victory. "Well done." Fang Xuan exhaled a word of praise, yet Lu Feiyu pressed forward instead of retreating, seizing the moment when Fang Xuan landed unsteadily to launch another strike. An icy chill silently invading the air, enough to slow one's reaction time without notice. Your sword is not lacking, my lord. With a slight smile, Fang Xuan calmly responded, his composure unshaken, being of the same innate realm. Fang Xuan was not intimidated by Lu Feiyu. Even with the sudden attack, it posed little danger to him, but a vigilant assassin would never relinquish their alertness, ensuring that they would not be caught off guard. In fact, as the two fought, Lu Feiyu's guards ceased their rummaging and retreated to the doorway, grinning as they observed the duel. None felt inclined to assist. They understood Lu Feiyu's temperament all too well, knowing that such a one-on-one confrontation was one he preferred to handle alone. Moreover, they held greater faith in their leader's prowess than in Fang Xuan. Both wielders were swift swordsmen, leaving no room for contemplation or respite. Shattering the sword sheath as each clash was a rapid exchange of blows. In this fierce contest of speed, any lapse meant defeat. Young Master Fang, it would be wise for you to concede. I assure you. I will grant you an opportunity to appeal. Though on the surface, the two appeared evenly matched, Lu Feiyu had consistently maintained the upper hand. The left-handed sword was inherently tricky, and Lu Feiyu's strength surpassed Fang Xuan's. Each exchange left Fang Xuan at a slight disadvantage, gradually tipping the scales of victory. Not necessarily. Blades have no eyes, so my lord should tread carefully. Fang Xuan casually replied, yet his swordplay underwent a sudden transformation. What had once been a flurry of wind and rain now seemed to lighten, becoming elusive and insubstantial. Fang Xuan's sword was not inherently a fast sword. The reason he had matched Lu Feiyu's speed was merely to gauge the disparity between their strengths. The sword danced lightly. As a disciple of Fang Xuan Mountain, he placed great emphasis on technique, with swordplay renowned for its finesse. Although Fang Xuan had not fully comprehended the essence of sword intent in his previous life, he was more than capable of handling ordinary opponents. Sword intent is not something one can simply grasp at will. While Lu Feiyu's left-handed sword was formidable, it could not yet be said to possess true sword intent. Otherwise, Fang Xuan would not dare to engage in a contest of speed. As the sword winds shifted, Fang Xuan became ethereal, each strike landing precisely when Lu Feiyu's sword was at its limit, continuously disrupting the rhythm of Lu Feiyu's attacks. The so-called swift sword truly relies on rhythm. If one cannot keep pace with their opponent or falls into their rhythm, defeat is imminent. However, Fang Xuan was consistently disrupting Lu Feiyu's tempo, creating an illusion of pent-up energy with nowhere to go. This style of combat left Lu Feiyu feeling as though he might choke on his own blood. Since mastering the left-handed sword, few had pushed him to such an extent. As the sword play unfolded, any traces of Lu Feiyu's earlier disdain dissipated entirely. Shadow went. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes as he could no longer restrain himself from employing sword techniques. Unlike his previous life, in this alternate realm, one could harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to invoke sword techniques, compared to ordinary sword moves. These were truly terrifying killing blows. It is no exaggeration to say that the lethality of sword techniques could double in an instant. Some fearsome sword techniques could even amplify one's attack power several times over. As he uttered these two words, Lu Feiyu's aura surged dramatically, the surrounding temperature plummeting, creating a chill that rendered it nearly impossible to hold onto one's sword. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as if drawn by an unseen force. A small cyclone formed around Lu Feiyu's sword, intangible yet undeniably present, rapidly expanding. In that moment, Fang Xuan felt a surge of deadly danger, a sensation honed through countless brushes with death. His sword trembled slightly in his hand, nearly compelling him to unleash his explosive power. In the face of such an attack, only the terrifying explosive force of that power could obliterate Lu Feiyu's offensive before it fully materialized. However, this thought merely flickered in Fang Xuan's mind before being swiftly suppressed. The existence of that explosive power could not be revealed at this moment. Otherwise, the assassination of Qin Yun would be exposed. Maintaining a semblance of connection and allowing the other party to believe it was indeed his doing were vastly different matters. If only a few suspicions arose, even he might doubt them. And thus the Qin family would not pursue Fang Xuan recklessly. However, if it were confirmed that Fang Xuan was responsible, it would spark an unquenchable enmity. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xuan suddenly felt the power slip from his grasp. A look of astonishment crossing his face as he instinctively retreated. Boom. Almost instantaneously, Lu Feiyu's swordsmanship reached its zenith, and a terrifying gust of ominous wind surged forth from the blade, enveloping Fang Xuan in an instant. The overwhelming force was akin to a force of nature. Without a corresponding sword technique, Fang Xuan found it utterly impossible to contend with such might. With a single strike, his defenses were shattered, his sword splintered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling backward. Struck by the blow, Lu Feiyu was horrified to discover that the strike he had believed would at least severely injure Fangsuan, perhaps even render him incapable of further resistance, had failed to extinguish Fangsuan's fighting spirit. Though he spat blood and was thrown nearly 10 meters away, Fangsuan remained stubbornly upright, gripping his broken sword with unwavering resolve, showing no sign of surrender. "You seek death." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Feiyu's eyes as he fixed his cold gaze upon Fangsuan. A true man, even in battle, must retain his integrity in this world. Fangsuan stood tall, his eyes brimming with determination, and spoke calmly. "If I am to be defeated, then let me perish here. It is far better than bearing an unjust accusation." Chapter 54. Princess Hongwan, very well, then go to your death. A hint of malice curled at the corners of Lu Feiyu's mouth, his hesitation evaporating as he thrust his sword forward, launching another onslaught with the ferocity of a tempest. Lu Feiyu's intention was never to kill Fangsuan. He merely wished to subdue him. Whether or not the accusation could truly be pinned on Fangsuan was of little concern to him. However, Fangsuan's defiance ignited his fury to stand firm. Did he dare to believe Lu Feiyu would hesitate to kill him? With his left-hand sword raised once more, Lu Feiyu, though refraining from employing another sword technique, found that Fangsuan's current state rendered him incapable of disrupting his attack's rhythm as before. Suppression. Total suppression. With a broken sword in hand, Fangsuan resembled a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, poised to capsize at any moment. His fighting spirit remained undaunted, as if he were oblivious to the dire straits he found himself in. Despite his injuries, he showed no inclination to relinquish his resistance. "Stop! Everyone, cease this at once." Suddenly, a contingent of guards burst into the courtyard, accompanied by an anxious female voice. Without needing to turn around, Lu Feiyu instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer, Princess Hongwan. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through Lu Feiyu's mind. The reputation of Princess Hongwan as a patron of talent was renowned throughout the royal capital, especially since Fangsuan had first made a name for himself in the bamboo garden upon entering the city. Although he was unaware of how Princess Hongwan had learned of the incident, it was clear she would not make things difficult for Fangsuan. Contemplating this, a cold smirk formed on Lu Feiyu's lips as he brandished his sword, pretending not to hear Princess Hongwan's words, and launched yet another sword technique. Jingzhou. The explosive force of this strike was unlike the previous ominous wind. It erupted like thunder from a clear sky, showcasing the cunning and ferocity of Lu Feiyu's left-hand sword technique in all its glory. It was utterly inescapable. If the earlier technique had left room for evasion, this strike exploded forth with such swiftness that there was no time to react. The chilling sword light sliced through the air, unimpeded as it struck Fangsuan. Puff! Another mouthful of blood erupted from him as the sword energy pierced his body, sending him flying like a rag doll. "Impudence! Did you not hear the princess speak?" A young girl stepped forward, her face displaying irritation as she glared at Lu Feiyu. "My apologies, Your Highness. I momentarily failed to restrain my hand." Noticing Fangsuan half-kneeling on the ground, clearly gravely injured yet still gripping his broken sword with unwavering determination, Lu Feiyu revealed a trace of regret in his eyes but made no move to strike further. With Princess Hongwan intervening, he knew that persisting would be tantamount to declaring himself an enemy of the princess, a course of action he would never pursue as for Fangsuan. Sparing his life would suffice. There would be other opportunities in the future. "Young Master Fang. Young Master Fang, are you well?" The young girl anxiously supported Fangsuan, her voice laced with concern. "Thank you for your care, my lady. I am not yet beyond salvation," Fangsuan replied, forcing a smile as he slowly turned to Lu Feiyu. "Lord Lu, who granted you the authority to arbitrarily search the residence of Viscount Fang?" He fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Feiyu as he spoke. "Your Highness, I acted in accordance with my duties. Last night, Master Qin's son, Qin Yun, was assassinated, and prior to that, he had a direct confrontation with Viscount Fang. He is the prime suspect in this case. My intention was to bring Viscount Fang in for questioning. But alas, the Viscount refused to cooperate, leaving me no choice but to act, and regrettably, I failed to control my strength, resulting in his injury. I hope the princess can forgive this unintentional error. A confrontation makes one a murderer. Lord Lu, you are being rather hasty in your conclusions." Princess Hongwan shot Lu Feiyu a dismissive glance and waved her hand. "Enough. From this day forth, unless Lord Lu can provide irrefutable evidence, do not disturb Viscount Fang any further. I shall comply." Although, theoretically, Princess Hongwan had no authority to interfere with the investigation, her esteemed position as the favored of the Northern Domain's king meant that even Lu Feiyu, not to mention the chief of the capital's security, would not dare to disregard her wishes. I take my leave. With Princess Hongwan present, Lu Feiyu naturally refrained from making any further threats against Fangsuan. However, he felt a sense of satisfaction in having brought Fangsuan to this state. As for the case of Qin Yun's assassination, he was not overly concerned about how to resolve it. Thank you, Your Highness. Rising to bow before Princess Hongwan, Fangsuan sighed. I am ashamed to have caused you trouble. It is but a trifling matter. Shaking her head, Princess Hongwan replied softly, this place has become quite chaotic. Why not accompany me back for a few days? Despite having warned Lu Feiyu, Princess Hongwan knew she could not quell the entirety of the capital's ruffians with mere words. I appreciate your kind offer, Your Highness, but it may not be very convenient, Fangsuan replied, surprisingly refusing with a slight shake of his head, since Princess Hongwan had yet to enter a marriage alliance, although she was known for her appreciation of talent. Taking Fangsuan home would inevitably attract some gossip. Of course, this was merely an excuse fabricated by Fangsuan. For an assassin who had suffered a setback, it was only natural to seek a way to regain his standing, especially since the waters of the capital were still murky. Furrowing her brow, Princess Hongwan found herself momentarily lost in thought. Logically, she shouldn't be so concerned about Fangsuan, yet inexplicably, upon receiving news of the incident, she felt an uncontrollable urge to rush over and even suggested he stay with her for a while. Could it be that her father's words had truly influenced her? Shall we hurry and summon a doctor to examine young Master Fang? Ah, yes, I shall do so at once. A hint of worry flickered in the young girl's eyes as she turned away, not wanting Fangsuan or Princess Hongwan to see her reddened eyes. Lord Lu's left-hand sword is quite renowned throughout the capital. Should young Master Fang encounter him again in the future, he must exercise caution. After a moment's reflection, Princess Hongwan gently advised, the left-hand sword is manageable, but the sword techniques are truly formidable, Fangsuan replied with a wry smile and a sigh. At this point, Princess Hongwan suddenly recalled that Fangsuan, being merely a scholar without any significant background, despite having learned swordsmanship, likely lacked access to advanced techniques. She opened her mouth, intending to offer Fangsuan a manual of sword techniques, but hesitated, feeling it might be too forward. Glancing at the direction in which the young girl had departed, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Chapter 55. Not chaotic enough. Rest assured, Your Highness, young Master Fang is a natural warrior with remarkable recuperative abilities. I will prescribe a remedy, and with a bit of care, he shall recover fully within half a month, the old doctor assured confidently, stroking his beard after thoroughly examining Fangsuan. Thank you, esteemed doctor, Princess Hongwan replied with a nod. Casually instructing, shall we see the doctor out for me? After a moment's hesitation, Princess Hongwan felt a touch of discomfort at staying alone. After a brief farewell to Fangsuan, she left the room, seated at the stone table in the courtyard. Princess Hongwan's heart was a tumult of emotions. She had noticed the young girl's reaction. To claim the girl was indifferent to Fangsuan would be disingenuous. Yet, inexplicably, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previous calm demeanor. The thought of the young girl potentially becoming involved with Fangsuan stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Miss, why are you sitting over here? The young girl, returning from escorting the old doctor, immediately spotted Princess Hongwan at the stone table and inquired softly. It's nothing, Princess Hongwan replied with a faint smile, shaking her head. As you saw earlier, Fangsuan is at a disadvantage compared to Lu Feiyu precisely because he lacks sword techniques. After a pause, Princess Hongwan continued. Aside from some secret techniques not meant for public knowledge, I possess quite a number of sword techniques. I shall select a couple for you to deliver to him. Really? That would be splendid. Once he learns the sword techniques, that Lu fellow will surely be no match for young Master Fang. The young girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Oh dear, it seems you are hopelessly infatuated. With a hint of helplessness, she reached out and tapped the little girl's forehead, the Red Wand princess chuckling as she teased. Not at all. The little girl stomped her small foot. Her face flushed as she retorted, all right then. If you have nothing to do, you may attend to your young Master Fang here. I shall return to seek a suitable sword technique, and you can bring it back to him later. Shaking her head gently, the Red Wand princess replied softly. But how can that be? With Xiao Yi absent, who will look after the young lady? Rest assured, can I not find a maid in the residence to serve me? Laughingly shaking her head, the Red Wand princess noticed the little girl was about to protest further and promptly patted her hand. Enough, it's settled. During the day these next few days, you shall come and care for him. Not allowing the little girl a chance to argue, the Red Wand princess turned and departed, feeling a twinge of sadness in her heart. unable to discern whether her desire to keep the little girl near was for her sake or her own unease regarding Fang Xiyuan. Xiaoyi, assist me in modifying a few medicinal prescriptions. Despite several attempts to persuade Xiaoyi to leave, Fang Xiyuan could only smile wryly in resignation. Ah, modify the medicine? The little girl was startled, looking at Fang Xiyuan incredulously. But that's the chief physician from the Imperial Hospital. Even the Emperor holds him in high regard. Rubbing his head, Fang Xiyuan attempted to clarify his words, but realized he could not explain adequately. So he simply shook his head. It's all right. I possess some knowledge of medicine. A slight alteration to this formula will yield better results. Being well-versed in medical practices, Fang Xiyuan could barely be deemed a renowned physician in that era of advanced medicine. His skills naturally surpassing those of an ordinary doctor. Otherwise, he would not have so easily deceived the Lung family under the guise of the skilled healer Zhang Yixian. But, although she acknowledged Fang Xiyuan's exceptional talent, the little girl remained somewhat reluctant about altering the prescription without permission. Do not worry, Miss Xiaoyi. Am I not under your watch? You can observe my reactions at any time, and should anything go awry, you can always summon the doctor in time, correct? Realizing the truth in his words, the little girl finally ceased her refusals, adjusting a few ingredients as Fang Xiyuan suggested before heading off to gather the herbs. Watching her leave, Fang Xiyuan finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, pulling out over 10 silver needles from beneath his pillow, swiftly piercing a few acupoints on his own body. While it is said that physicians do not treat themselves, for Fang Xiyuan, that was simply not the case. As an assassin, if he could not heal his own wounds after mastering the art of medicine, it would be a grave joke. With his eyes gently closed, he calculated the time, removing the silver needles and stowing them away. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he lightly tapped the bedpost, his mind racing with calculations. The situation in the capital was not chaotic enough. With the departure of Lu Feiyu, Zhang Feiyu and Li Feiyu would surely follow, and trouble would not be in short supply. Therefore, it would be better for him to create some disturbances himself, making it less likely for those who still had the means to concern themselves with him. If he killed Chen Yun and suspicion fell upon him, then why not simply eliminate a few more? After all, they were merely a bunch of spoiled aristocrats harboring enmity toward him. Who would it matter whom he killed? However, this time, it seemed prudent to amplify the scale of his actions that as for Lu Feiyu. Due to today's incident, it would be inconvenient to strike immediately, so perhaps it would be best to let him live a little longer. Though today's confrontation ended with Fang Xiyuan at a disadvantage, let it not be forgotten that he had not once utilized his full strength, nor had he employed the Xingziju. Had he done so, how could he have been forced into such a predicament? Most importantly, let it not be overlooked that Fang Xiyuan was an assassin. For an assassin, direct confrontations were always a weakness. It was only the assassin concealed in darkness that inspired dread in the hearts of all. Feiyu, how formidable is that Fang Xiyuan? A few debauched young men gathered around Lu Feiyu, eagerly inquiring. Such opportunities to step on the so-called first person were rare. At the mention of this, Lu Feiyu's expression grew serious, very strong. His swordsmanship is exceptional. Even I could not gain any advantage. Were it not for his lack of understanding of sword techniques, the outcome could have easily gone either way. What? Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, incredulously pressing for details. No way, Feiyu, your left-hand swordplay is unparalleled. Even someone stronger than you would struggle to adapt in a hurry. He managed to withstand it? Indeed, his swordsmanship is remarkably refined. Each strike lands precisely at my weakest moments, adept at disrupting the rhythm of my attacks. Though I triumphed, I must concede to his skill. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu let out a regretful sigh. Unfortunately, the Red Lawn Princess arrived today. Otherwise, I would have risked imperial punishment to take his life. Oh no. If the Red Lawn Princess were to take a fancy to him and grant him even a few sword techniques, wouldn't he then be able to contend with you, Feiyu? One of them exclaimed in alarm. Nodding slightly, Lu Feiyu replied, Indeed, this Fang Xiyuan's talent is certainly on par with mine. He simply lacks the depth of experience that we possess. Powerful families are, in essence, a testament to depth. Whether through formidable techniques or swordplay, which are not accessible to ordinary individuals. Seize this opportunity. Do not give him a moment to breathe. Find some pretext and, if possible, eliminate him. Slowly nodding, a glimmer of malice flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 56. The Yama Invitation. Rise, rise, young master has matters to attend to. Early in the morning, as the dawn light silently streamed in through the window, Chung Moyan extended his hand and playfully slapped the bear behind of the woman beside him. Ing! She let out a sultry moan. snuggling tightly against Chung Moyan like an octopus. How annoying, young Master Chung. Let me sleep a little longer. Hurry up, stop pretending. Be good, and I shall return to pamper you tonight, Chung Moyan said lazily, playfully kneading her smooth chest. Come, help me get dressed. Pouting, the woman reluctantly rose, too lazy to put on any clothes. After yawning, she got out of bed to help Chung Moyan find clean garments. Oh, what's that? As she rubbed her sleepy eyes, the woman suddenly spotted a red invitation on the table, a palm-sized square card perched atop Chung Moyan's clean clothes, its bright red hue strikingly eye-catching. Whose invitation is this? I distinctly remember it wasn't here yesterday. Curious. She picked up the invitation and examined it, then absent-mindedly opened it to take a glance. Upon seeing it, she was startled, nearly jumping up. What are you shouting about? Chung Moyan said irritably, unable to suppress his annoyance. No, young master, look, your name is on this. What nonsense is this? He gestured for her to bring it over, and without hesitation, Chung Moyan took the invitation. To his surprise, 3 ominous black characters were boldly inscribed on it. Yama, invitation. His gaze sharpened slightly, and an ominous premonition stirred within Chung Moyan. He was not an ignorant fool. Upon receiving the invitation, he distinctly felt the palpable aura of death emanating from it, not from the invitation itself, but from the sharpness of those 3 simple characters. With a grave expression, he unfolded the invitation. On the left side, his name, Chung Moyan, was inscribed in black ink, in the blank space in the middle. A series of perplexing phrases were scrawled, utterly incomprehensible. Carriage, grease stains, steel balls. As his gaze continued downward, the invitation concluded with 2 ominous statements pinned in dark red ink. The King of Hell allows you to die at 3. Who dares to keep you till 5? Yet, it was precisely these simple lines that invoked a gut-wrenching fear, as if merely gazing upon them for an instant could cost one their life. Staring at the invitation, Chung Moyan could not help but suck in a sharp breath, his heart racing. If this was not a mere prank, then undoubtedly, it was a death threat, though the 3 unrelated phrases were incomprehensible. The murderous intent conveyed through the text was unmistakable. However, if they could slip this invitation here without a sound, why not simply kill him outright? Why go through the trouble of sending a mere invitation? Young Master Chung, what on earth is this? The woman looked at Chung Moyan with wide, frightened eyes, resembling a terrified puppy. Yet at that moment, Chung Moyan was far too preoccupied to concern himself with her. This place was incredibly secluded, a secret hideaway for him to indulge in the company of beautiful women, known to no one even in his own household. Given that the adversary could find him here, it was evident they had a thorough understanding of his movements. Could it be there was a traitor among them? After a moment's contemplation, Chung Moyan shoved her aside, hastily dressing and clutching the invitation as he strode toward the exit. Young Master Chung, young Master Chung. Damn it. Whoever you are, I will find you, he muttered furiously, his face stern as he stepped outside, entirely disregarding the woman behind him. Achoo! Fong Cun suddenly sneezed, gently rubbing his nose. Which beauty is thinking of me again? Upon hearing Fong Cun's words, the little girl burst into laughter. Young Master Fong, it's early morning. Who would think of you? If I were to guess, it's likely someone is recalling you, but only to scold you. No, one sneeze means someone is thinking of me. The head shook like a rattle drum, and with a firm demeanor, Fong Cun spoke up. Young Master, I have prepared a meal for you. Please, indulge a little. Ignoring Fong Cun's nonsensical ramblings, the young girl cheerfully brought over the freshly prepared snacks and fragrant porridge. Smiling as she said, "It smells delightful. Thank you, Miss Shaoyi." With a deep inhale, Fong Cun appeared utterly entranced as he leaned closer, grinning as he accepted the bowl. You are recovering remarkably, young master. It has barely been 3 days. And you are already able to rise from your bed, the girl remarked softly from her seat beside him, observing Fong Cun devour his meal with enthusiasm. Indeed, with Miss Shaoyi looking after me, if I did not recover swiftly, would that not be a disgrace? Fong Cun teased with a smile, shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation, the young girl spoke again. The princess has only the best intentions. Why do you refuse her kindness? Young Master Fong? Yesterday, she had delivered the swordsmanship manual at the behest of Princess Hung Wan, but to her surprise, Fong Cun had declined after a brief moment of silence. Mentioning this caused Fong Cun to momentarily lose focus. Before he softly replied, The old man once said that favors can be burdensome. This sentiment is too weighty, and I cannot afford it. Assassins may fabricate lies and deceive without restraint to achieve their goals. Yet they also hold promises in high regard. If a vow is made, they would rather embrace death than regret it. Fangsuan understood Princess Hongwan's intentions, but such a significant gift was not something he could easily accept. An assassin should take what they desire by their own means, but accepting such a favor would create a debt that could not be easily repaid. This perspective may seem somewhat antiquated. Yet for Fangsuan, it was entirely natural, for an assassin ought to conduct themselves in such a manner. Young Master Fang. Observing Fangsuan's serious demeanor, the young girl opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Letting out a sigh as she silently watched him, seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Fangsuan smiled lightly. Do not worry, Shaoyi. I am not so easily dispatched. If I were truly driven to the brink, I would seek the princess's assistance. Casting his gaze out the window, a sly smile crept onto Fangsuan's lips. Why now? The other party must have uncovered the Yinluo list, right? It would not be long before this list became a nightmare for those privileged youths, stirring chaos throughout the capital. Chapter 57. The Yinluo list. What a ridiculous matter. Young master, rest assured, from today onward, I will remain by your side to uncover who is playing tricks. After receiving the Yinluo list and casting a glance at it, the middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. Young master, Linghan here is of assassin lineage. Nothing frightens me more than these sneaky fellows. Linghan, possessing peak innate strength, was not exaggerating when he claimed that few below the Xian level could contend with him. Hearing this, Cheng Moyan's spirits lifted, and his earlier unease dissipated. In theory, someone of his status, having yet to reach innate levels, had no right to command Linghan, yet due to Lingan's fondness for fine wine, he had maintained a good rapport with him, leading to Lingan's willingness to lend his aid. With Mr. Lingan's assurance, I feel much more at ease, Cheng Moyan said with a smile. Mr. Linghan, do you have an interest in the Mianhua Tower? How about we pay a visit there today for a few drinks? Oh, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lingan's eyes, and he licked his lips, feeling a surge of joy within. Although he was a peak innate expert, his status was merely that of a servant within the Cheng family. At a place like Mianhua Tower, he would only be permitted to sit in the main hall. Not only was it unlikely he would ever meet Ruo Shui, but even the four leading entertainers would be beyond his reach. However, accompanying Cheng Moyan would change the situation entirely. The Cheng family's reputation was exceedingly useful. Fang the great scholar, why so timid? Come out, let us spar. A group of privileged youths shouted mockingly from outside Fangsuan's courtyard, their laughter echoing without a care in the world. Yet, due to the presence of some guards sent by Princess Hongwan along with the young girl, they dared not intrude forcefully. Inside, Fangsuan remained undisturbed, engrossed in his reading. How infuriating! Young Master Fang, how can you still concentrate on your book? It truly vexes me. The young girl pouted, stamping her foot as she glared out the window. Hey, are you even listening to me? Seeing Fangsuan's lack of response, she huffed and tugged at him in frustration. With a wry smile, Fangsuan reluctantly set down his scroll. Shaoyi, do you expect me to step outside and engage them in combat? She paused, suddenly recalling Fangsuan's injuries. Though he was recovering well enough to be up and about, fighting did not seem wise. But you cannot just allow them to insult you. Fangsuan shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Shall I go out to scold them? Then arrange another time to teach them a lesson? Yes, that sounds perfect. The young girl clapped her hands in agreement. Oh, come now. Fangsuan chuckled helplessly and gently tapped her on the head with the scroll. If I go out now, it will only invite ridicule. Those privileged youths are hardly the type to engage in reasoned discourse. How annoying. They did not dare to approach when you were well, yet now that you are injured, they mock you. Stamping her foot, the young girl begrudgingly admitted that going out at this moment might not be wise, letting out a huff of discontent. The weight of reputation can be so burdensome. A smile tugged at Fangsuan's lips as he shook his head. If you think I am aggrieved, it is only because the Northern Domain King declared me the foremost of the younger generation. However, it is not quite as grand as it sounds. I am merely a somewhat talented, impoverished scholar. Hearing this, the young girl paused in surprise, unable to respond immediately. Lifting his teacup, Fangsuan said softly, being deemed the best among the younger generation certainly brings a sense of accomplishment, but if I were merely a pauper of a scholar, I doubt anyone would bother to step on me. But, She felt an inkling that Fang Xuan's statement was somewhat off, yet she could not find a counter-argument. Enough, shall we? Please brew me another cup of tea. Whatever others may say, we shall not concern ourselves with them. With a light shake of his head, Fang Xuan returned his focus to his scroll. Let them frolic. After tonight, we shall see if they still have the heart to continue their antics. Burp. Supported by Ling Han, Cheng Moyan stumbled out, swaying unsteadily. After a night of drinking at Mianhua Tower with Ling Han, everything seemed normal, as if the invitation was merely a prank. Cheng Moyan cast aside all concerns and reveled in the merriment. Of course, as a peak innate expert tasked with protecting Cheng Moyan, Ling Han remained sober. Though he held disdain for the individual who sent the invitation, his assassin instincts urged him to be cautious. And thus, even in revelry, he dared not drink to excess. Young master. The servant waiting outside, seeing Cheng Moyan emerge, quickly set down his drink and hurried over, carefully assisting Cheng Moyan and Ling Han into the carriage. To the manor. Cheng Moyan waved his hand. His eyes glazed with intoxication. The carriage rolled forward, emitting a faint creaking sound that everyone unconsciously overlooked. Mr. Ling Han, it appears that fellow was indeed just bluster. Ha! I thought he might dare to show up. Such a pity, I did not get to witness your skills, burp. I have long said, they are merely small fry. A flicker of disdain crossed Lingon's eyes as he patted his chest, assuring, young master, fear not, with me around. No one could harm you in the slightest. Before Ling Han could finish, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, shaking uncontrollably. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the rapidly moving carriage suddenly fell apart. Two wheels inexplicably shattered, causing the entire vehicle to disintegrate. Yet, this was merely the beginning of their misfortune as the wheels flew away. The carriage plummeted to the ground, sending Cheng Moyan and Ling Han reeling, and before they could regain their senses, they felt the carriage continue to slide forward uncontrollably. This was an alarming situation. Even if the wheels had fallen off, it should not have continued to slide in such an exaggerated manner. Ling Han, being an assassin, sensed something was amiss in an instant and reacted swiftly. Delivering a powerful palm strike to the top of the carriage, the force of a peak innate master was terrifying. Now, in a fit of anger, he shattered the carriage with a single blow and seized Cheng Moyan. Leaping out, just as they landed, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a cold arrow shot towards them, seeking death. Even mid-air, Ling Han displayed no fear. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he retaliated with a punch aimed at the swiftly approaching arrow. With a resounding boom, the arrow was obliterated, posing no threat to Ling Han whatsoever. Meanwhile, he landed with Cheng Moyan, their feet touching the ground, a wave of security washing over them, as the earlier chaos began to settle. However, before Ling Han could revel in his success, he suddenly realized that the ground beneath him was unlike any he had encountered before, impossibly slippery, rendering him incapable of maintaining his footing. Had it been an ordinary day, even amidst the most treacherous of circumstances, one possessing the innate strength of a pinnacle practitioner would have effortlessly extricated themselves. However, after being momentarily disoriented, he shattered the carriage wall and leaped out, only to find himself smashing an incoming cold arrow mid-air. By then, he had expended nearly all his remaining energy. Moreover, at this moment, he was still gripping onto Cheng Moyan. With a sudden thud, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, inadvertently loosening his hold on Cheng Moyan. Puff, puff, puff. Almost instantaneously, as Ling Han and Cheng Moyan hit the ground, another series of sounds pierced through the air, projectiles, just as this thought flickered through his mind. Ling Han instinctively unleashed his innate power to shield himself. A slight pain coursed through his body, yet the ambush projectiles failed to penetrate the protective innate energy surrounding him. Only in the next moment did Ling Han realize with a jolt that among the projectiles aimed at him, one or two were actually targeted at Cheng Moyan, but by the time he registered this, a gaping wound had already appeared on Cheng Moyan's forehead, marking the end of all life within him. It was only at this moment that Ling Han understood the incoming projectile was merely a steel ball, and the reason he could not maintain his footing was not due to some supernatural phenomenon, but rather a simple, large puddle of oil. In an instant, the three enigmatic phrases from the Yama's decree surged back into Ling Han's mind. An overwhelming chill surged up from his feet, enveloping his entire being in an inexplicable coldness. The carriage, the oil, the steel balls. Chapter 58. Deception. Within 7 days, 5 Yama decrees shall be issued, and none of those names shall survive. Holding a teacup, Lu Feiyu calmly regarded the person before him, devoid of any hint of reproach, yet undeniably imposing an invisible pressure. What does young Master Lu mean by this? The figure in black, with a cold gaze directed at Lu Feiyu, slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with indifference. Could it be that young Master Lu suspects it was the work of my assassin alliance? Nonchalantly pushing several Yama decrees across the table towards the figure in black, Lu Feiyu leisurely set down his teacup. Such a masterful scheme, such terrifying methods. If one were to claim they were not the handiwork of top assassins, who would believe it? Pausing for effect, Lu Feiyu continued. Cheng Moyan was under the protection of a pinnacle practitioner yet died without even seeing his assailant. Felled by a steel ball, Zheng Bin, a pinnacle practitioner himself, was surrounded by no less than 6 other pinnacle experts, and yet he, along with another pinnacle practitioner, perished in the inferno, leaving no remains. Yin Fuyun. Enough. The figure in black coldly interrupted Lu Feiyu. I can assure you, this matter was not perpetrated by anyone from my assassin alliance. Nodding slightly, Lu Feiyu smiled leisurely. I understand. However, you must realize that my belief in this holds no significance. Casting a cold glance at Lu Feiyu, the figure in black remained silent. In just 1 week, all the young nobles in the royal capital are living in fear, with no one daring to venture out at night. If this continues, and the king is alarmed, what do you intend to do? Although reluctant, the figure in black was compelled to relent. The intimidation wielded by the Northern Domain king was simply too formidable. Once provoked, even the assassin alliance would find no respite, and those who frequently operated within the royal capital would find themselves with no path of escape. You must provide me with an explanation, Lu Feiyu declared, his gaze icy as he addressed the figure in black. What do you wish me to do? At this, Lu Feiyu slowly produced the last Yama decree from his robe and calmly pushed it towards the figure in black. The name inscribed on the left side of this decree was none other than Lu Feiyu. In the woods, with strong liquor and a whip. Oh, so it seems we have been sought out, and only now do you remember us. Upon seeing the decree, the figure in black's lips curled into a mocking smile. Apologies, but I believe you have misunderstood. Shrugging, Lu Feiyu replied nonchalantly, this one is a forgery by my hand. Oh my, this is simply outrageous. This time, the Yama decree has even fallen upon Lu Feiyu. Early in the morning, a young girl rushed to inform Fangsuan, her excitement palpable. Eh? Raising an eyebrow slightly, Fangsuan feigned indifference, speaking softly, is that so? Then he is in trouble. Hey, why are you still acting like this? Don't you feel happy? That scoundrel is about to be done for. The young girl had always held a strong aversion to Lu Feiyu, who had injured Fangsuan. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Fangsuan shook his head. That may not necessarily be the case. Lu Feiyu is quite formidable. What use is that? The young girl scoffed. Placing breakfast before Fangsuan with a flourish, in recent days, every person who received a Yama decree has been preparing cautiously. What is the outcome? Has anyone managed to escape? With a smile, Fangsuan chose not to engage in further debate with the young girl. Though a trace of subtle coldness settled in his brow, Fangsuan was well aware that he had never issued a Yama decree against Lu Feiyu. In other words, this situation was merely a deliberate ruse crafted by someone with ulterior motives. The intent was likely to draw out the puppeteer behind the scenes. That it appeared that the other party was quite confident in their scheme. With Fangsuan's intellect, it was not difficult to surmise that this was likely a trick orchestrated by Lu Feiyu himself. A rather audacious play indeed. But did he truly believe he could lure him out? Is young Master Fang present? While Fangsuan pondered, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside the courtyard. His memory was sharp. The voice immediately registered. Lu Feiyu had arrived. Who is it? The young girl grumbled, peering outside with a frown. It is Lu Feiyu. A smile graced Fangsuan's lips as he softly instructed. Xiao Yi, please go and invite him in. Huh, that scoundrel. Why are you allowing him in? I'll go chase him away. The young girl shook her head, visibly displeased. Nonsense. Gently tapping the young girl's head with a smile, Fangsuan said, a guest is a guest. How could we be so impolite? Don't you dare tap my head. The young girl shot an indignant glare at Fangsuan before turning to leave. Moments later, Lu Feiyu entered, following closely behind the young girl, wearing a wry smile on his face. Young Master Fang. He inclined his body slightly in greeting, sighing, and with a furrowed brow, he lamented, surely, young Master Fang has heard, I've received a Yama decree as well. Observing Lu Feiyu quietly, Fangsuan remained reticent, merely gesturing toward the chair before him with a smile. Please, have a seat. Shaking his head, Lu Feiyu chuckled ruefully. To be frank, I'm here to seek young Master Fang's assistance. Oh, A flicker of cold glimmered in Fang Xuan's eyes. Though on the surface, he maintained an expression of feigned ignorance. With your esteemed position, what matter could possibly require assistance from me? Before Fang Xuan could speak, the young girl interjected coldly, young Master Lu is highly esteemed. Surely there is nothing that can't be resolved. I understand that my previous actions were misguided, but now, Lu Feiyu stands on the brink of peril. I implore young Master Fang to overlook past grievances and lend me your aid. Lu Feiyu bowed slightly as he spoke, his expression earnest. There is no need for such formalities, my brother. Should you require assistance, I shall not hesitate to help within my means. Rising from his chair, Fang Xuan swiftly helped Lu Feiyu to his feet, adding, however, I truly fail to comprehend how I might assist you. In the royal capital's younger generation, among those I know, only you possess comparable strength. I have come to request that we join forces to apprehend the mastermind behind this Yama decree. You jest. Lu brother. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, surely you can report this matter, and experts will naturally offer their aid. There is no need for us to take such risks. With a light-hearted shake of his head, Fang Xuan spread his hands. That may be so, but I suspect the owner of the Yama decree is not a fool. Should a profound-level expert be summoned, he would likely refrain from taking action. Lu Feiyu slowly articulated, shaking his head. In recent days, the young nobles of the royal capital have been thrown into a frenzy by a mere Yama decree, and I am gravely concerned about this situation. I aim to seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. Chapter 59. A Trap. Lu brother's broad-mindedness is truly admirable, Fang Xuan praised earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He then bowed respectfully. However, my injuries are yet to heal, making it difficult for me to assist you. Secretly mocking him, Fang Xuan maintained a facade of sincerity. I apologize for making light of the matter. With a bitter smile, Lu Feiyu shook his head. The reason for this risk is due to immense pressure from my family. I need to establish merit through this incident to elevate my standing within the family. It is a matter of necessity. Lu Feiyu's candid admission softened the young girl's previously pouting demeanor, though disdain remained in her eyes. Fear not. I will not let you take this risk without recompense. After a brief pause, Lu Feiyu finally dangled the bait. During our last encounter, I noticed that you seem to lack sword techniques. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Fang Xuan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lu Feiyu. Yet he remained silent. If you agree to assist me, I am willing to impart a sword technique to you. What say you? Temptation, naked temptation, to lay one's heart bare with utmost sincerity, to offer a solemn apology at the door. Undoubtedly to show earnestness, even to offer swordsmanship as recompense. At this juncture, it would be hard for anyone to doubt his sincerity, wouldn't it? Alas, the most glaring flaw is one he never anticipated. The Yinluo tablet itself is under the auspices of Fang Xuan. The emergence of this counterfeit Yinluo tablet stands as the greatest inconsistency. Should one seize upon this point, it would be more than sufficient to deduce a multitude of implications. Undoubtedly, this is a trap, a scheme directed at Fang Xuan and the so-called master of the Yinluo tablet. For Lu Feiyu, the master of the Yinluo tablet is likely the primary target. As for Fang Xuan, he is merely a collateral casualty. It is commendable that he could conceive such a notion. Upon this realization, the urge to kill within Fang Xuan surged uncontrollably. You wish to eliminate the master of the Yinluo tablet. That may be acceptable, but to also aim for my life. Do we harbor such deep-seated animosity? Is it simply out of jealousy that you would seek to put me to death? Such a person must be eradicated. My lord, do not acquiesce to him. It is far too perilous. The young girl gently tugged at Fang Xuan's sleeve, her anxiety palpable. Fear not. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Xuan chuckled softly, patting the young girl's hand. Then turning to Lu Feiyu, I have but one condition. Grant me the swordsmanship first. After a brief hesitation, Lu Feiyu readily replied, as brother Fang wishes. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it will be for this endeavor. How could I refuse? My lord. Seeing Fang Xuan acquiesce, the young girl stamped her feet in frustration, wishing she could kick this odious fellow away. Of the two sword techniques I previously employed, which does brother Fang prefer? After a moment of thought, Fang Xuan replied slowly, let it be Jingxia. Although Yinfeng is more powerful, it requires longer preparation, and for Fang Xuan, the flaws are too numerous, making it an unwise choice. With a carefree smile, Lu Feiyu did not hesitate, promptly retrieving a thin booklet from his robes and placing it on the table. Thank you, brother Fang, for your chivalrous assistance. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to escort you. Together, we shall surely eliminate this scoundrel. My lord, how could you agree to his terms? It truly infuriates me. After Lu Feiyu departed, the young girl immediately erupted in anger, The princess is willing to bestow upon you sword techniques, allowing you to choose freely, yet you refuse, only to risk your life for him. How can you behave this way? With a soft sigh, Fang Xuan, observing the young girl's flushed face, gently grasped her hand. Do not be angry. You know that the princess has already aided me significantly. I truly wish to avoid incurring further debt to her, though this undertaking is fraught with danger. I assure you, I possess the means to protect myself. Should a conflict arise and things go awry, I guarantee I will retreat without hesitation and will not serve him. Pausing for a moment, Fang Xuan continued. Moreover, the Yinluo tablet bears his name. Even if I cannot prevail, as long as I do not fight to the death, it stands to reason he would not kill me, correct? You are intentionally trying to provoke concern. I am leaving. Stomping her foot in anger, the young girl turned on her heel and returned to the princess's residence without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Fang Xuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In recent days, the young girl had taken care of him, though it was ostensibly at the princess's behest. Anyone not a fool could perceive the young girl as true feelings. Yet for Fang Xuan, such matters felt exceedingly distant. An assassin is destined to be solitary. One cannot harbor attachments in their heart, for otherwise, such attachments may become the most potent death knell. Furthermore, Fang Xuan's heart had long since turned cold. Ever since he drank that cup of poison and personally took the life of his beloved in his previous life, it had frozen to the core. Casting aside these chaotic thoughts, a hint of murderous intent crept onto Fang Xuan's lips. A trap, you say? Then I shall personally venture into it, and discern who is truly ensnaring whom. With a flick of his hand, he opened Jingzhi and swiftly began his training. No matter the circumstances, it is always beneficial to enhance one's strength. The swordsmanship, to Fang Xuan, was merely a novel endeavor. Mastering it posed little difficulty. If the disciples of Fang Xuan Mountain lacked this modicum of insight, they would have likely been unceremoniously kicked down the mountain by that old man, expelled from the sect long ago. Are the personnel ready? Upon encountering the cloaked figure once more, Lu Feiyu inquired with a hint of gravity. Rest assured, having promised you, I shall not break my word. At a total of 7 individuals, all at the pinnacle of innate strength. Nodding, the cloaked figure replied slowly. Each of our members is adept in the art of assassination, with careful planning. Even an initial Xian-level expert can be subdued. My plan will pose no issues, as long as you are not detected by the adversary, Lu Feiyu said with a cold smirk. Do not forget. The opponent is likely also a top-tier assassin. Since you have allowed my men to act, do not display distrust. Otherwise, all agreements are off. The cloaked figure's brow twitched as he spoke nonchalantly. At this moment, he had come to a realization. While he feared the situation escalating and implicating the assassin alliance, Lu Feiyu too sought to seize this opportunity to gain merit. It is not a matter of who requires whom. It is merely a mutual benefit. Now that he had grasped this, he would no longer allow Lu Feiyu to look down upon him. With a muffled grunt, Lu Feiyu chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. In truth, he was uncertain whether he could draw out the master of the Yinluo tablet. However, it mattered little. For him, as long as he could seize the chance to eliminate Fang Xuan, that would be sufficient. Such a threatening enemy had already been marked for elimination since their last confrontation. Chapter 60. Who is shameless? Clop, clop. Sitting in the carriage, listening to the rhythmic sound of hooves, Fang Xuan glanced outside. Brother Lu. Where are we headed? Take a look at this, Lu Feiyu said, his expression turning serious as he produced a red invitation from his robe and handed it to Fang Xuan grasped it. He couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, it was remarkable that both the material and weight were identical, and even the 3 characters in the tablet resembled his own handwriting perfectly. Of course, upon closer inspection, one would notice it lacked a certain degree of murderous intent. Woodland. Strong liquor, horsewhip. With a slight smile, Fang Xuan shook his head. Brother Lu, even if he suggests we act in the woods, must we be so overt? Do you think I desire this? Lu Feiyu replied with a bitter laugh. Shaking his head, 3 days ago, I received the mission to patrol outside the city, and coincidentally, the destination is precisely a woodland. You mean to say, the opponent was already aware of this information before issuing the Yinluo tablet? Fang Xuan raised an eyebrow, asking in a low tone. That appears to be the case. With a sigh, Lu Feiyu responded, Brother Fang, this journey is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps we may not return. Do you have any regrets? Gazing deeply at Lu Feiyu, Fang Xuan softly replied. Fang Xuan is merely a scholar, unencumbered by attachments. It is you, Brother Lu, who would be truly unfortunate should an accident befall you. Fang Gongzi, the princess, Hong Luan, accompanied by the young girl, arrived early, only to find the place empty, with no trace of Fangxuan. Princess, the young girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, looking pitifully at Hong Wan. Momentarily at a loss for what to do. It was only at this moment that a flicker of regret arose in Hong Wan's heart. Had she not been indecisive about whether to intervene to stop Fangxuan, she would not have missed the opportunity. Now, realizing that Fangxuan had followed Lu Feiyu to confront the master of the Yanluo tablet, a pang of pain coursed through her heart. She was well aware of the implications surrounding the Yanluo tablet. Even the Xian-level experts by her side had admitted that should the opponent be intent on assassination, they could not guarantee their safety. Stamping her foot, Hong Wan felt a surge of ire. For the sake of a mere sword technique, he would dare to risk such peril. Was he truly so reckless? Was it merely a refusal to acknowledge her favor? At worst, she could find some task for him to undertake and offer the sword technique as a reward. That would be far better than putting him in such danger. Someone, go investigate where Lu Feiyu has gone today. After a moment's contemplation, Hong Wan gave a firm command. Everyone disperse, patrol the woods. Should anything unusual arise, signal immediately. Waving her hand to signal the troops to scatter, Lu Feiyu and Fangxuan proceeded into the woodland side by side. Throughout their passage, both Fangxuan and Lu Feiyu extended their senses, proceeding with utmost caution, wary of any misstep. Naturally, the individuals they needed to guard against differed. By the way, Brother Fang, is the sword technique manageable? Lu Feiyu suddenly inquired with a shrug. Quite so. I encountered no significant difficulties. With a nonchalant smile, Fangxuan casually lifted his gaze to scan the depths of the forest. His left hand subtly retreating into his sleeve, gently grasping a jade vial, and continued moving forward without a hint of hesitation. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed when Fangxuan suddenly halted his steps. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Lu Feiyu and remarked, "My dear Lu, I perceive that the woods ahead might be perilous." Lu Feiyu, momentarily taken aback, felt a chill run through him. Are you suggesting that our adversaries might be concealed within this thicket? With a slight upward curl of his lips, Fangxuan chose not to respond directly, instead discreetly crushing a jade vial within the confines of his sleeve. I have a query that perplexes me, and I hope you can enlighten me. Lu, speak freely. Fang. A flicker of unease crossed Lu Feiyu's mind, prompting him to offer a perfunctory response. In truth, even he remained oblivious to the precise location of the Assassin's Guild members hidden within the woods. His mind sensing no anomalies, and naturally, he found it hard to believe that Fangxuan could discern anything unusual. I hold no enmity towards you, Lu. Yet, you have endeavored to bring me to ruin twice over. Merely for a name. Is it truly worth it? A glimmer of derision shone in Fangxuan's eyes as he spoke calmly. What are you implying? I fail to comprehend. Lu Feiyu feigned ignorance. But Fangxuan disregarded his pretense and continued, have you ever heard of heart-eating powder? What did you say? It was only at that moment that Lu Feiyu felt an inkling of foreboding, stepping back in horror as he fixed his gaze on Fangxuan. Realizing it now may be rather late, Fangxuan chuckled lightly, extending his left hand from his sleeve to discard the crushed jade vial, his demeanor unperturbed. When I arrived, I inquired whether you harbored any regrets. Might you be willing to answer me now? You schemed against me. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Lu Feiyu's eyes. At this juncture, he had long ceased to regard the owner of the Yama list, raising his left hand, his sword darting forth like lightning to strike at Fangxuan's throat, left-hand sword, with no one else present. And intent on a swift resolution, Lu Feiyu's blade was swifter than before. That hardly qualifies, it is merely self-preservation. With a sudden push from his feet, Fangxuan's body was sent flying backward, his sword in hand. His face adorned with mockery. Regardless of how you discerned it, you must die today. With a thunderous shout, Lu Feiyu unleashed a brilliant sword light that surged toward Fangxuan with ferocity. Awakening thunder. Almost simultaneously, both Lu Feiyu and Fangxuan uttered the phrase. A deafening clap of thunder echoed as terrifying sword lights erupted with the force of a tempest. In the blink of an eye, two sword lights collided mid-air with a resounding boom, dissipating into nothingness. In terms of both angle and speed, Fangxuan's strike matched Lu Feiyu's. Yet where Lu's left-hand sword bore a venomous edge, Fangxuan's was imbued with a grandiosity that was palpable the moment the sword was drawn. Lu Feiyu found himself utterly shaken, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? In but a single night, how could you possibly have mastered Awakening Thunder? It was worth noting that even Lu Feiyu himself had taken nearly a week. under the guidance of his elders, to grasp the essence of this sword technique. You might want to concern yourself with your own predicament. Do you not feel the spiritual energy within you rapidly depleting? Fangxuan yawned lazily, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Poison, you despicable fiend. Chapter 61. The turn of attack and defense, a deadly hunt. Fully aware of the draining of his vital energy, Lu Feiyu dared not linger further with Fangxuan, forcefully pushing him back a step before swiftly retreating into the woods ahead. Although he was uncertain whether the Assassin's Guild members truly lurked within, it seemed evident that Fangxuan was reluctant to enter the thicket. A cold smile graced Fangxuan's lips as he followed without hesitation in ambush. In such an environment, it was difficult to discern who might catch whom off guard. Fangxuan refrained from employing his movement technique. Lu Feiyu was already poisoned, and the longer this dragged on, the less capable his resistance would be. There was no need for haste in delivering a fatal blow. Furthermore, having stepped into this trap, Fangxuan had no intention of simply extricating himself. A resolution was warranted. Boom! Almost as soon as he stepped into the woods, 3 sword lights surged forth, locking onto Fangxuan's position with lightning speed. This level of assault is insufficient. A flicker of scorn crossed Fangxuan's eyes as his aura abruptly transformed. With a mere sidestep, he slipped through the gaps between the 3 sword lights. Unwavering in his pursuit of Lu Feiyu. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple sidestep. Yet, in reality, this maneuver encompassed a multitude of intricacies. Prior to entering the woods, Fangxuan had already deduced the opponent's locations and calculated their potential attack trajectories, enabling him to evade such an attack with a single step. Though it may seem complex for a top-tier assassin, such feats were not overly challenging. In a previous life, Fangxuan had even calculated bullet trajectories, evading the attacks of over a dozen gunmen. Naturally, such feats would be inconceivable to these assassins. Having missed their mark, the 3 assassins stood momentarily stunned, and it took them a full second to reorient themselves and continue the chase. However, the woods concealed more than just these 3 individuals. As Fangxuan dodged the 3 sword lights, 2 more peak innate experts emerged directly ahead, and even more alarmingly, 2 individuals appeared at his entry point, effectively sealing off his escape route. With 7 peak innate assassins simultaneously launching their attacks, even Lu Feiyu felt a chill run down his spine, the fear stemming from his unexpected poisoning gradually dissipating. So what if he had seen through their intentions? Did they truly believe that contending with him alone was sufficient? This was the true deadly trap, just as it seemed Fangxuan would be encircled and slaughtered. Lu Feiyu suddenly observed a smile flickering across Fangxuan's face, and the next moment, he inexplicably vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. This sudden turn of events left the 7 assassins utterly unprepared. How could a person simply vanish from their position? This defied all rational understanding. Vanished? That was impossible. Fangxuan was no deity. His so-called disappearance was merely a visual deception employing the environment and certain techniques to create the illusion of invisibility. This method had been employed by Fangxuan when he first arrived in this world. Of course, he had not been able to achieve such rapid disappearance back then, but with innate strength now at his disposal, this was an entirely different matter. Being professionals from the Assassin's Guild, it took them but a moment of shock to regain their composure. All 7 unleashed their spiritual senses simultaneously and in a heartbeat. They once more locked onto Fangxuan's position. Do not kill him yet. Ascertain how he vanished so suddenly. The lead assassin commanded, recognizing the peculiar nature of this disappearing method. If they could seize it, it would prove immensely beneficial to the entire Assassin's Guild. With such a merit, he might even ascend to the inner circle. With a cold smirk, Fangxuan suddenly released his sword, which soared through the air like a dragon. Howling toward one of the assassins, simultaneously, he stomped down forcefully, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, crashing directly into the assassin's embrace. Seeking death, the assassin was almost amused upon hearing that he would not be killed. Fangxuan had even discarded his weapon, intending to engage him unarmed. This mere boy, who had recently entered the innate realm, posed no threat without a weapon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the assassin raised his hand to swat the airborne sword away, then swung his own blade towards the oncoming Fangxuan. Bang! In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Fangxuan's eyes. Utilizing the momentum from the collision, he drove a fist into the assassin's heart. A forceful strike, unleashed at such close range. Fangxuan's full power shattered the assassin's heart with a single blow. A swift kill. In the throes of unleashing his full strength, even against an opponent stronger than himself. An assassin could achieve a decisive victory with one strike. Moreover, under the explosive force of his strike, Fangsuan was indeed stronger than his foe. Without mercy, this blow served as a signal, irrevocably ushering in the curtain of death. With no other adversaries present, unencumbered by the constraints of identity, Fangsuan had fully embraced the role of an assassin, and thus, a bloody hunt was all but guaranteed. The roles of predator and prey had silently shifted. As his body streaked through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, a dagger materialized silently in Fangsuan's hand, allowing him to strike down another foe with blinding speed, leaving all present utterly stunned. The disparity in Fangsuan's strength compared to what they had previously perceived was far too great. How could this be? A person who had once been unable to best Lu Feiyu had now transformed into a terrifying entity capable of swiftly slaying peak innate experts. Did you truly kill Qinyun? A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind, and he gazed at Fangsuan in horror, exclaiming in disbelief that it was only at this moment that he fully grasped that with Fangsuan's prowess, he could effortlessly eliminate Qinyun. Although there seemed to be discrepancies with the descriptions provided by the Chun family regarding the assailant's appearance, this did not hinder his nearly instinctual judgment, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Feiyu. Fangsuan coldly replied, "I apologize, but it appears you know far too much." Having dared to act before Lu Feiyu, Fangsuan had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. However, the time to eliminate him had yet to arrive. Rather, it was the assassins who had become Fangsuan's primary targets. The tide of battle has turned. The stage now belongs to the assassin, where the resplendent dance of death is destined to be witnessed by no living soul. Chapter 62. When the false becomes true, the false is also true. The art of movement. Fully unleashing the art of movement, Fangsuan became akin to a phantom, ceaselessly darting among the crowd, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that rendered it nearly impossible to discern his true form. The mountains and forests, which should have been the assassin's paradise, now appeared as a merciless hell in the face of Fangsuan. Just when one expended great effort to identify his true self, they would suddenly find Fangsuan rolling onto the ground, vanishing without a trace. Before one could react, a nearby tree or a withered branch might transform into Fangsuan, launching a terrifying surprise attack. Damn it. Something's wrong. Why is my spiritual energy dissipating? Suddenly, one of the assassins exclaimed in horror, retreating hastily. Has it finally begun? With a hint of a smile, Fangsuan leisurely appeared beside Lu Feiyu. I forgot to mention, I carry more than one portion of heart-eating powder. A delicate jade vial was gently cradled in Fangsuan's palm, the last remnants of powder softly cascading down. Fangsuan never intended to rely solely on his strength to eliminate these individuals, for that was utterly unrealistic. After the initial misjudgment of his power led to him stealthily slaying two of them, any attempt to kill would inevitably demand a heavy toll. After all, a peak innate expert is not to be trifled with. Assassins have never adhered to the tradition of confronting their foes head-on. Following the two kills, as Fangsuan executed the art of movement to evade, he had silently scattered the heart-eating powder, using the opportunity to disperse it throughout the surrounding woods. Consequently, regardless of where these assassins were, they would unwittingly inhale the heart-eating powder. Under ordinary circumstances, upon noticing the depletion of their spiritual energy, these assassins would immediately react, if not to resist, then certainly to flee. However, under Fangsuan's relentless harassment, they were compelled to constantly expend their spiritual energy in defense or attack, leaving them little chance to detect the anomaly, by the time they truly realized something was amiss. It would be too late. The poison would have taken deep root, and escaping would prove as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The principle was simple, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. By the time the frog perceives the rising temperature, it has already lost the strength to leap out at that moment. Everyone suddenly awakened to the realization that Fangsuan was, in fact, far more terrifying in terms of assassination techniques and artistry than they had imagined. Yama's edict. You are the master of Yama's edict. Lu Feiyu suddenly grasped the truth, exclaiming in shock. Indeed, from the initial confusion to gradual clarity, and finally witnessing Fangsuan's lethal methods firsthand, far more professional than those of the Assassin-S Guild, he finally comprehended that the very figure he sought to guard against, the master of Yama's edict, was none other than a truly horrifying assassin. 1 Understanding leads to 100 insights. With this realization, Lu Feiyu naturally understood the greatest flaw in the entirety of this situation. If the opponent were indeed the master of Yama's edict, he would immediately recognize that this document was forged. Thus, all the lies spoken would merely be a jest in his eyes. Only such an explanation would make sense. He was not ignorant of sword techniques, but was deliberately concealing his strength, sustaining severe injuries without revealing a hint of his true capabilities. If all these speculations were true, then such an adversary was indeed terrifying beyond measure, so terrifying that it could strip one of the courage to seek revenge. With a gentle sigh, Fang Xuan took a step, and the long sword he had previously thrown returned to his hand. Sword shadows split light, as his body moved with the sword, imbued with a hint of sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xuan struck down the remaining 5 peak innate experts, transforming them into souls beneath his blade within less than a minute. As the heart-eating powder took effect, nearly half of their spiritual energy dissipated. These assassins had no capacity to resist Fang Xuan and were swiftly rendered lifeless. Having completed this, Fang Xuan then walked gracefully to Lu Feiyu's side. "Brother Lu, I had no intention of being your foe. Alas, you regard me as an enemy and are determined to eliminate me." Fang Xuan did not hasten to slay Lu Feiyu. Instead, he gently pointed his sword, severing it and letting it fall to the ground. "Spare me, and I swear I will never betray you. I shall never oppose you again." Faced with the specter of death, Lu Feiyu ultimately capitulated. No matter how proud he might usually be, he was still merely a spoiled young master. When confronted with the threat of death, how could he remain unruffled like those seasoned warriors? "Whatever you desire, I can fulfill, as long as you are willing to spare me." With not a flicker of emotion in his eyes, Fang Xuan continued to tend to his belongings. "Fine wine, a whip. Look, you have all of it." As his pupils constricted, Lu Feiyu finally grasped Fang Xuan's intentions. Fear flickered in his eyes as he clutched the sword, yearning to resist, but he could muster no spiritual energy whatsoever. "Since you so wish to receive Yama's edict, then let this be my gift to you." Fang Xuan gently grasped Lu Feiyu's throat, retrieving a wine flask from his person, and poured the fiery liquor down his throat. Fang Xuan's movements were delicate, as if crafting a work of art, his lips adorned with a smile. Gulp, gulp. Lu Feiyu choked. Unable to articulate a word, fear filled his eyes as his limbs thrashed ineffectually, unable to effect any change. With a casual motion, Fang Xuan retrieved the forged invitation from Lu Feiyu's grasp, softly remarking, "Look how exquisite your forgery is. The material, the weight, the calligraphy, all are remarkably lifelike. Yet, in your hands, even the truest of truths become mere fictions. But now, it rests in my grasp." Lightly tapping the whip against Lu Feiyu's neck, Fang Xuan glanced upward at the branches above, seized Lu Feiyu, and leaped, fastening the other end of the whip to a branch. In an instant, the previously loose knot tightened, choking Lu Feiyu, whose desperate struggles only intensified the suffocating agony. His gaze fixed on Fang Xuan, brimming with hatred. With a soft sigh, Fang Xuan slowly let the invitation drop to the ground, calmly observing Lu Feiyu's struggles in midair. "The woods, the fine wine, the whip. See, everything is in place. When the false becomes true, the false is also true." Indifferently, Fang Xuan inserted a dagger into the hand of one of the fallen assassins, softly declaring, "If I say it is genuine, then it is indeed Yama's edict." He then raised his gaze beyond the woods, suddenly striking his chest with a palm, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly as he staggered to the ground. With a cold smirk, he cast a languid glance at Lu Feiyu as he succumbed, slowly uttering his final words. "Brother Lu, may you travel well on your journey." Chapter 63. A Genius Unseen for a Century. "Miss, over here, young Master Fang, is this way." In a daze, Fang Xuan seemed to hear the voice of the little girl. Yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength to open his eyes. This battle, though appearing to lack grave peril, had indeed drained him of all energy. Every step and every strike had been meticulously rehearsed in his mind countless times. Faced with 7 peak innate experts, the slightest misstep could have transformed the lifeless bodies on the ground into his own. Having accomplished this, to extricate himself from the situation, he struck his chest. Compounded by the injuries suffered and the lingering effects of the heart-eating powder, managing to hold on until he sensed someone approaching before finally losing consciousness. This was the utmost limit of Fang Xuan's endurance. At the summit of the mountain, shrouded in mist, the sun slowly ascended into the sky. A wooden table, a reclining chair, a towering pine, a pot of fine tea, an elder, and a youth. "Young man, what is your greatest wish in this life?" "My greatest wish?" The youth rested his chin on his hand, blinking his eyes. "To have endless wine, boundless meat, and never-ending beauty. Does that count?" Slap. The elder smacked the youth's head, rolling his eyes. What a failure. Don't dare say you are my disciple outside. All right, then I want to be the most powerful person in the world. The elder shook his head, remaining silent. Hey, old man, what does it mean to be the most powerful person in the world? The youth smiled and shook his head, gazing at the crimson sun on the horizon. To be as wealthy as a nation. To be the world's richest. Not at all. Why not? To toil for a lifetime, only to exchange it for paper that could last you 10 lifetimes. Such a fool cannot be considered powerful. The youth scratched his head, tilting it in inquiry. Then how about wielding power over the world, able to turn bones into mountains and blood into rivers with a single word? Not that either. What about being extraordinarily talented, renowned throughout history, remembered for generations? Still not that. I've got it. It's being like you, old man, invincible in the world, able to crush anyone who displeases you. The youth beamed at the elder, as if challenging him to deny it. That's not it either. While what you said is commendable, it is by no means the definition of the most powerful person. The elder shook his head. Then what is the most powerful person? It is you. The elder gazed deeply at the youth. Sighing. Me. The youth incredulously pressed. Indeed, it is you. The elder softly sighed. A genius unseen for a millennium. If you were not the most powerful, would it not bring shame upon Fangsuan Mountain for failing to teach effectively? Is the Yama list? Gazing at the lifeless body of Lu Feiyu hanging from the branch, Elder Yin spoke softly to Princess Hongwan. Like the previous deceased, it aligns perfectly with the accounts in the Yama list. As a master of the Xian rank by Princess Hongwan's side, Elder Yan's judgments had never been in error. I have examined the corpses. All of them are peak innate experts, and I fear they are all assassins. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Yin cautiously added, one of them had their heart veins shattered, while the others succumbed to sword wounds. Are you implying that these individuals were all slain by Fangsuan and Lu Feiyu? A flicker of astonishment crossed Princess Hongwan's eyes, rendering her somewhat incredulous. How could that be possible? How could the two of them possess such strength? It is likely due to this. Nodding gravely, Elder Yin retrieved an exquisite jade vial from beside Fangsuan. Heart-eating powder, colorless and tasteless, capable of eroding innate spiritual power, significantly diminishing one's strength in a short period. Below the Xian rank, it is exceedingly challenging to guard against, yet it is notoriously difficult to concoct, making it rare even among the prominent families. Pausing for a moment, Elder Yin continued, I just noticed that the area is filled with heart-eating powder. It seems these assassins fell victim to its poison, their combat abilities greatly reduced, which allowed young Master Fang and Lord Lu to vanquish them. Ah. Upon hearing about the heart-eating powder, the young girl could not contain her surprise. Xiao Yi, what do you know? Princess Hongwan inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the young girl. After a moment's hesitation, the girl finally spoke. Miss, this heart-eating powder was likely concocted by young Master Fang himself. At this revelation, both Princess Hongwan and Elder Yin found it hard to believe. How could that be? The concoction of heart-eating powder is exceedingly difficult. Even among the masters of pharmacology, few can accomplish it. I cannot be certain. But, Miss, do you recall the old doctor we summoned from the Imperial Hospital when young Master Fang was injured? At that time, after prescribing the medicine, young Master Fang had me modify a few of the herbs, claiming it would yield better results. Indeed, his recovery was swifter than the old doctor from the Imperial Hospital had predicted. Why did you not tell me this sooner? I thought the prescription was effective and that there were no issues. So I deemed it a trivial matter and did not inform you, Miss, the young girl replied with a hint of grievance. If that is the case, it is indeed plausible that the heart-eating powder was concocted by young Master Fang, Elder Yin remarked softly. The old doctors from the Imperial Hospital are all masters of pharmacology. To alter their prescriptions is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. I never imagined that young Master Fang, at such a tender age, possesses innate strength, remarkable talent in poetry and prose, and such proficiency in pharmacology. When it comes to innate talent and brilliance, he truly is a once-in-a-century prodigy. With a sigh, Elder Yin could not help but express his admiration. If it were not for this heart-eating powder, young Master Fang would likely have faced certain death today. Such methods command even my respect. Nodding slightly, Princess Hongwan chuckled. I wonder how he compares to that individual from the Sword Pavilion. Are you referring to Xiang Kong? Elder Yin paused momentarily before probing further. Who else could it be? Shaking her head with a light laugh, Princess Hongwan continued. At 14, he stepped into the innate realm, and by 19, he grasped the essence of the sword, advancing into the Xian rank. Even the venerable wine god praised him endlessly, almost taking him as a disciple, hailing him as a rare genius of a century. Well, Elder Yin offered a wry smile. Young Master Fong is perhaps too distracted. With all due respect, in terms of future achievements, he may not measure up to that individual. Perhaps, Princess Hongwan sighed softly, shaking her head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, she was acutely aware of this. Although she consistently cherished talent and appreciated literary figures, she understood that in this world, strength ultimately speaks volumes. Everything else is merely embellishment. Not to mention, even if Fong Xuan were merely capable of crafting exquisite verses, would he have garnered the favor of the wine god, or would the king regard him with special esteem? With her thoughts in disarray, Princess Hongwan found herself somewhat perplexed about her own feelings. Yet, why did she harbor an almost obsessive conviction that Fong Xuan might not be inferior to the prodigy Xiang Kong, who was said to emerge once in a century? Chapter 64. The Trial. Xian shirt, soft sword. With his hair slightly tousled by the wind, the young man faced two attendants clad in green, each gripping a handful of copper coins, which they simultaneously flung towards him. Clang. In a flash, the young man's soft sword shot forth, its speed so astonishing that the motion was nearly imperceptible, leaving only a shimmering trail of sword light in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the scattered copper coins in the air had all been strung onto the soft sword. Clink. With a crisp sound, the young man flicked his wrist, causing the soft sword to ripple like water. Instantly, the coins strung upon it were severed in two, scattering to the ground with a series of clattering sounds. Congratulations, young master. You have finally mastered this sword technique. As the young man sheathed his soft sword, a hearty laugh echoed from an elder nearby. It is merely a superficial accomplishment, the young man replied with a faint shake of his head. Yongbo, did you come for a reason? Young master, you are too modest. In just half a month's time, you have grasped the Rain of Blossom's sword technique. Even the pavilion master would surely be delighted to hear this. Yongbo chuckled, shaking his head. If I were your age, I would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. Securing the soft sword at his waist, the young man remained silent, merely smiling as he awaited Yongbo to elaborate. Having watched the young man grow up, Yongbo understood his demeanor well and chuckled lightly. Young master, have you heard of Fong Xuan? Is he not the one who boasts of slaying a man every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles? The young man nodded slightly. Indeed, he has been conferred the title of the foremost of the younger generation by the Northern Domain King, which speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. With a carefree smile, the young man shook his head. It is merely a fleeting reputation. Let him have it. There was no hint of pretense on the young man's face. He simply did not regard such accolades, embodying a pride that permeated his very being. Even the Northern Domain King's endorsement held no sway over his heart. Young master may be underestimating him this time. With a chuckle, Yongbo interjected, in terms of strength, he may not compare to you, but in terms of cunning and stratagem, one must not underestimate him. In the recent battle, he slayed 7 peak innate assassins with his innate strength and survived the clutches of the Yama list's master. This tale has already spread throughout the royal capital. Oh. Slaying 7 peak innate experts, that is somewhat intriguing. It is a pity that if he were to step into the Xian rank, I would find him more interesting, the young man remarked, raising an eyebrow, yet remaining unfazed. With a wry smile, Yongbo expressed helplessness. If you have no interest in Fong Xuan, then what about the master of the Yama list? At this statement, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in the young man's eyes, and a terrifying sword aura suddenly erupted from within him. Yongbo, do you know who the master of the Yama list is? To the young man, Fong Xuan appeared merely as a somewhat talented scholar. And while he held a modicum of appreciation for Fong Xuan's poetry, the master of the Yama list was an entirely different matter. Ever since the first Yama list was issued, he had been observant, contemplating that if he were to take action, he could perhaps eliminate the targets more easily. Yet he could never achieve the same level of exquisite execution as the master of the Yama list. Such a person, even if their strength were inferior to his, would undoubtedly pose significant pressure in a real battle. If they also wielded Xian rank strength, he would not dare claim absolute confidence in handling them. I do not know who the master of the Yama list is, but it is certainly related to the Assassin Alliance, Yongbo replied with a smile, shaking his head earnestly. The Northern Domain King has decreed that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by you, since the Assassin Alliance has provoked you. It is up to you to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the young man finally began to grasp Yongbo's intentions. The pavilion master's meaning is that you should also take action. Watching the young man intently, Yongbo spoke softly. This time, the Northern Domain King intends to treat this matter as a trial. If you can stand out amidst it, you will surely gain the Northern Domain King's favor and truly step into the public eye. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, the young man remained silent, deep in contemplation. Hiding the sword is ultimately for the purpose of drawing it. Young master, congratulations, you are finally ready to embark on a journey and bring glory to our sword pavilion. With a smile directed at the young man, Yongbo slowly spoke. When do we depart? A smile graced the young man's lips as a piercing brilliance shone in his eyes, and he spoke calmly. Father, the Assassin Alliance should not be underestimated. Is it not rather rash to simply allow them to eliminate our foes? Gripping the Northern Domain King's arm, Princess Hongwan pouted. Having not witnessed such an endearing sight from his daughter in ages, the Northern Domain King could not help but burst into laughter, for in the entire Northern Domain, there was likely no one else who dared speak to him in such a manner. Gently stroking Hongwan's head, the Northern Domain King shook his head. The path of the strong is destined to be fraught with thorns. Without enduring storms, how can one grow? If one could become strong merely by hiding at home and cultivating, then strength would be of little value. These truths were not lost on Princess Hongwan. However, recalling the terror of the Assassin Alliance, she could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Then I must go as well. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, the Northern Domain King burst into laughter. What business do you have in the midst of such turmoil? Father, you once said that to become strong, one must endure storms. Thus, Hongwan also aspires to be strong. Pouting, Hongwan stubbornly insisted. No need for that. Our little Hongwan does not need to become strong. Gently stroking Hongwan's head, the king of the Northern Domain shook his head, saying, with your father here, my little Hongwan, all you need to do is grow up happily. Regardless of any storm or hardship, your father will always shield you. These words were spoken with unwavering conviction, infused with immense confidence, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to overlook the world. Others may require honing, but you need not, for no one in this world can harm you, simply because you are the daughter of the king of the Northern Domain, and that is enough. Father, with her eyes glistening, Hongwan gently leaned her head against the king's chest, her heart brimming with warmth. Young master, must you go? With reddened eyes, the little girl pouted and asked Fangsuan. Indeed. With a light chuckle, Fangsuan set down the scroll in his hands. The king has issued a personal decree. Such trials are not to be missed. Moreover, the trials of life and death are the quickest way to enhance one's strength. Even without the Assassin Alliance, I would seek other means to hone my skills. But it truly is too dangerous. The little girl, undeterred, continued to persuade, you still bear injuries. Perhaps it would be better to wait for another opportunity. Enough. Shall we? I shall be fine. Warmth surged within him, and Fangsuan gently reassured. Do not worry. I am quite resilient and shall come to no harm. Silently observing Fangsuan, the little girl kept the words hidden in her heart. Ultimately unable to voice them to her, notions of strength and power were insignificant. She simply wished to quietly remain by Fangsuan's side, uncomplicated and serene. In fact, a faint hope lingered within her heart, that if Fangsuan's strength did not escalate so swiftly, if he remained as the naive scholar she first met, perhaps she could remain with him. Yet now, he was destined to venture further away, while she, in the end, remained just a little girl. Chapter 65. The Arrogant Bird That Sticks Its Head Out. TSK. Did you see? The young men gathered here are truly remarkable. That it is said that the heir of Lingyun Pavilion has already reached the pinnacle of innate strength. Need I even say? The king has spoken. Anyone with even a modicum of strength would be eager to attend. What a pity. We lack even the qualifications to go. Though few were qualified to embark, many were eager to witness the spectacle. This time, the effort to encircle the Assassin Alliance required at least innate strength, if one did not possess even that. Even the scions of great families were ineligible to participate. Moreover, the king of the Northern Domain had issued a strict edict. No one was permitted to bring servants or guards. Any violations would result in immediate execution. The king's intent was clear. Since it was a trial, it must resemble one. Each of these aristocratic youths from the royal city possessed some influence. Had this rule not been set, there would be no need for trials, as they could simply compare family backgrounds. Mounted on a dappled steed, clad in a scholar's robe, Fangsuan still maintained his scholarly appearance, even adorned with a luxurious sword encrusted with diamonds. Clearly a considerable ornament. Most outrageous was the gourd of wine dangling at his waist, accompanied by a large wine pouch on his horse. From Feng Xuan's demeanor, it was evident he was not attending the trials but rather taking an outing. Who is that fellow? How ostentatious. Hey, that one has a bright future. He has been personally appointed by His Majesty, the foremost among the younger generation. Someone in the know sneered derisively, their face filled with disdain. Are all the people here? A middle-aged man stood amidst the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, suddenly inquiring with a calm demeanor. Replying to the lord, only the heir of the sword pavilion has yet to arrive, replied a nearby attendant after counting the numbers. How grand the pretense. Then we shall not wait. With a cold huff, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in impatience. Esteemed guests, since everyone is present, I shall reiterate. Before he could finish, laughter rang out from the distance. My sword pavilion heir has yet to arrive. What audacity grants you the boldness to declare everyone is here? Buzz. In an instant, the surrounding crowd felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, their heads spinning, faces paling. Even those among the debauched with innate strength were caught off guard, several turning ashen. In a moment, the speaker appeared before the middle-aged man, icy disdain in his eyes, a mocking smile on his face. Did you not hear clearly? The middle-aged man regarded the youth with indifference and replied, very well. I shall say it once more. You have been disqualified. Smack. Just as the words fell, a crisp slap resounded, landing squarely on the middle-aged man's face. Begone. Who are you to issue orders to me? In an instant, the venue fell into a deathly silence. All present rendered momentarily speechless. The heir of the sword pavilion was simply too audacious. This was an envoy sent by the king of the northern domain, and he had the gall to strike without a hint of respect. Was this person mad? You fool, you seek death. Guards, seize him. Stunned by the slap, the middle-aged man, filled with indignation, ordered while charging at the youth. Who dares? A glint of cold malice flashed in the youth's eyes as he swiftly grasped the middle-aged man's fist. You hail from Lingyun Pavilion. Do you? With the slightest opportunity, you seek to tarnish my sword pavilion's reputation? You must send your superior. Who are you to bark in my presence? Do not slander me. I act on the king's orders. What connection do I have with Lingyun Pavilion? Pah! Were it not for someone inciting you from the shadows, you would not dare to be so brazen. In the midst of his words, the youth suddenly exerted force. A sharp crack resounded as he crushed the middle-aged man's hand, sending him flying with a swift kick. Seize this madman. Simultaneously, the nearby guards sprang into action, blades drawn, showing no mercy as they aimed to eliminate the youth. Clang! Facing over a dozen guards with innate strength, the youth did not even flinch. With a subtle twist of his wrist, his soft sword was drawn, radiating a brilliant light. Before they could react, he unleashed 17 strikes in a heartbeat, accurately hitting the wrists of several guards, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. Lingyun Pavilion, if you have the courage, face me directly. Employing such despicable tactics, is that not beneath you? The youth's long hair flowed in the wind as he stepped onto the chest of the middle-aged man, speaking with haughty bravado. Who are you? What? Do you still harbor thoughts of revenge? Very well. I grant you this opportunity. Remember my name. Xiang Kong. A hint of disdain flickered in Xiang Kong's eyes as he exerted a slight force, directly sending the middle-aged man crashing away. Turning back, Xiang Kong's gaze swept over the crowd, before he coolly declared, from this moment on, all of you will follow my command until this trial concludes. Who dares oppose? As these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. How brazen! It must be noted that those qualified to partake in this trial were all distinguished youths from the royal city, who would willingly submit to another. Xiang Kong, this is too tyrannical. Someone below stepped forward. Just now, you slandered my Lingyun Pavilion, and I held my tongue. Now, you seek to claim command? Do you presume your sword pavilion is invincible? Are you but a child of 3? With a lazy glance, Xiang Kong replied dismissively, do you think that every time you are beaten, your elders must intervene? Xiang Kong, do not take it too far. Such blatant ridicule nearly drove the disciple of Lingyun Pavilion to madness. His face darkened as he threatened. Smack! Another sharp slap rang out, even with the innate strength of the Lingyun Pavilion disciple. He could not evade this casual strike. In an instant, the venue was thrown into chaos. What sort of strength did this individual possess to deliver a slap to an innate expert so effortlessly? Could he possibly be a profound tier expert? Yet, how old could he be? He appeared to be no more than 20. How was this conceivable? A faint smile graced Fang Xuan's lips as he leisurely took a sip from his wine gourd. Remaining unperturbed, a profound tier expert, it seemed this trial would indeed be intriguing. What an arrogant profound tier. It appeared he sought to establish his authority. Let him do as he pleased. Fang Xuan was unaware of others' thoughts. But at least for himself, he harbored no objections. Originally, he had been somewhat troubled that these spoiled youths would cause him trouble along the way. Now, with such a large target drawing ire, was that not fortuitous? Assassins should remain concealed in the shadows. His gaze lingered on Fang Xuan for a moment before sweeping across the crowd. Ignoring the opinions of others, Xiang Kong coldly laughed as he released his overwhelming aura. Profound tier. Now, does anyone still have objections? Chapter 66. There is more than one arrogant person. Fang Xuan continued to smile throughout. As soon as he recalls Xiang Kong's recent words, he is inevitably transported back to a previous life. Vividly picturing a scene from a classic film where the protagonist brutally executes an opponent with a single gunshot to the head, then casually slams the weapon onto the table, languidly inquiring, "I finished speaking. Who stands in favor? And who against?" Such ostentation truly epitomizes a remarkable talent. I heard you single-handedly defeated 7 innate peak experts. Xiang Kong casually asks, riding alongside Fang Xiyuan. Just luck. I had prepared heart-eating powder beforehand. Fang Xiyuan responds with a shrug, a grin playing on his lips as he shakes the wine flask in his hand. Care for a taste? Quite intriguing. To everyone's surprise, Xiang Kong genuinely accepts the wine gourd, tilting his head back to take a generous swig. Your poetry is splendid. Tossing the gourd back to Fang Xiyuan. Xiang Kong regards him thoughtfully. I've heard you lack any substantial background and never had the opportunity to learn sword techniques. With a wry smile, Fang Xiyuan spreads his hands and softly replies, I am but a humble scholar. To have attained the innate level is already a stroke of fortune. Sword techniques are far beyond my reach. After a brief pause, Fang Xiyuan cheerfully adds, however, I have learned a sword technique now, named Jingxia. Lord Lu imparted it to me when he invited me to assist in eliminating the master of the Yama post. A momentary hesitation passes as Xiang Kong slowly gazes into Fang Xiyuan's eyes. I offer you an opportunity. Follow me. I can provide you with cultivation methods, sword techniques, and all the necessary resources for your training that I assure you, you will not be inferior to any core disciple in the capital. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiyuan suddenly falls silent. After a long pause, he finally speaks. You mean to invite me into the sword pavilion? No. Xiang Kong shakes his head with indifference. This has nothing to do with the sword pavilion. I merely desire you to recognize me as your master henceforth. The declaration, I want you to acknowledge me as your master, flows from Xiang Kong's lips with such an air of inevitability that it feels less like an insult and more like a tremendous honor. Observing Xiang Kong quietly, Fang Xiyuan suddenly bursts into laughter, radiant as a newly risen sun. Young Master Xiang, I believe you are mistaken. In this world, you are not the only proud individual. Grasping the wine gourd, Fang Xiyuan smirks with a hint of mockery, tilting his head back for another generous drink, utterly disinterested in engaging further. Truly, what self-satisfaction. Do these so-called geniuses truly believe that others are meant to serve them? It is audacious to speak with such conviction. Should the old man hear this, he would likely swat this fellow down with a single blow for daring to request Fang Xiyuan's recognition as his master. In the old man's view, merely harboring such thoughts, even for a fleeting moment, is a crime beyond redemption. Pride. A glint of coldness flashes in his eyes as Xiang Kong retorts. The weak do not deserve pride. An innate expert may seem impressive in the eyes of others, but to me, they are merely ants if I did not see some potential in you. Do you think anyone would qualify to be my follower? Should I then thank you for your recognition? Fang Xiyuan replies, a glimmer of coldness crossing his gaze as he delivers a subtle mockery. You will regret this moment of choice. In the future, even if you kneel before me, I will never take you back. Xiang Kong states haughtily, lifting his chin to regard Fang Xiyuan with icy disdain. Yet, Fang Xiyuan cannot help but find amusement in the situation. This fellow is truly insufferable. Very well. You are a genius. I shall not bother with you. With a flick of his whip, he distances Fang Xiyuan behind him, and Xiang Kong's expression darkens further. This trip to the sword pavilion was intended to establish his authority, and he has conducted himself in a high-profile manner. Showcasing his domineering side to the fullest out of course, he has the right to be proud, a prodigious talent emerging once in a century, Even the head of the Sword Pavilion has long regarded him as a potential successor. For nearly a decade, he has never failed to obtain whatever he desired. However, just moments ago, he impulsively desired to recruit Fong Siyuan as a follower, and upon uttering those words, he found himself regretting not having thoroughly assessed Fong Siyuan's capabilities first. Who could have anticipated that Fong Siyuan, this impoverished scholar, would so decisively refuse him? What? Does he truly believe himself to be the foremost among the younger generation? Xiang Kong's heart is filled with derision. This trial will swiftly reveal to him the chasm between aspiration and reality. He shall inevitably come to regret his decision, but by then, Xiang Kong will harbor no sympathy for him. Some opportunities, once lost, are lost for a lifetime. It seems that fellow has met his match with Fong Siyuan. As they walk on, this little incident does not escape the notice of others. Although they initially held no particular fondness for Fong Siyuan, the emergence of the even more detestable Xiang Kong has led them to take pleasure in witnessing Xiang Kong's misfortune. Who cares? Someone needs to deflate his arrogance. Does he truly believe himself invincible? But let us not be too hasty. This mission to eliminate the Assassin Alliance will not be so simple. If he is so proud, let him take the lead. Indeed, if he can single-handedly tackle the Assassin Alliance, then I might just reconsider my stance on him. These young scions, accustomed to bantering, show no restraint in their voices, intentionally allowing Xiang Kong to overhear. Sure enough, upon hearing their words, Xiang Kong suddenly pulls on the reins of his horse, coolly asserting, "You need not provoke me, since I have made my declaration. I naturally possess the confidence to back it up. I shall say this. If any of you surpass me in strength, I will gladly relinquish command and follow your lead. Now, tell me, who among you has the courage to do so?" This proclamation, delivered with an air of authority, swiftly silences the crowd. Indeed, this fellow may be a bit arrogant, but one cannot deny his strength. He is a profound realm expert, while the strongest present is merely at the innate peak. Even the individual from Lingyun Pavilion has suffered defeat. Who dares challenge him? At the back of the group, Fong Siyuan shakes his head slightly, a smile tugging at his lips as he ignores the others. Drinking leisurely as if nothing concerns him. A prodigious talent. Such individuals likely devote their every thought to cultivation, utterly lacking in social acumen. If he does not temper his disposition, he may ultimately fail to achieve greatness. At this moment, Fong Siyuan finds himself nostalgically yearning for the old man, the rare celestial brew, once a treasure beyond compare. Now feels as bland as water. A shadow of melancholy crosses Fong Siyuan's eyes as he cannot help but draw his sword, gently plucking the strings and letting it sing. Mountains stretch a journey, waters flow a path, a journey toward the Yuguan side, where thousands of tints glow with lamps at night. Wind one more, snow one more. Shattering dreams of home, this sound is absent in my homeland. Chapter 67, A Fragmented Coalition. Your Majesty, this Xiang Kong is exceedingly arrogant, showing blatant disregard for the law of the land. He dares to strike the envoy sent by your Majesty. And if he ever ascends to the celestial level, will he not treat the king with equal contempt? I believe he must be severely punished. Your Majesty, I do not concur. A mere messenger, devoid of your Majesty's command, lacks the authority to arbitrarily revoke the participation rights of the Sword Pavilion disciples. In my view, this is merely a conflict between Lingyun Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion. While Xiang Kong's methods may be somewhat overbearing, they are not without justification. Your Majesty, as one minister after another stands to voice their opinions, the Northern Region King's lips curl into an increasingly mocking smile, his eyes even hinting at a trace of coldness. Let us set this aside for now. Xiang Kong's imposition of authority over others. Must it be dismissed with a mere sentence? The trial was proposed by your Majesty. What right does he have to indiscriminately strip away command? If something goes awry, can he bear the responsibility? Your argument is flawed. Our Northern Region has always valued martial prowess. And among those participating in the trial, Xiang Kong possesses the most formidable strength. It is only reasonable for him to lead directly. Rather than allowing them to harbor ulterior motives, it is better to consolidate command with strength, thus uniting everyone as one. A farce. Does he think he is someone of importance? Unite them as one. I see only a stir of public anger, leading to a counterproductive outcome. The ministers bickered incessantly, and the Northern Region King finally grew impatient, letting out a cold snort, which immediately silenced the debate. Foolish. His indifferent gaze swept over the assembly, but the Northern Region King could not be bothered to explain himself to this group. With a wave of his hand, he exited the rear hall, leaving the ministers in a state of bewilderment. Your Majesty need not be angered. Court disputes are merely customary. Should they all agree in unison? That would indeed be troublesome. Following the Northern Region King, a courtier spoke softly. What significance do court disputes hold? These individuals are all short-sighted, unable to grasp the crux of the matter. They are nothing but fools. With a cold snort, the Northern Region King replied, a prodigious talent emerging once in a century. Even the Taoist master speaks highly of him, nearly taking him as a disciple. If you claim such a person is merely an ignorant fool focused solely on cultivation, you are underestimating the Sword Pavilion's representative. Your Majesty means, of course, it is all an act. Smiling casually, he dismissed the attendants, and Yongbo shook his head slightly. Conger was raised under my watch, though he may be proud. He has always treated others with humility. Tio put it bluntly. His intellect is astute. In just one day, he is transformed into such an arrogant and ignorant brute. Do you expect me to believe it? If I had no confidence in him, how could I dare entrust the Sword Pavilion to him? The head of the Sword Pavilion shook his head with a gentle sigh. However, if such an image truly takes root in people's minds, it may not bode well for his future development. With a light chuckle, Yongbo pointed towards the heavens and remarked, I cannot speak for others, but I assure you, that individual is not so easily deceived. The group shall be divided into 3 waves, taking turns to keep watch. As night descended, the company casually found a patch of open ground, erecting several makeshift tents to settle down. Xiang Kong spoke in a tone laced with authority. Keep watch. With so many of us at the innate realm, is it really necessary? No sooner had his words fallen than discontent erupted from the crowd. Do you have an issue with that? Coldly scanning the dissenting voice, a murderous intent radiated from Xiang Kong as he calmly inquired, What? Do you wish to kill me? His demeanor instantly incited ire among the assembly. Did he think he could resort to murder simply because of a disagreement? Despite his arrogance, did he truly believe he could eradicate them all? This sentiment resonated with the crowd, and soon 7 or 8 individuals stood in defiance against Xiang Kong, ready for conflict at the slightest provocation. These were no ordinary innate practitioners. Each boasted remarkable backgrounds. Xiang Kong, while typically untroubled by his strength, would find himself in dire straits if he dared to eliminate them in an instant. His face turned ashen with fury, a palpable aura of threat emanating from him as he glared at the crowd for a full 2 minutes. Yet ultimately refrained from taking action. Just innate practitioners, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. No one is willing to keep watch. Is that so? Very well. I shall wait and see if you possess the means. With a dismissive wave, Xiang Kong turned and retreated into his tent. TCH, who does he think he is? Acting all high and mighty. I have no regard for him, came the murmurs from the crowd. Exactly. Listening to their chatter, Fong Siyuan couldn't help but chuckle, choosing silence as he casually ignited a bonfire and settled down with a gourd of wine, lazily gazing at the moon. The idea that innate strength negated the need for watch was utterly ludicrous. For seasoned assassins, even the most vigilant watch might not suffice, let alone such careless proclamations. They should pray that the Assassin's Guild does not launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, the night could yield a gruesome toll. Alas, the likelihood of such an event was slim. With such a grand operation against the guild, it would be strange if they were not informed. However, it must be noted that these individuals were disorganized. To expect them to successfully hunt down the guild was nothing short of a farce. Fong Siyuan had encountered members of the guild before. Although he did not regard them highly, they were certainly not fools. When it came to assassination, they would likely be far beyond the capacity of these bumbling fools. Xiang Kong's plan was sound, aiming to unify this motley crew under his commanding presence to confront the guild. Unfortunately, their identities were too sensitive, even with Xiang Kong's profound strength. He could not effectively rally them into a cohesive fighting force. At least, not at this moment. However, should these fools suffer a significant loss, perhaps there would be an opportunity. Shaking his head, Fong Siyuan dismissed such thoughts. The lives of these individuals were of no concern to him. Rather, it was Xiang Kong, with his formidable prowess, who could draw considerable fire away from him. Fong Siyuan held no interest in eradicating the Assassin's Guild, nor did he covet the favor or rewards of the Northern Domain King. What truly captivated him were the potential treasures within the guild, such as formidable sword techniques, rare artifacts, or cultivation methods. For now, all he needed to do was to navigate the murky waters. Chapter 68. The Shadow Assassin. The moon hung high in the sky. The bonfire had long since extinguished. Yet Fong Siyuan remained languidly seated on the ground, sipping wine as if the world around him bore no relevance. Suddenly, his grip on the wine gourd faltered slightly, a silent smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued to drink in tranquility. The young lords who had accompanied him were mostly fast asleep, as previously mentioned, with not a single soul keeping watch. In the cover of night, several shadowy figures stealthily slipped into the darkness cast by the nearby tents. Silent and undetected, Fong Siyuan's pupils narrowed slightly, a grave expression creeping into his eyes. Despite the swiftness of the indistinct figures, they could not evade his perception. However, once they melded into the shadows, they seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving even Fong Siyuan oblivious to any irregularities. It was not a mere disguise. Fong Siyuan quickly deduced this much. He was a master of visual deception. Any attempt at camouflage was but a jest before him. Yet the adversaries had truly integrated themselves into the shadows. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as Fong Siyuan suppressed the urge to strike, subtly glancing towards Xiang Kong's tent. PFF. He could even see blood splattering the tent's fabric, a testament to the terrifying efficacy of the assassination technique. The innate master had perished without a sound, a fate Fong Siyuan himself would struggle to replicate, even in his own execution. What was more alarming, however, was the fact that 5 assassins had emerged simultaneously. It seemed the guild had genuinely been provoked, unleashing their elite forces. Even the 7 peak innate masters who had once encircled him paled in comparison to these shadowy assassins. Boom! Suddenly, Xiang Kong's tent erupted, a figure hurtling through the air and landing in a disheveled heap before scrambling into the shadow of another tent, disappearing without a trace. Seeking death, he roared, drawing his sword and slamming his foot down, unleashing a terrifying arc of sword light that sliced through the air. PFF. The tent was cleaved apart as Xiang Kong's sword struck true, blood splattering onto its surface. Yet, even so, he failed to slay his foe. Nor could he discern their appearance, as the shadow melted away into silence. This is not good. There are assassins. It was only at this moment that the young lords finally registered the danger. Hastily grabbing their weapons and cautiously emerging from their tents, in the blink of an eye, for had already succumbed to the ambush. The glimmer of malice flickered in Xiang Kong's eyes as he sneered. Weren't you all so eager to declare that no watch was needed? Why the silence now? Enough chatter. Let us deal with the attackers first. Clearly frightened by the enigmatic shadowy assassins, the young lords huddled together, nervously surveying their surroundings. With a cold snort, Xiang Kong disregarded them and leapt into the shadow of one tent, his formidable consciousness sweeping the area. Bang! Almost simultaneously, an eerie black sword light shot forth, silent yet swift, striking with precision. Clang! It must be said that Xiang Kong's reflexes were not comparable to those of ordinary innate practitioners, though he had not detected the threat in advance. He reacted with remarkable speed as the sword light flashed by, a near instinctual response. Raising his sword to block the attack, Xiang Kong wasted no time, unleashing his profound strength as the sword light surged, enveloping his opponent. How long do you intend to watch? Amidst his assault, Xiang Kong even found the time to chide the onlookers that it was only then that they truly grasped the situation, simultaneously striking at the shadows around them. Although they could not pinpoint the enemy's locations, being innate masters allowed them to execute area attacks with their sword energies. Fools! Shaking his head inwardly, Fong Siyuan's figure flickered as he swung his sword towards a nearby tent, effortlessly demolishing it. Whoosh! Another streak of sword light darted forth, a shadowy blade aimed directly at Fong Siyuan's throat. Break! Merely uttering this single word, Fong Siyuan's sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, accurately striking the opponent's sword tip. Unlike the ordinary innate masters, Fong Siyuan, while lacking Xiang Kong's overwhelming power, surpassed him in calculation and judgment. True assassins are the true kings of the darkness, regardless of the adversary's tricks. They can always neutralize threats with the simplest of methods. Fong Siyuan's keen insight allowed him to discern that the opponent's bizarre abilities were undoubtedly linked to the shadows. In other words, in an entirely open space devoid of shadows, their peculiar skills would become utterly ineffective. Shadow assassins, bereft of shadows, posed no threat whatsoever. Bang! Deprived of the tint shadow, the shadow assassin was swiftly locked onto by Fong Siyuan's sword light, with no chance to escape. This was still a result of Fong Siyuan holding back. Otherwise, that last strike would have pierced the throat instead of merely tapping the sword tip. Casting a glance at the chaos unfolding around him, Fong Xiyun could no longer restrain himself and called out, "Destroy anything that can cast a shadow. The enemy is merely at the innate level, not so difficult to handle." Is that so? Perhaps not. The moment Fong Xiyun's voice faded, a shadow suddenly surged from afar, an invisible murderous intent rushing forth, pressing down on Fong Xiyun to the point where he found it vaguely difficult to breathe. In that instant, a warning bell rang sharply in Fong Xiyun's heart, a surge of lethal crisis overwhelming him. In a fleeting moment, Fong Xiyun became acutely aware of a grave issue. There was a shadow that one could not evade, his own shadow. The shadow assassin. Perhaps this individual was the true embodiment of such a title. Chapter 69. The Threat of Death. Awakening. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as Fong Xiyun's spirit tightened. Fixating intently on the fleeting shadow of his opponent, the sword's brilliance surging forth. The thunderclap from the ground, aptly named Awakening, indeed derived its name from its terrifying explosiveness and speed. When Fong Xiyun acquired this sword technique, he had already grasped its essence. Lu Feiyu had immersed himself in this move for a long time, yet due to an over-reliance on the intricacies of the left-handed sword, he had failed to comprehend its quintessence. Conversely, it was Fong Xiyun, through his recent insights, who had genuinely mastered the subtleties of this technique. Like the force of a thunderstorm, the resplendent sword radiance erupted like a sudden burst of fireworks, trailing a glimmer of golden light as it shot forth. The shadow in midair executed an extraordinarily bizarre twist, narrowly evading the sword's brilliance by shifting 3 feet. Having missed his strike, Fong Xiyun did not hesitate. His figure abruptly retreated, making his way towards Xiang Kong's position. To easily evade such a strike, the opponent's strength was likely not one to be trifled with, likely also a master of the profound realm. Such a formidable opponent was not one Fong Xiyun wished to confront alone. Splatter! In a flash, the sword light flickered, and the shadow assassin beside Xiang Kong was caught unprepared, cleaved in two by a single strike. However, despite having eliminated his opponent, Xiang Kong showed no intention of aiding Fong Xiyun. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes as he stepped lightly, evading with a speed surpassing Fong Xiyun's. What does Brother Xiang mean by this? Fong Xiyun's eyelids twitched slightly, a sense of foreboding rising sharply within him. Young Master Fong possesses extraordinary strength. However, a mere shadow assassin is something I can handle myself. I shall assist others. A chill flitted across Xiang Kong's face, yet he did not turn his head, dismissing Fong Xiyun's concerns with casual indifference. His words were clearly an indication that he intended to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Assisting others, following Fong Xiyun's earlier warning, those young scions had already destroyed the tent. The other shadow assassins had long since lost any place to hide. So what need was there for him to intervene? It was only at this moment that Fong Xiyun vaguely realized he had perhaps underestimated Xiang Kong's intentions. That in Fong Xiyun's perception, such an arrogant individual should have been eager to eliminate the terrifying shadow assassin upon witnessing its might. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. He found himself cornered. In truth, there was no time for Fong Xiyun to deliberate further. In that brief moment, the opponent had strangely merged into Fong Xiyun's own shadow. The black sword radiance silently pierced forth, akin to a ghostly claw emerging from the depths of hell. Clang! Fong Xiyun crossed his sword before his chest, managing to block the strike, yet his body involuntarily retreated again. In just a simple exchange, Fong Xiyun felt a tingling numbness in his wrist. Had he not reacted swiftly, leveraging his retreat to dissipate part of the force, he might have sustained an injury from that blow. Not daring to linger any longer, Fong Xiyun's body remained in constant motion, his sword cautiously pointing towards his own shadow. Such grandiose claims. Why not find a way to sever your own shadow? The voice of the shadow assassin, concealed within Fong Xiyun's shadow, drifted forth, sending a chill down his spine. If one were unaware of the truth, they might genuinely believe it was the shadow speaking. Severing shadows? How could that be possible? If one could sever their own shadow, would it not become a supernatural event? Boom. Raising his hand, another beam of sword light slashed towards his shadow as Fong Xiyun's mind raced with calculations. Faced with such an opponent, unless he unleashed all his strength, he feared he would have no chance of withstanding several of the adversary's attacks. However, exposing his full capabilities could lead to dire consequences. The individuals present were far from few, and even if these young scions failed to detect any abnormalities, news would inevitably reach the royal capital, arousing suspicion among the discerning. Whoosh! Another sword emerged from the shadow, the terrifying sword radiance instantly breaking through Fong Xiyun's defenses. shattering the sword he held in an instant. The movement technique. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, Fongsuan dared not hesitate any longer. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting into the distance. He had to escape the gaze of the crowd at all costs. This was the only viable option. Even if it meant sustaining injuries, he absolutely could not reveal his full strength before these onlookers. Of course, the revelation of the movement technique was already unavoidable at that moment. A surge of overwhelming murderous intent abruptly rose within Fongsuan. Not directed at the shadow assassin, but rather at those accompanying him. Indeed, so it is. A faint glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes as Xiang Kong murmured softly, stepping forward without hesitation to pursue. How interesting. A mere innate practitioner can unleash such speed. I cannot help but admire it. What a pity, no matter how fast you are, you shall never escape your own shadow. With a cold snort, Fongsuan paid him no mind. Fongsuan understood this principle far better than him. His intent was not to shake him off, but merely to evade the eyes of others. Do not struggle. Let us strike a deal. Shall we? The shadow assassin, however, was not in a hurry to attack Fongsuan. I offer you an opportunity. Give me the formula for your movement technique, and I can ensure your survival. The formula for the movement technique? Fongsuan could not help but snicker coldly within. Not only would he never divulge it to him, but even if he genuinely wished to teach it, the assassin would be utterly incapable of learning. The ultimate skills of Fongsuan Mountain were all contained within the Fongsuan Classic. Techniques like the movement technique could not be conveyed through mere words, relying solely on individual comprehension. Precisely for this reason, each generation of true disciples from Fongsuan Mountain was exceedingly rare, as the old man would say. Even during Fongsuan Mountain's most prosperous times, while disciples were numerous, the number of individuals who could truly be considered disciples was merely in the single digits. And almost the next moment, Fongsuan realized that Xiang Kong had indeed followed him. Despite the full manifestation of the movement technique, even he could not keep up. However, the technique could not be executed indefinitely, given the opponent's profound strength. In this vast wilderness, Fongsuan had no hope of shaking him off at this moment. Fongsuan was certain that Xiang Kong's pursuit was deliberate. In an instant, murderous intent surged within him as he coldly declared, "Help me eliminate that person behind us, and I shall share the formula for the movement technique with you." The identity of the assassin in the shadows could not be known by anyone. For Fongsuan, anyone who uncovered his identity as an assassin must die. Driving him with profit, even an enemy could be used to his advantage. Chapter 70, Severing Shadows. You certainly have a clever scheme. The shadow assassin chuckled coldly, responding nonchalantly. If you are sincere, provide me with the formula first, and I shall assist you in dealing with him. On what grounds should I trust you? Fongsuan smirked coldly. Do assassins have any reputation to uphold? Then what grounds do I have to trust you? The shadow assassin remained unfazed. Since you know I am an assassin, you must understand that assassins never believe in any promises. Or do you take me for a fool? Fongsuan sighed lightly in his heart, casting a glance at the approaching Xiang Kong, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Unable to reach a firm decision. Wait. Throughout this encounter, the shadow assassin had not released any aura. He was entirely hidden within the shadows. The power he had unleashed during their clash seemed to far exceed the innate level. Yet, this did not necessarily indicate he was a master of the profound realm. In an instant, Fongsuan's eyes gleamed with insight as he coldly spoke. I understand now. You possess no strength of the profound realm. You are merely at the peak of the innate level. Indeed, it was his thinking that had fallen into a trap. All along, Fongsuan had been accustomed to challenging those above his level, yet he had forgotten that those capable of such feats were not solely his domain. Assassins were inherently beings with the ability to kill across levels. It was merely that Fongsuan's attention had been entirely focused on the strange ability to merge with shadows, causing him to overlook other factors. If he truly possessed the strength of the profound realm, would he still need to remain hidden within the shadows to deal with Fongsuan? If he were indeed of the profound realm, his initial target would likely have been Xiang Kong, not Fongsuan. With this realization, Fongsuan's murderous intent surged. To contend with someone of the profound realm would naturally expose too much of his own strength. However, if he were merely to eliminate a peak innate level opponent, that could be justified. You may very well attempt it. The shadow assassin's voice turned cold, and another beam of black sword light slashed towards Fongsuan. Having seen through the assassin's strength, the shadow assassin was no longer willing to waste words with Fongsuan, seeking to impose absolute dominance to compel Fongsuan to yield. Do you believe I truly have no means to deal with you? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fang Xuan's eyes as a cold smile crept upon his lips. For an assassin, no matter how bizarre the method, there was always a solution. The only difference lay in the strength of the individuals involved. In that fleeting moment, Fang Xuan slowly closed his eyes. A dagger silently slipped from his sleeve into his hand, suddenly bursting forth with a chilling gleam, the murderous intent cascading outward. A short inch brings a perilous inch. In such close quarters, the lethality of a dagger is far more terrifying than that of a sword. The shadow assassin's eerie nature lies in their ability to merge with your shadow, instilling a sense of helplessness as one grapples with the intangible point. One cannot erase their own shadow, yet one can plunge the entire world into darkness. Enveloping oneself in absolute obscurity. In such a battle, vision is unnecessary, and judgment is irrelevant. What is required is merely intuition. Clang. The dagger struck precisely at the tip of the opponent's sword. In an instant, Fang Xuan's body shifted, unleashing the utmost velocity of the character formula within a short distance. An unparalleled feat that left no opportunity for response. The glimmering dagger descended with lethal intent. Thud. A single strike drew blood. With the full force of his being unleashed, Fang Xuan's aura transformed abruptly, akin to a fearsome demon breaking free from the shackles of hell, embodying cruelty and terror. How is this possible? Although the dagger merely grazed the shoulder of the shadow assassin, the shock it generated was utterly transformative. Since mastering the shadow technique and becoming a true shadow assassin, he had believed that as long as he merged with another shadow, no one of the same rank could threaten him. Yet, all of that confidence crumbled under this single blow. The absolute sense of safety that came from blending into the shadows vanished without a trace, as if laid bare under the scorching sun. Completely exposed. No one can truly disappear. No matter how elusive you appear, it cannot conceal your undeniable existence. With eyes gently closed, clad in azure, moving with the wind, Fang Xuan spoke calmly. A powerful confidence even seemed to infect the shadow assassin. You merge with shadows, and I shall sever them. No matter how masterful the disguise, one cannot transform reality into illusion, for the world itself is rooted in substance. In truth, it was not just the shadow assassin who was astounded. Even Xiang Kong, who had been pursuing, was similarly shaken. Despite having greatly overestimated Fang Xuan's prowess, the brilliance of this moment surpassed all expectations. Fight with closed eyes necessitated a terrifying level of intuition and reflexes. In such circumstances, had their roles been reversed, even he would hesitate to act so brazenly, let alone execute a counterattack as precisely and terrifyingly as Fang Xuan did. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. You could not possibly have seen through it. At that moment, the shadow assassin was on the brink of madness, a decade's worth of confidence collapsing in an instant. The confusion and dread he felt were beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. The terrifying black sword light devoured the heavens and earth, as if intent on ripping apart the night itself. Such a strike could not be evaded by speed, no matter how swift one might be. They cannot outpace their own shadow. This was precisely the horror of the shadow assassin. Like a shadow clinging close, akin to maggots in bone, one could neither shake it off nor evade it. However, for Fang Xuan, none of this posed any challenge. He feared only that the opponent would not strike. Once they did, there was no place to hide. In fact, had the other maintained a balanced mindset, eager for victory and relentlessly pressing the attack, even Fang Xuan would not have been able to find their flaw in such a short span, merging with shadows, unless he took the initiative to attack. Even someone as formidable as Fang Xuan could not draw him out. Boom. The dagger in his hand shot through the air like a meteor streaking across the starry sky, colliding with the opponent's sword light in a clash of brilliance. The force erupted. A tenfold increase in power transformed Fang Xuan's strength, resulting in a near-essential metamorphosis. One strike, and the sword shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, the icy radiance of the dagger descended upon the shadow assassin. Offering no chance for evasion, with a sudden pull of his left hand, he seized the opponent within his grasp. Crack! With a violent twist of his wrist, another surge of power erupted, tenfold strength sufficient to shatter any resistance. Instant kill. You should not have come so close. With a soft sigh, Fang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, witnessing a dark figure gradually slipping from his shadow, transforming into a cold corpse. Within Fang Xuan, there exists no rival. Anyone daring to approach has inevitably become a lifeless body. Severing Shadows. Chapter 71. The Ancient Killing Domain. Clap, clap. Xiang Kong lightly applauded, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Have you seen enough of the show? Turning with indifference. He leisurely sheathed the dagger back into his sleeve, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke softly. I underestimated you. With a carefree smile, Xiang Kong shook his head. I noticed your difference from the other wastrels back in the royal capital, and this battle has indeed left me in awe. Should I be overwhelmed with gratitude? Shaking his head slightly, Xiang Kong replied nonchalantly. Are you still upset? Then I apologize for my earlier recklessness. Bowing slightly. There was no hesitation in Xiang Kong's demeanor as a faint smile graced his lips. You killed Qinyan, didn't you? In one breath, he went from apologizing to posing this question, leaving anyone else at a loss for words. However, Fang Xuan was decidedly different. Not even a blink betrayed him as he replied coolly. May I interpret this as an insult? There will always be a way to compel your admission, I assure you. Xiang Kong remained unperturbed. Shaking his head with a smile, a glint of malice flickered in Fang Xuan's eyes as he coldly regarded Xiang Kong, remaining silent. What, do you wish to kill me? The corners of Xiang Kong's mouth lifted in a smile. Indeed. It seems that even at the Xian level, you possess the strength to fight. TSK, it appears I have slightly underestimated you. Fang Xuan continued to remain reticent, yet the malevolence in his gaze intensified. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will. Even if you wish to engage me, it should be after this trial concludes, correct? The color drained from his face as Xiang Kong spoke with gravity. We both know that to annihilate the Assassin Alliance, those fools cannot be relied upon. Therefore, I hope you can set aside other thoughts and join forces with me. With his expression softening somewhat, Fang Xuan then spoke softly. My goal is, of course, to complete the trial. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, I shall not make things difficult for you. A promise made. Extending his hand above his shoulder, Xiang Kong beamed at Fang Xuan. Smack! They clasped hands in an oath. Throughout, Fang Xuan uttered not a single word of frivolity, silently turning to walk away. If previously Fang Xuan had thought Xiang Kong to be an ignorant fool solely focused on cultivation, he would no longer blindly trust any of his words. What appeared to be innocuous conversation concealed a web of deadly intent. Fang Xuan's hand, concealed within his sleeve, remained tightly grasped around the dagger. Even during their oath, both parties instinctively used their left hands. Regrettably, neither had revealed even the slightest flaw. Upon returning to their original position, the other shadow assassins had long since been dealt with by the wastrels. After a brief inspection, it became evident that, in this single ambush, 7 had perished. Such an outcome was undoubtedly a severe blow to the wastrels, leaving them momentarily silent, their expressions complex as they regarded Fang Xuan and Xiang Kong's return. Removing a wine flask from his waist, Fang Xuan, as though nothing had transpired, lazily resumed his previous position. The distance to the Assassin Alliance grows ever closer. Such assaults will likely become more frequent. Those who fear for their lives may return to the royal capital now. Casting a cold glance at the crowd, Xiang Kong spoke indifferently. Had Xiang Kong made such a statement earlier, it would have undoubtedly provoked a chorus of rebukes. However, following this battle, the crowd fell into an involuntary silence. Yet, despite the suggestion of returning midway, none were willing to do so. The trial had been personally ordered by the Northern Domain King. To turn back now would result in a complete loss of face. Not to mention the unfavorable impression it would leave on the Northern Domain King that it would also jeopardize their family's standing. What? Is no one willing to leave? This outcome was anticipated. A glint of severity flashed in Xiang Kong's eyes as he coldly declared, if that is the case, from now on, I do not wish to hear anyone refuse my orders. Otherwise, I shall be the first to take action against them. This proclamation carried a chilling menace, devoid of any hint of jest. While some still harbored doubts about his courage, no one dared to oppose him any longer. Feng Ling, do you truly wish for our paths to cross in a fight to the death? Suspended in the void, the black-clad figure spoke ominously, eyes brimming with malice. Yet, upon closer observation, a hint of trepidation was discernible. Behind him stood at least a dozen individuals, all equally solemn, fixated on the middle-aged figure clad in dark robes. Evil Lord Feng Ling, the foremost expert under the Northern Domain King, had stepped into the celestial realm 2 decades prior, single-handedly repelling the Western Desert Army with a sword, gently producing a handkerchief. He meticulously wiped his sword, a devilish glint flashing in Feng Ling's eyes as he languidly proclaimed, "You are unworthy." The black-clad figure momentarily faltered, nearly driven to fury. This man displayed an outrageous level of arrogance. Being of the same celestial rank. Do you truly think I would fear you? Whether you fear me or not, you know in your heart. Feng Ling continued to wipe his sword, undeterred. The Assassin Alliance has flaunted its might for over a decade. It is time to put an end to it. Pa, were it not for the absence of my ancient lineage, do you think you could dare to act recklessly before the Assassin Alliance? The black-clad figure spat, a grim smile on his face. The ancient killing domain. The 7 kills and 12 calamities once looked down upon the world, yet ultimately it has all returned to dust. With the killing domain no longer in existence, you all are but a handful of insignificant little fish. Feng Ling, unperturbed, softly mused, the Assassin Alliance. Do you dare to proclaim yourselves as the inheritors of the ancient killing domain? Each word struck with piercing intent. Just a few simple phrases had rendered him speechless. Indeed, he did not dare. The ancient killing domain was renowned across the land. Under the decree of the 7 kills, none were unshaken with fear. Yet, all of that was now a thing of the past. The elite masters of the ancient killing domain had mysteriously vanished, leading the world's formidable warriors to take action, ultimately obliterating the legacy of the ancient killing domain. The art of life and death had nearly been severed. With only a scant few secret techniques surviving, held by a handful of fortunate individuals. However, since then, no one dared to claim the title of inheritor of the ancient killing domain, lest they provoke the wrath of the world's top masters, which would surely lead to their annihilation, a true catastrophe for their lineage. The entrance to the ruins of the ancient killing domain lies here. Where do you expect us to retreat? That is your dilemma. Raising his gaze slightly, Feng Ling replied calmly. Moreover, this is merely the smallest of the 9 ruins, lacking any substantial significance. Otherwise, how could you have maintained your hold here until today? The man in black fell silent. Indeed, this was but the weakest of the ruins, yet it still retained some fragments of the legacy. The mysteries of the ancient killing domain were not comprehensible to ordinary individuals. For the Assassin Alliance, this place was nearly the cornerstone for nurturing core disciples. Losing it would sever the roots of the Assassin Alliance. With a gentle sigh, Feng Ling shook his head and said, Royal commands are not to be disobeyed. Let the fate of the Assassin Alliance be determined by the youth. You old fogies can either leave or die. As his words fell, Feng Ling's sword suddenly elevated slightly. Though no visible action was taken, a terrifying aura of killing intent enveloped everyone present. 1 man, 1 sword. Surveying the world with disdain. Chapter 72. 10 miles of trials, with peril at every step. Chief, everything has been arranged. Cautiously approaching the man in black, another whispered. I have inquired. Among this group, only Xiang Kong from the Sword Pavilion possesses Xin-level capabilities. The rest are of no consequence. Heir of the Sword Pavilion? The man in black raised an eyebrow, then nodded, pondering. That makes sense. This so-called trial likely aims to have Xiang Kong seek opportunities in the ancient killing domain. The Northern Domain King certainly plays a clever game. Have someone keep a close watch. Is it not merely sending the younger generation to stir trouble? I refuse to believe that our Assassin Alliance is inferior to his Sword Pavilion. Chief, do you think the evil Lord Feng Ling will intervene again? One person, with lingering trepidation, glanced back warily. Last night, Feng Ling had unleashed 17 swords, severely wounding the chief and forcing everyone to retreat. The sheer might of that battle prowess still sent shivers down their spines upon reflection. Rest assured, the evil Lord Feng Ling holds a status far above that. The lives of a few younglings will not weigh on his mind. His sole aim is to drive us back and maintain the balance of the trial. As long as we do not show ourselves, he will not take action. In this regard, one must admit that the chief of the Assassin Alliance had a keen understanding, since the Northern Domain King had decreed the trial. He would not be so bored as to safeguard a few youngsters. Ensuring the trial's difficulty was surmountable was sufficient. 10 miles. Carefully surveying the surroundings, Xiang Kong nodded slightly and spoke softly. After days of travel, they were now merely 10 miles away from the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. This moment, everyone felt a surge of excitement. This trial was about to truly commence. And the final 10 miles would be the decisive key. Everyone must be cautious. The Assassin Alliance will not be unprepared. Boom. Before Xiang Kong's words could fully escape, the ground before them suddenly erupted, sending dust and stones flying, as several sword lights shot forth, targeting their vital points. Puff. In the blink of an eye, 2 individuals fell, cut down by the frenzied assault of the emerging assassins, who fought with utter disregard for their lives. Crack. Extending a hand, A glint of seriousness flashed in Fang Siyuan's eyes as he swiftly dispatched the throat of an oncoming assassin and seized their longsword. Enveloped in a cloud of dust, visibility was nearly non-existent. Forcing combat purely by instinct, Fang Siyuan's strikes were decisive and lethal. This ambush was shockingly abrupt. Not only the others, but even Fang Siyuan himself had been caught entirely off guard. Of course, while the dust might have posed a challenge to others, it was hardly a concern for Fang Siyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, seizing the longsword, he unleashed a streak of sword light, attacking with the swiftness of lightning. His figure gliding like smoke, breaking free within mere moments. Suddenly, Fang Siyuan's expression darkened. Although this ambush had not posed any threat to him, the feeling of being out of control was utterly disconcerting. As a top-tier assassin, it had been quite some time since he had been ambushed, and this unexpected strike stirred a sense of alarm within him. It seemed he had underestimated the assassins of this foreign realm. Aside from the novices he had encountered, there were undoubtedly other formidable foes. Due to the peculiarities of this world, the experiences of his previous life could not be wholly applied here, at the very least. The silent, sudden emergence of assassins from below, as had just occurred, was something no one could have achieved in his past life. After all, this was not a desert where one could easily conceal oneself in the sand. This was solid ground. Firm and unyielding, showing no signs of disturbance even when traversed. Earth spirit power. Almost instantaneously, Fang Siyuan realized that, akin to the golden spirit cleansing technique he had practiced to cultivate golden spirit power, these assassins were undoubtedly trained in earth spirit power. Moreover, compared to the technique he had acquired, which limited him to innate levels, it was clear that the cultivation methods possessed by these assassins were far superior. In this moment, Fang Siyuan was jolted awake. His understanding of this world was still too limited. Beyond sword techniques, there remained much for him to learn. With thoughts racing, Fang Siyuan grew increasingly eager for this journey into the Assassin Alliance. Let us proceed. Emerging from the chaos, a fierce killing intent flashed in Xiang Kong's eyes as he nodded at Fang Siyuan and swiftly advanced. As for those still ensnared within the fray, they were no longer of his concern. The Assassin Alliance was now within reach. The objective was not to recklessly engage in bloodshed, but to break through with utmost speed. The others had been intended from the outset to serve as cannon fodder to deal with these ordinary assassins. There was no longer any need to conserve strength for the final stretch. Unleashing his Shin-level prowess, Xiang Kong's body transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring nearly 100 meters in an instant. Under such circumstances, without the application of the walking character technique, even Fang Siyuan would have found it impossible to keep pace with his speed. Of course, if the walking character technique were fully unleashed, Xiang Kong would not be able to match Fang Siyuan's speed in short distances. However, in this moment, Fang Siyuan was not foolish enough to charge ahead blindly. He merely maintained the same pace as Xiang Kong. Racing forward, bang! Throughout their journey, there was scarcely a moment of safety. From trees, the ground, and even hidden arrows and traps, an onslaught of lethal attacks rained down like a storm. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly perished countless times over, let alone hope to continue advancing at such speed. Yet, Fang Siyuan seemed to possess eyes all over his body, effortlessly dodging even the most bizarre and sudden assaults. Even broad area attacks lost their efficacy in the face of the rapidity of the walking character technique. As for Xiang Kong, once he began to accelerate, his form became akin to a terrifying sword aura, disregarding all attacks, barreling through with the might of his Shin-level strength. Invincible and unstoppable, a prodigious genius. Long dormant for a century, finally revealed his most fearsome side at this moment. In fact, for both of them, this was not merely a trial but also a silent test, using the torrential attacks to gauge each other's strength. Should either side exhibit weakness, they would be unhesitatingly discarded or even countered. The prior agreement had been predicated on a foundation of comparable strength. If one party failed to demonstrate the requisite capability, they would naturally lack the qualification to continue cooperating. Moreover, regardless of Xiang Kong's internal calculations, at least for Fang Siyuan, should Xiang Kong show any signs of faltering, the moment he revealed even the slightest flaw, Fang Siyuan would execute a fatal strike. Eliminating this threat first, while uncertain as to how much Xiang Kong had surmised, such a threat was something Fang Siyuan's character would never allow to return alive to the royal capital. 10 miles of trials, with peril at every step. Chapter 73. The Thorny Rose, the Thousand-Handed Demoness. A sea of roses, a crystal-clear stream, a pair of bare feet, clad in a light blue dress, with skin as smooth as jade and delicate. Petite feet, She possessed a visage that was nothing short of poetic, gently seated by the stream, her small feet playfully splashed in the water, hands propping her chin, occasionally blinking her eyes in innocent charm. Boom. With a swift motion, Fang Xiyuan snapped the neck of the final assassin in pursuit, gracefully twisting in midair before landing outside the rose bushes. Be cautious, do not trample my flowers. The melodious sound was akin to the sweet song of a lark emerging from the valley, stirring a profound sense of compassion within the listener, compelling one to instinctively heed its call to I lifted my gaze to behold the visage of the woman before me. Even the ever-composed Fang Xiyuan found himself momentarily entranced. Despite having lived in an era bursting with information and teeming with beauty, such exquisite femininity was a rarity indeed. More importantly, beyond her striking appearance, there was an ineffable charm about her, reminiscent of a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm. What a refined disposition you possess, my lady, I remarked, a faint smile gracing my lips, yet my hand tightened around the hilt of my sword, a flicker of keen awareness gleaming in my seemingly dazed eyes, unperturbed by my presence. Xiang Kong cautiously surveyed our surroundings. Though his gaze did not rest upon the woman, a fragment of his attention remained fixated on her, ever vigilant, having braved countless tribulations to reach this point. We had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet we were met with this unexpected tableau. Are you in search of this? The woman inquired, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she delicately gestured towards a cave ahead. In truth, there was no need for her to point it out. Both Fang Xiyuan and Xiang Kong had already noted the cave, cloaked as it was in a faint crimson glow, at its center a small vortex swirling incessantly. To be honest, I find myself more intrigued by you, my lady, Fang Xiyuan replied, a playful smile illuminating his features as he leisurely crossed his arms. How vexing, I wish to ignore you, she pouted, her beautiful lips forming a delightful frown. Perhaps you could make way for us? After a prolonged silence, Xiang Kong finally spoke, the tension palpable in his voice. The path lies before you. Simply traverse it. What business is it of mine? She retorted, casting an indignant glare at Xiang Kong. I am a rather peculiar individual. I refuse to tread upon another's path, Fang Xiyuan added, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. You are insufferable, she huffed, her expression adorably petulant as she lightly flicked her fingers through the stream, reluctantly producing a snow-white handkerchief to wipe her hands in the droplets at her feet, furrowing her brow as she approached the pair. Thank you, my lady, Fang Xiyuan said, tightening his grip on the sword, his demeanor cheerful as he expressed his gratitude. You are rather insincere, not even lifting a finger in response, she pouted, casting him an exasperated glance. Before her words could dissipate, her delicate hand rose with a flick, and in an instant, a flurry of concealed projectiles shot forth. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal meeting metal resonated as Fang Xiyuan gracefully twirled his sword, deftly deflecting the onslaught of hidden weapons. How rude. I merely wish to gift you a few flowers, and you shatter them instead, she lamented, taking a step forward as her body surged with speed, intent on closing the distance. While I appreciate the gesture, I am but a humble scholar, unworthy of such gifts, Fang Xiyuan replied, simultaneously thrusting his sword forward, a silent blade of light that halted her advance. At that moment, the projectiles that had just been deflected fell to the ground, revealing they were indeed rose petals. No, no, when someone offers you flowers, you must graciously accept, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in mild frustration. In the blink of an eye, the nearby roses trembled, and dozens of petals surged forth once more, aimed squarely at Fang Xiyuan's vital points. Xiang Kong, are you not going to intervene? Fang Xiyuan inquired, slightly shifting his stance as he executed a swift maneuver, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he appeared behind the woman. Boom! In that instant, Xiang Kong finally made his move, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the air, striking towards the woman with unrelenting force. How cruel! I am but a lady. How can you be so heartless? Without flinching, she stamped her foot, and a torrent of concealed weapons split into two paths, simultaneously targeting Fang Xiyuan and Xiang Kong. Unlike the previous petals, these were lethal projectiles, their swift approach accompanied by a whisper of sliced air, a speed rivaling lightning. Flowing like water alongside his sword, Fang Xiyuan maneuvered with the grace of a slippery eel, expertly parrying the incoming threat while evading the majority of the assault. However, before he could fully recover from that wave, a new barrage descended upon them, as if the woman possessed an endless supply of hidden weapons. Money darts, flying knives, and even fine golden needles rained down like a tempest of flowers. Each attack executed with exquisite precision, leaving them no room for defense. Although it was but a single adversary, Fansuin and Xiang Kong felt a pressure far more terrifying than the earlier trials they had faced. In that moment, even with 2 against 1, they found themselves utterly suppressed, unable to mount any counterattack. Fong, how long do you intend to play? Xiang Kong's eyes glinted with impatience. In truth, both were acutely aware that neither had yet unleashed their full potential. Otherwise, even if the woman had doubled her arsenal, they would not be so thoroughly restrained. That depends on your level of interest, Xiang Kong. Fansuin replied with a leisurely smile, as if they were merely discussing who would finish their drink first. With a cold snort, Xiang Kong's sword trembled slightly, emitting a sharp cry as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, sweeping away the oncoming projectiles in a dazzling display. The technique of 1,000 flowers raining down was a formidable counter to the hidden weapons. And with Xiang Kong's profound strength, he advanced within mere meters of the woman, reversing their positions with overwhelming force. At that moment, the woman's expression shifted, realizing the precariousness of her situation. The technique of countless petals was indeed a significant counter to her arsenal. Even though she had initially held an advantage, she now found herself cornered, especially with Fansuin lurking nearby. 1,000 spiders, 10,000 poisons. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she flicked her wrist, unleashing a plume of black smoke that coalesced into a massive hand, descending rapidly. With a swift clap, the dark hand struck Xiang Kong's sword, corroding even the innate sword energy with alarming speed. Poison. The thought barely crossed his mind when the black hand exploded, revealing nearly 100 hidden needles that shot forth like lightning. Explode. The word escaped his lips as he tapped into every ounce of his potential, channeling all his strength into his sword, which erupted in a frenzy of energy, countering the onslaught of needles in a whirlwind of destruction. Yet, just as he felt a momentary reprieve, a sudden wave of danger surged through him, compelling him to instinctively pivot and strike behind him. Buzz! His palm collided with the oncoming sword, sending tremors through his body, yet he had barely mustered enough force to shatter it, merely diverting its path slightly. Thud! The sword penetrated his shoulder, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Fansuin, he roared, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent crashing over him as he locked onto Fansuin's presence. Indeed, that final strike had been Fansuin's doing. Perfectly timed to exploit Xiang Kong's moment of vulnerability, a masterstroke executed with impeccable precision. Regret washed over Fansuin as he gripped a gleaming dagger, a smirk playing on his lips, yet he remained silent. Time was fleeting, and even he could not afford to hesitate. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he hurled his sword with all his might. Despite his efforts, the distance rendered it impossible to employ any significant force. With merely innate strength, even if he moved swiftly and attacked unexpectedly, a flaw remained. Had he infused his strike with power, Xiang Kong would have been unable to evade it, and this moment might have claimed his life. With a flick of his wrist, he withdrew the sword from Xiang Kong's shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fury. The recent encounter had been perilously close, and even upon reflection, he felt a chill of sweat break out upon his skin. Had his reflexes been a fraction slower, he might have met his end. You possess quite the skill, young sir. Why not assist me in eliminating him? The woman said, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she regarded Fansuin with a smile. Not even Xiang Kong could have anticipated that strike. In the blink of an eye, Fansuin had moved with an elegance that left no trace. Such a decisive action, such ruthless execution. She acknowledged that even in her position, she could not have matched his swiftness. If that is the case, shall we join forces to eliminate him together? Fansuin proposed, a playful smile gracing his lips as he shrugged lightly. How could a girl like me engage in such violence? Why don't you shield me for a moment? If it comes to the worst, I could always return the favor later, she said, her eyes wide and innocent, gazing at Fansuin without a flicker of hesitation. That simply won't do. With a light chuckle, Fansuin turned to Xiang Kong and added, Xiang Kong, let us not forget our trial. How about we join forces to eliminate her first, and then see who survives? As he spoke, Fansuin's expression remained unfazed, as if the recent sword strike had no bearing on him, and he and Xiang Kong were merely steadfast comrades entrusting each other's lives. Disgraceful. A hint of anger flashed across her face, and before Xiang Kong could respond, she spat out indignantly. Xiang Gongzi, shall we unite to rid ourselves of this shameless fellow? In the blink of an eye, the three had circled each other, yet none expressed a desire to cooperate. If initially, Both Xiang Kong and the girl deemed Fangsuan the weakest link among them. At this moment, they had lifted him to a level of equal danger, no longer daring to underestimate him. In the midst of their banter, they clashed once more, but this time, each held back a measure of strength, wary of the other. In truth, Xiang Kong was the strongest among them, but after being struck by Fangsuan's sword, his combat prowess had significantly diminished, inadvertently recalibrating their strengths to a shared starting point. Although Xiang Kong harbored intense hatred for Fangsuan, he was no fool. Engaging Fangsuan in a desperate struggle at this juncture could prove futile. Who could guarantee that the girl wouldn't take the opportunity to strike at a critical moment? Moreover, even if he succeeded in eliminating Fangsuan, it was likely he would still have to pay a price to conclude the battle, leaving him at a disadvantage against the girl. All three were consumed by similar thoughts, each too wary to trust the others, fighting independently. Though they unleashed their full capabilities, none dared to launch a reckless killing blow in this chaotic melee. Despite the apparent lack of danger, every second concealed lethal threats. While they all appeared to be handling the situation with ease, any sign of weakness from one would prompt the other two to strike without hesitation, seeking to eliminate the exposed opponent before determining their fates. Of course, in terms of raw strength, Fangsuan remained the weakest. However, his execution of the Xing character technique was incredibly profound, allowing him to deftly evade fatal attacks at critical moments, keeping himself out of peril. The girl, on the other hand, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons. While engaged in palm strikes, a mere sidestep or a lowered head could lead to bizarre projectiles flying from unexpected angles. Ready to claim lives with the slightest lapse in caution. Chapter 75. Entering the ancient killing domain. We can't break through. Damn it. How many assassins are lurking in this cursed place? We've already lost nearly half our people, and we've barely traversed half the path. What are we to do? After leaving a field of corpses behind, these young scions were compelled to halt their advance. It's been quite a while. Haven't we heard from that guy in Fangsuan? Could they have charged in? Impossible. Did you not see the dangers along this route? Even if they were formidable, it's unlikely they could have made it in so quickly. Exactly, we've barely progressed halfway. It's probably even more perilous inside. There might even be Xian-level experts guarding the place. I reckon they might have perished. This speculation garnered considerable agreement. Human nature being what it is, when one is unable to accomplish something, they seldom wish for others to succeed. Indeed, once such words were uttered, it signified that these individuals had nearly entirely lost their confidence and courage to continue with the trial. While the rewards for completing the trial were undoubtedly enticing, they were rendered moot if one was not alive to claim them. Continuing like this is not a viable option. Let us discuss it. Why don't we enter first and see what happens? Glancing at the cave not far away, Fangsuan proposed with a smile. The three were all sharp-minded. Apart from Xiang Kong being caught off guard by Fangsuan initially, none could find a way to outmaneuver the others. Thus, Fangsuan naturally began to entertain different thoughts. He had not come here merely to engage in combat. Since a resolution seemed improbable in the short term, Fangsuan was unwilling to squander any further time. Though she despised Fangsuan, it was undeniable that his proposal held considerable allure for Xiang Kong. Had they not come to complete the trial? Once the task was accomplished, returning to the royal capital would make it easy for the Sword Pavilion's influence to eliminate Fangsuan. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted abruptly, but she soon chuckled lightly. Is that so? You two should think carefully. This is not a treasure cave, but rather the entrance to the ancient killing domain. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xiang Kong's demeanor instantly darkened. As a descendant of the Sword Pavilion, he was well aware of the ancient killing domain. It was said that at the height of its power, even earthly emperors were compelled to treat it with reverence, and no one could escape the death decree of the ancient killing domain. However, Fangsuan remained oblivious to these secrets. In fact, even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned, being a top-tier assassin. He maintained a semblance of respect for his predecessors but felt no fear. Does Brother Xiang refuse? Then I shall take my leave first. With a hint of a smile, Fangsuan suddenly propelled himself forward, fully unleashing the Xing character technique, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he darted towards the cave like a wisp of light. The old man had said that while an assassin need not possess unparalleled offensive prowess, they must have unparalleled escape skills. If a strike fails, a swift retreat is the hallmark of an assassin. If one cannot even flee, it is a complete tragedy. Go! In an instant, Xiang Kong and the girl followed suit. as if bound by an unbreakable chain, each action affecting the others. Danger and opportunity coexist. This phrase had been echoed many times. The ancient killing domain, though perilous, undoubtedly harbored immense opportunities. Otherwise, the Northern Domain King would not have ordered trials to be held here. This concept was not complex. With a moment's reflection, Xiang Kong grasped the crux of the matter. As for the girl, being a prodigious talent of the Assassin Alliance, she understood the intricacies even better. In truth, whether it was the shadow assassins or the bizarre abilities displayed by the ambushes along the trial path, even her peculiar methods with hidden weapons were derived from the legacy of the ancient killing domain. Moreover, this was far from the entirety. According to the Assassin Alliance's experience, each individual entering the ancient killing domain could acquire different legacies, with the more talented individuals reaping greater rewards, naturally. With great reward comes greater risk. And over the years, many prodigies had perished within, even with elite protection from the Alliance. 2 individuals have breached. Upon hearing this news, the leader of the Assassin Alliance's countenance darkened ominously. Were we not informed that apart from Xiang Kong, the others posed no threat? Leader, this was unexpected. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the assassin hastily explained. The other individual is named Fangxuan, who, despite being of innate strength, possesses an incredibly elusive technique. Our people simply could not stop him. Innate? How dare you even tell me that? The leader's face darkened menacingly as he coldly inquired, Is there any news from Schweffer? Not yet. Shaking his head. The assassin offered a quiet reassurance. Do not worry, leader. Miss Schweffer has inherited the Shadow Manipulator's legacy. Her mastery of hidden weapons is unparalleled, and with her Xian-level strength, she will undoubtedly ensure they do not leave alive. Upon mentioning Schweffer, the leader's expression softened slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he continued to issue orders. Do not press them too hard. If those individuals show sense and refrain from advancing, do not pursue them to the death. While eliminating them all would be satisfying, wiping them out entirely would undoubtedly provoke the Northern Domain King. After all, if a trial were established only for all participants to perish, it would raise questions about the Northern Domain King's judgment. While these concerns were not directly related to the Assassin Alliance, it was better to err on the side of caution. Should they truly provoke the Northern Domain King into issuing a death warrant against the Alliance? Even without mentioning others, Feng Ling alone would be sufficient to wipe out their ranks of Earth and Sky tier individuals. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of being forced to retreat. Understood. Leader, I will convey your instructions at once. Such reasoning was clear to all. There was no need for further elaboration. Ultimately, this was a contest among the younger generation of disciples, and for the Assassin Alliance. All hope now rested entirely on Schweffer. With a sigh, the leader slowly lifted his gaze towards the distant ruins of the ancient killing domain. Given Schweffer's aptitude, should she manage to navigate all the way through, there might be a chance for her to fully inherit the Shadow Manipulator's legacy, thereby becoming the new generation's Shadow Manipulator. At that point, the Assassin Alliance would finally have the opportunity to gain recognition from the true ancient families that possessed the legacies of the ancient killing domain. The world is vast, and when compared to those truly profound forces, the Assassin Alliance is nothing more than a mere jest. One wonders if in this lifetime there will ever be an opportunity to witness the Assassin Alliance ascend to the ranks of such formidable powers. With a faint smile, the leader in black ceased his speech, gently closing his eyes. Chapter 76. The 7 kill steal kill, 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 kill. As he took a step forward, he was met with 7 blood-red characters that radiated a chilling aura of carnage. Drenched in blood, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In that fleeting moment, Fangxuan felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. His complexion instantly turned pale, and his breath came in quick gasps, as if he had just engaged in a deadly struggle. It was only after he steadied himself that he discerned the 7 characters were merely inscribed upon a cliff, their forms having faded somewhat with the passage of time. Such a jolt left even Fangxuan feeling insignificantly small. In this life, nay, in both his lives, this was only the second time he had encountered characters imbued with such terrifying significance. In an instant, Fangxuan was transported back to the moment he descended the mountain after completing his training. With a bamboo staff in hand, the elder's face bore an unusual solemnity as he led the youth to the rear mountain without uttering a word. Old man, why so mysterious? Is there anywhere in Fangxuan Mountain I haven't explored? The youth queried, glancing around with curiosity. You little rascal, put away your nonsensical thoughts. Pay attention. For if you can grasp the essence of what lies ahead, it could benefit you for a lifetime. The elder admonished, tapping the youth lightly on the head with his staff and shaking his head slightly. Is that true? What is so remarkable? Having accompanied the elder for many years, the youth rarely witnessed such gravity in the elder's demeanor, which only heightened his curiosity. One character. The youth was momentarily dumbfounded. Old man, are you jesting with me? What is there to see in a single character? You are not trying to switch to calligraphy and trick me into selling it for wine, are you? Enough of your prattle. With a flick of his wrist, the elder struck the youth's head again with the staff. Refusing to offer even a single explanation. As he spoke, the elder pointed toward a nearby cave and sighed. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. Somewhat skeptical, the youth turned to look in the direction indicated by the elder. In that instant, he felt as if he had turned to stone, unable to tear his gaze away for even a moment. For there, inscribed upon the stone cave, was a single character, Tao. The youth stood transfixed for 3 whole days. Oblivious to day and night, simply gazing at that seemingly simple character. Time appeared to cease to exist. Even the world around him faded away, leaving only a primordial chaos before him, shrouded in a sense of profound understanding. As if he could see nothing yet grasp the very principles of existence. Foolish child, have you attained understanding? He could not tell how long had passed when a voice faintly echoed in his ear, gently pulling him back to consciousness. Whoosh! As awareness returned, the youth's face turned ashen. He staggered back 3 steps before managing to steady himself, drenched in cold sweat. The elder's expression revealed a mix of pleasure and regret as he softly sighed. Given your current strength, it is indeed too soon for you to witness this. The imprint of the great Tao is not something ordinary people can perceive. You may immerse yourself in it and gain insight. Yet ultimately, you are powerless to extricate yourself. What a pity, what a pity. Old man, what is the origin of this character? The youth, still shaken, could not help but inquire softly. This is the handwriting of the founder of Fengsuan Mountain. The founder of Fengsuan Mountain. In an instant, the youth was left utterly astonished. Could it be that venerable figure, the Bodhi ancestor? Let us depart. You may leave the mountain now. The elder waved his hand and sighed softly. Wait, old man, I wish to see more. The youth called out reluctantly to the elder's retreating figure. Useless. Wait until the day you step into the second realm before you return. Shaking his head slightly, the elder continued his descent down the mountain, leaving behind the crisp sound of his bamboo staff echoing in the air. Taking a deep breath, Fengsuan bowed respectfully before the steel and then began to advance quietly. Employing the technique of movement in terms of artistic conception, the 7-kill steel could not compare to the character Tao he had seen on the rear mountain, yet the terror it evoked in his soul was equally formidable. Far beyond what Fengsuan could fathom at that moment, a newfound reverence for this ancient realm of slaughter filled Fengsuan. After all, to leave such a terrifying imprint must have required a peerless power, deserving of respect. Unbeknownst to Fengsuan, had the leader of the Assassin Alliance or the King of the North been privy to his recent insights, they would likely have been astonished beyond measure. This unassuming steel was of great renown, being one of the 7 kings of the ancient slaughter domain, inscribed by the legendary figure, Lu Zongxing, and known as the 7-kill steel. Lu Zongxing once claimed that all he had learned throughout his life was contained within this steel, and that should anyone grasp its meaning, they would be instantly accepted as his disciple. Many young talents had sought to comprehend its essence, yet none succeeded, even as the 7 kings mysteriously vanished and the ancient slaughter domain crumbled. In other words, had Fengsuan's fleeting insight been witnessed during the prime of the ancient slaughter domain, he would have easily stood above his contemporaries and been accepted as Lu Zongxing's disciple. It is worth noting that even the King of the North would not have qualified to contend with Lu Zongxing based on sheer strength. Of course, in reality, Fengsuan's ability to grasp the steel's meaning was largely due to the profound insights he had received from that character Tao. As Fengsuan departed, Xiang Kong and a woman also entered the ancient slaughter domain, arriving before the 7-kill steel. Yet, neither of them paid heed to the seemingly inconspicuous steel, almost gliding past it. Once they truly entered the ancient slaughter domain, the two did not rush to pursue Fengsuan, instead instinctively dispersing to seek their own fortunes. The mysteries of the ancient slaughter domain were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even the woman, who had previously entered, was unwilling to forego her opportunities. It is essential to understand that each entry into the ancient slaughter domain could yield unexpected gains, albeit accompanied by inherent dangers. Naturally, should they encounter each other along the way. No one would wish to miss out on an opportunity. Most importantly, while others remained unaware, the woman was acutely aware that the ancient slaughter domain was not a place one could simply enter and exit at will. Each entry was limited to 7 days. When the time came to leave, one had to pass through a killing formation. Thus, as long as they waited at the formation, they would inevitably be able to intercept Fangxuan and Xiangkong. If they left empty-handed, there would be no need for others to take action. The killing formation alone would suffice to obliterate them. Chapter 77. The 7-kill sword classic contrary to expectations. The atmosphere was not as ominous. To an unknowing observer, the distinction between this place and the outside world would scarcely be perceptible. Only those who had entered the innate realm could vaguely sense an aura of slaughter permeating the environment, not one deliberately unleashed, but rather a presence that seemed to have existed since time immemorial, ingrained in every inch of soil and every breath of air. Ruins and remnants of walls were visible everywhere, clearly the aftermath of a cataclysmic battle. Evoking reflections on that fearsome confrontation of yore, stirring both awe and trepidation, Fangxuan did not move quickly. In fact, ever since stepping onto this dark red earth, he tread cautiously, each step imbued with an instinct for survival far more effective than any tangible warning. Kill! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated in Fangxuan's mind. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. Everything around him was suffused with crimson, with corpses and blood saturating every visible surface. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Alongside the chilling proclamation, "Kill," bending slightly, Fangxuan pinched a handful of dark red soil, his brow furrowing as he exerted pressure, letting the soil disintegrate into dust from his fingertips. The terrifying intent to kill coalesced into a palpable force, relentlessly pressing upon his senses, leaving Fangxuan rooted in place, utterly immobile. It was not that he lacked the desire to move. Rather, in the face of such overwhelming malice, he dared not stir. Fangxuan possessed an almost hallucinatory sensitivity. He felt that should he take even a single step forward, a torrent of lethal assaults would descend upon him. One movement could spell death. Though nothing surrounded him but bodies and congealed blood, he utterly trusted his instincts. For an assassin, nothing was more reliable than one's own intuition. After a prolonged silence, Fangxuan gradually closed his eyes. In that moment, time seemed to reverse. Everything around him sped backward, as if in the blink of an eye, he was transported back to the moment before that battle commenced. At which point all began to engage in a frenzy of combat. Fangxuan could distinctly perceive the bizarre techniques employed in each person's assault, discern the terrifying intent to kill emanating from them, and foresee each individual's demise alongside the flow of every drop of blood. That instant, time lost all significance. He could not even gauge how long had passed. The only certainty was that the sky and earth were stained crimson by the aftermath of that battle. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fangxuan's breathing became somewhat erratic. He knelt on the ground, his complexion pale to the point of appearing sickly, as large beads of sweat fell to the earth like rain. As consciousness returned, Fangxuan felt as if he had just endured a fierce battle, leaving him utterly exhausted. He meticulously recalled fragments of that experience, and a flicker of extraordinary brilliance flashed in his eyes. Brightening with each moment, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until at last, Fangxuan rose once more. He gently lifted his finger, and a surge of innate sword energy erupted from his fingertips, swiftly inscribing the character for kill in the air. Kill! The word escaped his lips slowly, and the character formed from the innate sword energy seemed to be imbued with life and spirit, exuding an aura of ancient gravitas. With that word taking shape, Fangxuan finally stepped forward. In that instant, everything around him appeared to come alive, the terrifying pull violently tugging at his body as if attempting to drag him back into that cataclysmic battle. Such power was beyond human resistance. Even Fangxuan found himself unable to counter it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the character for kill, forged from the innate sword energy before him, suddenly exploded with a thunderous roar. It was as if an ancient fury erupted, shattering everything in its vicinity to dust without leaving a trace. The illusions before him crumbled in an instant, yet Fangxuan remained steadfast, even catching a glimpse of the footprints he had just made. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from Fangxuan's being. He pointed his finger as if it were a sword and struck out instantly, taking 3 consecutive steps. Each step resonated with the word kill. accompanied by a sword technique. The atmosphere surged with ferocity, the intent to kill shattering all around him. Fang Xuan clearly saw a blood-red longsword embedded in the ground before him, its brilliance reminiscent of blood jade, faintly glowing with a resplendent light. Fang Xuan stood 3 steps away from that blood-colored longsword. In truth, including the 4 steps he had just taken, he had always been precisely 7 steps from the longsword. At that moment, a profound realization dawned upon Fang Xuan. 7 steps apart, each step imbued with lethal intent. Each step corresponded to a sword technique. Should he falter even once, it would result in death. Closing his eyes once more, he envisioned the 7-kill monument that had appeared when he first stepped in. 7 distinct characters for kill leaped into his mind, each transforming into a sword technique. While he could not grasp the sword move itself, he discerned a sword intent from these 7 characters, a relentless advance, an unbounded ferocity and slaughter. Using his finger as a sword, he solidified the characters into intent. Fang Xuan's purpose was to express that sword intent through each character, advancing defiantly in a moment of clarity. He took the final 3 steps, the intent to kill exploding forth as Fang Xuan reopened his eyes. Everything around him collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving only the blood-red longsword still planted in the earth. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Xuan slowly raised his hand and grasped the blood-colored longsword, exerting a slight force to draw it forth. With a resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed, and in the next moment, a terrifying force locked onto Fang Xuan. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed the blood-red longsword in Fang Xuan's grasp exuding a crimson hue, akin to liquid, seeping steadily into his body. Simultaneously, a cold, detached voice resounded in Fang Xuan's mind. Sword name, 7 kills. Killing intent, 7 layers. Those who comprehend the 7-kill sword manual may inherit my legacy. In an instant, the blood-red longsword transformed into a crimson stream, wholly merging with Fang Xuan's being. At that moment, a flicker of understanding ignited within Fang Xuan. This blood sword was, in essence, formless, an amalgamation of killing intent, containing within it a singular sword technique, though not explicitly stated. Fang Xuan comprehended that this sword technique comprised 7 forms, which together constituted the ultimate skill left behind by the master of the 7 kills monument, the 7-kill sword manual. Of course, at this moment, Fang Xuan had only grasped the first form. Chapter 78. A direct confrontation with a monster this ancient domain of slaughter was evidently shattered, with some peripheral regions revealing remnants of chaotic space. Undoubtedly, within the ruins of this ancient domain of slaughter lay the most perilous locales. Should one fall into the tumult of spatial chaos, it would mean utter annihilation. Fang Xuan understood this far better than the inhabitants of this world. That in the distance, he vaguely discerned a blood pool the size of a pond, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if an unseen force were guiding Fang Xuan forward. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Xuan cautiously pressed onward, fully aware that the blood pool might harbor danger, but retreat was no longer an option, having gained insight from the 7-kill sword manual. Fang Xuan's resolve was unwavering. This ancient domain of slaughter was precisely the trial the northern domain king sought for everyone. Where there is peril, there is also reward, just as he had gleaned the essence of the 7-kill sword from before. Suddenly, Fang Xuan noticed another figure drawing near to the blood pool from a different direction. In an instant, he discerned the identity of the approaching figure, Xiang Kong. A brief moment of surprise gave way to understanding. The 3 of them had entered the ancient domain simultaneously, yet diverged in their paths, encountering different fortunes. However, it was equally possible for their paths to converge again, and if he could sense the allure of the blood pool, so too could the other. In a flash, Fang Xuan surged forward, his body becoming a fleeting shadow as he sped towards Xiang Kong's position. Was there a more suitable place than here for murder and silence? Xiang Kong felt weary, despite being hailed as a prodigy of a century. He was unaware of how many extraordinary beings had been buried within this ancient domain of slaughter. The pervasive, terrifying killing intent gnawed at his psyche, requiring him to muster every ounce of vigilance to resist its influence and maintain his resolve. Prior to entering, he had been ambushed and wounded by Fang Xuan. Though the injury was not severe, it nonetheless affected him, especially in such an environment where even the slightest impact could be magnified exponentially. Unlike Fang Xuan, who had constantly danced on the edge of life and death, Xiang Kong had spent his childhood cultivating in the sword pavilion. While he had not been entirely devoid of killing, he could not compare to Fang Xuan's life of constant peril, making the killing intense effect on him far more profound. Yet, Even so, he had not emerged empty-handed. Throughout his journey, Xiang Kong had obtained a method of soul refinement from a grave, capable of tempering the spirit. While it did not directly enhance his power, such a technique was far more precious than any ordinary cultivation method. However, due to time constraints, Xiang Kong had barely managed to memorize it without the opportunity to practice. Not long after, he began to sense a force guiding him toward the blood pool. Xiang Kong had a premonition that immense fortune awaited within that blood pool, should he obtain it. His strength would undergo a qualitative leap. The mere thought of it ignited a fervor within him, and he yearned to seize that opportunity immediately. Bang! As his thoughts raced, Xiang Kong was suddenly overwhelmed by an instinctual alarm. Every hair on his body standing on end. Instinctively, he swung his hand to strike back. With a resounding crash, Xiang Kong felt a tremendous force surge toward him. His already injured arm was jolted painfully, causing him to stagger back 4 or 5 steps, nearly spitting blood. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a chilling glimmer flashed before his eyes, the icy killing intent piercing him like needles, penetrating to the core. Clang! As a seasoned practitioner of the profound realm, Xiang Kong managed to grasp his long sword in the nick of time, blocking the lethal strike just as it was about to land. Producing a sound akin to metal clashing that he was forced back 3 steps. Fangsuan. At that moment, Xiang Kong finally recognized his assailant. His face turned ashen with rage. In an instant, he swung his sword at Fangsuan. Once again ambushed by this innate-level individual, Xiang Kong felt his anger boil over. How dare this mere innate being repeatedly assault a profound realm expert? Was this fellow devoid of reason? What a coincidence, we meet again. With a radiant smile, Fangsuan nonchalantly extended his hands in greeting. Coincidence. What a delightful word. If I do not leave you here today, I, Xiang Kong, will write my name backward. The glint of murderous intent shone in Xiang Kong's eyes as he unleashed his profound strength, his long sword bursting forth with a sharp aura aimed directly at Fangsuan's vitals. Once again ambushed by Fangsuan, Xiang Kong's fury reached its zenith, now unrestrained by the presence of that woman. He could unleash his full power without hesitation. Brother Xiang, such a fiery temper. A cold smile graced Fangsuan's lips as he met Xiang Kong's onslaught head-on, his dagger deftly forming a sword technique. A torrent of killing intent surging forth, using a dagger as a sword. Indeed, for an ordinary person, such a method would be unfathomable. However, for Fangsuan, it was the most natural course of action. For an assassin, any weapon was merely a tool for killing. A dagger, a sword, or any other implement bore no distinction. The only reason he wielded the dagger as a sword was that he had just comprehended the first form of the 7 Kills sword manual, allowing him to maximize its lethality. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Fangsuan seemed to return to the moment he beheld the 7 Kills monument, his movements slow yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of oppression. The murderous intent coalesced into a tangible form, the dagger in hand seemingly emanating a faint crimson hue, as if infused with the essence of blood. The air was thick with a palpable aura of death. And even before striking, an ominous wind howled in the distance. That it was only at this moment that Xiang Kong felt a sense of foreboding. The initiation of this sword technique was overwhelmingly potent. Even with his profound strength, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if he were gazing into an unfathomable abyss. In light of this realization, Xiang Kong dared not to hold back any longer. With a swift motion, he brandished his longsword and unleashed his own sword technique. Sword Devour. As he uttered these words, the sword in his grasp seemed to awaken with a life of its own, transforming into a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, lunging forward to rend its foe. Kill. The tip of his sword quivered slightly, and the dagger in Fang Siyuan's hand shuddered, coalescing into a blood-red character for kill in midair, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter as it tore through the void. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the singular command filled Xiang Kong's mind, a horrific intent rapidly consuming his consciousness. Concurrently, the character for kill collided with Xiang Kong's longsword, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the beastly form conjured by his sword, sending him hurtling through the air. The 7 Kills sword classic, a creation of the merciless Lushing, wielded a power far beyond that of ordinary sword techniques. Even in its first form, this strike was not merely a sword maneuver. It was intertwined with a soul attack and infused with the killing intent that had defined Lushing's entire existence. It is no exaggeration to assert that each technique within the 7 Kills sword classic harmonizes with the essence of killing, without the ability to comprehend the realm of death. One could never hope to execute its techniques. However, once enlightenment is attained, it transforms into a true art of slaying, unstoppable in its ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Kong was grievously injured. Blood spewing forth, while Fang Xiyuan felt nearly all of his strength siphoned away, his grip on the dagger beginning to tremble. Chapter 79. Exposure. Poof. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiang Kong unexpectedly burst into laughter. Though his attire was disheveled, it did little to diminish his radiant spirit as he planted his sword firmly into the ground, using it to support himself while lifting his gaze slightly. A commendable technique. Yet I fail to understand why you are so intent on killing me. Fang Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as still water, the dagger firmly in his grasp, silent as the grave. Lu Feiyu also met his demise at your hands. Did he not? In truth, Xiang Kong had no intention of waiting for Fang Xiyuan's reply, offering a self-deprecating smile. It is commendable that you've disguised yourself so thoroughly, even to the point of feigning ignorance of swordplay. Fang Xiyuan remained unresponsive. During his encounter with Lu Feiyu, he had indeed refrained from using sword techniques, but such explanations were unnecessary. To simply kill me like this, do you not think it a tad dismissive? With a sardonic smile, Xiang Kong fixed his gaze upon Fang Xiyuan, enunciating each word with precision. Yama, Luo, Tai. Master, you will not die, at least not at this moment. After a brief silence, Fang Xiyuan finally spoke. If the air of the sword pavilion lacked a means of self-preservation, do you truly believe I would take you at your word? A glint of intelligence flickered in Xiang Kong's eyes as he scrutinized Fang Xiyuan for a full half-minute before he could not restrain his laughter any longer. Well, the Yama Time Master indeed lives up to his reputation. It was certainly worth my efforts to disguise myself in pursuit of you until now. Indeed, from the outset, whether by forcefully subduing messengers or gathering the unruly, every action had been a ruse crafted by Xiang Kong. His true target had always been the enigmatic Yama Time Master, prompting him to don the guise of an arrogant and foolish brat to lure the master into revealing himself. Initially, he had not suspected Fang Xiyuan at all. Otherwise, his disguises would have been executed with greater caution and authenticity. But it was precisely because he miscalculated Fang Xiyuan's identity that he exposed a flaw when the shadow assassin struck, leading him to genuinely suspect that Fang Xiyuan was the elusive Yama Time Master. This recent battle had definitively validated his suspicions. Indeed, only this rationale could elucidate why Fang Xiyuan had persistently sought his demise and why he possessed such terrifying combat prowess. You think too much. Fang Xiyuan still showed no inclination to confirm or deny, observing Xiang Kong with unwavering calm. I have one final question. Are you, in fact, a member of the Assassin Alliance? Glaring intently at Fang Xiyuan, Xiang Kong finally voiced his greatest concern that if he were not. Fang Xiyuan's assassination methods were alarmingly formidable, surpassing even those of the Assassin Alliance's assassins. Yet, if he were, what mysterious connection did he share with that woman? If Fang Xiyuan and the woman had collaborated during their confrontation, it would have been unlikely for him to have set foot in this ancient domain of slaughter. Have you not always yearned for the Yamatai? A faint smile graced Fang Xiyuan's lips as he softly replied, I can provide it to you right now. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a crimson invitation from his sleeve and gently unfolded it. Suddenly, Fang Xiyuan's presence surged, his dagger resembling a cold star, aimed directly at Xiang Kong. Clang! With a swift motion, Xiang Kong intercepted the attack, blocking the dagger with precision, his smile radiant. You wish to kill me even before the Yamatai is bestowed. It's merely a means to draw blood. Fang Xiyuan chuckled, rapidly twisting his wrist, unleashing a powerful punch that forced Xiang Kong to engage him in a brutal exchange, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from Xiang Kong's mouth. However, Fang Xiyuan did not pursue the attack. With a graceful flick of his fingers, he inscribed characters upon the invitation with Xiang Kong's blood. Then with a swift motion, sent the invitation forth. Blood pool, hidden weapons, poison. A glance at the seemingly unrelated phrases within the invitation sparked a flicker of menace in Xiang Kong's eyes. What a confident Yamatai master you are, calculating even the manner of my demise. Otherwise, what merit would the title Yamatai hold? A smile graced Fang Xiyuan's lips as he abruptly shook his dagger, initiating the inscription technique and once more launching an assault upon Xiang Kong. Sword escape. Xiang Kong bit his tongue, allowing his blood to stain his sword. In an instant, a formidable surge of sword energy erupted from him, and a sword-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. With a decisive step, he leapt onto the sword, transforming into a fleeting shadow, soaring away, riding the sword. This technique was one he had witnessed in the hands of the wine god, Xian Yaozi. However, compared to Xiang Kong's clumsy execution, Xian Yaozi's mastery of sword riding was truly enviable as he soared freely through the heavens. Nonetheless, even in its clumsiness, this speed was far beyond Fang Xiyuan's capacity to match. Theoretically, only those at the celestial tier could fly. Even when aided by a precious sword, it was only possible for those at the earth tier to ride the blade. Such swiftness was certainly beyond Fang Xiyuan's capabilities as a mere innate cultivator. However, this demonstrated the terrifying capabilities of the sword pavilion, although the cost of employing such a technique was undoubtedly steep. It was undeniable that this ability effectively provided Xiang Kong with a safeguard. As long as he did not encounter a celestial tier opponent, he could retreat unscathed, with a hint of coldness in his smile. Fang Xiyuan made no move to pursue. He sheathed his dagger and continued toward the blood pool. His earlier strike had merely been a test, while killing Xiang Kong would have been ideal. Should he fail, merely forcing him to retreat and preventing him from contending for the opportunity at the blood pool would suffice. As for the absurdity of sword riding, it posed little challenge to Fang Xiyuan. For an assassin, once the opponent's cards were laid bare, no matter how bizarre the situation, a solution would invariably present itself. While Fang Xiyuan cautiously advanced toward the blood pool, Xiang Kong soared away on his sword, only to plummet to the ground, violently expelling more blood, his countenance darkening ominously. The strain of forcefully riding the sword, even with the aid of the sword talisman, exacted a heavy toll, depleting a significant portion of his foundational power. It would require a year of arduous cultivation to replenish, and it exacerbated the injuries within his body. However, he was grateful to have conclusively confirmed Fang Xiyuan's identity, as long as he could escape the ancient domain of slaughter and return to the royal capital. Fang Xiyuan would find himself with no avenues for survival. Clutching the Yama, Xiang Kong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he muttered through clenched teeth. Hidden weapons, blood pool, poison. Could it be that there truly is a connection to the Assassin Alliance? I shall see what gives you the audacity to kill me. The Yamatai, I will turn it into worthless scrap. Muttering a few resentful words, Xiang Kong dared not linger further. He retrieved healing elixirs from his belongings. Consuming 3 in one go, settling down, he began to cultivate his spiritual energy, slowly recuperating from his injuries. Chapter 80. Blood Pool of Transformation. Glub, glub. The blood bubbled as if boiling in a massive cauldron. Setting aside other considerations, the overwhelming stench of blood alone was enough to make any ordinary person retch uncontrollably. Every inch of space surrounding the blood pool was saturated with this foul odor, accompanied by a potent corrosive quality. Should a normal person linger too long, they would likely be eroded away, merging into a puddle of blood within the pool. As for cultivators, ever since Fang Xiyuan entered within 100 meters of the blood pool, he felt his spiritual energy being suppressed. The further he advanced, the more severe the suppression became. If he continued forward, his spiritual energy might be entirely stifled, reducing him to the status of an ordinary person. Were it another place or another individual encountering such a bizarre phenomenon, their instinctive reaction would undoubtedly be to flee post-haste. However, in this moment, Fang Xiyuan continued to advance step by step, each stride identical in length, devoid of hesitation or panic. It was simply because Fang Xiyuan could distinctly perceive an increasing pull from the unseen, originating precisely from the boiling blood pool. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The distance continuously diminished, and the blood's corrosive effect on spiritual energy intensified. When the gap narrowed to a mere 10 meters, Fang Xiyuan found his spiritual energy entirely suppressed, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. It was only at this juncture that he had no choice but to halt his progress. The assassin was not the sort to be muscle-bound and simple-minded, recklessly disregarding the consequences of their actions in a fervor. Fang Xiyuan would never stoop to such folly. Devoid of spiritual power, this seemingly trivial 10-meter span transformed into an insurmountable chasm, leaving Fang Xiyuan uncertain whether approaching the blood pool would result in his transformation into a puddle of blood. An assassin is not a desperate fool. In the absence of necessity, they would never gamble their life away so readily. Even if the pull from the unseen were immense, it was not enough to compel Fang Xiyuan to take such a risk, for there was no need. Opportunities lost could be regained elsewhere, but if one were to lose their life, there would be no chance for a second attempt. Sitting quietly on the ground, Fang Xiyuan earnestly attuned himself to the corrosive aura of the blood around him. seeking to uncover even the slightest pattern within. Blood pool. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in the eyes of the woman in blue as she sighed and swiftly made her way toward the blood pool, though she had been cautiously searching for days. She had yet to find a suitable inheritance. After much deliberation, she finally set her sights on the blood pool. Unlike Confronting and the others, she was acutely aware of the true significance of the blood pool. In fact, within this ancient killing domain, the most precious treasure was indeed that very blood pool that, of course, this was under the condition that the Assassin's Alliance was entirely oblivious to the existence of the 7 kills steal. This blood pool, also known as the transformation pool, was a sacred place where only the most gifted disciples of the ancient killing domain were qualified to undergo baptism. That it is no exaggeration to assert that the effects of the blood pool truly cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, sharpening one's spirit. If one could endure the baptism of the blood pool, their physical prowess and spiritual acuity would undergo a fundamental metamorphosis. Particularly, the transformation of one's spirit was nothing short of terrifying. Capable of firmly suppressing those one rank higher, for an assassin, such capabilities could only be described as monstrous. However, the blood pool was only effective for those below the earth tier. Once one surpassed that threshold, the blood pool would lose all efficacy. Were it otherwise, the blood pool would have long been plundered. Moreover, the reason it had not attracted the attention of other powerful beings was due to a crucial factor. The blood pool was exceedingly perilous. In the past, even within the ancient killing domain, the disciples qualified to challenge the blood pool were but 1 in 100, and among those selected, only 1 in 10 managed to survive the baptism. Calculating it this way, the actual chance of successfully passing through the blood pool's trial was a mere 1 in 1,000. It is important to note that the ancient killing domain had exceedingly stringent criteria for accepting disciples. Ordinary individuals had no right to enter. Thus, even among such elite disciples, the odds were still 1 in 1,000, highlighting the inherent dangers involved. The woman in blue, upon her first entry into this place, had reached the blood pool but stopped 20 meters away. Now, having stepped into the Shin tier, she returned here, her heart inexplicably filled with a sense of luck, wishing to try once more. Upon nearing the blood pool, the woman almost immediately spotted Confronting seated beside it, her heart jolting with shock. That fellow seemed to possess only innate strength, yet how could he be so close to the blood pool? Instinctively, she resolutely headed toward Confronting. Boom! The fierce wind howled like a blade. The steep mountain peak soared over 3,000 meters. Its summit scarcely half a meter square, not to mention the current wind's ferocity. Even on ordinary days, few dared to stand atop that pinnacle that a youth clad in white stood at the peak. His complexion pale, swaying precariously in the strong winds, nearly blown off the mountain several times. Behind him, an elderly man lazily cradled a wine jug, sipping intermittently, as if too indifferent to spare a glance at the youth. "Old man, how much longer must I stand here? I can't hold on." Battling the howling mountain wind, the youth shouted at the top of his lungs, fear gripping him, yet under the fierce gusts, he could not even sweat. "Burp," the old man lazily belched, finally responding with irritation. "Stand until you can chat freely without swaying like a leaf in the wind." "Old man, are you plotting my murder?" The youth cried out in indignation. "I have no strength left. If I stand any longer, I'll surely be blown off the mountain." The old man continued to drink, paying him no heed. "Old man, I'm your only disciple. If I'm blown off the mountain, you'll be left without a student." Feeling his strength waning, the youth shouted mindlessly, yet he never considered jumping back. "A dim-witted disciple like you. Let the wind take you, I won't miss you." The old man scoffed, glaring at the youth. "Foolish lad, who told you to confront the wind head-on? Can't you use your brain? If I don't confront it, what should I do?" The youth was momentarily speechless. "Figure it out yourself." The old man huffed dismissively, returning to his drink. "Water doesn't drown, fire doesn't burn. Wind, doesn't harm the wind?" Realizing the old man truly had no intention of engaging with him, the youth grew anxious, muttering to himself, "That means, to avoid being hindered by the wind, one must meld with it." Reciting this, the youth suddenly released the constraints within his heart, gently closing his eyes to slowly attune to the rhythm of the wind. "The great way is formless." Nodding approvingly, the old man leisurely spoke. "The path is vast, and its application is boundless. The abyss, like the source of all things, sharpen its exchange, resolve its chaos, harmonize its light, and unite with its dust." Chapter 81. blood pool transformation, the great way is formless. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. And in an instant, the entire world seemed to fall utterly silent. Contemplating the 7 kills steel within his heart, the previously tumultuous emotions gradually settled into tranquility. The tumult of the blood pool no longer appeared entirely chaotic, but rather resonated with the surrounding killing intent, ebbing and flowing. Whether it was the blood pool or the emanating corrosive blood aura, at its core, it could not escape the essence of killing. With the 7 kills steel as a guiding beacon, it illuminated a clear path for all. Comprehending the essence of killing and integrating it into oneself, one could naturally wield a similarly terrifying killing intent, thus avoiding any adverse effects. While this principle may sound straightforward, achieving it in practice is profoundly challenging. Anyone can speak at length about grand philosophies, but how many can genuinely put them into action? The phrase sacrifice oneself for righteousness rolls off the tongue easily, yet when faced with such a choice, who dares to claim they can follow through? The same applies now. Understanding the principle is merely the first step. Truly merging oneself with the killing intent is the most arduous challenge. However, for Fangsuan, none of this posed a problem that as a disciple of Fangsuan Mountain, he possessed exceptionally high comprehension, and moreover, he was hailed as a prodigy of unparalleled talent, with an almost perverse level of insight. Had he not encountered the 7 kills steel or grasped the essence of the 7 kills sword cannon, it might have been difficult for Fangsuan to truly immerse himself in the killing intent. But at this moment, the situation was entirely different. In less than 10 minutes, Fangsuan's eyes suddenly flew open. With his gaze, the winds and clouds transformed. In an instant, his aura shifted dramatically. Akin to the reincarnation of a killing deity, merely one glance was sufficient to alter the very atmosphere. One step. Although his spiritual energy had been utterly suppressed, at this moment, Fangsuan's step seemed to resonate with the rhythm of the universe, as if he were treading upon the heavens. The blood aura, which should have corroded his body, transformed into a nourishing substance, swiftly coalescing into a vortex in the air, rushing toward Fangsuan's being. This single step, for the woman in blue, felt like a terrifying earthquake, completely upending her previous understanding that as the most elite disciple of the Assassin Alliance, having even obtained the inheritance of the Shadow Envoy within the ancient killing domain, she could easily discern Fangsuan's current state. The dense killing intent, harmonizing with the entire ancient killing domain, surged into the sky, instilling within her an involuntary sense of dread. Fangsuan paid no heed to the woman in blue, not even bothering to glance back. Here, he had no need to guard against her ambush. Having arrived at this point, her spiritual energy had long been thoroughly suppressed, posing no threat to him, immersed in his understanding of the killing intent. Fangsuan's steps grew ever more resolute. Each stride summoned the surrounding blood aura into a swirling vortex, and in the blink of an eye, the once unattainable 10 meters was traversed. Standing quietly at the edge of the blood pool, a subtle smile graced Fangsuan's lips. With the killing intent now solidified, he could distinctly feel as though he had melded with the environment around him. The spiritual energy that had been suppressed was restored without him even realizing, freeing him from any lingering pressure. With a beaming smile, Fangsuan suddenly made a movement that nearly frightened the woman in blue to death. In the span of a single step, Fangsuan unexpectedly found himself gracefully stepping into the blood pool. Boom. The previously boiling blood pool instantly transformed into a terrifying vortex upon Fangsuan's entrance, surging wildly like a tidal wave, with torrents of blood crashing towards him, akin to tumultuous waves battering the shore. Displaying not a hint of panic upon his countenance, Fangsuan gently extended his finger, and with a mere gesture, the overwhelming blood waves were immediately cleaved apart, as if by a sword, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Kill. Slowly exhaling this singular word, the entire blood pool erupted into a frenzy. Blood rushing swiftly towards Fangsuan's body, purifying the marrow. Without the need for excessive explanation, the woman in blue comprehended that at this moment, Fangsuan had officially begun to undergo the baptism of the blood pool. In that moment, the astonishment within the blue-clad woman's heart was beyond the capacity of words to convey. She had never imagined that the baptism of the blood pool could proceed in such a manner. It is worth noting that prior to this, her greatest hope had merely been to approach the edge of the blood pool and extract a small amount of blood to purify her marrow. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the blue-clad woman felt an overwhelming complexity within her heart. She had even begun to suspect that Fangsuan might indeed be a descendant of the ancient realm of slaughter. In truth, she was unaware that Fangsuan's current state, even during the pinnacle of the ancient realm of slaughter, was exceedingly rare. Had he lived in that era, Fang Xuan would undoubtedly have been taken in as a disciple by the most exceptional powerhouses of the ancient realm. Receiving meticulous instruction. It is crucial to understand that this pool of blood originally contained enough essence to allow over 100 individuals to successfully complete the baptism. Yet at this moment, Fang Xuan's demeanor suggested that he intended to single-handedly absorb the entirety of its essence. Time swiftly passed, and Fang Xuan's skin erupted in fissures, only to regenerate anew. Simultaneously, his spiritual consciousness underwent rapid transformation, although he was merely innate. Fang Xuan's consciousness had, through this series of metamorphoses, already reached a level comparable to that of a pinnacle expert, transforming the spirit. This was the true, perfect metamorphosis capable of evoking envy in anyone. It is no exaggeration to state that, based on this consciousness, no one below the earth tier could rival Fang Xuan's spiritual prowess. The pool of blood gradually diluted with the passage of time, yet it remained too abundant for Fang Xuan's body to completely absorb. If a common person were in this situation, they would likely have given up. However, Fang Xuan was anything but ordinary. What ordinary individuals could not conceive or dare to imagine was, in Fang Xuan's eyes, merely the most commonplace of actions. With a slight widening of his eyes, a fierce glint shone within Fang Xuan's gaze. With a sudden twist of his wrist, an overwhelming suction erupted forth, exuding a terrifying intent to kill. Contemplating the essence of the 7-kill steel in his heart, Fang Xuan gently beckoned with his right hand, pointing at the already diluted blood, and intoned solemnly, "Congeal." In a single word, the murderous intent coalesced instantly, the first form of the 7-kill sword techniques reversing into existence, rapidly reshaping the blood into a blood-red longsword, which he grasped firmly in his hand, the 7-kill sword. Previously, Fang Xuan had absorbed the sword intent, shattering the 7-kill sword. Now, however, he relied on the power of the blood pool to once again reverse the sword into being. Of course, compared to the earlier 7-kill sword, the murderous intent contained within this blade was considerably weaker and could hardly bear the sword techniques of the 7-kill sword classic. Nonetheless, even so, this blood sword could undoubtedly be deemed a rare weapon of slaughter. With the blood sword in hand, Fang Xuan finally stepped out of the blood pool, landing calmly on the ground. The pool of blood had lost its essence, transforming into clear water that was almost visible to the naked eye. Chapter 82. The Art of Flying Needles. Since you are here, do not leave. A glance at the woman in blue standing 10 meters away ignited a flicker of murderous intent in Fang Xuan's eyes as he spoke coldly. Having just absorbed the essence of the blood pool, Fang Xuan was brimming with power, as if on the verge of exploding, and he craved an exhilarating battle. Coincidentally, the blue-clad woman had not left, so what was there to hesitate about? Activating the movement technique, he appeared beside the woman in an instant. With the essence of the blood pool dissipated, the suppression on her spiritual power was also lifted, and the woman's power had fully recovered. "Why, my lord, are you so heartless?" A hint of sorrow crossed her face as she gazed at Fang Xuan with a pitiful expression. However, her actions were not sluggish. As Fang Xuan approached, she raised her hand, launching 3 golden money darts aimed directly at Fang Xuan's face. Without uttering a word, Fang Xuan slightly raised the blood sword in his hand, and a wave of acrid blood scent suddenly pervaded the air, with a gentle tremor. The 3 money darts were swiftly corroded to nothingness. Crack! With a slight shake of her arm, a pair of pale red gloves suddenly appeared on the blue-clad woman's hands. With a flick of her wrist, she effortlessly struck down towards Fang Xuan. "What? Do you wish to use poison?" With a sidelong glance, Fang Xuan smiled lightly and shook his head. "In this world, those capable of poisoning me have yet to be born." Being a master of poison himself, Fang Xuan could not claim to be the foremost in the art of poisoning, yet it was highly improbable for anyone to poison him, who was equally skilled in both poisoning and medicine. The blue-clad woman's tactics were rather clever. The gloves she wore contained potent poison, and anyone foolish enough to engage her in close combat would likely find themselves immediately afflicted by the deadly toxin, succumbing before long. Even if one were to recognize the danger and avoid direct contact with her hands, it would not be safe either. Poison would spread in the air, and the longer one delayed, the deeper the effects would penetrate, until they ultimately realized too late that they had been fatally poisoned. For Fang Xuan, however, such tricks had long since become tiresome. Even if he were to poison someone, he would not resort to such overt methods. Previously, when he had slain Lu Feiyu and the 7 pinnacle innate experts, had he not done so silently through poison? Yet, compared to such an obvious tactic, Fongsuan preferred the subtlety of silent poisoning. Under normal circumstances, Fongsuan would never expose such a ploy. He might even foolishly allow himself to be poisoned, only to seize the opportunity for a fatal strike when his opponent thought victory was assured. However, at this moment, Fongsuan desired a thrilling battle to test his combat prowess, and he had no intention of engaging in such convoluted games. With a sudden twist of the bloodsword, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, and the bloodsword emanated a faint mist of blood. Although it was not lethal poison, its practical effect was far more effective than poison itself. The bloodsword, having been purified and condensed from the blood pool, naturally bore a trace of the pool's properties. Wherever it passed, its intense corrosiveness was sufficient to easily suppress the opponent's spiritual power, instilling fear of close combat. "Who exactly are you, my lord? May I ask?" The blue-clad woman cautiously controlled the rhythm of the battle, using hidden weapons to restrain him while simultaneously inquiring. "If you continue to be so nonchalant, you may find that you have no chance to ask such trivial questions again." A flicker of impatience crossed Fongsuan's eyes as he accelerated suddenly. The blood sword trembled, and he unleashed a formidable sword technique. Bang! His palm struck the sword, sending the blue-clad woman flying back 7 or 8 steps as she smiled brightly at Fongsuan and said, "In that case, let it be as you wish, my lord." In the midst of her words, the blue-clad woman no longer evaded. With a finger discreetly pressing a silver needle, she waved her hand, and a streak of light shot forth. The art of flying needles. This was the blue-clad woman's true strongest power, as her strength erupted instantly, and the silver needles shot out with a terrifying velocity, surpassing any sword energy or sword aura. With such a small surface area of impact combined with power, the bizarre speed was capable of instantly piercing through any obstacle. Good. Utilizing the movement technique, Fongsuan swiftly created an afterimage to evade the flying needle attack, and a hint of excitement finally crept onto his face. "Since that is the case, let us see how many more we can try." A smile graced the corner of the blue-clad woman's lips, and she showed no signs of restraint. Raising her hand, she launched 3 more silver needles. These silver needles were no ordinary hidden weapons. Each seemed to possess a will of its own, dancing freely in the air, exuding boundless murderous intent. They were swift, exceedingly swift. Fongsuan suddenly recalled the words from certain martial arts novels of his past life. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Although he had once dismissed this saying as somewhat trite, in reality, it was an absolute truth in most cases. These small flying needles, while seemingly harmless, became an entirely different matter when shot forth with such terrifying speed. Even Fongsuan dared not confront these piercing silver needles barehanded. Relying solely on his bloodsword for defense. As his thoughts raced, Fongsuan finally ceased to hold back. Stepping forward, an overwhelming intent to kill surged wildly, and with the might of the bloodsword, it seemed to conjure a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "Kill!" He suddenly roared this word, and in an instant, the monstrous intent to kill erupted forth, akin to a furious gale howling through the heavens and earth. Having undergone the baptism of the blood pool, Fongsuan's understanding of this technique had deepened significantly, and he truly unleashed the essence of this sword, the first form of the 7-kill sword classic. The killing fields, the sword intent radiated forth, boundless in its murderous intent. As the sword was drawn, the surrounding space seemed to tremble in response, and wherever the blood sword passed, the intent to kill solidified into substance. The blood-red characters for kill instantaneously formed in midair, the sword intent like a rainbow, cleaving through heaven and earth, utterly unstoppable. The art of taking life. Such a sword was truly a sword of slaughter, imbued with endless murderous intent, captivating the hearts of all who beheld it. Crack. As expected, wherever the blood sword passed, the silver needles were utterly shredded, posing no further threat whatsoever. Puff. The connection of 5 silver needles shattered, a fleeting glimmer of panic flickering in the eyes of the woman clad in blue. Yet, she could no longer impede the crimson character for kill that loomed in the air. With a swift motion of her hand, 100 hidden weapons simultaneously soared forth, desperately attempting to stall even for a fleeting moment, while she herself retreated swiftly. However, it was all too late. As the 7 kills sword manual emerged, Fongsuan seemed to transform into a deity of death, wielding dominion over life and death, rendering escape utterly impossible. With a thunderous roar, the blood-red character for kill shattered, instantly propelling the woman in blue away, causing her to expel a mouthful of blood. her body crashing to the ground like a meteorite. Chapter 83. The Mystical Realm of Slaughter. The Ancient Killing Domain. Easy to enter yet difficult to exit. If you wish to leave, you had best refrain from killing me. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, witnessing Fang Xuan's intent to continue the pursuit, the woman in blue's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily called out, "Eh?" Upon hearing this, Fang Xuan's assault momentarily paused, his gaze turning calm as he regarded the woman in blue. The Ancient Killing Domain restricts each entry to a mere 7 days. Within this time frame, one must locate the concealed exit within the killing formation. To breach the formation is to find the exit. Failure results in death. Now, with Fang Xuan brimming with murderous intent, ready to strike at the slightest provocation, the woman in blue dared not test her luck and promptly elaborated. 6 days have already elapsed. If you still wish to leave, release me, and I shall guide you to the exit. Otherwise, relying solely on your own abilities, you may not find the exit before time runs out. Undeniably, her proposition was alluring, even if he harbored substantial murderous thoughts. The stakes of one's own life would likely deter him from gambling with fate. And if I cannot find the exit? Fang Xuan inquired, raising an eyebrow as he fixed his gaze on the woman in blue. Have you not sensed the surrounding space growing increasingly unstable? If the 7-day limit is reached without entering the killing formation, one will be torn apart by the rampant spatial turbulence, obliterating both body and soul. So, does this mean I cannot kill you? Fang Xuan asked thoughtfully, regarding the woman in blue. Indeed, you cannot kill me, she affirmed hastily. Clang! Almost as soon as her words fell, a streak of blood-red sword light flashed forth, his strike executed without an ounce of hesitation. Poof! With great effort. She raised her hand to parry the blade, her eyes wide with shock, utterly bewildered by Fang Xuan's audacity to truly attempt to take her life. Was he simply a madman indifferent to life and death? Apologies, but I do not believe you. A smirk curled at the corners of Fang Xuan's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of the fluctuations in the surrounding space and firmly believed that failing to find an exit before the 7-day deadline would indeed lead to his demise. However, he was resolute in his conviction that he could find the exit without anyone's guidance. The reasoning was straightforward. The Ancient Killing Domain had established formations compelling everyone to reach their destination within the time limit, which meant there must be some clues left behind. Even without a guide, traces would remain, rendering any promises to the woman unnecessary. Such a ruthless heart, my lord, the woman in blue observed, noting that Fang Xuan's demeanor was far from feigned. A glimmer of intrigue crossed her eyes as she chuckled softly. My lord, you are truly pushing me to the brink. Knowing you would undoubtedly have a backup plan, it would be wise to reveal it sooner rather than later. Fang Xuan replied with a light-hearted smile, his gaze steady upon the woman in blue. Quit with the my lord business. I have a name. Remember it. I am Wang Xiaoxue. A smile graced her lips as she lightly stamped her foot, causing nearly 100 silver needles to rise around her, glinting ominously. Although she had sustained significant injuries, the moment she assumed a desperate stance, her aura surged, compelling even Fang Xuan to take a step back. Blood condensing into threads, the silver needles take flight. She suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, and in an instant, the silver needles surrounding her sprang into action, weaving a network of crimson threads that encased her. Her long hair danced without wind, exuding an enchanting beauty. Go! In a single thought, 100 silver needles shot forth, soaring and dancing in a mesmerizing display. Yet beneath this dazzling facade lay a lethal intent. Kill! A cold glimmer shone in his eyes as Fang Xuan stepped forward, once again unleashing the first form of the 7 kills sword manual, charging headlong into the storm of flying needles. However, this time, the 7 kills sword manual felt as though it had plunged into a quagmire. No matter how he surged left or right, he could not break through her blockade. From a distance, it appeared as if he were a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web, inching closer to demise. If these were mere hidden weapons, even in great numbers, Fang Xuan could easily handle them. Yet now, the blood-stained silver needles seemed to possess a life of their own, evading his strikes and coalescing into formations that unleashed deadly attacks. It was chaos, and far too swift. The myriad silver needles made it impossible to discern their quantity, creating an overwhelming sense of despair. The blood sword danced above and below, fiercely guarding Fang Xuan, deflecting the silver needles, yet more kept coming. And before long, he found himself utterly defenseless. Poof! Another mouthful of blood was spat forth, and Wang Xiaoxue's complexion grew increasingly pale, Yet the onslaught of silver needles only intensified. This was the true art of flying needles. Moving as one's will dictated. According to the legacy Wang Xiaoxue had received, when this technique was mastered, one could command thousands of silver needles, each moving with the precision of a small sword, creating a terrifying spectacle. However, Wang Xiaoxue was still far from that realm. Even with 100 needles, she had exerted tremendous effort to unleash them. Moreover, it was said that the Shadow Master's flying needle technique could even manipulate these needles to form formations, shifting unpredictably and rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, Wang Xiaoxue was currently incapable of such mastery. Nevertheless, even this was a monumental crisis for Fangsuan that in less than 2 minutes, dozens of silver needles had pierced Fangsuan, inflicting significant wounds, and that was with him managing to avoid critical hits. In truth, it was not that the 7-kill sword manual was inferior to the flying needle technique. Rather, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Engaging in a head-on clash between innate realms and the mysterious tier was akin to a dream. Without the 7-kill sword manual, such a vast difference in levels would have rendered Fangsuan powerless against her. Once Wang Xiaoxue fought with all her might, the overwhelming advantage of her mysterious tier prowess became glaringly evident, and in an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Yet even when cornered to such an extent, Fangsuan's visage remained devoid of fear, perhaps even tinged with excitement. This was the exhilarating clash he yearned for. How could he truly break his shackles unless he was pushed to the brink of life and death? How could he genuinely test his strength as his breath quickened, as if he were on the verge of expelling every last breath in his lungs? Fangsuan distinctly felt the essence of the blood pool within him stirring once more. Slowly circulating, the mysterious tier was already within his grasp. Chapter 84. Who is the true prodigy? Time and again challenging his limits, then leveraging that momentum to shatter those limits was indeed the swiftest path to breakthrough. With each strike, the spiritual energy within Fangsuan surged violently through his meridians, his body enduring excruciating pain. Yet he remained lucid, fully engaging with the storm of silver needles. Fangsuan's mind occasionally entertained the idea of retreating using the movement technique. Yet he ultimately suppressed it. Whenever the pain became unbearable, he would recall the promise he made to the old man on Fangsuan Mountain. I shall become the most formidable person in this world. Indeed, as a disciple of Fangsuan Mountain and the apprentice of the old man, he was destined to be the strongest presence, no matter where he went or in which world he found himself. Stubbornness, perhaps bordering on obsession, had accompanied Fangsuan every step of the way, unchanged from the beginning. Young Master Fang, why not consider a truce? After failing to gain the upper hand, Wang Xiaoxue could no longer contain herself and tentatively proposed. Although she had gained a decisive advantage, she was unwilling to continue a relentless struggle against Fangsuan, knowing she still had a killing formation to breach. If she exhausted herself, she would truly meet her demise. How refreshing! A gleam of determination shone in Fangsuan's eyes as he let out a loud roar. However, this is still insufficient. The remaining essence of the blood pool continued to circulate within him, pushing Fangsuan's body to its limits. Yet, to him, the attacks of the silver needles remained inadequate. He craved an even fiercer battle, one that would unleash every ounce of potential within him, shattering his limits and taking that final step into the mysterious tier. Have you lost your mind? Witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Fangsuan, Wang Xiaoxue was nearly at a loss for words. What do you truly desire? You require an ally. A devilish smile graced Fangsuan's lips as he suddenly accelerated, in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage as he charged towards Wang Xiaoxue. Braving the silver needles. Fist of inches. The explosive force of tenfold power promised an unstoppable victory, a force of nature. When the assassin strikes, the contest is not merely about flamboyant techniques or the disparity in strength. The true essence of taking a life is often encapsulated in a fleeting moment. Had it not been for the necessity of combat to facilitate his own breakthrough, the mere coordination of the character formula and inch force would have sufficed to slay Wang Xiaoxue long ago. The formidable web that had previously seemed insurmountable was suddenly shattered, and Fangsuan's aura surged, imparting an illusion of invincibility. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of muffled sounds, more than 20 silver needles controlled by Wang Xiaoxue severed their connection and shattered in midair. Such a blow instantly compelled Wang Xiaoxue to spew forth blood, her eyes wide with terror. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Experiencing the terrifying might of inch force for the first time drove her to the brink of madness. Had the advantage she believed she held merely been a fabricated illusion conjured by her opponent? You had better find that fellow quickly, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your survival. Clutching his blood sword, Fang Xuan emanated an aura of lethal intent at that moment. Wang Xiaoxiu finally comprehended Fang Xuan's intent. Indeed, Fang Xuan was intent on forcing her to locate Xiang Kong. Overwhelmed by fear, her heart filled with dread, she recalled Fang Xuan's demeanor in the blood pool, and in a fleeting thought, she grasped his meaning entirely. However, did she have any other choice? To refuse meant death. Struggling to retract her flying needles, a bitter expression marred Wang Xiaoxiu's face, yet she had no choice but to comply with Fang Xuan's demand and swiftly fled into the distance. Even knowing that finding Xiang Kong as per Fang Xuan's design might catalyze Fang Xuan's ascension to the Xian stage, she found herself powerless to resist. It was akin to a person wandering in a desert, on the verge of dying of thirst, being offered a cup of poison, despite the knowledge of its toxicity. They musters the resolve to drink it. To quench thirst with poison is but a desperate act. Wang Xiaoxiu had no idea where Xiang Kong was, but at this juncture, it mattered not. He must have sensed the abnormal spatial fluctuations and instinctively moved towards the most stable point in space. Arriving at the killing array, only at that moment would the true instant of life and death be determined. Wang Xiaoxiu even suspected that Fang Xuan had anticipated this, daring to refuse her so bluntly and forcing her to guide him. If all of this were true, what a terrifying mind and strategy it revealed. Such a person could hardly be fathomed by conventional reasoning as they sped along. Under Fang Xuan's deliberate indulgence, it took barely half a day for them to arrive at the periphery of the killing array. One following the other. Young Master Xiang, save me. Spotting Xiang Kong in the distance, Wang Xiaoxiu could not help but cry out, her eyes filled with panic. Initially hesitant and contemplating testing the waters of the killing array, Xiang Kong turned abruptly to see Wang Xiaoxiu being pursued by Fang Xuan. Had this occurred before his battle with Fang Xuan, he would have relished the spectacle, not only refusing to assist, but potentially slaying Wang Xiaoxiu himself. However, after suffering a significant defeat at Fang Xuan's hands, he had long grasped the terror that Fang Xuan embodied. In a moment of distraction, he swiftly turned and charged at Fang Xuan. Come on, with a hearty laugh. A hint of dominance gleamed in Fang Xuan's eyes as he raised his blood sword, unleashing its power, drawing Xiang Kong into his onslaught. Facing two desperate Xian stage masters, the overwhelming pressure slowly made itself felt. The character formula, the 7-kill sword manual, inch force, every conceivable power was unleashed, yet even so, he remained firmly on the back foot, akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest, ever on the brink of capsizing. In a mere 10 minutes, Fang Xuan bore dozens of wounds, some from swords, others from silver needles. Were it not for the continuous absorption of the blood pool's essence to mend his body, he would have long since succumbed. Seizing an opportunity, Xiang Kong unleashed a powerful palm strike against Fang Xuan's back, releasing a long-suppressed force that erupted violently, causing Fang Xuan's body to explode in a cloud of blood mist, a mouthful of reverse blood surging forth and splattering across Xiang Kong's face. With this successful strike, both Xiang Kong and Wang Xiaoxiu were instantly invigorated, denying Fang Xuan even a moment's respite as they launched a counterattack. Between life and death, Fang Xuan's consciousness began to blur. Yet, at that very moment when Fang Xuan was gravely injured, his internal spiritual energy finally erupted, shattering the confines of his innate limitations. In an instant, his energy completed a cycle, and his body, which had seemed incapable of containing any more spiritual energy or blood pool essence, suddenly began to absorb power with wild abandon, like parched earth greedily drinking in rain. Xian stage. In the midst of this frenzied battle, Fang Xuan finally broke through his limits and forcibly ascended to the Xian stage. Roar! A sudden long howl erupted from his chest, expelling the foul air within him. In that instant, like the explosion of spring thunder, his terrifying momentum surged to its peak, and with a single roar, he scattered the 10 or so flying needles released by Wang Xiaoxiu, which fell to the ground, stripped of their power. Thank you both for your assistance. A flicker of joy sparkled in Fang Xuan's eyes as he grasped with one hand, unleashing a terrifying force that drew in the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his grasp into a palm strike, meeting Xiang Kong's fist in an instant. Boom! A clash devoid of embellishment, yet strikingly different. Even without employing inch force, Fang Xuan matched Xiang Kong blow for blow. Though it appeared inconsequential, for Xiang Kong and his companion, it was a veritable nightmare. Previously, their ability to suppress Fang Xuan stemmed solely from their absolute superiority in strength, but now, even that advantage had vanished. Flee. Almost immediately upon sensing Fangsuan's breakthrough to the Xian stage, Wang Xiaoxue abandoned her pursuit and turned to escape towards the killing array without hesitation, when Fangsuan was merely in the innate stage. He was already capable of slaying her. He had simply refrained from doing so out of a desire to achieve his breakthrough. Now that Fangsuan's goal had been accomplished, remaining any longer would surely lead to a dead end. Xiang Kong, however, was accustomed to pride. Even upon witnessing Fangsuan's ascension to the Xian stage, he did not immediately think to flee. Yet, that momentary lapse sealed his fate, denying him any chance of escape. Having entered the Xian stage, Fangsuan was no longer inclined to delay. With a gentle retraction of his bloodsword, he grasped a dagger anew, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted towards Xiang Kong's throat. Crack! In a single strike, Xiang Kong's longsword was severed. Impossible! You cannot kill me. I am a once-in-a-century genius, and we are both in the Xian stage. There is no reason I should lose to you. The relentless blows had driven Xiang Kong to the brink of collapse. Geniuses are often arrogant. Despite their superior intellect, they have seldom faced true adversity. Once their most cherished pride is shattered, the resulting blow is more devastating than that experienced by ordinary folk. In a moment of madness, at this juncture, Xiang Kong had completely lost control, but a flicker of pity crossed Fangsuan's gaze as he sighed softly, stepping forward once more to deliver another swift strike. The extreme of the sword. With eyes filled with frenzy, Xiang Kong swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy, the killing intent spreading silently. Before the sword energy could fully coalesce, Xiang Kong's body erupted in a spray of blood mist. He could not withstand the terrifying sword technique. Having been injured by the sword's will, the term extreme of the sword may be somewhat exaggerated, yet it indeed represented a pinnacle of sword intent. This was not akin to the insight Fangsuan had gleaned from the attacks of the wine god, but rather, it was a fully formed sword intent, one that Xiang Kong could not possibly comprehend at his current level. Now, he merely endures, relying on the memorized method of operation to stimulate the sword intent. Sword intent. Absurd. A hint of derision graced the corners of his mouth as Fangsuan shook his head slightly. The character formula unfolded, and in an instant, he appeared before Xiang Kong, delivering a powerful punch. The force erupted explosively. Pooh! In that single strike, Xiang Kong immediately felt his internal organs shift, and upon opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, even revealing fragments of his entrails mixed within the crimson fluid. Are you afraid? Ha ha. So you can feel fear too. Fixating on Fangsuan, Xiang Kong's face was a mask of manic glee. You dare not let me unleash the sword intent, do you? You lack the courage. Ha ha. Fangsuan gently shook his head and sighed softly, yet showed no intention of explaining. With his insight, Fangsuan could clearly discern that Xiang Kong had no possibility of triggering that blow of sword intent. Forcing it would only result in his own consciousness being shredded by it. However, Fangsuan deemed it beneath him to explain. To him, the perspective of a dead man held no significance. Aren't you the master of the Yinluo tablet? Ha ha. You cannot do it. You cannot kill me as you did those people. Xiang Kong bellowed in a fit of rage, pulling out the Yinluo tablet from his bosom. Blood pools, hidden weapons, poison. Ha ha. You are utterly incapable. The Yinluo tablet is nothing but a scrap of paper. Kill me, kill me. I await the moment you slap your own face. Ha ha. The Yinluo tablet? Pa. A flicker of pity crossed Fangsuan's eyes, yet he had no desire to explain. With a swift motion, he brandished a dagger, its cold gleam flashing, and with a gentle grasp of his left hand, he had already seized Xiang Kong's head. Does the authenticity truly matter? Retrieving the Yinluo tablet from Xiang Kong's grasp, Fangsuan raised the corner of his mouth, letting out a faint sigh. What you perceive as the heavy Yinluo tablet is merely a piece of paper to me, no matter what I inscribe upon it. If I do not acknowledge it, then it is false. The instant his words fell, the Yinluo tablet suddenly shattered into fragments, scattering with the wind, as if it had never existed at all. When the true becomes false, the false may also be true. Chapter 86. The Extremes of Life and Death, the Killing Formation. After a moment's contemplation, Fangsuan did not rush in. Wang Xiaoxue had already entered the killing formation. And even if he pursued swiftly, it would likely be difficult to intercept her. In contrast, while she was familiar with the killing formation, he was completely in the dark, utterly unaware of what lay within. This sense of uncontrollability was not to Fangsuan's liking. The entire killing formation was enveloped in a faint blood-red glow, obscuring the scenes within. The spatial fluctuations in the distance grew increasingly intense. Leaving only this surrounding area stable, under such circumstances, no explanation was necessary for Confronting to realize that this killing formation was undoubtedly the sole glimmer of hope. The old man said, "The principle of great change is 50, of which 49 are used, and 1 escapes." Closing his eyes slightly, Confronting murmured, "In the realm of heaven and earth, where there is danger, there must be a thread of hope. Hence the saying 9 deaths, 1 life. Then, is this killing formation that thread of hope?" Rapidly deducing in his mind, Confronting finally opened his eyes slowly, stepping forward, his body transforming into a wisp of blue smoke as he floated into the formation. Roar! The moment he stepped inside, the world underwent a drastic transformation, as if forcibly divided into 2 halves. One half howled with sinister winds, shrouded in deathly aura, while the other basked in bright sunlight, teeming with vitality. The most terrifying aspect was that once you entered this realm, you would also be forcibly divided into these 2 parts, with one half immersed in death and the other in life. In an instant, Confronting's pupils constricted sharply, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Such a change was exceedingly bizarre, surpassing the realm of normal human comprehension. Even Confronting found himself momentarily at a loss. The starkly contrasting sensations bizarrely forced a division within him, creating an overwhelming urge to cleave himself in twain. Raising his gaze slightly, Confronting suddenly beheld a pair of eyes in the heavens, one as black as ink, the other pale as snow, coldly gazing down upon the world. Even knowing these eyes were illusory, Confronting couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Those eyes, suspended in the sky, resembled the eyes of the world, rendering one utterly unable to hide. A closer look revealed that on either side there were exits, merely 100 meters away. However, the enigma was that regardless of whether one moved left or right, the forceful division of this realm rendered it impossible to approach either exit even slightly. For you were also split in 2, simultaneously immersed in life and death, unable to fully surrender to either state. Worse still, within this place, one must continually exert power to resist the horrific tearing sensation. Without the release of spiritual energy, one would be violently torn asunder, and no matter the direction one attempted to move, this state could not be altered. It was as if a curse that relentlessly dragged one into an abyss. In a fleeting thought, an overwhelming killing intent surged within Confronting, the essence of the 7 killings steel rising forth, an overwhelming aura of slaughter akin to the sharpest sword, seeking to cleave apart this world. In an instant, Confronting understood that if the 7 killings sword classic were cultivated to its zenith, one could entirely shield oneself with this killing intent, impervious to any influence that moment, whether wishing to traverse towards the realm of life or that of death. There would be no hindrance. However, with Confronting's current understanding of killing intent, he was still far from achieving such a level. As thoughts raced through his mind, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon Confronting. Since he could not change this realm, the only solution was to change himself, whether immersing in the intent of killing to fully merge into the realm of death, or casting aside all malevolent thoughts to align with the realm of life. Either path could liberate him from this killing formation. Of course, achieving such a transformation was not a mere matter of casual thought. One must possess the requisite understanding and strength to facilitate such a change. If merely an ordinary innate being, even with comprehension of the underlying essence, one would still be unable to alter oneself. Yet, for Confronting, this was hardly a concern, with his grasp of killing intent. A single thought could easily immerse him in death, allowing him to effortlessly exit from the side of death. Yet, at this moment, Confronting had no intention of leaving. This extreme clash of life and death gradually birthed a profound realization within him. The extremities of life and death need not be incapable of conversion. All things are merely yin and yang. Yin and yang complement each other. Life and death accompany one another. From the extreme of yin comes forth yang, and from the extreme of yang transforms into yin. Holding a bamboo staff, the elder spoke nonchalantly. "What do you mean by yin and yang? Old man, are you trying to teach me Tai Chi?" The youth scoffed dismissively. "Enough of your nonsense." A sharp crack resounded as the bamboo staff struck the youth's head, the elder disregarding the boy as he continued to explain. "The Tao produces one, one produces two, two produces three, and three produces all things. All things bear yin while embracing yang, harmonizing through the vital energy." Upon hearing this, the youth's face lost some of its disdain, replaced by a measure of seriousness. "Old man, I still don't quite understand." Shaking his head slightly, The elder sighed softly. The Tao cannot be articulated. Words sever the Tao. If you do not comprehend, even if I explain further, you still would not understand. What do you mean? The youth pouted in dissatisfaction, indignantly huffing. Isn't it just that yin transforms into yang, and yang into yin? Everything follows this principle. What's so profound about it? You make it sound so esoteric, as if you're bullying me. Rolling his eyes, the elder struck the youth's head again with the bamboo staff, chiding him playfully. You little rascal, all you do is blabber nonsense, truly deserving of a beating. Well, that's how it is. Otherwise, what else could be done? Shaking his head, the elder smiled. Very well, if you understand, then tell me. How should the transformation between yin and yang occur? Show me an example. Huh. Upon hearing this, the youth was immediately dumbfounded, staring blankly at the elder, wondering how one could even demonstrate such a concept. Pooh. Suddenly spitting out blood, Wang Xiaoxue finally broke free from the killing formation, a wave of fear washing over her. Already injured, she had rushed in without adjusting her mental state, and the intense tearing sensation between life and death had nearly made her vomit blood. If it hadn't been for her prior experience and having entered the Xian level, she might very well have been trapped within the killing formation. Could that guy make it out? This thought merely flickered through her mind. And Wang Xiaoxue swiftly reached a conclusion. The impression Fangsuan left on her was indelible. To call him a prodigy would scarcely suffice to describe his abnormality, even though it was her first time entering the killing formation. She did not believe he would be ensnared within it. Moreover, given that guy's eccentricity, he would likely grasp the key in no time and escape with ease. Hesitating for a moment, Wang Xiaoxue ultimately dared not linger. Suppressing her injuries as she fled swiftly. In this state, she completely lacked the courage to confront Fangsuan. Chapter 87. A glimpse of life and death, a thought of reincarnation, the transformation from the extreme of life to death, and the reversal from the extreme of death to life. Must the transformation between life and death necessitate that one side reaches its zenith? Or must one fully transform into one aspect according to the demands of this killing formation? Wait a moment. All things bear yin while embracing yang. Yin and yang inherently complement each other. There is no reason for them to be divided. Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. Whether it be heaven and earth, or humanity, the essence is fundamentally one. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang is the perfect return to the Tao. Upon this realization, my heart and mind experienced a profound clarity, as if the heavy gloom that had weighed upon me was obliterated by a thunderous strike, leaving no trace behind. Yet, what truly facilitates the transformation between life and death? Gently extending my hand, I attempted to gather the essence of death, and my brow furrowed once more in contemplation. The question seemed to circle back to that inquiry posed by the old man atop Fangsuan Mountain. Slowly opening my eyes, I gazed once again at the enigmatic pair of eyes in the sky, feeling as though my spirit had completely immersed itself in this realm, striving to comprehend the dichotomy of life and death. Time swiftly elapsed, and I seemed to lose awareness of all else, my consciousness entirely entwined with this expanse, or rather, this arena of slaughter. Meanwhile, the ancient domain of killing was ravaged by chaotic spatial currents, rendering it impossible for any life to endure. Even the corpse of Xiang Kong was mercilessly torn to shreds. What? No one has emerged. Wang Xiaoxue gazed incredulously at the assassin reporting the news, murmuring to herself, "Is that Fangsuan truly as terrifying as you claim?" Raising an eyebrow, the leader of the assassins inquired softly. "Perhaps even more horrifying than I have described." Nodding gravely, Wang Xiaoxue responded, "Those who have not truly clashed with Fangsuan cannot fathom the overwhelming shock and impact." A day has passed. Slightly lifting her head, the leader of the assassins murmured, "I refuse to believe that anyone with Xiantier strength could withstand the killing formation for an entire day." The sensation of severed life and death within that formation was something he had experienced as well. Under such circumstances, spiritual energy rapidly dissipated with every passing moment. Unless one could find a means of escape, even with Xiantier prowess, one would be torn to shreds within mere hours, even if one could entirely transform their essence into either life or death. It did not guarantee ease, for in that bizarre realm, both states would still be subjected to the pressure of the opposing force, necessitating a swift exit, lest they inevitably meet their demise today. One could hardly conceive of anyone enduring such a duration. It is worth noting that even a celestial tier expert would face oppression within that killing formation, albeit for a longer span due to their formidable cultivation. Could it be that he has not found a way to escape the killing formation, or was detained by Xiang Kong, thereby never managing to enter? Such a notion was one even Wang Xiaoxue struggled to believe. With a disdainful huff, the leader of the assassins remarked coolly, regardless of the reason. If he has not emerged after a day, he cannot escape. Thus, it seems this time the assassin alliance has triumphed. I shall go meet Feng Ling and see what he has to say. Ultimately, this was merely a contest of trials, the sole distinction being that the Northern Domain king bore no cost. Should the assassin alliance lose, they would forfeit their dominion over this ancient realm of slaughter. With Wang Xiaoxue emerging alive while both Xiang Kong and Fang Xuan perished within, the outcome was evidently determined. Standing silently above the entrance to the ancient domain of killing, Feng Ling continued to leisurely polish the sword in his hand. Feng Ling, the victor has been decided. Do you have anything to say? The leader clad in black materialized silently before Feng Ling, speaking in a low tone. Is that so? Without even lifting his eyelids. Feng Ling remained absorbed in his task. Schwer has survived the ancient domain of killing, while those two have perished within. Is that not a clear delineation of victory and defeat? That is your perspective, Feng Ling replied, raising his head slightly, his tone indifferent. I never agreed. Are you attempting to renege? The black-clad leader's expression turned ashen as he spoke. The esteemed evil monarch would stoop to such dishonorable tactics? I command you to leave. Who gave you the audacity to return? A chilling murderous intent glimmered in Feng Ling's eyes as he spoke with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the black-clad leader realized he had perhaps become overly complacent. This individual had never been one to adhere to reason. Do you wish to depart now? I fear it may be too late. A cold smile crept across Feng Ling's lips as he stepped forward, his sword descending with a graceful arc, its fierce intent cleaving through the air as if to shatter space itself. Shadowless sword. His pupils constricted sharply. The black-clad leader reacted swiftly, raising his hand to summon a transparent longsword that soared forth to meet the attack. Do you presume to compete with me? A glimmer of pride shone in Feng Ling's eyes as he unleashed his pent-up frustration upon this unfortunate foe. Though indifferent to the fates of Xiang Kong and Fang Xuan, this matter bore significant implications for the Northern Domain King's reputation. Should they truly fail, it would be a disgraceful outcome. Just as he was mired in annoyance, this opponent had presented themselves, leaving no room for courtesy. The sword intent soared high. Reincarnation. As these two words escaped his lips, a flicker of joy illuminated Fang Xuan's eyes. With his profound understanding of life and death, the moment he comprehended the principle that all things are imbued with yin and embrace yang, his spirit had merged with the entire killing formation, ensuring that his spiritual energy would no longer dissipate at will. At that moment, Fang Xuan could have effortlessly exited through any of the exits. However, he remained in pursuit of unraveling the mysteries of the killing formation, or rather, the transition between life and death, yin and yang. Now, with the notion of reincarnation ignited, a sudden clarity enveloped him. The so-called killing formation revealed no secrets in his eyes, with his hands clasped behind his back. A faint smile graced Fang Xuan's lips as his hair, previously tied up, cascaded down silently, an ethereal essence emanating from him. Within moments, the energies of life and death surrounding him coalesced into a taiji diagram, quietly rotating until, in the blink of an eye, it formed a complete cycle. The once sundered states of life and death instantaneously unified. Although he floated within this bizarre realm, Fang Xuan was now impervious to its influence, even reversing the effects upon the space around him, restoring normalcy within several meters of his being. Is this the legacy imparted by this killing formation? Intriguing. In an instant, Fang Xuan's eyes transformed peculiarly to mirror the enigmatic pair of eyes in the sky. His left eye as dark as ink, while his right eye appeared pale as snow. With a single gaze, I perceive life and death. With a single thought, reincarnation.